All the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
For a lot of us, saving up a down payment can be the biggest barrier to buying a home. So Rocket Mortgage is lowering down payments to 1% for eligible home buyers with One Plus. Because everyone deserves their shot at the American dream. Call 800-4ROCKET or visit rocket.com to get a head start on your starter home.
Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org, number 3030.
WIP guests prepare for their segments in the Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Your Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost. Only from Xfinity Mobile.
Hi, it's Bob Pantano with my New Jersey dining picks. In Penns Grove, DePaulo's Restaurant Bar and Patio is the place, featuring incredible daily specials and the home of the Bob Pantano Wednesday night party. In Collingswood, discover Il Fury, the best fine Italian dining in the downtown, open daily for lunch and dinner. In Bordentown, Ristorante Luca is like no other, featuring award-winning authentic Italian cuisine coupled with nightly live entertainment. And now bring your own wine on Mondays and Tuesdays. Book your fine dining experience at ristoranteluca.com. DeFino Law Associates at 2541 South Broad Street. It's a Philadelphia-based law firm with a long history of outstanding success, headed by super lawyer Michael DeFino and his brother Vincent. They have decades of legal experience and the results to prove it. DeFino Law is one of the most reputable firms in the city, focusing on trial work, personal injury, Uber car accidents, slip and fall, DUI, criminal defense, and wills and estate. Serving Philly for over 60 years, founded by the late Judge Anthony DeFino. 215-551-9099.
Get fired up for the Nate Smith post-game concert presented by Jim Beam on Tuesday, June 10th after the Phils play the Cubs at 6:45. Snag your field passes and tickets today at phillies.com/theme nights. Head on over to Citizens Bank Park on Thursday, May 29th at 6:45 when the Phillies take on the Braves, and all fans take home a retro Phillies cap presented by SEI. Snag your seats today at phillies.com.
I'm fixing to tell you something that the insurance industry does not want you to ever hear. Bullies often delay and deny. I see them sitting on premiums paid and making money and dragging it out for as long as they can. Many times, we're forced to take them to court. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Their high-paid lobbyists are on a mission to make sure that at trial, jurors are not allowed to learn that the at-fault party has insurance, and in some cases, lots of it. I can think of no case in all my years where there was no insurance for the at-fault party. So let's fight back. It's all these bullies understand. Tell everybody you know the truth. If you've been injured in a car crash or hurt at a store or business, visit forthepeople.com. We're here 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Empower! Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. Facetious fans might grumble that the Knicks' problems last night was that they never got down by 20 or more points. Realists will respond that 17 New York turnovers translated into 23 Pacers points. And wow, did Tyrese Halliburton have a game. He triple-doubled Indy to a 3-1 series lead, and boy, does it look grim for the Knicks. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. And Odyssey Sports Station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What's going on, everyone? Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. It is 94 WIP. Great to be rolling off with you on this Wednesday morning. Well, look, an awful lot to get into today, and most of it centered around the Phils and the Eagles. And the Phils primarily, because last night had a lot going on. Terrific win. Bryce injured. Ranger pitched great. Bryce hopefully not that injured. And, of course, no retaliation by any Philly pitcher or Rob Thompson. So we'll get into it all today. There's a lot there. Eagles OTA ongoing. More of that today, plus NBA and NHL playoffs. All of it on the table for you, 215-592-9494. Richie Rich.
Hello, Joe.
Hello there, Johnny.
New Jersey has more malls per square mile than any other U.S. state.
Wow.
State of New Jersey packs 28 malls into its borders. 28, Joe.
Well, it doesn't shock me from this standpoint. I think New Jersey has the most people per space. I think. So if you have a lot of people, then I guess you'd have a lot of malls.
I don't know that.
Which is incredible because the Pine Barrens is a big chunk in New Jersey with Forest.
Have you been to this new mall? Apparently, there's a new second largest mall. I thought King of Prussia was the second largest.
Yep.
There's a new American Dream Mall in East Rutherford.
No, I don't know it.
It's now the second largest in the United States at 3 million square feet. And it opened in 2019.
Well, maybe the Phils can go there and find a pitcher that'll retaliate. You buy one of them? Just asking. Just asking.
You know, if he would have retaliated yesterday, he would have been wrong.
Rev your engines, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. All right.
I thought that would have been the right move at first, Joe. But upon deeper inspection, had he retaliated, he would have been wrong.
All right, so let me ask this question, and this goes for everyone listening right now, 215-592-9494. And, John, you get first crack at it. To me, there's three different things that are potentially top of mind with the Phillies. And I'm just curious, amongst other things, which is most top of mind for you. John, for you, is it the quality win, which it really was, a quality win over the Braves? Is it Bryce's condition? I mean, we don't know. Look, the good news is we know X-rays are negative. The bad news is, we don't know how long he'll be out. Won't be a shock to me if he misses a couple games. Probably a very deep bruise. And the third thing is no retaliation. And will there be retaliation? And should there be retaliation? John, what is top of mind for you on those three things?
I thought initially, my thoughts changed as the night progressed. When initially, I mean, it's whatever, we're talking the third freaking batter, and it's the second pitch, and it's bang. I was positive Spencer Strider was aiming at Bryce Harper.
I think he was coming in intentional.
Completely intentional.
I think he came in.
That was my initial. Upon initial inspection, that I was furious because I was convinced of that.
Okay.
So I spent the whole game feeling that way, and I'm waiting. Like, when is someone gonna get plunked on their side?
Right.
And I was getting furious.
Okay.
I'm making dinner for my kids, and I'm steaming at the ears myself.
I'm proud, John.
But then after, when it was all said and done, when we did not retaliate at any point, I heard Spencer Strider discuss the situation, and I don't think he was aiming at Bryce Harper. I actually believe
I take back my
Spencer
clap.
Strider.
I take back my clap, John.
I believe him.
He fooled you.
I think
he fooled you.
I think I think he respects the game a lot, and I appreciate that about Spencer Strider. I know that Bryce Harper respects the game a lot. I appreciate that about him a ton,
Part
too.
of the game is firing back, man. That's part of the game.
I get that, and
I
I think they both get that, and I think they would do that, and they understand all that. I don't think it was an intentional plunk on his part.
Let's find out, obviously, at 215-592-9494, what everyone thinks, what you think. You can weigh in. Here's what I think. So top of mind for me is the retaliation thing. If we found out that Bryce's X-ray was not negative, then that would be top of mind. Because that would
absolutely
that would like
change everything.
Yeah, that'd be like a 50 times bigger issue.
Yes.
Look, I would think Bryce will miss some games, but we'll see. Deep roots of that. I mean, look, in my opinion, and it's hard to remember it all through 7 years now, but it's hard to remember it all. But I tend to think I've never seen Bryce in more pain. And that includes getting hit in the face, and that includes getting hit in the hand. The hand one knocked him
No,
out.
I think the hand one was the most pain.
I
The
don't know,
hand
man.
one, he knew immediately.
I know he
Cursed
did.
at Blake
I
Snell.
know he
Like
did.
last night, he was in pain.
No,
I'm
agree.
telling you, dude.
That's fine.
We can disagree. I think
So-
the Blake Snell one was easily the most pain.
So here's what I'd say: the Blake Snell one was the most angry, clearly. But I would say the most pain was last night. It is obviously debatable, but he was in. If you missed it, he was in a lot of pain. I mean, he was down for a long time. So that is noteworthy. And it's just hard for me to imagine he gets in there and grabs the bat tonight, but who knows? We'll see. Is it a DL situation again? Who knows? We'll see. Wouldn't shock me if it's 2, 3, 4 games, not quite DL. We'll see.
I know.
I still call it the DL, but that's
I know
fine.
you do.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm on a roll here. I'm not looking to get into that. So here's the deal. What is top of mind for me, given that I do not believe Bryce Harper is likely out for a long time, is that I am disappointed the Phillies did not plunk a Brave, and I really hope they do it tonight. Listen, there is a way the game is played, and I will say this in Spencer Strider's defense. He played the game in an old school way. He did. I do believe he came in intentionally on Bryce Harper. Do I know for sure he intended to hit him? I do not. Do I think that he intended to come in with a purpose pitch to, at the very least, back Bryce Harper off the plate and send a message to a baseball club that's 8.5 games in front of his team? I do. I do think he did that intentionally. And the game is played that way. And I'll say I respect that element of it. With that said, this is not turn the other cheek time. It's just not. Bryce Harper got hit twice over the weekend by the A's. You could tell he was really ticked on the second one. I forget the day.
I think it was 3 times.
I think it was 2
Three
times.
times with that one last night.
Yeah, 3 last night, 2 against the A's.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, he's your best player. I think he and Saquon are the 2 best players in Philadelphia sports. If I'm Rob Thompson, I'm not messing around with this at all. So I was disappointed. And Ranger's my favorite Phil, and I've been very clear. Now, listen, Ranger, here's the thing. Circumstances do dictate sometimes when you're going to throw at a guy. I mean, the bottom line is Ranger was in a lot of situations last night. Guys were on base. The one inning, you got the bases loaded. It wasn't exactly the easiest game because you had, for the most part, a 1-0 game for whatever it was, 6, 7 innings. So, this is a situation where there is some justification for not unleashing last night. But at some point, you just got to fire the guy's ribs. You just do. No headhunting. I would never call for that. Maybe other than Chris Chelios, cracking Brian Propp's head in 1989, probably the only time I've wanted to see an opposing player's head cracked. Okay, cracked. Short of that, no, I'm not headhunting. I'm not. But if I'm Rob Thompson, I'm absolutely telling a player to drill the ribs. And if I'm one of the pitchers, I want to do it. It's the way the game's played. You hit my best player, and you frickin' drilled him. Look, where do you stand? 215-592-9494. John, do you disagree with me?
Yeah.
You think they should not hit? Last night you wanted someone hit.
I think it was intentional.
Would you hit a player tonight?
I no longer would hit a player.
So your thing changed because of what Spencer Strider said?
It changed because of the feel of the entire situation.
That's weak.
And I don't want to risk losing. Look, we're on dicey ground right now.
Weak.
No, yeah. What's weak is losing games because you want to go plunk someone because of an unintentional hit by Spencer Strider. I believe it's unintentional.
What makes you think it was unintentional?
I don't want to lose
what he
a
said?
pitcher because of that.
What changed your mind? What he said?
No, it was just the feeling of the whole thing. The way his reverence for Bryce, the way he was open about that. I just felt the way he spoke, he was being honest, and he wasn't pulling any punches. He wasn't hiding anything. I think this guy, I don't like Spencer Strider, but I think he was being honest about it last night. The way it looked, the way it felt, when it was all said and done, I bought whatever he was selling.
Well, I'll say this.
So
I followed
I didn't
baseball.
expect to.
Yeah, I followed baseball a long time. Rarely do I remember a pitcher saying I intentionally hit the guy.
Okay.
So I don't think he was telling the truth. I don't. James, you have often been let's not retaliate guy. Is that where you are with this one
but
or
there's
not?
a reason for it. I just don't think the game is where it used to be anymore.
It's not.
Yes, and
that's
I
right.
have moved forward with the game while you are still stuck where the game used to be, and I get it. That's what I used to be like, but we're past that. They won 2-0. They got a win last night. They evened up the season series with the Braves. They lost 2-3 last time. That's way more important. And I'm with Richie. I really don't. I think Strider might have been throwing inside, just like controlling the strike zone,
Yeah,
taking care of the plate.
that's what I tend
He
to
did
think,
not hit Bryce Harper on purpose. I don't believe that. I don't think he would hit Bryce Harper in the elbow with a 97-mile-per-hour fastball on purpose. That's not Spencer Strider. If he was going to hit him, he'd hit him in the butt or in the ribs. Like, I don't think it was on purpose. If it wasn't on purpose, it's Little League to fight back. Like, fight back if a guy is hit on purpose. Fine. If he really does hit some, which we rarely see now.
So
really
just to be
don't see
clear,
it that often.
you would not hit
I
somebody.
would not. They won the baseball game. Like, Ranger could have gotten tossed if he hit somebody. Like, then you're into a bullpen that is already, you're a bullpen that is already a mess.
So
and you don't
thin
trust guys
to
in the middle.
start.
It's so thin. You're already pushing pitchers deep. Like, I'm not giving up a game against the Braves when tiebreakers matter now. Like, I'm not giving up the game.
And that includes if you're up 7-2 tonight and, the eighth inning?
Well, I think it's past that. I think they missed the moment. Like, I don't.
Maybe
I don't think
not.
they're doing.
I don't think they missed the moment, but you're on thin ice there. Devin, would you plunk someone?
I mean, like the fan in me says yes, but I also I'm rewatching it right now on my computer, and I can't tell if it was intentional or not. I really can't. I know that everyone thinks that it was.
No one can
No
tell.
one can, and that's the problem.
You can't know for sure.
But I think I tend to side with James just in that, like, the Phillies and I think Rob Thompson are, a mature team, and I don't think that they're the type, like, they don't really have the space either to be able to go out and just retaliate like that on a pitch that we don't know if it was intentional or not. Even though we don't like Spencer Strider, we hate the Braves, I just don't know if that's worth it.
Reed, you're throwing at someone tonight.
I'm in the Neanderthal Club with you, so I'm very happily there.
You and me versus the world today,
Yes,
Ray.
100
Actually, I tend to think
No,
most
I think it'll
callers
be
will
you
agree.
guys. I think it's us versus the world today. Me, Richie,
I
and
hope
Devin.
so, because I think Richie, Devin, and
let's bring
Seltzer
it back to the
are all
Neanderthal
on
times.
Crazy
That's
Talk
good.
Island.
Yeah, let's hurt people.
And I'm okay
Yes,
with
let's hurt people.
Yeah,
Yes.
good. When they didn't do it on purpose, I don't believe they did it on
When
purpose.
they knocked
So
out
I'm
my
like-
best player.
Not on purpose. Like, if I don't,
maybe
but if
not.
it's all about what I believe, right?
That's
If
fine.
I'm making the decision, I don't believe they did it on purpose. So if they
Let
didn't
me
do it
ask
on
you a
purpose,
question.
I'm not going to do it too.
James, do you think he threw inside on purpose?
Yeah, it's baseball.
That's right.
He was throwing an inside
That's
pitch.
right.
I think every pitch is on purpose, whether
Yeah.
it's outside or
Yeah.
inside or up or
Joe,
down.
do you
Like,
think it
the
looks
attempt
like
is
he's
to throw the
injured
ball where you want to throw it
permanently?
every time. What are you talking about?
Oh,
Of course.
that doesn't matter, John.
Yeah, that does not matter.
He threw it
I
his
know.
surgically repaired elbow.
He'll be
You think he
okay,
threw, do you think Spencer Strider went after Bryce Harper's?
100%.
I think that's crazy.
I think he very, very well
I
may
think that's
have. But I
crazy
noticed.
Here's the reason why.
Yeah.
I take a completely different view from John. He was laughing
Yes,
in
he
his
was.
post game.
Yes, he
I
was.
mean, it was disgraceful.
I agree.
I have empathy.
Flippancy. He was flippant.
He was absolutely being a
And
jerk.
he was being sarcastic.
Yeah. So there was no empathy there.
Yeah.
So don't. And here's the thing: is the way the game was unfolding. I didn't want Ranger to get thrown out. I wanted somebody to retaliate. I didn't want it to be Ranger.
So Romano had a shot in the ninth inning with a 2-run lead.
That would be crazy. It's 2-0 in the ninth.
Hold on.
Toss
Hold on.
Romano.
Everybody
Put the
hang on.
runner, put the
so
tying run on
crazy.
base to be like insane. Put the tying run at the plate.
So Romano had a shot in the ninth inning. There's 2 outs. There's nobody on, and there's the Braves' best player up. You could take that moment. Now, you play with fire, because if you hit Acuna, what's his name, Acuna?
Acuna.
Yeah.
If you hit that guy, next guy could hit a home run.
Yeah,
you could
he's
be in
the
a tie
best home
game.
run hitter. The next guy.
So, it's a danger zone there.
So do you want to win the game, or do you want to
wanna do
have
both.
some
I wanna do both.
But you might have a
half-assed
choice. It's a 2-0 game. It's a 1-0 game until the ninth inning. You don't have a choice.
Well, you ready? You ready?
Because if you
is
put that runner
neck
on,
and
he hits a
neck.
home run, you could
It
lose the
is
game.
1-0
This is a
until
damn
the
good
8th
hitter.
inning.
Tonight you do it. Oh, 100%. That's what when we got.
Bang.
When
you
they got
get
to
Zach
around the
Wheeler?
seventh
You
or
want
the eighth.
Zach Wheeler to do it?
Around the eighth inning.
Here's what I want tonight. Acuna's ribs. Period. End of story.
But don't you think the best retaliation is just beating the Braves and
Winning
making sure they don't make
I
the
think
postseason? Like that's
That's
probably
what
what
last
their
night felt
mindset
like.
I
was.
think the best.
Let your play
Best retaliation is Acuna's ribs, and I win the game. Maybe because I knock him out also.
Can I also say something? I'm not putting the blame on Bryce at all. Why, if it is his surgically repaired elbow, why did he not have pads
I was
on
surprised
his
by
elbow?
that.
He
I
must
was
be
surprised.
uncomfortable hitting that way. It's the only thing that makes any
That's
sense.
what I
Because
thought.
Bonds used to wear it. A lot of
Yeah.
guys wear it. He must just not feel comfortable swinging his arm.
I would agree
Yeah.
with that. First thing James and I have agreed on today. All right, where do you stand?
Probably the last thing, too.
Ladies and gentlemen, where do you stand?
It also suggests that it must not be that bad. Like that it
Well, I
does
didn't think
not
it was gonna-
need the protection.
I don't think a
to that
fastball is going to
degree.
re-injure his elbow in the nature of how his elbow was injured. I mean, it's more to me about
it's
a
not.
potential fracture, which he apparently does not have.
The
All right.
X-rays are negative.
215-592-9494. Would you retaliate or not? Were you disappointed that they did not? Let's also talk about the quality win. It was a great win. Ranger is a stud. Okay, love that guy. And should they retaliate tonight? Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie, your phone calls on all of this. Rev your engines, ladies and gentlemen. 215-592-9494. Hey, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook. As always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. You know, it's the best place to find all of your favorite player props. And there's so many different ways that you can obviously bet, including to be a smarter bettor with new performance trends in mind. If you want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, well, you can. Or maybe flirting with that potential triple-double. By the way, Indiana's guy got a triple-double last night in incredible fashion. Well, get the latest stats right now inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get really, really interesting because you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win really big. And you can do that at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. Remember, you can get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. It's so many ways to bet, whether it's baseball tonight, whether it's basketball and hockey with the ongoing playoffs, all these sports at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly.
Fly with fans of Philly to send Green Bay back and
Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
When it's time to move, you have two choices. You either call up all your friends, hope they show up on time, hope they don't break anything, listen to them complain, or you can do what I did. Call Meeting House Movers. They'll be your friends for the day, but they're going to do everything that your friends aren't going to do. They're going to show up on time. They're going to make sure that your stuff is protected, and you're not going to have to sweat one bit. So when it's time to move, don't reach out to your friends. Reach out to your friends for the day who are good at it. Meeting House Movers. Go to meetinghousemovers.com.
Summer is here. Don't make a rookie move. Make the MVP flex and fire up that grill with summer essentials like hot dogs, sausages, and meats from my friends at Dietz & Watson. Dietz & Watson cheeses and condiments are also the perfect addition to your burgers. Don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find the local retailer near you and summer grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson. Premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
You've been called the president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat. No matter who you are, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Score up to $1,000 bonus back in the first 24 hours. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be waived.
The DQ Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Baskets have more flavor than your taste buds know what to do with. We start with all white meat, breaded, seasoned, and fried to crunchy perfection. Next, we double down and toss them in honey barbecue or new buffalo sauce. Serve them up with DQ fries, Texas toast, and house-made Hidden Valley Ranch, and you've got flavor on flavor on flavor. Get the Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Basket in honey barbecue or new buffalo right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Today, rain at times and cooler, high around 60.
Weather brought to you by Tropical Smoothie.
Wear your flip-flops in cafe and score a free 12-ounce Sunrise Sunset Smoothie for National Flip-Flop Day, Wednesday, May 28th from 2 to 7 p.m. at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. This May, we're bringing back not one, but two of our most popular offers. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. To celebrate the grand reopening of our new showroom, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of vehicles. And for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. At Colonial Hyundai, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. So now through May 31st, don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. And every new Hyundai comes with 3 years complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st,
94 WIP Sports Update.
Phillies shut out the Braves 2-0, a game that got off to quite a rocky start. Spencer Strider plunked Bryce Harper with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Harper left. X-rays negative. Strider says he did not have bad intentions.
I'm not a complete sociopath, so I have some empathy. So, I do feel bad for him to see a person in pain that I caused. So, but, I've still got a job to do. And, I think try to realize that was one pitch. Certainly not indicative of how I was pitching or how I planned to pitch. And
well, Strider sure seems broken up about it. Harper has been hit 3 times in the last 3 games. Ranger Suarez, terrific. Struck out 8 over 6, 105 pitches. Jordan Romano, the save. Max Kepler, RBI double. Alec Bohm scored the second when JT Realmuto walked with the bases loaded in the 8th. Rain today, a high of 61. It's currently 54. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. The best part of waking up is Richie in your cup.
I will crush your face.
Back to the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, he told me that. I'll crush my face years ago. I remember John Ritchie as a tough guy. Now he listens to a couple minutes of Spencer Strider and says, let's not hit anybody. All right.
Now you think that's what makes you a tough guy.
You've been hanging around.
Yeah.
You've been hanging around Seltzer way too long.
Yeah, we're more evolved. That's the point.
No, you have.
Yeah,
all right,
that's literally it. Neanderthal versus none.
Where do you stand on this? What should happen, and what do you make of what has happened already? By the way, it was a really good win. And Ranger's amazing.
I'll say
he really, and they got a pitching overflow. I've never seen this much pitching because it goes down to the minor leagues. I mean, it can go 7 or 8 guys deep. It's ridiculous. I'm talking starters. 215-592-9494. Let's get to Ryan kicking us off in Hatboro. Ryan, good morning.
Hey, Joe, how you doing?
Good, buddy.
I think it's simple tonight. I think you're thinking based on reaction. I'm thinking about winning the game. I'm not going to risk Zach Wheeler, my best pitcher, probably the best pitcher in baseball, to get thrown out of a game to hit Acuna. What I will tell you is if I go up 4 or 5 runs tonight, you better damn well that I'm hitting them. But I'm not risking at the end of the game. I'm trying to sweep the Braves and put them double digits out in the NL East. And I think that's where the Phillies mind needs.
Well, you know what would be Ryan. You know what'll be interesting is whether there's a warning before the game or not, because that could dictate strategy.
Right. If that happens, you really want to throw it.
Here's my
I'm sure
answer.
there will be. These days they overdo the warnings.
So Ryan, here's my answer. If there's a warning before the game, then no, I would not advise Wheeler to throw early. But I would advise someone as you get deeper into the game to do the job.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
I think at the beginning you think about, do you really want to lose Zach Wheeler too? To be honest, Joe, I don't take what you and Rhea are saying as like Spencer Strider. I think he answered the question. I don't think he was being like a pompous.
Well, here's the problem, Ryan. Let me play you one piece of audio. Because look, there's no question Strider had moments last night where he stood there, stone-faced, answered questions as you would want to hear them, meaning I did not intend to hit him and stuff of that nature, and have some reverence for Bryce. But he also had one answer that I found, I'll use the word flippant and sarcastic, and this did not work for me. Tell me what your reaction is, Ryan, when you hear this last night.
I love pitching here. I mean, where else do they chant your name and ask you how your family's doing? I mean, they seem very interested in my well-being, and I appreciate that. I mean, I feel like this is a home ballpark. Honestly, at this point, I've pitched here so many times, and I enjoy it.
So, Ryan, that sarcasm doesn't work for me. Your reaction?
That sarcasm to me has nothing to do with Bryce Harper getting
Yeah, I don't get it.
How many times have you heard players come in here and say, "Oh, I love the crowd. I love pitching in here." We're looking too deep in this. Look, do I agree that I don't think he intentionally did it? Did he try to brush him off on the side? Yes. Did he get hit? Yes. Is there an opportunity for retaliation? Yes. Is tonight the night with Zach Wheeler on the mound with the chance to take another game in the Braves series? No.
Let me ask you this: what if it's 8-2 in the 7th inning?
I'm 100% fine with
Okay,
that.
I'm just trying to understand. So you're saying
He's got a sliding scale, Joe.
Yeah, you're
and
saying
I'm with him.
You're saying no, I'm with him too. Right? I agree. I actually agree with you. You're saying hit someone when it's the right moment, is what you're saying.
Yeah, and I'm bringing in somebody that I'm not risking that I care about if they suspend. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean.
It's been soft. So I'm bringing in my worst reliever,
Tanner
whoever the hell that is, and and I don't know if I'm taking.
I wish you were the worst.
Yeah, I know.
Rhea.
I'm taking off Ozuna. I think. I don't know if I'm taking Acuna off.
All right.
He doesn't do anything.
All right, Ryan. Interesting phone call.
I had that conversation. So the minute it happened, I'm watching. Clark kind of wandered in the room, and I said, "Well, they have to." And he goes, "Well, how do you pick who it is?" I go, "Well, you go after their best player."
Yeah.
I said,
But we're going to wait a couple innings because Rangers pitching well.
Yeah, here's what makes tonight interesting. You may remember, you may not. 2021, Wheeler gives up a homer to Acuna. It is like middle-ish of the game, and it turned out to be the last time that Wheeler faced him that night. And you may remember that Acuna really pimped it big. I mean, really hard, really hard. This is a game down in Atlanta. And I remember, John, you might remember this. I was really cheesed that no one threw at Acuna or any Brave. And Wheeler didn't have a chance to get Acuna because he was taken out. And I remember at the time saying
it was a slow home run trot.
It was a long look and slow trot. But it was really what he did in the box before he got running.
Okay.
And it was, now look, there's a lot of guys that do that now. This was 5 years ago. This was like earlier stage of that sort of thing. And I remember at the time being really ticked about it and really disappointed in Joe Girardi and that Phillies team that no one did anything. And by the way, no one ever did anything. Didn't do anything the next game, didn't do anything the next game, didn't do anything later in the season, didn't do anything. And I thought it was bad. And I felt really bad for Wheeler because you could already tell at that stage he was one of the better Phillies. And I thought, man, they kind of let their pitcher get punked. So it'll be interesting knowing that Wheeler has that history, and I guarantee you 5 years later, 4 years later, he still remembers it. It'll be interesting how he handles it because he could come out guns a-blazing first inning, or he could say, I'm going to try to wait for a spot fifth or sixth inning, or he could say, I'm Zach Wheeler, I am too important in the club, and let's hope that one of my seventh or eighth inning guys does the job and we're up 6 or down 6. All strategies that could be on the table. I'll just be interested to see how he handles it early, given his history with that player and this team. We'll see. 215-592-9494. Your reaction. What do you make of it? To hit a Brave tonight or not? Are you disappointed the Phils didn't get it done last night? More of what, but they got the game done. Don't get me wrong. Ranger was awesome. More of what Strider said. We'll get to that. Rob Thompson on Bryce Harper's condition after the game. That audio next as well. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
Whether you are a weekend warrior or competing at a high level, you are an athlete with goals, and NovaCare Rehabilitation is always here for you. NovaCare's Select Sports Center of Excellence. They are specialty locations that are focused on the needs of athletes. So if you're injured, NovaCare will help you get back to playing your sport. They'll also help you prevent injuries from happening because NovaCare is going to prepare you to compete at your highest level of performance. At all Select Sports Center of Excellence, athletes are treated for their specific injury, training needs, and goals. Most importantly, you're going to get care by sports-specific physical therapists using advanced training and technology. For more than 30 years, NovaCare has long been the trusted Delaware Valley and South Jersey leader in physical therapy, hand therapy, and sports medicine. Select Sports Center of Excellence, just one more way NovaCare is meeting your needs. To learn more about Select Sports Center of Excellence, go to NovaCare.com today. Excellence is earned. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
Don't miss this year's 50th anniversary sales event at Dell Chevrolet. You can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day.
Jack, sell them for less.
This Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways we could show our appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet or giving you your own personal marching band. But we decided on special military offers instead. This month only, we're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card on us when you purchase a new smartphone on My Plan, because we're proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Additional terms apply.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick. Anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet3.
It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNCs apply. Available in app only.
When there's a crack in your basement wall, your house is trying to tell you something. Will it get worse? That's when you call the friendly, local experts at 58 Foundations and Waterproofing. Since 1958, they've seen it all in foundation issues. They offer free estimates and back their work up with the industry's only money-back guarantee. That guarantee gives you the confidence that they know how to fix foundation issues, waterproofing, and even that nasty crawl space. Give 58 a call at 888-698-1958 or visit 58foundations.com.
The CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale is here. The very best prices of the season from now until May 31st. Enjoy instant savings on thousands of tires. CJTire.com.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Playoffs in professional basketball have brought some crazy stories and headlines. None crazier than the matchup of the two best young guards facing off for a chance at a title. Minnesota and Oklahoma City each have their own MVP caliber guard who looks to carry their team to their first ever championship. Who will come out on top in this exciting series for the future of the league? Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably, because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. PA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors. Introducing the all-electric Ioniq 9. Space for up to 7. Range for miles.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook, as always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe that they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Well, get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, well, that's when things get really interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, well, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer and make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA and official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Philly shut out the Braves 2-0 in a game that did not start off well as Spencer Strider plunked Bryce Harper.
And Harper gets hit somewhere on the arm, and he's in some real pain right now. Looks like the right forearm or elbow. And he's doubled over, down on his knees. And Bryce, who was hit twice over the weekend in Oakland, right on the back of the elbow. Yeah. He had not been hit by a pitch all season long, and now he's been hit 3 times in 3 days.
Scott Fransky, the call. Harper did not return X-rays negative. Post-game, Strider said he needed to stay focused after he hit Harper, adding, of course, I'm not a sociopath. I have empathy. Ranger Suarez tossing a gem. He struck out 8 over 6. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older. Must be a New Jersey gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Rain, high is 61. It is currently 54. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update.
Still just a game and a half up. You got to give the Mets credit, man. They are pushing.
And 4 of those 5 teams you listed are National League teams, which we expected coming into the year, but that's notable. You know, if we're talking about top in the league, you know, home field, all that stuff.
Here's where it's also notable. The Braves better get their act together a bit. I mean, it's, not quite June yet. We'll be there soon, but, they got to pick it up. So, because there are some good teams in the National League. All right, 215-592-9494. By the way, AMA today at 7. You ask, we answer. Get those questions in on Facebook, Twitter, and the text line. I have a question I'd love to pose to Daryl Morey, but of course, John, he'll never, ever, ever, ever come on the show. But one of the million questions I'd like to ask him is, did you turn down Ben Simmons for for Tyrese Halliburton.
I don't even know if I want to know anymore.
Like, we've heard reports of it.
Tyrese has said it himself that he heard that he was being traded here.
Well, he may have heard it from people that reported it. And I didn't know who to believe. I'll just say that.
You normally don't hear players say, yeah, I heard I was being
like,
traded
I didn't hear, for instance, like Woj say it. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't know. I don't know. But my God, if he had that available a couple of years ago and said, no, I'd rather have James Harden. Because I remember that was that game, John. You might remember like 3-4 years ago, Halliburton playing for the Kings scored like 40-something on the Sixers. We were mesmerized watching him. And that was when he was not even as developed. And anyway, he went crazy last night, triple-double, historic triple-double. Knicks in a huge hole down 3-1. And Towns injury late. I don't know. Will he be able to play game 5? I don't know. Won't surprise me if he doesn't.
How about the Indiana Pacers are going to be in the NBA Finals, man?
And you know what, James? And I still don't think they're that good.
I know you don't. Well,
I don't.
This is.
I know.
You're going to have to change your whole thing. Remember the whole the Raptors, that franchise will never.
No, that's different. They changed with Kawhi.
No, I'm using it as an example of something that you have done the entirety of our show, where the NBA has changed in the course of our show, where I don't think we can say these things anymore. Where it's like, it's only like 3 teams that can win. It's like not really.
No,
anymore.
It's more than 3. But I'll say this: I still don't think the Pacers are that good. The Raptors changed because they got Kawhi. I hear you.
I know, but the Pacers have a real chance to win a title.
I just don't think they're that good.
I get it.
Why don't you think they're good?
But they're about to win
a title. I didn't say good. I said that good.
Why don't you think they're that good?
Because I think they have one player that's like truly outstanding.
I think the league has changed.
Similar to OKC. I mean, that kind of seems like it's the model that's working.
You got a couple of others.
I think the thing is the league is so deep now. There's so many players that I don't think the big threes and stuff is the way to win anymore.
I think it's
I think it's depth. I think it's having a bunch of dudes who you can roll out there is like the new kind of thing.
All right, so we'll see where it goes. But the Knicks are in trouble, and hopefully tonight, a Braves hitter's ribs are in trouble. Not his head. Not his head. I'm not calling for the head on him.
I like how you did that.
A Braves player's ribs. Now, Darren in South Philadelphia is a fine man, and I know he agrees with me. Good morning, Darren.
Joe, you're a smart guy, and it pains me.
You could stop right there, but keep going.
How in God's hot sun last night did you think we were going to throw at the Phillies? It made no sense. It was a one-run game at best, and then you want to bring up Matt Olson, who is maybe their best.
Well, no, I floated it. I didn't say do. Hold on, Darren. I didn't say do it in that moment.
You were annoyed. You said you were mad. You said maybe.
Well, I'm annoyed that somewhere along. I mean, someone's. Listen, hold on, Darren. Hang on. You got before all those guys got on base. You do have a first batter in innings. Like you could drill one of them. You know, I mean, you could.
It's too close of a game.
It was close.
No, in a one-run game.
I know.
No. Top of the ninth. No, like. Joe, you're a smart guy. I give you crap, but that might be one of your dumbest takes ever. I was annoyed because.
Do you want to see someone hit tonight? If
we're up 7-0, absolutely. I'm sorry. Okay. I'll do you one better. If we get up 3-0 with Wheeler in, absolutely beam Acuna in his ribs and let's go. But it's situational at best. I agree the game has evolved. We don't do it like that, but not in a. We want to beat the Braves. At the end of the day, I want the Braves dead in the water by June. Like, let's not play with it. Let's get it over, and let's hope the Mets do what the Mets do and choke. But Joe, smart guy, wrong situation. Situation is everything in baseball. You know that, man.
Well, listen, the irony here, Darren, is a lot of people are agreeing with me, thinking they're disagreeing with me. I mean, I'm
situational beaning. I like that.
Yeah, you're actually with me.
No, Joe. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Thank you.
The situation is wrong.
Okay, I'm with you. I got it.
Mentality, but you have to pick your spots. And last night was not that spot at all. In a one-run game is never the time. No, because it just takes one bad pick. Let's be honest, our bullpen isn't the best right now. You really trust Romano to beam someone to the top of the ninth?
Let me tell you something. Romano, shades of Rivera. Right? All right, Darren.
Oh, my gosh.
This is the guy who you were saying, I don't even like the way he looks. I don't like anything about him. I'm completely out on this guy. You back?
Poor Romano. People were really coming for his crazy eyes.
I know. Joe was one of them.
That teenage angsty thing, I was down with it from the beginning. I saw a guy that was just going to be a lockdown closer. Yep. I could tell the first week of April, lockdown closer. Hey, let's get to the Twitter poll questions of the day, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Let your journey begin in the completely redesigned 2025 Equinox. From Armin Chevrolet, together let's drive. Visit arminchevy.com. First poll question, knowing that Spencer Strider hit Bryce Harper last night. Do you want to see the Phils retaliate by hitting a Braves player? Yes or no? You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. Second poll question. So Pro Football Focus has a big thing out on ranking the 32 starting quarterbacks. They have Jalen Hurts 5th. They have him in the Tier 2 category, not elite, but Tier 2. We ask you this Twitter poll question. Is Jalen Hurts
That sounds pretty elite if you're 5th.
They rank the tiers. It's actually the tiers are called Tier 1 is elite, Tier 2 is top, high-level starter or whatever. That's how you rank. It's not Joe editorializing. Is what
how they break it down. Is Jalen Hurts a Tier 1? Here's the Twitter poll question. Is Jalen Hurts a Tier 1 elite NFL quarterback, yes or no? You can get voting at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. I pose both those questions as a way to pose this question. What's the best debate out there? Now, here's the reason I asked that, because we've got a shot for you to win a pair of tickets to see the Phils and Cubs, a game in 2 weeks, June 11th, afternoon game, 1:05 first pitch at Citizens Bank Park. For tickets to this or any Phillies game, get yourself to Phillies.com to purchase them. You can also, of course, just win them here today. You may remember last week on the station we had Debate Week, and we had a lot of fun on a lot of different topics, Jalen being one of them. I mean, let's be real. What we do a lot of times here is debate-oriented, even if it's not framed as such. I mean, today we're essentially having a debate on whether the Phils should have plunked the Brave last night, whether they should plunk one tonight. I mean, it's kind of what sports radio in a lot of ways is kind of based on. You know, you're sitting at the bar with your buddy and you're talking, and then somewhere along the line someone invents radio and it's like, oh, let's take this to radio. Okay, I'm glad
Shout out to Marconi.
That guy, exactly. So we'll ask you, as you can call in to weigh in on the, should they plunk a Brave or not? But also give us a great answer for what is the best debate. Best debate. Now, not everything. I'll say this. I mean, there are some things like, all right, abortion. I guess it's a debate. I mean, I suppose it is. It's also a real hot button issue. I'm thinking more along the lines of
more fun debates, more bar type.
Is Jalen Hurts elite? That gets a little unfun sometimes too. But at least it's more fun than the abortion topic. All right, give us a great answer, because there are so many notable debates in sports and out of sports. At 215-592-9494, whoever provides the best answer is going to win the Phils tickets. Sean, what's top of mind for you when it comes to a debate?
If I split a sausage long ways and fry it in butter, okay, and then I put it on a potato bun with some cheese and some mustard, maybe ketchup, I don't know, whatever you want.
I have no idea.
Is that a sandwich?
This thing.
Or is that a hot
took
dog?
my answer.
That's a shame.
It's neither, because it's a sausage.
It's a sandwich.
You just said a sausage.
But he's saying with the bread,
Well,
it's a hot
the point
dog,
is he
then.
took
It's a
my
hot
answer, and
dog.
I'm trying to stall to think of another one.
Wow.
I sliced
is
the
the hot dog a
long
sandwich? A
ways,
popular
then.
debate this morning.
Fried
is
the
a
hot dog
debate.
in butter.
Yeah, it is the debate. Devin, we'll give you a moment. You got to
Okay.
regroup. Seltzer at debate.
This is one that I don't think should be a debate. I think there's such a clear answer, and yet I still get into debates, including with our own Tucker Bagley here, who has the wrong opinion. Coke versus Pepsi.
Coke versus Pepsi. I agree with you.
Tucker
It's
likes
clearly
Pepsi.
Coke.
Tucker's a
Coke, thank
Pepsi
you.
guy?
See, you knew that everyone knew that. Yeah, Tucker loves Pepsi
I
and
know
will fight
one
me about
person.
it.
Disappointing.
It's
person
crazy to me.
in my
Disappointing
world.
information.
It's my cousin Doug. He's the only person
Well,
who feels
now
that way.
you know
Now
too.
Tucker and Doug.
I don't like either.
Well, that's
your fault.
That's
I know.
very weird. Rhea,
Tell
give me a debate.
We've debated this year vociferously. Did Shane die at the end?
Oh yeah, at the end
And he did.
of Shane. Yeah, well, the problem was we were getting into a conundrum between the movie and the book, and that. But I hear you. Did Shane die?
Let's rephrase. You were getting into a conundrum.
The rest of us are okay. We know
We're
we're
just talking about the movie.
So a lot of ways to go. First off, let me say this: the JFK thing, I guess, is a debate. To me, it's more like we don't have all the information to know.
Somebody does, Joe.
And I would say same thing with the aliens thing. Like, do we have all the information?
Somebody does.
I'll just say this. I'm not as into we don't have the information. John, you know what I mean by that? Like, those are to me, they're a little bit more mysterious.
Like an
incomplete stuff. Like, I don't think the heart of what we're looking for is incomplete data that leads to confusion.
Yes.
Okay.
We have most of the information to work with.
Pretty much. Yeah. All right. So put that thinking cap on, boys and girls. Give us a great debate The best answer, whoever provides it, is going to win Phillies tickets for the game coming up in about 2 weeks. Today on our show, you can win those tickets. Give us a great debate. Let's get to Patrick. He's calling from Tabernacle. Good morning, Patrick.
Morning, everybody. How we doing?
Great, Patrick.
Pretty good, Patrick.
So, listening, in the moment when he gets drilled, I'm listening to everyone talk, and I'm like kind of proud of myself because I've moved past. I shouldn't, not entirely, but like I'm definitely one of these guys that like I'm a reactionary person. You know what I mean? And like you drill them, somebody's getting drilled, but I take a step back and I'm like, you know what, man? You don't see that in baseball just anymore. And like I've kind of, I guess, thinking about it, I'm like, I guess I've kind of moved past that. Where
you're the way a lot of players,
Billy
a lot of players
Martin,
are.
Earl Weaver, like you don't see managers getting thrown out. You don't see all the insanity. I mean, look, Harper, I forget who he went after early in his career with the Nationals. Where he went after a guy. He got hit, and man, he was like. He had the eyes of like a linebacker coming at you, John Ritchie.
But Patrick,
you
weren't you convinced? Last night, I was convinced at some point that we would retaliate. Like I was convinced that if it had been,
the close game
serious is what we're making it out to be, that the Eagles would have responded. The Phillies would have responded appropriately there, and they would have returned the plunking.
But I think the close game is likely why it did not happen.
That factors in.
But I'll say this, Patrick, it's entirely possible the Phillies may not retaliate. Because to your point, Patrick, there has been a shift in the way people respond to these moments. And these 25-year-old players and 30-year-old players, they didn't grow up with Nolan Ryan, let alone Bob Gibson. Look, I didn't grow up with Bob Gibson, but I grew up with the lure of Bob Gibson while Nolan Ryan was pitching. And you
don't have to go back that far. Cole Hamels plunked Bryce Harper.
I know he did.
I mean, sure.
Matt Strom plunked a Dodger last year after he hit Castellanos. I mean, it's not like it's completely out of the game.
No, it's not.
It isn't. But you know what, too? A couple things I thought. First of all, Topper. Look at who we got running the ship at the helm. Like Topper's not a fired up guy. He's not going to be spitting his jaw out and throwing his hat and yelling at someone on the bench. Calling the bullpen saying you're going to. He's not going through all these gyrations like he's going to out of his mind. So I think it starts at the head, you know what I mean? But like I was thinking about this too. If Harper wasn't hurt as bad, let's say he got drilled, wasn't hurt. John Ritchie, what do you think Harper's reaction would have been? If he wasn't so doubled up in pain, I think we would have seen our reaction that some of us want. Like there's still a part of me, believe me, I want that in baseball. And like I don't know what like all this we're talking about, like I get it got me fired up on another level. Like we're missing all this in hockey. I'm watching these hockey playoffs.
Well, I agree, Patrick.
And it's just like hockey is still not hockey to me.
I
love it. I love it above all four. But like I don't know. It just somehow we've moved past all this. And
that's right. That's right.
Happened. I just it's like damn. I must have missed the memo. Like baseball just doesn't do this anymore. And yet we you do see retaliations, but in a tight game like that, an opening game in a series against Atlanta, a tight game like that, I definitely was not expecting anything, but I sure as hell would have liked to see what Bryce Harper would have done if he wasn't hurt so bad.
All right, Patrick, give me an answer for a big time debate.
First of all, Rhea, man, you absolutely killed it last week, and I'm listening to this and I'm thinking about your son, and I'm like, man, that poor boy doesn't get away with nothing in the Rhea Hughes household because, like, you're such
I hate
a
to
bulldog,
say it, he's
kind
of got me wrapped around his finger.
Well, yeah,
I'm a bit of a softie.
No, I love the bulldog in you, and you absolutely tore Elliott apart. The debate, I don't know if this is too big, but how about how did this Earth get here, Joe?
I'm going to put that in the category of we just don't have enough information. I don't think that's the heart of what we're... I mean, that's why I said the JFK stuff and the alien stuff. Like, you're going into we just don't have enough info. I mean, I hear you.
Theoretical.
Yeah, I mean, let's put it this way. Tupac and Biggie, their catalogs are out. Their songs are known. They both died. There's nothing new coming. Well, Tupac haven't... apparently he stored stuff away. But you know what I'm saying. Like, we know their songs. We know it. So make your decision. Who's greater? It is what it is. Stuff like Earth, like that to me is not, that's more the mystery. 215-592-9494. Let's listen to Rob Thompson after the game. Obviously, there was tremendous concern in the moment with Bryce Harper. And it was good to hear afterwards that it's not clearly as bad as it could have been. Let's listen to Rob Thompson after the game on Bryce Harper's condition.
I guess the obvious question is how's Bryce, and any long-term concern or short-term even about tomorrow and beyond?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to reevaluate in the morning, but the x-rays were negative, and he's certainly in a lot of pain. So whenever you're one of your top hitters or your best hitter gets hit like that, there's always some concern, but he's a tough guy too.
That's got to be a heck of a deep bruise. John, I know for you, football, guy might be like, get back out there. But baseball was swinging a bat. That's not the same. That's the kind of deep bruise. I would be surprised if he plays tonight. I'll just say that. I'll be surprised if he plays.
I don't know. I do not know.
I don't either. I don't either. But I'll stand.
Once upon a time, I was surprised when guys would sit for any sort of injury with pro sports, and now it changed.
Yeah. But he clearly got drilled. Let's listen to more of Rob Thompson on Bryce's condition.
I mean, you're always concerned, the little crack in the bone or whatever. So the x-ray, thankfully, was negative. But, we'll just have to see tomorrow.
I mean, they're very lucky the x-ray is negative. I remember a game when Lenny Dykstra got hit. He was out for, 2 months. I remember Chase Utley getting hit. He was out for a month or more. I mean, it can really alter a season sometimes when a guy gets drilled. And, if you missed it, Bryce was freaking drilled. But it just so happened that, x-ray is negative, which is fantastic. All right, 215-592-9494. Give us a great debate. Tell us where you stand on whether the Phillies should plunk a Brave tonight. We'll have some fun with AMA. You ask, we answer. Those questions coming up next. Phone calls as well on a busy Wednesday on 94 WIP.
Temperatures are rising, and the last thing you want is a faulty HVAC system that cannot keep you and your family comfortable all summer long. But don't worry. Call Horizon Services right now. You can get up to $1,300 off a new HVAC system replacement plus a free home comfort upgrade. Horizon Services is here to keep you comfortable inside, even when it's hot outside, because your home should always be relaxed and stress-free place to be. Plus, Horizon offers same-day emergency repairs, money-saving warranties, and flexible payment options. They'll always work with you. They'll make sure the work gets done on your schedule and helping you save money. With Horizon Services expert technicians, job's going to be done right the first time. So contact Horizon Services and keep your home comfortable and worry-free no matter what the season is. Horizon Services, they are available 24/7, so don't wait for an emergency to happen. Schedule a visit today at horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
DeFino Law Associates at 2541 South Broad Street with decades of legal experience and the results to prove it. DeFino Law, serving Philly for over 60 years. Call 215-551-9099.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with Naira Bets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at NairaBets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
When you're ready to propose, shopping for the diamond can be intimidating. Trust me, but the Benari Jewelers team puts you at ease, showing you everything you need to know for that important purchase. You'll feel like an expert browsing through the largest selection of hand-picked diamonds. At Benari, the value shines through. You'll walk away with a superior diamond that she will love. Benari Jewelers, when ordinary won't do. Everything at Benari is extraordinary. Hexton and Newtown Square, online at BenariJewelers.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Others came and went. But Jack Della's stayed in it. And he and the team at Del Toyota have the stamina to keep going another 50 years. From cassette players to CarPlay, window cranks to climate control, stick shift to adaptive cruise control. A lot may have changed, but one thing has remained the same. Jack Dell and the team at Del Toyota continue to sell them for less. It's the 50th anniversary sales event at Del Toyota. We're rolling back to 1970s pricing all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Toyota Camry LE for only $149 per month, only at Del Toyota. Plus at Del Toyota, you can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Del Toyota. Del Toyota is close. Only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. Online at DelToyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español. Jack, sell them for less.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Do you disregard people's personal space? Sitting next to people in public, even if there are tons of open seats? Do people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. There's still time. Come to Mattress Firm's Memorial Day sale and get a queen mattress and adjustable base for just $499.99. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Remember how we were all wowed in spring training by watching the automated ball strike system show challenges on the scoreboard? We figured the computer doesn't lie when it comes to precise accuracy. Turns out we figured wrong. The ABS system has a margin of error of close to half an inch. This begs the question, why replace human error with imperfect technology? I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. This is Ask Me Anything. Ask me a question. With Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie.
All right, AMA, as we do every Every single Wednesday at this time, you ask, we answer. Questions, of course, from Facebook, Twitter, and the text line. Seltzer, what do inquiring minds want to know
Let's
today?
start out with Bill Gradwell on Twitter. Bill says, to all, what is the thing that most attracts you to people?
Attracts, like we are
What are you
attracted
most
to others?
attracted to? Yes. What,
I think he's asking the other way around.
No,
What's the
I
question?
think he's saying, what is the thing that most attracts you to people?
Right. So what is it about us that's attractive to other people?
I think it's
No. He probably meant it the other way, but
I think he's saying
what attracts
most
you.
attractive.
That's not the way.
Eyes.
I don't even read it as like an attractive, like a romantic, just like
No,
what
yeah,
attracts
what-
you
what-
about.
Yeah, like people
Most-
are nice.
what
Ask
most
the
attracts
question
you to
better
people?
next time.
What do you like about people?
I think
you're
there's
right,
something.
James.
I think there's a sparkle. There's a glint. There's a, I don't know, like a twinkle, like Santa, like the
What? There you
right
go.
jolly old elf.
That was a weird comparison.
Sometimes I know. Sometimes there's a sparkle in the eye, and
Terrible
sometimes
answer.
there's
All
not.
right, I'll say this. So body parts get discussed sometimes for what you're looking for. I'm a face guy. Now,
I don't think that's what we're talking. Oh,
I don't know.
It's part of
but-
it. I think the thing is what attracts. It could be anything. I think that's the point, right?
Now, James, I think you're right that
Spirit.
that this is what the person meant by the question, but I actually think it was written the other way. Read the question one more time.
What is the thing that most attracts you to people?
Yeah, what is it about me that so my personality attracts other people?
That's not the question.
Yeah,
at all.
I really
That's what
don't.
I hear.
I don't hear it at all that way.
Frame a question better. But I get your point, sir.
What is the thing that attracts you most to people?
Yeah. What are you most attracted to in other people? Would have been a better way to say the question. Yeah.
But I feel like an answer would be authenticity.
Yeah.
Intelligence.
But that wouldn't be my number one.
The
or two.
conversation
He said
like,
face. Face
is
is
it
number one.
interesting when you talk
Face.
about stuff?
Face.
You know? No.
I mean, okay, fine.
It really, glint.
I'm a
glint
I'm a
in
face
the
man.
eye.
Joe's
Interesting
like face. John's
mind,
just like a
conversation.
sparkle. Like Santa.
Magical eyes like Al Horford, right?
All right,
Yes.
James, let's do one or two more.
Intriguing Al Horford eyes.
All right, this one's for John. David Webster asked John, what was the hardest day of training that you remember, whether high school, college, or the pros?
Wow.
I was well, we had 3-a-days, 8 to 8. We had all sorts of, and wearing pads for all of those practices. But I'm positive my very first day at the University of Michigan, I remember thinking, there is no way I will ever be able to finish this. There is no way. I thought I failed. I should have gone and joined the Marines because my dad was the Navy guy.
That'll be
raised
easier,
me.
right?
Yeah. No, my dad raised me to hey, you're going to grow up, you're going to serve your country. And I wasn't doing that. And I thought, you know what? It would have been easier. It would have been easier had I gone and joined the Marines. Like, boot camp is optimal compared to this.
That's incredible.
I'm about to die
That's
trying to
wild.
do this because I'd never blocked anybody. And now all of a sudden it's lead ISO, lead ISO, lead ISO for 150 plays of practice. And this is against 23-year-old men. And I was an 18-year-old kid who was a running back who had never blocked ever
That's
in my
crazy,
life.
actually.
The first time I tried to block a guy, I remember he was a walk-on, a fifth-year walk-on linebacker who was half my size, half my height, and I felt like I constricted my own height. I felt like I was like an accordion, like I had smashed my head into him headlong, like I compacted my body, and I was never going to be able to, uncompact again. And that was the first hit of the practice. And it was pain, and it was fear, and it was just, I did not know which end was up. That's for sure.
Wow.
That's wild.
And then you made it to the NFL. What a crazy
And then
story.
it got better.
How about that?
But it took a lot of work.
And then the transfer portal got in, and no one does it anymore.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you don't have to take a year off
What
anymore.
coach wants to go
That's
through
true.
that challenge?
I sat out a full year and a half when I transferred.
crazy.
I was ineligible for a full year and a half. So ineligible that I was the scout team player of the year for offense and defense. I played offense fullback. I played defense linebacker for both sides for a year and a half. That was my only job for a long time.
Wow.
All right, one more. Joe Kornick asked, do either of you remember your college graduation commencement speaker, and did he or she say anything you remember?
No and no.
We were told, yes, I remember now. It was Ted Koppel. and we learned this last week when I looked it up because I thought it was Peter Jennings. And the biggest thing that I took away from all of college, and this was out west, was question everything. And I think Ted Koppel brought this back into his speech, his commencement speech.
Yep.
It was, question everything, and that has served a lot of people really well.
Well, look, I love my college. I went to Fairfield. I looked it up years ago. All the commencement speakers, I still have never heard of one of them, let alone just the one I had. We just don't get.
Do you know who you're? So
I
who
have no
was
clue.
yours?
John, I don't have any clue. No clue. No, nothing famous. Nothing memorable. Nothing. And with that, AMA, we shut it down.
Ask Me Anything with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie.
I'll just say the night before I graduated was more memorable than what was.
Why is that, Joe?
Tell you off the air. Let's go.
No, I don't really want to.
215-592-9494. Let's get to Nick. He's calling from Bucks County. Nick, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning, morning crew.
What's up, Nick?
Hey, I'm from the old school. I absolutely think you need to tag one of the Braves players, but I would do it in the last game. What do you guys think? Is that too late?
No, it's not. It's a little bit of waiting that, it makes it feel a little awkward and uncomfortable and could agitate the fan base, but it's not inconceivable. Look, Nick, if you have a 0-0 game the whole night tonight, until very late, then it could spill over into tomorrow's game. That's not inconceivable. And the fact that Zach Wheeler is the starting pitcher instead of, let's say, Taiwan. Like, if it's Taiwan, first off, you're probably giving up 3, 4, 5 runs anyway. Okay, that's number one. Number two, it's like, if he drills the guy and gets thrown out, not as big a deal. I think the Zach Wheeler thing complicates it, but it also complicates it in an interesting way, in this sense. He is their best pitcher. Cole Hamels was their best pitcher. Cole famously drilled Bryce Harper a number of years ago. And it'll be interesting the extent to which Zach Wheeler, as a veteran Phil and veteran baseball player, says, I'll put it on my shoulders. It's going to be a really interesting dynamic tonight.
I like it, Joe. I like it. And speaking of awkward and uncomfortable, I have a question. I have the answer for the question of the day.
Yeah, give me a great debate.
Does size matter?
I mean, it's a debate.
That's funny. That is funny. I'm writing these things down. I never thought I'd write this down on WIP. Does size matter? Okay, all right. 215-592-9495.
Can't wait to vote on that later.
No one's commenting on that one. I noticed no one is stepping up to talk about that one. All right, up ahead, what Spencer Strider said after the game. We'll get to that. Some of the Phillies highlights, there certainly were some, not a ton, but they were enough that the Phils won. Elliott on position battles with the Eagles related to the OTAs cranking up, what he said yesterday on WIP. Plus, Pro Football focuses quarterback rankings and where they've got Jalen. We'll get to it all coming up next. Plus your calls on 94 WIP.
Here's what's happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting, and you are only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars, live music, big-name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa doesn't stop. Start planning your getaway today. Visit theborgata.com for more details.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies Braves. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And that one has tied the game. Max Kepler.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are from Colonial Hyundai. This May, we're bringing back not one, but two of our most popular offers. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. To celebrate the grand reopening of our new showroom, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of vehicles. And for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. At Colonial Hyundai, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. So now through May 31st, don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. And every new Hyundai comes with 3 years complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2000.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky Pete. Springtime is party time. Step up your grad party, reunion, or company and client gathering. Groups of all sizes, we do it all at all locations across the Delaware Valley. Enjoy special catering options or our signature menu items. Plus, there's a special Play 2 party package at our flagship South Philly location. We're the official caterer of the world champion Philadelphia Eagles, First Trust Bank Club, and Eagles Training Camp. Book today at chickyandpete's.com. Chickies and Pete's.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
The wait is over. The CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale is here. From now until May 31st, enjoy instant savings on thousands of tires, including Falcon tires. The very best prices of the season during the CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale. At CJ's, we're driven to keep you and your car moving. Only at CJ's Tire. Save up to $80 off a set of tires, including Falcon tires. And at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We've got your car covered, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. Now through May 31st, save big on any service needed, including a $49.99 state inspection, and make sure your car is ready for summer. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including Falcon tires at cjtire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Instant savings during the CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and save. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Offers end May 31st and cannot be combined. State inspection not valid for national, commercial, or government accounts. Admission service required and sticker fee additional pass fail. See store for details.
Here's Comedians and Sketchers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as slip-ins?
Maybe because all the inventors were focused on more important inventions, like pet rocks and selfie sticks, and of course, seedless watermelons. Real important inventions.
But I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers Slip-ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes, and you do not have to bend down.
And we know how much you hate bending down.
Hey, careful, Howie. Family commercial. And by the way, Slip-ins are for the whole family. Men, women, and kids. In all your favorite Skechers styles, from sneakers to casual shoes to boots, and even sandals.
See, that's what I love about Skechers. They don't discriminate on gender, age, or shoe orientation. Even sandals deserve the best technology. We've come a long way, Bobby, as a society.
Yeah, well, speak for yourself, Howie. And by the way, you can find Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
College holds a mythic place in American culture, but there are stories you won't hear on the campus tours.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything from rigged admissions to the drama of Greek life and student protests. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made ready.
If you're thinking about getting engaged, you have to check out Cozy Jewelers. I stopped by their store last week, had the best experience with Paul Cozy. He's such a great guy. I learned all about their stunning engagement rings, their in-house process, and the passion behind this amazing family-owned business. You won't find a more knowledgeable or trustworthy team. So if you're ready to pop the question, you need to step up to the 5th C. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, Cozy. Go to cozyjewelers.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by PDQ Signature Systems. Ranger Suarez, 6 shutout innings, striking out 8 in the Phillies' 2-0 win over the Braves in their series opener at the Bank, which got off to a less than optimal start when Spencer Strider plunked Bryce Harper in the first inning.
I didn't see where it actually hit him, John.
It looked like it hit him in the elbow.
Oh,
Right
yeah.
there in that right elbow. That one he had fixed.
Carl said 95 miles an hour on that.
Yeah, there's not a lot of meat there, Tom.
No. Oh, they're going to take him out.
Oh, man, that's awful.
Tom McCarthy, John Kruk, the call on NBC Sports Philly. X-ray said to be negative, calling it a contusion. Harper has been hit 3 times in the last 3 games. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business, you need a PDQ POS system. With PDQ POS, you'll sell more, earn more, and work less. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. PDQPOS.com. Rain, high 61. It's currently 53. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Right, he's on the rise.
Been a while.
He's on the rise. A nice defensive play last night. Okay, that's good to say. I'm not here to rip
He's got
Kepler.
skills.
Not here
He's
to
got
praise him to
defensive
the
skills.
extent you are, but it's all
he
right.
gives us some, dependability at the plate.
It's better than what was out there last year. That's for sure. So, all right, a lot going on with the Phillies. I thought when we wrapped up yesterday's show, we might be coming in here with an Eagles lead topic, OTAs going on and all that. But the reality is there was so much in last night's Phillies game, from a quality win to a terrific start by Ranger. Nice job by the bullpen as well. Kepler with some plays, obviously the double and the sliding catch. But Bryce was the big story, and the retaliation or non-retaliation was the other big story. So, Bryce gets drilled if you missed it and gets knocked out of the games, down for a while, leaves the game. Negative X-rays, thankfully. We'll see if he can play tonight. Won't surprise me if he can't. Phillies don't retaliate. Now, it doesn't mean they won't, just means they haven't. But maybe they won't. We'll find out today and tomorrow whether the Phils strike back. I hope they do. I think they should. Yeah, well,
it's supposed to rain pretty hard.
Yeah, I think they should.
All day, yeah.
I know. It could be a doubleheader tomorrow. Now, one other thing on the Phils, and then right back to the phone. So, here was some cool news. I saw this prior to last night's game. ESPN had a big story out for their John, this is their third of the way through the season awards. Because, remember, the season started late March, so we're basically a third of the way through. National League Cy Young, 1-2 Phillies. Luzardo 1, Wheeler 2. NL Cy Young, third of the way through the year. And then, remember, Luzardo hasn't lost a game yet. And then, Manager of the Year, Rob Thompson. And they even say, he's got a great roster and all that, but that they win a lot of, Phils win a lot of close games. And, so it's interesting because I have thought that maybe the Phillies need to make a real deep run in the playoffs to save Rob Thompson's job. Maybe not. I mean, if the Phils have a great regular season and get clipped in 4 games again, it could be determined by the general manager and the owner that it's more the player's fault than Rob Thompson's fault. I do think Rob Thompson does a really outstanding job. Now, I think he's had some whopper of mistakes in his tenure, obviously in the postseason. And I'll be very disappointed in him, if they don't drill a Brave this series. I think the situation from last night warrants it. But you let us know. If you're the Phils, are you drilling a Brave after obviously last night Bryce got drilled, whether it was intentional or not? And all we can do is guess. Here's my guess. My guess is that Strider intentionally pitched in, didn't necessarily hit him on purpose, although I acknowledge he may have. But I tend to think, that would be a good spot to hit a guy on purpose. There's nobody. There's two out, nobody on base. Like, you want to take a shot? That's your moment. Take a
Was
shot.
he like totally wild last night? I mean, he had a couple walks.
People are
but
saying
not-
he's more wild than past years.
Oh, he's definitely
Yeah,
he's
big
definitely
time.
have control issues.
He's coming
but
back
not-
from that injury. I
not
mean,
like that.
Yeah, no. But that was he drilled the Phil's best player, man, and he got him bad. All right, 215-592-9494. I would hit someone tonight. I hope they find a spot. Let's go to Gary in Whitehall. Gary, good morning.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. How you doing today?
Doing great, Gary.
Joe, remember growing up, you had your favorite ball players.
Yep.
Some weren't your favorite, but you would mimic them. Well, tonight I'm going on that mound and I'm being Bob Gibson.
Good for you.
I don't care who plays. It's either in the ribs, and if it's Acuna, it's going at that knee. That's where it's going.
No, you can't have the knee.
That's funny.
Stop.
The only problem with the knee is it's easier to miss that, and meaning harder to hit. If you go at the midsection of the body, you got a higher percentage chance to drill the guy.
Although Spider did hit him in his surgically repaired elbow.
Yeah, well.
But no, we're not aiming for the knee.
Exactly. And that's why, I'm throwing caution into the wind. This is the end of May. This is in September where we're in the playoff line. This is the end of May. I don't care what the repercussions are going to be. Somebody is going to get threads built into their skin tonight.
Listen,
And
Gary,
that's what
I'm with you with one exception. If Wheeler's told before the game if you hit a guy, you're thrown out of the game, then I would not advise Wheeler do it. I wouldn't. But if they don't give that edict before the game, then Wheeler should drill someone. Hopefully it is Acuna. And if not, someone later in the game who's a lesser pitcher should step up and get the job done.
Right. I mean, the problem is, though, why there was nothing done last night,
Yeah.
and along with nothing done in the athletics series.
Right.
is
By the way,
there-
Gary, I'll add this. I think Wheeler will do it tonight. My guess is he will find a spot, third, fourth, or fifth inning. He will find a spot. Now, game flow could dictate it. How many guys are on base, which batter it is. Do we have a lead? Do we not? Is it tied? But if I had to bet on will Zach Wheeler drill a Brave tonight or not, my guess is he will.
Yeah, I'll put the money on it with Joe. I mean, he just has a demeanor, and he's kind of old school, and, blank for tat, So,
I hear you, man. Listen, this is not the Bible. This is not turn the other cheek. Well, at least it's not the New Testament. This is Old Testament time. This is eye for an eye. All right, Gary, give me an answer. What's the best debate?
oh, well, I'm just throwing this out there. Good old Miller Lite. Tastes great. Let's go.
That was funny. That was a good campaign back. It was like the 1980s and 90s. Great campaign. All right, James, do you expect Wheeler tonight, if you had to put money down one way or the other, hits a Brave, does not hit a Brave, gut feeling?
I don't think he will. I mean, we haven't seen Rob Thompson's team ever do it, ever in the 3 years or whatever he's been here.
That's interesting. I
they
didn't
have
remember
yet
it's
to do
never
this. We have.
I don't know if it's that extreme. Ray, what's the example you bring up?
Strom did it last year. He hit, I believe it was a Dodger hit Castellanos, and then Strom hit him the next inning. I'm almost positive.
So I don't remember it.
No,
but
that sounds familiar to me,
Okay.
but it's not something they do consistently
I
as a
agree.
team. It's not.
That's right.
It doesn't seem like it's Topper style. And I just don't think that baseball is that game anymore. Like, it's rare. It's just much rare that you see teams retaliate.
It is. No, it is. But
my favorite story was when Chris Sale was with the Red Sox.
Yep.
And somebody on the Yankees slid into their third baseman really hard. Because Alex Cora told the story. He picked up the bullpen phone and said, the next guy out better take him out. And they did.
Listen,
but that's
good for,
that rival reason.
Good for them. I mean, I want to see a Brave drilled tonight. To me, it's shoulders down, really more ribs down. Because the problem is if you go after a guy's shoulders, then, I mean, first off, shoulder, what does it even do? But if you go after a guy's shoulder, you can get up near the head. And I'm not advising the Phillies plunk a guy in the head. I would never say that. I really would never say that. But ribs, absolutely. Absolutely.
Elbow for an elbow?
Yeah. All right, coming up in a minute, kind of the sequence of what went down last night, the audio of when it happened, plus what Strider said after the game. We'll get to all that coming up in 1 minute.
Get your grill on this summer with Wild Fork Foods, your number one spot to shop premium meats and seafood at unmatched prices. Fire up the grill because Wild Fork has every kind of burger you can imagine. How about a thick and juicy Black Angus beef pub-style burger, 2-pound pack, only $12. Or their white truffle veggie burger, 2-pack, only $6. Or one of my favorites, you have to try Wild Fork's bison burger. It's made with 100% bison meat that's free of antibiotics and added hormones. This meat has lower fat than traditional beef, and it's rich in protein too, and it's rich in iron, omega-3 fatty acids, and bison tastes awesome. And don't forget to pick up their 100% beef hamburger 10-pack, only $1 per patty, and you can't beat that deal. The giant bone and tomahawk ribeye is a sight to behold. Trust me, we just had that this weekend. Visit one of their Greater Philadelphia retail locations today. If you're headed to the shore, skip the trip to the grocery store and shop Wild Fork online for same-day delivery to your door at the shore. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
All right, so Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on this rainy Wednesday morning. I know it's weird. It's already, midweek because we had Memorial Day. Now we wake up. It's Wednesday morning. Well, last night was quite a night at the ballpark. There was a lot going on, including a really quality Phillies win, outstanding start by Ranger. Guys, awesome. Kepler doing some really good things in left and at the plate. And obviously everything related to Bryce and ultimately non-retaliation. Let's listen to the moment in which Bryce was hit, as called here on WIP. Scott Fransky, Larry Anderson. Here's the moment.
Here's the wind in the 0-1 pitch, and it plunked him. Ooh, man. And Harper gets hit somewhere on the arm, and he's in some real pain right now. Looks like the right forearm or elbow. And he's doubled over, down on his knees. His trainer and manager both checking in on Harper. And Bryce, who was hit twice over the weekend in Oakland, right on the back of the elbow. Yeah. He had not been hit by a pitch all season long, and now he's been hit 3 times in 3 days.
So he was hit hard, and you can tell there the concern from Fransky. He was down for a while, if you missed this. So James and I were discussing earlier, is it the most pain we've seen from Bryce? James thinks no. He thinks when his hand got hit a couple years ago by Snell. I think last night was. Here's part of why I say yes, and it's just a guess. He didn't show the anger. Like when Snell hit him, he was so angry that tells me the pain was just less and less night. Like he was down for a good portion.
Mass, you ever get hit by sometimes by accident? Your first reaction is anger.
Sometimes.
And then all of a sudden you're like, oh my God,
I know.
Really hurt.
Sometimes.
Could also be that Bryce didn't think he hit him on purpose. And they was just focused on the pain and not the anger because he didn't think he actually meant to do it.
Absolutely possible. So it happened. Reaction obviously continued with Fransky in L.A. Larry Anderson, who, needless to say, guys, is from the old school. And this is why athletes like Larry Anderson and the Hammer, we were raised in a certain era. Let's listen to Larry. I really, what he said last night resonated with me.
So Harper's night is over with. As he departs this game, got hit by a 95.3 mile an hour fastball.
And there should be some retaliation, but I doubt there will be.
All right, so he doubts there will be, but wants it. And of course, last night there was not. Now, it doesn't mean there won't be tonight, but, Larry Anderson has seen enough of modern baseball, and we all have to know guys don't retaliate the way they used to, generally, normally.
You could say that they let their play do their talking for them, do their retaliation for them.
It's just different. I mean, look, no jokes. Like these guys that are 25 and 30 were born in an era where it was a point of emphasis when you're 10 years old, don't bully in school. And that's a good thing. You shouldn't bully in school. It wasn't as big a point of emphasis 40 and 60 years ago.
But you should on the diamond.
So, yeah, but I'm with you. So the bottom line is sports is different. This is not patty cake. Okay? This is sports. And this is, you knocked out my best player. I'm going to go after yours. That's me. That's me. But maybe the Phillies won't be wired that way. Let's listen to what Strider said after the game. So John, if you missed it earlier, was saying his inclination was to drill someone at some point, thought they would, thought they should. Then he heard Strider talk post-game and thinks Strider was being authentic, that he didn't mean to hit Bryce or maybe even come in, maybe. I don't – listen, Strider –
look, I think he was trying to keep it tight. I think he was trying to brush him off. I don't think he was planning on hitting Bryce Harper.
Well, it's possible. It's impossible to prove. Here's Strider after the game last night.
Certainly not trying to hit him. I thought in the moment, I just assumed he had a guard on and, was just pissed that I hit him and then saw him in pain. And that was that was tough. So I'm definitely relieved that he's okay. And yeah, I mean, he's one of the best players, this century. So needs to be on the field. It's best for the game.
Okay, says a lot of nice things.
Yeah.
Doesn't convince me that they shouldn't still drill a guy. Devin, does that convince you don't drill, dude?
Not to don't drill a dude, but like it convinces. I don't want to say convinces me. I think it further shows that it wasn't necessarily intentional. I keep trying to find when I was watching this in real time. I look up at the screen on the TV replay, and all of the cuts I'm seeing online don't show it. But Spencer Strider, like he just mentioned, he thought that Harper was just mad. And then I think when he realizes he's down, you can see him. I think they cut it out for censoring because he says the F word, like, I actually really hurt him. And that's what made me realize, okay, maybe he didn't do this intentionally.
Well, he may not have. Let me ask you this question.
Feeling I got.
All right, Devin, what about this question? Even if he didn't do it intentional, and we can't prove if he did or didn't, even if he didn't, still drilling a Brave. He knocked out my best player. I'm drilling a Brave.
Well, so we just heard Scott Fransky say Harper was hit twice when they were out in Sacramento.
Yeah, it was 3 times in
the
game.
At what
send a
point?
message to stop hitting him.
At what point? Like, what are you going to retaliate on every pitcher that hits Harper?
On
one pitcher.
Yeah, stop peppering our best player.
It's 3 times in 4 games.
I get that. I'm just saying, like, I just don't think that it's the style of Rob Thompson. I don't think it's the style of this Philly squad. I think they're too classy for that.
I agree. It's not his style. My point is I want it to be.
I feel like
That's
if
my
Matt
point.
Strom gets his hand on a baseball at any point in time, he's just going to go peg people.
Like if anyone's going to do it, it's probably going to be Matt Strom.
Yeah.
I don't see Zach Wheeler doing it.
I think Wheeler's going to do it. But I think he's going to try to find the right time to do it. And I still think
7th inning.
And listen, Wheeler, I still think has to have it in his mind when Acuna punked him 4 or 5 years ago, and no one did anything. He pimped that he hit that homer, he pimped it at the plate, slow jog, and I remember at the time being so angry about it, frankly, and I was so disappointed in Girardi and that Phillies team because that was the last time Wheeler. He didn't get Acuna later in the game because that was his last time facing him. And then no one stood up for the Phillies, at that time, one of their 2 best pitchers. Clearly, he's now become one of the best pitchers in the history of the franchise. If I'm Wheeler, I'm finding a way tonight. I find a way, one way or the other. But I know it gets complicated if you find out before the game that warnings have been issued and pitcher could be thrown out if he hits someone, which, disappoints me that baseball acts that way, but they do act that way and players have adjusted because of that. It does get a little complicated, but I'm finding a way if I'm Wheeler tonight. Let's listen to more Strider, whether you believe him or not. Here's something else he said after the game.
Of course, I'm not a complete sociopath, so I have some empathy. So, I do feel bad for him to see a person in pain that I caused. So, but, I've still got a job to do.
Not a fan of even his chuckle. And I know maybe he chuckles because the other guy chuckles, the reporter, but dude, you just knocked out the Phil's best player. I'm not in for yucky yuck mode. That's me. But the
guy laughed. He was just laughing. He was breaking the tension, man. He's a human being.
Doesn't work for me. Doesn't work for me.
You want him in tears?
No.
God,
Here's what it is, James.
I want him serious.
James,
he was serious.
No, not serious enough.
Someone laughed.
Inconsistent.
He's a human being. It was a break the tension moment.
No.
I think
I agree.
I thought he conducted himself.
Yeah, he
in
sounds
a really
very
stand-up way.
I completely agree. I think it was totally
I actually hate that I kind of like it. Like I appreciate his response.
I hate Spencer Strider based on the fact that he's an opposing pitcher who's really good. For a division rival, I've always thought he seems like such a jerk. Last night, I was positive that guy hit Bryce Harper until after the game when he really seemed to be bothered by the fact that Bryce might have been injured.
Well, you and I heard it very different, John. Very different.
I thought he was earnest in his concern, and I didn't want to feel that way. He turned me to his side with the way that he really was in earnest.
Here's what I'll say. At times his answers were, and at times, in my opinion, they weren't. And here's the analogy I'll give, and I've given this before because I think we can all relate to being late at some time in life to something. And here's my rule. If you have to show up to work at 9 and you get there at 9:45, it's head down mode for the whole day. There's no yucky yuck. The whole day, everyone knows what that feeling is like when you are late to something you should be at. And to me, you don't joke 15 minutes later, maybe 4:45, maybe the very end of the day, you can get a little crack in. But for the most part, it's head down, it's buttoned up, it's no nonsense. And to me, Strider was inconsistent with his comments post-game. That tells me he didn't take it serious enough. Now, look, could I be wrong? I could be wrong. But I don't think I am. I didn't like the way he framed it last night. All right, let's go back to the phones. Your reaction to all this. Reminder, we also have the Twitter poll questions of the day, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin Chevy, your Corvette headquarters. Have you dreamt about owning a Corvette? Well, now's the time. Visit ArminChevy.com. Together, let's drive. First poll question. We're trying to get an assessment today whether you think Hurts is elite. Pro Football Focus says no. They've got him as a Tier 2 quarterback. Number 5 in the NFL, which certainly is nothing to sneeze at. But we ask you this question. Is Jalen Hurts a Tier 1 elite NFL quarterback? Pro Football Focus says no. What say you? Is he? Yes or no? Second poll question. Knowing that Strider hit Bryce last night, do you want to see the Phillies retaliate by hitting a Braves player tonight? Well, actually, we didn't put tonight in the poll. Of course, it could be today, it could be tomorrow, but we just left it as, do you want to see the Phillies hit a Braves player? Yes or no? You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. I mean, to me, it's absolutely. Matt in Abington. Matt, good morning.
What's up, guys? How are you?
Hey, pal.
Doing well, Matt.
It was 100% intentional. I don't care what reactions he had. You know, it's an in-division game. You're going 2 separate ways. I mean, you got to plunk right away. I don't care. What's worse that's going to happen? Is Orlando Arcia going to come out and fight us? Oh, that's right. He can't. He's not on the team anymore.
Look, the worst that could happen, Matt, to play out your thing is like Wheeler gets suspended for 1 start. That's the worst that could happen.
Oh, the worst is actually if the Braves then retaliate back and hit somebody and someone gets hurt. Like, that's the worst. Someone getting hurt for an extended period of time is the worst thing that could happen.
That's right. That's true.
Right in his knee. Right in his knee.
Yeah, I go ribs. Because I'm not going to tear his knee by throwing at his knee, but I might break his ribs. I'm going for the ribs.
Yes, you want to hurt people. It's awesome.
They hurt my player. I'm going right after his ribs.
You're not breaking ribs.
It's up to him. It's up to the gods whether his ribs get broken or not. But I'm shooting for the ribs tonight.
Yep, Neanderthal.
It is what it is. Sports.
He probably lost him for the whole series.
Not anymore.
Yeah, but it can be. James, if you want to go soft, go soft. That's on you.
No, I'm just where the sport is. You refuse to evolve.
Two days in a row. Soft ice cream.
Refuse to evolve.
Soft serve ice cream. Maddie, soft serve ice cream.
You're like a Neanderthal. It's fine. You're troglodyte over there.
Well, Matt, I'm glad you're standing tall for what is right in the world. I hope Zach Wheeler does tonight. Hey, give me an answer, bud, for a.
You're gonna tell Fritz to plunk you if you ever face him.
I know, right?
He did last time. He got my calf. Matt, what's the best debate? You can win Phillies tickets.
You want the fun one. Is it Jimmy's or is it Sprinkles?
You got it, Matt. All right.
Wait. What do you mean he did the last time? So you faced Jack Fritz before?
Yes. And
he's pitched it? When did that happen?
I got on base twice. It was like 4 years ago.
In what?
Well, you didn't. You were out.
Yeah, but I was actually
you didn't
safe.
Technically get on base twice.
Right,
so
this is like a WIP baseball game?
So this was when Phillies fantasy camp couldn't be in Clearwater because of the pandemic.
Okay.
So we're in 2021. So fantasy camp gets to have 1 day at Citizens Bank Park.
Mm-hmm.
So hammer. And then Fritz, nudges his way in there. So I had 2 at-bats against Fritz.
Mm-hmm.
In one of them, he plunked me. That's 1 for 1 on getting on base.
Okay.
Aaron pitcher, you can tell this guy's just got no control. On the other at bat, I was safe at first base and the umpire ruled me out. And I have evidence. I have a photograph, Devin, of my foot hitting the bag before the ball hit the guy's glove.
Oh wow.
Now technically it's 0 for 1, but I know I was safe.
Okay.
I know I was safe.
So that does not mean that in the future you are safe.
I'm gonna definitely beat him in baseball.
Just like you actually beat the Hammer last week,
well,
right?
That one was a little bit. That was a little. I don't know about that one. Hey, by the way, something Elliot said.
When is the baseball happening?
Later in the summer. Yeah, don't know yet.
When?
Don't know. That's what later in the summer.
What month?
Don't know. You're very consistent with your. You keep missing.
Because there's only so much we can, discuss this until we gotta.
Then simmer down.
It's because you're very consistent in not doing it.
Then wait
so we're just reacting to that.
I'm just trying to get in shape. Wait till I get in shape. I'll report back.
So
to
never.
You. My people will talk to your people. I mean,
so never. Yes.
Okay. All right. Eagles got some position battles, needless to say, with this OTA and training camp. Not too far on the horizon. What Elliot said about interesting position battles to watch for, we'll get to that coming up in a minute because there are not 1, not 2, not 3, but in Elliot's opinion, 4 different battles to look out for. We'll get to that coming up in 1 minute. Hey, let me tell you about PI Dental Center. With their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, And I've been a patient at PI Dental now for 2 decades. My mom, a patient there for 3 decades with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. PI Dental Center are the originators of the Teeth in a Day. They're phenomenal with what they do. The Teeth in a Day, it's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. If you're struggling with your teeth, maybe major pain, maybe for you it's a self-esteem issue, you don't like the way you look, and you want to get that changed, well, you can. And you can do that at PI Dental Center. They're located in Fort Washington. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation. Well, we've been very heavy for all of the obvious reasons on baseball so far today. But let's mix a little Eagles in because they have an OTA going on yesterday and again today. Meaty is going to be out there today. So we should have more information for you later in the show, later in the day as a station.
Kevin McCool is actually speaking today.
Yeah, later
we'll get
today.
to hear from him, which
Yep.
will be interesting.
So we'll have more info later today as a station once Elliott and others have gotten their eyes on the players. And as Rhea's saying, different members of the team's going to speak, and it'll be interesting to see what's said in the press conferences. So yesterday was pretty buttoned up. But with that said, Elliott previews, this next phase of the Eagles offseason, which is, obviously number one, more than anything, about how do they come in after having won the title and deal with success and get ready for a new season, but also who gets to start and who hits the bench. And Elliott's got 4 different battles to look out for. Let's listen to what he said.
4 main spots.
Okay.
First one to me is the right guard. Is it Kenyon Green or is it Tyler Steen? I think it'll be Tyler Steen because he's been here longer.
Sure.
He knows the offense. I think he'll be up first there. The second one would be the safety spot. Is it going to be Sidney next to Reed Blankenship? Is it going to be Lewis Seen? Is it going to be Makuba? I would guess it's not Makuba. So then the other one would be the linebacker spot. And then that's the Jihad Campbell of it all.
So did you mention corner?
I was going to do that next. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Corner, I think it's going to be Keeley.
Okay.
You do? Okay.
Yeah, well, and again, this is the caveat to all this right now is Keeley's been here. Keeley knows the defense. So there's that component to it.
Yeah.
But at linebacker, you have obviously Zach Bond will be one of them. And then I don't think Jihad Campbell's going to practice tomorrow. So assuming Jihad's not out there, then you have probably no Nakobe, I would think. And then
his nephew out there.
Trotter will be out there.
Yeah, he out there.
But the other name I'd keep an eye on as a potential starter would be the rookie out of Georgia, Smile Mondon Jr.
All right, so a lot of names in there.
Wow.
John, which position battle intrigues you the most?
Smile Mondon Jr. I actually think that cornerback spot, Adoree Jackson. Adoree Jackson, we have not talked about Adoree Jackson. This guy's played in this league, and he's been successful in small amounts here and there, like at times.
Here's what we don't know. Is he Patrick Robinson, who was beyond amazing?
He can be.
Is he Steve Nelson, who was just a guy passing through, who was just not good, right?
I'm not going to
But I'm just saying, that's, veteran.
Yeah, that's rough.
Steve Nelson was a letdown that 1 year. Or is he something in between? He's probably something in between.
I know that Keely Ringo is gigantic and fast and strong. I don't know that he has like the experience and the nuanced awareness out there on the field.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming some of these, a guy like Adoree Jackson. Now, we've heard that Azeez Ojulari, the edge rusher who also came from the Giants, is farther back there than Adoree Jackson is, like by comparison to the other edge rush guys. Jalix Hunt coming off one edge, Nolan Smith coming off the other edge. There's more of a gap toward Azeez Ojulari. I think that the Keely Ringo thing, he was drafted in 2023. He's a 4th-round pick. He's talented, but the experience isn't there. It really matters when you've got a young secondary that you have guys back there who have the experience of the years, who can say, hey, look at this personnel grouping, look at this motion. I know what's coming. I'm going to communicate that to the young guys. Here's what we have. Here's what the likely route combinations are going to be when it looks like this,
Yeah.
fellas. That matters. And
So-
I don't know that Keely Ringo is going to be as good at that sort of thing as a Dory Jackson.
And obviously, in addition to everything with the Phillies, which has been by far our main topic today, you can weigh in on some of these position battles with the Eagles. I'll tell you this. I do think corner is the most interesting, but for a completely different reason than you said, John. To me, it's fascinating because at some point we'll find out, is Cooper DeJean starting on the outside when the other team only has 2 wide receivers? Like, to me, that's actually where it starts. It doesn't even
Well, I
start
think
with...
you will.
I don't know.
I don't know why you wouldn't put your 2 best cornerbacks out there when you only have 2 cornerbacks out there.
Yeah, it's a good question, and
I don't think it's even a question. I think you put your 2 best cornerbacks out there when you have space for 2 cornerbacks.
I'll be curious if his game translates fully out there. I love him. He was incredible. I just know that last year it was all slot, and we'll see. You know, I don't know. But I'm fascinated to kind of start there and then figure out, all right, so who is the essentially third corner, even if he's an outside guy? So we'll see on that front. Obviously, you can weigh in on the position battles. James, which battle intrigues you the most in camp?
I think the safety battle is the most
That's
interesting.
a good one.
It's a really good battle because
Yeah.
I don't fully trust Sidney Brown. I love the way he flies around. I love the energy he brings, but I don't know that he's a starting safety. I like the draft pick. It's an interesting battle, I think, and important, too.
I heard Ruben Frank on TV yesterday. Interesting comment from Ruben. He said Sidney Brown, not a Vic Fangio guy.
I could see that.
That's what he said. And his evidence was, there were times last year when even players like, there's a guy named McCollum.
Yeah, that was my thing.
What was his name?
Yeah,
Tristan McCollum.
Christian
Yeah.
McCollum.
He's number 36.
And Avante, who was not great last year, were both playing instead.
Instead of Sidney Brown. Exactly.
It could be
Lewis
Lewis
Seen.
Could be.
He might be coming in there.
Yeah, I doubt it.
no one loves Lewis Seen more than John Richards.
I
Not
do
even his
hope
parents.
He might have a chance.
Look, you want to see the second round draft pick get it, but you don't know if he'll get it yet. You know, is Makubu that guy yet? I don't know. So 4 different battles to be aware of. We'll see, obviously, how it shakes out. You can weigh in 215-592-9494. Speaking of weighing in, obviously, bring it on last night with the Phils. Now, let's listen to Rob Thompson, because it is good to know that Bryce is not injured, you know, nearly to the extent that he could have been. I got to imagine it's a very deep bruise. But let's listen to Rob Thompson after the game talking about, Bryce's condition postgame.
I guess the obvious question is, how's Bryce, and any long-term concern or short-term, even about tomorrow and beyond?
I don't know. We'll have to reevaluate in the morning, but the x-rays were negative, and, he's certainly in a lot of pain. So whenever you're one of your top hitters or your best hitter gets hit like that, there's always some concern, but he's a tough guy too.
Tough guy, but he's got to be really sore today. I mean, he got drilled, really, really drilled in that elbow area. So I hope Wheeler retaliates. I tend to think he will. I was disappointed the Phils didn't last night, but I also get it. It was a 1-0 game for a good chunk of time. And then even in the 9th inning, when you have a shot at Acuna with nobody on and 2 out, it's still only 2-0. Olsen's coming up. A little danger territory there. I tend to think Wheeler gets the job done tonight. But let's find out whether you think he should. Let's find out if you think he will and how Rob Thompson handles this. Let's go to the phones. Jed right now in Lansdowne. Jed, good morning.
Hey, good morning, team. How's everybody today?
Doing great, Jed.
So, I think with this situation, right, teams that end up doing this and end up having a snowball effect of retaliation are the teams that don't have anything to play for. We have way too much going on. And for Wheeler to go out there and jeopardize, right, you got to look at your risk tolerance and how far you're willing to go, because you don't control, right? You want to plunk them in the ribs. You don't control exactly what happens after that.
You don't, but I will say the code, in my opinion, Jed, now the code isn't the code anymore, but I'm going to apply semi-code, is the Braves got to take one and deal with it. If a Brave gets hit tonight and then they hit back, to me, that would be outrageous by the Braves manager. Outrageous.
No,
Are you a big fan of his anyway?
Right? But
No.
what I'm saying is that, right, you got to look at the worst case scenario, right? Because then it doesn't become about tit for tat, right? It becomes Phillies are dirty. Say Acuna gets drilled in the ribs, ends up fracturing a rib and rupturing one of those arteries that runs on the backside of the rib, right? season-ending injury.
So what we're
all
talking
over
about
his
death here?
back.
What are we talking about? I mean, I'm not worried about human death.
What I'm saying, Joe, is you don't have absolute control over that. Right? There's physiological matters here that could end up snowballing into
So,
something far
Jed,
more
let me ask you a
serious
question.
than we think.
Hold on. Are you never, ever for drilling a player in baseball?
I am, but use somebody that you can afford to lose for more than just a game.
Meaning not Wheeler.
You want to have your reliever go out. Yeah, not Wheeler.
Okay, that's what I'm
right?
asking
You
you.
can't afford to
Matt
lose
Strong.
Wheeler for 3 or 4 games. No.
Well,
not
if
Strong. You
just to be
Hernandez,
clear,
he's
Jed,
raw.
if Wheeler gets suspended, he misses 1 start. I mean, he's not going to get suspended for 30 games. He's not going to miss 6 or 7 starts.
I just don't think
You
it's
don't
Wheeler's
know that.
style
If it
to
ends
do
up
that.
being a really bad, if it looks intentional, it's a really bad injury that ends up putting somebody out for the season, right? And I'm just saying,
You know what?
from
I
an
just think you're playing with
organizational
I think you're
perspective,
playing with scared money, man. I mean, we can always look at the absolute worst case scenario, but we can also just use. I can also use common
I'm
sense.
saying-
They drilled my best player. I'm hitting one of their guys. Period.
Is that common sense, though, Joe?
I think so. I do.
Or is it an emotional reaction to put your team in a bad position?
Yes.
Because you got.
Is that a rhetorical question
No,
or a
it's
real
a fair
question?
question.
B.
I think it is an
What I'm saying
I'll
from a
answer. No,
leadership
I'll
perspective-
answer your question. I think it is an emotional reaction. I agree. It theoretically could put my team in a bad spot. I'm willing to take the chance. I'm not playing soft.
Okay. And that's fine. That's probably why you're not an owner, a manager, or a skipper of a Major League Baseball.
Well, unfortunately, a lot of these guys grew up in one era, the older dudes, and have morphed as the players have gotten
And
soft.
don't get me wrong, Joe. I'm not going to be disappointed if Wheeler drills one tonight. I'm not going to be disappointed.
Every
I'm
single
not gonna have any
person who
heartburn.
says, "Oh, it shouldn't happen anymore," will just love it if it happens.
Jed, I'm bringing Dallas
Oh, no,
Green back for tonight as the manager, and I've got
Just bring him back.
I don't know. By the way,
Fair
Dallas
enough.
Green, the pitcher. I'll use him also. He was the Phillies pitcher back in the day. Jed, give me a great answer for a great debate.
All right. So to James' point earlier, it's a debate that should never be a debate because one side's always wrong. But what's worse, being too hot or too cold?
It is an interesting
good
question.
debate.
Yeah,
Great
Too hot,
answer.
always too hot.
I agree with that.
I think too hot also.
Yeah.
Because cold, you can always put on more, or well, hopefully always, put on more layers. When you're
Man,
hot,
I think
I
my
agree.
Can't do
answer
much.
has changed. I think my answer changed from, I don't know, in the last 10 years.
what you would
Like,
have said.
I despise being cold now, and I never was cold.
I'm changing too. I get much colder than I used to.
I didn't used to
Yeah,
get cold
getting
until
older.
like
that.
age
Yeah.
45. And then all of
Yeah.
a sudden,
Yeah. I think hot
Wrong
is
with me.
worse, but
I hate being hot.
oh, hot's brutal.
I hate it.
It's brutal. All right, 215-592-9494. I feel pretty confident saying this. If Charlie was the manager, a Brave would get drilled last night. Matter of fact, the Brave would have gotten drilled last night. Rob Thompson is different. Now, how much of that is Rob Thompson and how much of that is his players are different? And then, therefore, he sort of acquiesces to the way the players think these days. Impossible to answer the question. I tend to think that players have changed more than someone like Rob Thompson, but I can't prove that. Don't know. I do feel confident. If Charlie Manuel was the Phillies manager, a Brave would have been drilled last night. I mean, it was about 15 years ago, and you could just tell there was a different mentality with how the Phillies would react to moments like what happened last night. That's the way I remember it. To the phones, Tim in Perky Oakman, if I'm saying it right.
Hey,
Vil,
Perky Oakman?
how do I say it, Tim? Where are
wow.
Well, say it again.
Say it again. Say it again.
Hold on.
Is that a real
Hold on,
place?
hold on, hold on.
Yes.
Joe, try
I've
it
heard
again.
of Perky Omen.
All right.
I didn't
Oh,
know.
that's what I thought it was.
Devin.
Perky Omen is what I thought
No,
it was.
you said Perky Oakman.
Well,
It's Perky Omenville.
I'll tell you why, Rick, because at the freaking very end of saying the word, I see there's a Vil, and I'm like, oh, I guess I got to change, and then it stumbled out of me like a bumbling idiot. What the hell is Perky Omenville?
It does sound like a made up.
Where
name.
did the Vil come in? Hello, Tim.
Hey, no, it's out there near like Collegeville area.
Yeah, it's
Collegeville,
like
Perrysburg.
I'm from Mechanicsburg.
Okay.
It sounds like you added like Mechanicsburgville.
Yeah, I don't get the Vil thing, Tim. Like some idiot 100 years ago added a Vil. I don't dig
It's
it.
a superfluous town name thing on the end.
Yeah, I'm not down with it, but I'll take the L for how I introduced you. All right, Tim, what do you got on our sports scene? There's a lot going on.
All right. So, well, first off, I just wanted to say, hey, John, I loved your opening fun fact. I actually grew up in North Jersey for a really long time. And that American Dream Mall
used to be the Continental Airlines Arena where the Nets and the Devils used to play.
No way. That's
Yeah, it's
amazing.
right-
they got
right
a lot
next
going
door.
on in that mall now. A lot going on in that mall.
Tim, is that the
You got-
stadium where somewhere between 6 to 20 people would watch either team?
No,
My
because
God.
that's
the
where the
Devils
Nets
having a
won.
parade in a parking lot one time may be the most embarrassing thing of all time. Not like
Yeah,
it
but-
ended
No,
in
the
the
Ray
parking
Bork
lot.
parade's the most embarrassing thing of all time. By far. That is by far the most embarrassing thing of all time.
That was actually where I went to my first NBA game, was to see the Lakers and the Nets in the finals.
Well,
Wow.
yeah, boy, Shaq was
Yeah.
beyond unstoppable in that series.
Well,
Holy
this
mackerel.
the American Dream Mall, it has an 18-hole mini golf course in it, and it's got a fountain that converts into a fashion runway.
Okay.
And a 16-story indoor ski and snowboard slope.
Sounds like a show field trip. All right, Tim, should the Phils drill a Brave tonight?
All right, so here's what I think. I think I feel like last night was probably not the best place to do it. If I was going to do it, it would have been if Max Kepler would have scored when Wally was waving him around.
That was weird.
If it was up to 2-0, then yeah, like at that point, and then you get the walk towards the end of the game, then probably I would have tried to take him out.
I got you.
But-
Yep.
Yeah, so that's what I personally would have done. But I'm really upset with Rob Thompson. I mean, he came from the Yankee organization, and I feel like the Yankees, like if that would have happened to the Yankees, you would have had their manager out there screaming and hollering. And I just feel like I wish Rob Thompson was a little bit more like Joe Girardi. in
I
that
agree.
sense.
Well, hold on. Girardi was a softie when he got here.
was.
There was Girardi, the player in New York, and then there was the wuss that was here. So
I meant more of the player.
No,
Yeah.
I agree. To me, it's like you want Rob Thompson to have some Joe Torre in him, because this would not have been permitted under Joe Torre, the Yankees manager. Just would not have been. Just would not have been. So I was also disappointed. Now, I recognize close game the whole way. I mean, even in the end, 2-0. Like if you go after Acuna in the ninth inning, you can bring up Olsen. It can be a tie game with one swing. So that is dicey. I expect one way or the other that Wheeler actually does it tonight. But I know game circumstance can dictate things. Tim, give me a great answer for a big-time debate. You can win Phillies tickets.
Was Tony Soprano killed, or what happened there?
Boy, that's a good well.
Wow. Yeah, you don't know if they died.
So I need an answer, John. We were talking, it's not as much about lack of knowledge. What's the answer on that?
Boy, I don't know.
The tricky one.
Well, people debate
this
it all
is
the time.
They do,
Script.
but they also debate JFK and
Well,
the reason.
well, but that's fictional. That's not.
No, I know, but the reason JFK to me doesn't work for this answer, as we framed it earlier, is
There's a million different JFK theories.
we don't have all the information.
And
on
also,
JFK.
there are theories and this and that. This
Yeah.
is one or the other. This
It is
a
one or the
debate.
other.
It's a two-sided thing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll factor it in. I don't know. It's a tricky one right there. All right. Let's listen to more from last night. Let's go back to the moment when Bryce was hit, as called by Scott Fransky and Larry Anderson here on WIP.
Here's the wind in the 0-1 pitch, and it plunked him. Ooh, man. And Harper gets hit somewhere on the arm, and he's in some real pain right now. Looks like the right forearm or elbow. And he's doubled over, down on his knees. His trainer and manager both checking in on Harper. And Bryce, who was hit twice over the weekend in Oakland, right on the back of the elbow.
Yeah.
He had not been hit by a pitch all season long, and now he's been hit 3 times in 3 days.
If you missed it, he was in a lot of pain. I mean, he was down for an extended period of time, had to get up and leave. We don't know his status for tonight. Now, we do know that Rob Thompson said after the game, no fracture, and that's obviously great news. I mean, that would have been by far the biggest story if he, was going to be out for a month or two. It doesn't seem like it should be that at all. But, I think he'll miss probably some time, would be my guess. So after the game, we played some of the audio earlier of Strider commenting and saying he did not do it intentionally. Let's listen to more of Spencer Strider after the game last night, more of what he said.
Unfortunately, there's even the most accurate guys can let one go here and there. And so I know he knows that. And I hope he knows there's obviously nothing personal. It's not intentional. And, glad that he's okay.
All right. Well, you interpret it. Kevin, do you believe him?
I do.
James, do you believe him?
I do. It was only his second start of the year, Spencer Strider.
Do you guys think? Now, this is it's a key question. It's almost like if we're in a courtroom. I'm drilling down here. James,
think about that point, though.
What?
It's only a second start of the year, too.
Well, it's-
we
I don't
haven't
care.
we haven't mentioned that.
I don't
He
care.
just turns in terms of control.
It
I
does
guess.
feel
I
like
don't care. I'm just saying.
he was a little all over the place.
Well, and
he
like he
looked more all
said,
over the place than what we're accustomed to seeing.
He
It
didn't even
fits.
realize how injured Bryce was at first. He thought he was pissed, and then he saw how hurt he actually was.
But here's one of the
Not at first.
Here's one of the problems I got with Strider's thing, or just this whole. Even if he didn't mean to hit him, I do think he meant to come in. Which by the way, which is fine. I mean, that's the way baseball should be played. I'm going to go with the way baseball should be played. Braves pitchers should be allowed to come in. That's baseball. You hit my guy, I'm hitting someone back.
You got to pay for it.
That's baseball. Like there is a consequence.
Okay, well,
Even
let's
if it's
not
not
be
intentional.
stupid with the consequence, so it makes us lose a game. Last night, you would have been stupid.
But what if
I don't
that's-
want to lose the game on top of potentially losing a player for a couple of games. So let's be let's have a good plan.
Especially
for how
something that
we get
happens
back.
in the first inning.
Yeah, but what about this? By throwing at a Brave, I make it less likely a Brave throws at me again. And I make it less likely the next team and the next team and the next
See,
team.
I think it makes it more like
I don't.
I hate the Braves, and I
No.
think that they're a dirty team. Like, if we're gonna blame anyone or call anyone a dirty player, look at Acuna, who slid 3 feet off the second base bag into Bryson Stott's legs. Like, they do stuff all the time. I think Spencer Strider just happened to misplace a pitch, and it hit Bryce Harper.
But my
and-
point is, even if he did that, like happened to misplace a pitch, I'm still drilling a Brave. That's 3 times in 4 games, and my best player's been hit, and this time he's been knocked out. I'm just drilling somebody.
I just think that leads to an endless cycle.
Yeah,
of
that's. I mean, then
dirty
baseball
play.
just becomes a game of drilling people, which is not what it is anymore.
But it can be, and it doesn't have to be an endless cycle. Normally, these things would be one more
These
shot
guys
back
throw
and done.
so hard now, and they have less control.
James, it's like 3 miles an hour more than it used
James,
to be.
he hadn't been hit all
People aren't
season.
going to
It's
die.
3
No
times
one's
in
died
the
in
last
Major
I don't
League
care about
Baseball
the
for
3
over
times
100
around. It
years.
does nothing for
No
me.
one's died in 100 years in baseball. I'm drilling a guy.
Someone died in baseball.
Yeah, and not in the last 100 years, I
again,
said.
but again, you're okay. So no one dies. Like, do you want to hurt? You're like,
yes.
Okay, well, that is it.
Yes.
That's where we.
I want to
that's
hurt
why
Acuna's ribs.
That's where we diverge.
Yes, we do.
I don't want to hurt anybody.
Okay, I do.
I don't want someone to get hurt playing baseball.
They hit my best player and hurt him. I'm going to hit their best player, and I may happen to hurt him.
Yeah, that's great. Just win the game.
I know it's great.
Retaliate by winning. That's the,
They already
that's
did
the
that.
right thing to do.
You ready for
Win
this,
baseball
James?
games.
Do both.
They
You
showed
hurt your
who
chance
the
to win.
dominant team
Yeah,
was.
you hurt your chance to win.
All right,
by
listen.
it.
I don't want to lose.
Let's listen to more of Strider after the game. I found this a little too yuck for my liking. Here's Strider.
I love pitching here. I mean, where else do they chant your name and ask you how your family's doing? I mean, they seem very interested in my well-being, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is a home ballpark. Honestly, at this point, I've pitched here so many times, and I enjoy it.
That don't work.
Good thing you suck when you play here because
Well,
we own you.
yeah,
we
but
really do.
Yeah, but-
I think we do a good job of getting in his head
Too
because
yucky
he
yuck.
doesn't beat us.
Because he said he likes playing here.
Sarcasm is not
We beat him every
warranted
time.
at that time.
I think
Dude,
we have
you
a
didn't
really
kill
good record
somebody. You're
against
acting
him,
like you should
especially
sit there and be
here.
like, "I'm sorry, I murdered Bryce Harper. Let me cry about it."
No,
Like,
what he should do is not crack jokes.
bro.
He just knocked out the Phillies' best player. He doesn't know at that moment for how long.
Well, sure he does.
We don't know.
We found out in the game that
But
we don't know for how long.
but we don't
he
know
didn't
how
break
long he's
anything.
out for.
We know
We
he's
know
not
that the
broken. At that point,
X-rays
everyone
are
knew that the
negative.
X-rays were negative.
But he
got
could still go in
he
the
got
DL.
hit.
I mean, it's
Oh.
entirely possible. I mean, it's going to be a very deep bone bruise. Right?
You want him to act like he murdered somebody.
No,
I mean,
I'm not
it's like-
saying that. I'm saying it's.
I swear to God, I feel like I'm on Atlanta
Yeah.
radio. I loved what
Yeah.
Brett he said. I really like
Yeah,
Spencer.
brutal.
Strider.
I didn't
He's not a
love
bad
it, and I
guy.
don't like Spencer
I'm not
Strider.
ready
I
to
just
do
don't.
Don't put words in our mouth.
It's me and Rhea
Oh,
versus
please.
all of you today.
Good.
No.
I'm happy to be on my side. I
All
feel
right.
good about it.
So one more piece of audio, then right back to the phones. By the way, it's 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia as we broadcast today from the Tasty Cake studio. And you can weigh in. I mean, essentially, who's right here? As Rhea and I are aligned, and James, Devin, and John, not entirely, but to a large extent, are aligned. Whose side do you come? I mean, this is a debate, right? We're talking about what's a great debate, what's the best debate. You can win Phillies tickets by answering that question. We'll also just answer this specific question: who's right and who's wrong on this issue, and what do you expect to happen tonight? I mean, it could go in any direction. 215-592-9494. Matter of fact, let's listen to Larry Anderson yesterday, and then I'm going to get to something Ruben said last night after the game. Here's Larry Anderson. This is about 20 or 30 seconds after Bryce was drilled. L.A. On the broadcast here on WIP. Here's what he said.
So Harper's night is over with. As he departs this game, got hit by a 95.3 mile an hour fastball.
And there should be some retaliation, but I doubt there will be.
So you can tell L.A. wants it but doesn't think the Phils will do it, and certainly last night they did not. Ruben Amaro, post-game on NBC Sports Philadelphia. Interesting commentary. Obviously, Ruben from a different era than these players that currently play, but from a similar era from Rob Thompson, who, they grew up in the game. Here's Ruben after the game last night.
Is there a purpose behind this pitch? Probably wanted to get in, probably doesn't have the command to get in, but someone will pay for that. I got to believe there's a lot of baseball to play against the Atlanta Braves, and I will tell you that somebody on that mound will do the job by retaliating. I'm not sure when. They have plenty of time to do it, but it certainly should happen because for me, even if it wasn't purposeful to hit him, I think that the retaliation sometimes is the right thing to do.
Works for me. Now, it may not work for you, and you can let us know at 215-592-9494. But what Ruben said absolutely works for me. What he's also saying is just if it doesn't happen tonight, doesn't mean it's not going to happen. And that is true. I mean, they could get a Brave later in the season. They could get a Brave tomorrow night. I tend to think Zach Wheeler finds a way at some point tonight. I mean, the reality is he's a great pitcher who probably will have some innings where he's gotten the first two Braves out, and there's a player coming up with nobody on and 2 outs, and I would guess that's the moment that Zach Wheeler delivers a message tonight, and that message is knock it off. No more. Where do you stand? Let's go to Brent right now. Brent, where do you stand on all this?
Well, I didn't think could be more disgusted until I heard the guy say he wouldn't throw at him because he might sever his artery.
That was a weird angle on it. I'll give you that. That was a strange angle. I was not expecting that.
Oh my God. That's why I went to death. Like, what are we doing here? All right, Brent, go ahead.
This is a simple answer. I'm sure you guys have seen the 93 Phillies video.
Yep.
When Dave Hollins tells a story about getting hit in Clearwater and Tommy Green throws at him in Clearwater because he's scared that Dave Hollins is going to come after him instead of the other team.
Correct.
I mean,
it's funny you bring that up, Brent. I thought about texting Hollins and trying to get him on today's show, and I just haven't done it yet. But he certainly came to my mind with this whole situation. I mean, needless to say, we know how the 93 Phils would have reacted. Situation would have already happened. Now, part of what makes this complicated, and this was an issue, 5 or so years ago when the DH thing went in, pitchers not batting. I mean, that's part of the storyline now. Pitchers can throw, and they're not the ones that actually
But
get
they
hit.
have their own teammates, Dan.
They do have teammates. They do have teammates. That's right.
right. That's what Schilling was talking about, that he could stand on the mound and throw wherever he wanted and be comfortable. Now Strider's comfortable doing whatever he wants because he knows nothing's going to happen.
Yeah, no, I think that's pretty much true. And I think even guys like Acuna and other Braves are probably fairly comfortable. Now, I can't say they walk in totally comfortable tonight, but they know there's a track record of the Phils not standing up. Like, I still can't believe the Phils didn't stand up for Wheeler in 2021 when Acuna hit that homer and pimped it for a long time and no one drilled Acuna. I thought that was outrageous. I mean...
Right, well, at least Rangers should be nervous at Alumni Day if David Holly.
All right, Brent, give me a great answer for a big-time debate. You can win the Phillies tickets.
Well, I was going to say the legal drinking age, but now it's will a fastball sever your artery? That's
All right, Brent, appreciate the call. 215-592-9494. Coming up, more from after the game last night, things that were said. Also, Pro Football Focus with their quarterback rankings. We'll get into that. And something about Ranger Suarez on the very positive side, because, yes, I was disappointed he didn't drill a Brave, but, man, he did a lot great. He is my favorite Phil. And something about Ranger we'll get into next as well. Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie. It is, as always, 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook. And, of course, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place, the number one place to find all of your favorite player props because they're number one in America, the number one sportsbook app in America, FanDuel Sportsbook. And you can make the smarter play now with new performance trends. If you want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently or maybe been flirting with a potential triple-double, well, you can get all the latest stats right there, easy, on the app. Find out who's heating up. And, of course, once the game starts, well, that's when things get real interesting. Combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win big. You can bet during the games themselves. So find the bet or bets that works for you and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. Reminder, and I tell you this almost on a daily basis, new customers can get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's a spectacular deal. $5 bet can win you $200 in bonus bets if you win that first $5 bet. So find the bet or bets that works for you, whether it's baseball, the hockey playoffs, the basketball playoffs, all these sports, all these games available at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Hit the links and grab a drink with Weapon X. Yeah, baby! Join Brian Dawkins and Birds Legends for the Hawaiian-themed Islands Field Party. Then listen as Sports Radio 94 WIP broadcast live from the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation Celebrity Golf Tournament. Monday, June 2nd. Get your Brian Dawkins Island Field Party tickets now at 94WIP.com.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom. Stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Summer adventure awaits at Dick's House of Sport. Visit us all season to score the hottest outdoor essentials. Join our summer camps, climb the rock wall, host a birthday party, and more. Plus, test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage, while fine-tuning your equipment with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services. And while you're here, shop trending styles from top brands you love, like Chubbies, Kalia, New Balance, Birkenstock, and FP Movement. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Don't miss this year's 50th anniversary sales event at Dell Toyota. You can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day.
Jack, sell them for less.
All speed, no limits. Grand Slam Track brings the Festival of Speed to Philadelphia. Saturday, May 31st and Sunday, June 1st at Franklin Field at UPenn. Be there when the world's elite face off and take center stage. Kenny, Sydney, Gabby, and Jasmine. Don't miss your favorite runners going head-to-head in this ultimate track showdown. This is where scores are settled, legends are made. Philadelphia, the race is on. Single day and combo tickets on sale now at GrandSlamTrack.com.
You've been called the president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat. No matter who you are, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Score up to $1,000 bonus back in the first 24 hours. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be wagered.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Craftsman Days are here at Lowe's with big savings on the tools you need. Right now, get a free select tool when you buy the Craftsman V20 2-pack battery kit. Whether it's the backyard, the bathroom, or beyond, Craftsman has the tools to help you power through and get the project done right. Because DIYing is unpredictable, but your tools shouldn't be. Shop Craftsman at Lowe's today. Valid through 6/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get the Zone, AutoZone. With the great Caitlin Clark out 2 weeks with a quad injury, the get-in ticket price for the big Indiana Fever Chicago Sky rivalry game a week from Saturday at the 21,000-seat United Center has plummeted 71% from $86 to $25. We'll see how much the ratings on CBS fall from their projected numbers. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Let me tell you about my good friends at Lexus of Cherry Hill, where I have been leasing cars from for over a decade. A lot of good reasons why. Number one, they are an elite of Lexus dealer for 2024. You'll know that when you go in there, meet the great people, the great service when you enter the dealership. They've got the 2025 Lexus models in. They're moving fast. And Lexus of Cherry Hill, now a 7-time certified J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner for the customer sales experience. You'll see that. Stop into Lexus at Cherry Hill. Visit with Tony Lobello and his team. They will help guide you to the perfect Lexus with over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles in stock. Another thing to really love about Lexus at Cherry Hill, they are veteran-owned and operated business. You deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. So start your journey today at Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or online at lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Visit Delco. Bryce Harper's availability for the Phillies Braves game this evening, 6:45 p.m. unknown. Jerry left last night's 2-0 shutout of Atlanta. The X-rays are said to be negative this after Harper forced out of the game after Spencer Strider plunked him with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Zach Wheeler slated to start tonight. Weather permitting, no rain is expected throughout the day. Eagles continuing OTAs at the NovaCare Complex. New offense coordinator Kevin Patullo will speak prior to practice. Delco is a lot of awesome sports bars and restaurants, a lot of live music and arts, and a lot of parks and trails. Visit delco.com. Rain high 61. It is currently 54. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. You are waking up with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
One ball, one strike, the pitch. Swung on, hit in the air, center field, straight away. Rojas waiting, he makes the catch. Ball game's over. A 1-2-3 ninth for Jordan Romano, and the Phillies beat the Braves, and Spencer Strider, his first regular season loss to the Phillies, as they beat Atlanta 2-0 in the series opener.
Well, it was a tremendous win by the Phils last night. And it's, unfortunately, the win itself's gotten a little lost in the shuffle with all the Bryce and retaliation or not retaliation talk. But it was a very quality win. And I think it's fair to say the single biggest reason why the Phils won last night was Ranger pitch great. Yet again, the Phillies got an outs. And by the way, good morning to you. Hope you're having a good start to your day. Rainy day. We'll see. Ray, what's the deal on the weather for tonight?
It's supposed to rain basically throughout the day, so and heavier later today. So I'm not feeling confident.
Doubleheader tomorrow, possibly?
Possibly.
The issue is I think it's supposed to rain like the rest of the week.
Well, I was checking the
but not as
hourly
much
for tomorrow.
as today.
Yeah, tomorrow looks like there might
Better.
be better. It definitely looks better than today. Not great, but better than today.
So we could have a series later in the season with doubleheader.
Or at least move the double
hit 'em
tomorrow.
twice,
Just play
Joe.
one and then
All right. So, but the single biggest reason why the Phils won last night, Ranger was outstanding, as he typically is. And it brought to mind something for me after the game. I tweeted, and I just want to present this, and we'll get right back to the phones. And here's what I tweeted after the game last night. I said, I'm not sure we've ever seen a situation in Philly sports like Rangers pending free agency. He is so good, yet there may not be a spot on the team for him next year. Foles after 2018 comes to mind, but not quite like this. Meaning Ranger is better than Foles. And here's what, and then someone responded with Milt Williams, which is an interesting thing.
That was my first thought.
Yeah,
when you
but
started
here's where it's not quite on point with what I'm trying to drive at. It makes this one really unique. It's an uncapped sport. Like Milton Williams, I think if you didn't have a salary cap, I think Jeffrey Lurie would have reached into his pocket and given him a lot. Okay, so it's an uncapped sport. And also it's a position. John, think about this. It's a position where you get to have 5 guys. Like you 5 starting, like Foles and Wentz, like one guy's a starter and then one guy don't play at all. You know, Milton Williams, rotational player in a spot where normally 3 or 4 defensive tackles will play, sometimes 5. Wide receivers, you're normally going to have 4 or 5, sometimes 6. Starting pitchers, you get 5. And obviously with the Wheeler, Luzardo, Sanchez, Nola, and pending Painter thing, it is hard to imagine that Ranger's back next year, which does make me sad, but like it is what it is. I don't know of any situation I've ever seen in Philly sports where there's a player that good in an uncapped sport with that many players at a position where there just might not be a spot for him. Like I feel like it might be unprecedented in Philadelphia
only
sports.
be in baseball with your criteria.
But the other sports before they went caps.
Okay.
All the years in Philly sports, I've never seen anything like it.
Mick Abel
Ever.
has
We weren't
slid
alive
into
for
the
some of the-
conversation.
No, but I mean, I was alive for part of it. Look, the salary cap didn't go into hockey until 20 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't like the Flyers had to dump a player because I got 4 centers and can't have 5. Never happened.
No, this is amazing.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
It's a
have
good problem to
so
have.
It's a great
much
problem.
Starting talent.
Like-
So much starting talent.
like, will they trade him for a
Is
center
it-
fielder in July? I'm being
Yeah,
serious.
it
Like, is
feels
that on the
like-
table?
It feels like we must. It feels like we have, like, this is the one area, but I don't even know how that graph would look. The one area where this thing's off the charts.
It's beyond off the
starting
charts.
pitching. And of course, you can get a lot for starting pitching.
You really
we
can.
could go get a lot for Ranger Suarez.
They could look.
Do
I don't.
we want to go get a lot for?
Yeah.
Like, I think we might have to go get a lot for
It's
Ranger
something to
Suarez
consider.
because we don't have the option of keeping him
Yeah, I just see
without having like 9
Well,
starting
especially if they
pitchers.
know that he doesn't want to. Like if they've talked to Boris and he's like he's not going to the bullpen no matter what.
Yeah.
Like I will not allow it. I'll throw my body in front of it. Then all of a sudden, trading him makes a lot more sense.
Short of a massive injury to one of the current starting pitchers, and even if a guy's out for 1 year, I don't know if that would qualify for massive enough because Ranger would want, I mean, by the way, I do think he's going to get like $100 million. I mean, he's a tremendous pitcher. So it's a very odd situation.
His back makes things dicey, though.
It does complicate
His
things.
back has made him. Wow.
I know.
How many starts does he have this year? Is it just
4 or 5? I think.
Four.
Yeah.
I think it's
Such-
5. It was 1 bad one and 4 good ones, I think.
I think it's 4 as of last
All right.
night.
Yeah, I think it's 1 bad and 3 good. But
Okay,
yeah,
but
I'm not
either way,
sure.
remember,
Either way, he's had 1
every-
bad and been good since.
Yeah.
Every spring training, we were told the back is bad because he's had some trouble with getting clearance and getting into the country and all that stuff. This year, he didn't have trouble, but the back was bad. again.
Exactly.
He's also about to turn 30 in August too.
Yeah.
So that
Is he really?
Yeah, I know, right? You wouldn't
Yeah.
think he's that old, but he is. So in terms of contract, that will factor in.
Absolutely.
I thought he was so much younger than that.
So, yeah, the Ranger thing, it's just, in a lot of different ways, it's something to keep your eye on. I mean, it sounds ridiculous to say, will they trade him? But they could, knowing that it almost feels improbable that they can keep him next year. And then one of the questions, if you trade him, does it have to be for an existing player plug and play? Or do you even trade him for a prospect? Take a step back this year and get some stud prospect. Not impossible.
What stud like what
a minor leaguer.
In what position?
Center field, left field.
They already have
a younger starting pitcher, a closer.
They don't really have a great center fielder. I mean,
they could put guys like Otto Kemp, like Justin Crawford, in different places, different positions.
But also, I wouldn't say they're stocked at center or left. And, the prospect thing, you never know. So, and plus, Schwarber could be gone and JT could be gone. You could trade him for a catcher.
Yeah. Yeah, catcher could be an area of need.
I'm just saying,
soon.
if Ranger was dangled in July, he'd probably be one of the best players available at the trade deadline. And, guys, I love him. He's my favorite Phil. I'm just saying, it's a weird situation. All right, let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Obviously, the big topic today has been even more than Bryce's condition, which appears to be not nearly as bad as it could have been because it was, X-ray was negative for a fracture, but has been no retaliation yet. Do you want to see the Phils retaliate? Talk to us. Jordan in Princeton. Jordan, good morning.
Good morning. And who else is happy that baseball is back on the East Coast and we're not up until 1:45 in the morning watching extra innings in Pacific time?
I agree.
Yeah, I only dropped the phone on my face 2 times during that extra inning game on Saturday night when I was lying in bed trying to stay awake. It was a struggle, but it was good baseball. And last night was the test, right? We're playing all these little league teams in little league stadiums, and then we come back and we shut down Spencer Strider.
Yep.
But something I didn't realize, when did the MLB change their uniform rules? And was it Devin or Taron Hatcher that lent Spencer Strider their yoga pants to pitch that game in last night? I have never seen pants so tight on an individual. They almost had to blur this guy's
Well,
crotch
he's
when he
known
kicks
for
back.
it. Yeah,
he do be wearing tight pants.
Yeah, this is what he does, man.
He does not
Absolutely
miss leg
ridiculous.
day or quad day.
Yeah, Jordan, you might
No,
be late to the party on that one. He's been doing that for a while.
Yeah, I know, but I just can't look at it. It makes me uncomfortable. I'm not a particularly religious person, but my God, I mean, we need to blur. You need to hit that 15-second bleep. Anyway, last night, big test. I think they did very well. A couple of mental mistakes, though. Marsh let that ball drop in front of him. We had a base running error on third. Could have been a run there. Overall, I think it's a great start. I think it was a great test. If someone's going to plunk a Braves player tonight, it's going to be Matt Strahm. Did anyone catch there was a slow motion shot of him throwing a pitch? This guy has got a face on him when he pitches and the hair is flowing.
Yeah.
That is intimidating. So if anyone's plunking somebody, it's definitely going to be strong.
Maybe.
Tonight.
By the way, I got
do it.
I got to credit whoever at NBC Sports Philly picked up on it. Maybe it was in their production team, maybe not. That Strom's delivery, leg kick, motion, the whole thing kept that Braves runner at first base a little longer when he threw home. That resulted in when Trey got struggling to get that ball out, the guy was out at second. That was a great catch by someone at NBC Sports Philly, because that guy you would expect to be safe. I mean, Trey really ate that
I was
ball
shocked.
for a while.
I couldn't believe it.
And they
Yeah.
figured out it was because he went backwards on the
it was
pitch.
Shocking.
Yeah, good work. All right, Jordan, I need an answer from you for
a great shot.
Give me a great debate.
A great shot of that lean, though. A great debate has got to be: is there life on other planets?
Well, again, we're see, John. That's when we were talking earlier. It's just that's the we don't know.
And even
Yeah,
then,
this
I
is
think
too
most people are like,
massive.
it's probably out there, Like, I think most people acknowledge whether we've seen it or not, there's something.
I don't know.
think.
I tend to think it's a no, but I don't know.
Really?
Yeah.
You really don't think that? You think this planet was the one in the whole?
I'm off-centric.
All of.
I'm off-centric. But the pyramids do make me wonder. So
Yeah.
they are a marvel of life.
The pyramids are like the one evidence that makes you
One
wonder.
thing, yes.
Not the billions of other planets out there and
How did they do it?
galaxies, just the pyramids.
Just the pyramids.
Okay.
All right, Dan in Philadelphia. Dan, what's going on, pal?
Good morning, guys. How are we today?
Doing super, Dan.
I was just telling Jimmy, I love the maturation of the Phillies fans at this point. Joe, I agree. I want somebody to get hit, but not at the expense of losing a game. So I feel like 15, 20 years ago, it'd be like just go out and murder an Atlanta Braves player, forget the win. But I'm pretty proud, and I think it shows a lot of growth as a fan base.
All right, let me ask you a couple questions, Dan. I'm going to drill down to see where you stand. Scenario number one, the Phillies hold a 2-0 lead. It's the 5th inning, and Wheeler's gotten the first 2 batters out. And he's Wheeler, so even if he plunks the next guy, chances are he gets the next batter out. Are you plunking that guy to put a runner on first base with 2 out in the 5th inning holding a 2-0 lead?
No, anything could happen with a 2-0 lead.
What about a 6-0 lead?
Yes.
Okay. I know. I'm just.
I like that you had standards. Yeah. Oh yeah, 6-0.
I'm just. This is why it's like I'm trying to figure out where. So you're not anti-plunk per se. You're pick your spot guy.
Yeah, I don't want to jeopardize the win for the plunk. You know, but I want the plunk. It has to come at the right time and not at the cost. I mean.
All right, let me hold on, Dan. Hang on. Hold on, Dan. Let me ask James. James, same thing. Are you pro plunk if you feel like it won't hurt your chances to win?
I'm more pro plunk. I'm not gonna freak out if they plunk someone and they're up 7-2. Like, it's fine. Like, I don't like seeing people get hurt. Like, it doesn't do anything for me. Like, I would prefer that no one gets hurt playing a sport. So I'm not rooting for it. But if it happens and they're up 7-2, 8-2, and it doesn't, hurt their chances to win a game, like, I'm not going to be upset about it.
True or false?
But I wouldn't plunk him.
James, true or false? When Sheldon Brown hit Reggie Bush, you cried.
No, but I didn't say I hope Reggie Bush can't get up from that hit. You know what I mean?
I do know.
I'm sure there were lots of Eagles fans who did say that.
I'm sure, and I'm not I love Richie and I talk about this all the time. One of my favorite things is watching people fall. It's hilarious every time. But if I know that they actually hurt themselves, I wouldn't enjoy it. Do you know what I mean?
I do. So look. The one thing in sports I've definitely evolved on is I don't want to see someone with a head injury.
Big time.
And I can't say
I get uncomfortable watching.
Yeah, I can't say 30 years ago I wanted to see it, but I certainly don't like seeing it more than I used to.
We didn't think about it. It was like jacked up, and that was, kind of it.
Correct. And now I definitely have changed my tune on that. But Dan, I said it earlier, and I'm going to say it again. Zach Wheeler fastball. Acuna's ribs, job done.
Agree. Like,
that is a good use of the job.
Zach Wheeler can put that ball wherever he wants, so it's probably not going to hit his head. He hit his back.
And by the way, I do
ribs. You break ribs.
And Dan, I'm okay with that. And Dan, I trust Wheeler to get the next batter out if he drills Acuna with nobody on, 2 outs, 5th inning.
Assuming he gets the next batter and doesn't get tossed.
I would just like a big question. This is all for now anyway. The game's probably going to be rained out tonight, and then
well, you know what I'm saying.
Doubleheader happens. It's all going to be forgotten about.
No, I will tell you this. This will not be forgotten about. Now, the Phillies may not. No, it won't be forgotten about. Phillies may not do something about it. They should. But this will linger certainly in many of our minds. And it's going to be if Rob Thompson doesn't have a player drill a Brave, for a lot of people, it'll be a mark against Rob Thompson. And for a lot of people will say that's good. Like,
I'm saying tonight.
And it can carry over. We've seen it in years. No, I'm telling Dan, we have seen it where it'll go to another series in a year where someone will get hurt and hit, and they'll get retaliate a whole series later. So
because at some point there's going to be an 8-1 game, and you can rock and roll if you want. Dan, give me an answer for a big time debate.
How about the immaculate reception? It's still
that is a pretty interesting
answer.
Now,
about whether it hit the ground.
Yeah. God, we're running into problems, John.
What's wrong with that one?
Well, we just don't know if it hit the ground.
We actually don't have the
but we debate. But we don't know the answer to a lot of these.
Yeah, but we know, again, using Tupac and Biggie as an example, we know their music. We know it. So it's just, who do you like more? I mean, the immaculate reception, it's like, I don't know if it hit the ground. You see the distinction?
Yeah, I get it. I still think it's a debate, though. It's not like a conspiracy.
I guess
thing.
I would say it's a lesser debate.
But the debate ends up being very it ends up being a flat debate because it's got the two sides that are just clearly.
Yeah, I think it's a simple
the
one.
Raiders
I do
and the Steelers.
I agree with that. I agree with that. Let's talk to Ed right now in Phoenixville. Ed, good morning.
Good morning, team. Can I express some irrational hatred for the Braves?
Please do.
For a minute?
Yes.
I hate his tight pants. It's probably cutting off the circulation of blood to his brain. I hate that skeevy mustache that's probably gotten him banned from every playground east of the Mississippi. I just hate them. I hate the Braves. But kind of dialing the hatred back a second, I think, it's important to have a little healthy hatred in sports. I mean,
Absolutely.
The Georgia Tech rivalry is clean old-fashioned hate. And then you hate each other on Saturday and you get it out of your system. So there's that. I think something needs to happen. I don't think this approach is necessarily smart, but I've thought about it. There's teams that use openers a lot. Why not use our human white flag, Carlos Hernandez, as an opener?
Yeah.
Problem
is that would get you all sorts of suspensions. That would be so obvious.
Yes, way too obvious
Let's
about
try
it.
to be subtle about this.
Yeah, Rob Thompson might get a 10-gamer
Hernandez
for
is
that.
going to point at Acuna when he's on the on-deck circle. I'm coming for you.
I double dare you to come out.
Because now I'm thinking about John Chaney and sending in the goons and that whole comment.
Oh, God, that was so bad.
That was bad. That was bad.
It was.
It was really not good. And Phil Martelli was dead right to be as disgusted as he was.
Yes.
He was right. That was and I love John Chaney, but
so do I.
that was not good.
I've named my dog after him, but that was bad.
Yeah.
It was very bad.
Yep.
Yeah, and real quick on the Eagles' position battles, and I think Mike Mayock may have mentioned it. I think it's not so much a battle per se, but I think Cooper DeJean is more of a Swiss Army knife than the Eagles are letting on. I think that could really screw with teams, have him line up in slot pre-snap and then bump him up to free safety post-snap. I think that's kind of what they're not going to show us that in preseason, but I certainly think that's the next sort of the next level to DeJean's game. But I'd really like to see add on to the Lewis Seen love. I mean, he's sort of this unfinished product that's just size, athleticism, and I think he has more variance than Sidney Brown would, but I think he's got a real shot.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing him play. I'm looking forward to this whole thing. Ed, your point on Cooper DeJean, part of it I think relates to the other players around him. Will give Vic Fangio a sense of how much he can use Cooper DeJean in different. Let me put it this way: part of why the Eagles could blitz Brian Dawkins as often as they used to under Jim Johnson wasn't just that Dawk was a great blitzer. It's that the cornerbacks were great. So you could trust the corners to kind of hold up a little bit more on their own in coverage and send Dawk. And so the whole moving Cooper DeJean thing around, as you're pointing out, relates to how good a tackler is Makuba going to be, how good is the outside corner. All this stuff has to kind of fit together. And ultimately we'll see. But it's very clear that there is versatility in Cooper DeJean's game that's pretty remarkable. I think that's obvious. All right, Ed, give me an answer, dude. What is a great debate?
Shout out to Kelly from Phoenixville for giving me this one. Should the toilet paper be on the top or the bottom of the bowl?
Yeah, that's a big answer, and it's stunning to me that that's even a consideration.
I feel the same way.
I can't even believe. Yeah, right.
Wait, why?
It doesn't matter at all.
It clearly should be over.
Thank you.
No.
We are on the
Amen,
right
Joe.
side today,
James.
my friend. Thank you.
It's not even.
Honestly, I will change it at people's houses.
Oh
if
my
I
God,
get it.
James, I do the
Why?
same thing.
It bothers me that
I'm a
much. I'm serious.
psychopath.
I will change it. I hate it. I'm like, you are wrong to do this. I will change it. Yeah.
It's wild. And Devin, you disagree?
No, I agree. I
Yes.
just won't change it at people's houses.
You think
but
under, John?
No, I think it doesn't matter at all.
It does.
I think it makes
I'm definitely
no
an over
difference
person.
whatsoever. Why does it matter?
A bunch of reasons.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
it's harder to get to.
Oh, really? That's hard for you to get
It
to?
falls
harder.
behind. It falls behind.
The paper can touch the wall. You can have toilet paper wall behind. Don't need behind it. Don't need wall stuff touching behind.
Toilet paper wall behind. That was good.
I just feel like over the top too is the classier way. If you go to a hotel, that's usually the way that they do it.
It's the way to go.
With, the nice little fold at the end. You never asked me for my debate, by the way.
Ooh.
After Richie took
I'm
my
sorry.
Oh yeah, because you
is a hot dog a sandwich answer.
I forgot about
I've been
that.
sitting on this
So
one.
let me hear it.
Do you guys remember the great dress debate?
The great what?
Yes.
The dress
Is it
debate.
gold and white.
Was
or
it
whatever
gold
it
and
was?
white or was it blue and black?
One of those things.
You don't, Joe. You have no clue what I'm talking about.
I remember some of the
Does
words.
this
where
photo bring up any memories for you?
It does not, but I know the type of thing you're saying.
I
Say.
only saw gold and white.
It's like
on
an
that
optical
one.
illusion,
So I see
right?
blue and gold.
See, there you go.
Well, because you're looking at both. They're side by side.
Oh, so
Well,
which
one
one
is lit and one's not.
That's what I see blue and black, and then a poorly lit
Yeah,
blue and black dress.
Well, I see the gold and white, and then it's poorly lit. And
But it
looks
was
blue and
the
black.
debate that rocked the internet.
Sure, those things happen. No, I get it. I definitely get that. All right, 215-592-9494. So let's do a debate of will the Phillies hit a Brave in this series? Now, I want to play two pieces of audio from last night. And to be clear, it doesn't have to happen in this series, as Ruben Amaro, references that, there's a lot of time to go and it could happen later in the season, essentially. It could happen next season. But let's first play the audio of Larry Anderson from last night. So LA in the moment, this is like 20 seconds or so after Bryce has been hit. And you know what Larry Anderson wants them to do, but thinks they will not.
So Harper's night is over with. As he departs this game, got hit by a 95.3 mile an hour fastball.
And there should be some retaliation, but I doubt there will be.
Okay. Now, we don't know if LA is saying just last night when he says, I doubt there will be, or like this whole series, this whole season, I doubt there will be. Don't know. Just don't know. But he obviously was very clear in the moment last night, doubt there will be, at least for last night. And there was not. All right, now let's play some audio of Ruben Amaro. This is post-game on NBC Sports Philadelphia. He's aligned with LA thinking there should be, but he thinks there at some point will be.
Is there a purpose behind this pitch? Probably wanted to get in, probably doesn't have the command to get in, but someone will pay for that. I got to believe there's a lot of baseball to play against the Atlanta Braves, and I will tell you that somebody on that mound will do the job by retaliating. I'm not sure when. They have plenty of time to do it, but it certainly should happen because for me, even if it wasn't purposeful to hit him, I think that the retaliation sometimes is the right thing to do.
I love how Ruben's trying to. He's like, I think it's. He wants to say, just drill somebody. All right, let's go on the record. Now, I know, guys, these games could get rained out. Okay, we all know that, and it could change the dynamic. But let's just take for a moment the supposition that two games get played today. Today and tomorrow. John Ritchie, you got two games. I'm not talking about later in the season. I'm talking about two games. John Ritchie, do you think a Philly will drill a Brave in the remainder of the series if two games get played?
Sure.
Sure being yes?
Yes.
Devin?
I mean, I think if it continues being like a contentious series, which it typically is, then possibly.
Possibly is not an answer. That it's acceptable.
Fine, I'll go with no.
Okay. Possibly.
Because
we all know it's possible.
If something else happens,
enough has happened. We got data. We got time to drill someone.
And if they were going to do it, it would have worked best last night.
Listen, you make a good point that they may not because they haven't yet. That is possible. Yeah. But you're guessing.
I think Rob Thompson has them classed up enough where they know that the best revenge is just to win.
And you say class and I say soft.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right. So you go no. James, it's 1-1. What's your answer?
I don't think they will.
1-2. You notice I go 1-2. Like you guys.
See, you're like Richie here. I got it.
All right, Rhea. Two games. If they both get played, does someone get drilled?
8th inning tonight. Matt Strahm. 2 out. Drill somebody.
Yeah, I'm going to go yes, and I'm going to go even earlier. I'm going to go Wheeler. And I think part of what helps Wheeler is, there's a lot of innings where he gets the first two guys out because he's Zach Wheeler. Might be the best pitcher in baseball.
I wonder if he's ever drilled anybody.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember. But my gut feeling is Wheeler finds a spot tonight. I got the first two guys out. I can afford to put one guy on base. I'll get the next hitter out. I'll get out of the inning. And I did what I had to do. Well, look, you can let us know. 215-592-9494. A Twitter poll question and a Jalen Hurts related question coming up in 1 minute. Hurts and the Pro Football Focus Power Rankings. We're going to get to all that coming up in 1 minute.
You're ready to propose. And yes, it can be a bit intimidating shopping for the diamond. And that's why folks all around the area will tell you no matter what, you have to visit Benari Jewelers. They have a way of transforming intimidating into informative and confusion into crystal clarity. Here's how. The Benari team starts by putting you at ease, showing you every single thing you need to know about making that important purchase. How to evaluate the cut, color, and clarity. No hard sales, just education. putting you in the driver's seat. You'll feel like an expert browsing through the largest selection of diamonds, and not just any diamonds. These are hand-selected, with only a few making the grade to become a Benari diamond. The others land at big box jewelers with high-pressure sales to move them along. With Benari diamonds, the value shines through, and you'll walk away with a superior diamond that you'll both love for years to come. Benari Jewelers, when ordinary won't do. Everything at Benari is extraordinary. Exton in Newtown Square, online at benarijewelers.com.
All right, so wonderful to have you with us on this Wednesday morning. We got a Twitter poll question of the day brought to us by Armin Chevrolet, and it relates to what we've been discussing for most of the show. Hey, by the way, let your journey begin in the completely redesigned 2025 Equinox from Armin Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. Poll question: knowing that Spencer Strider hit Bryce Harper, do you want to see the Phillies retaliate by hitting a Braves player? A, yes, B, no. You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. All right, second poll question relates to Jalen and quarterback ranking. So there's a new ranking out from Pro Football Focus, and this is something we'll probably get into more tomorrow or later in the week. I thought it actually could be a big point of emphasis for us today, but then obviously the Bryce thing happened and the retaliation or not and all that. So this topic's been kind of submerged, but Pro Football Focus came out with their rankings, and they've got Jalen as the fifth best quarterback in pro football, what they call the top of Tier 2. They refer to this as high-end starters. Tier 1 they call elite. Tier 2, high-end starters. Tier 1 are Mahomes, Burrow, Lamar, and Josh Allen. That's the order. And then Tier 2, and I think Tier 2 should only have 3 quarterbacks. They go 4. They go Jalen 5, Jaden Daniels 6, Matthew Stafford 7, Justin Herbert 8. I would bump Herbert down into the next category.
100%.
Which they call Tier 3, solid starters who have flashed high-end play. I don't think Herbert belongs in that Tier 2. I do think Jalen belongs in Tier 2, and I think they have the right 5, 6, 7. You just have to debate the order, but I think those players are the right ones. But so we say all that to say, Twitter poll question, in your opinion, is Jalen Hurts a Tier 1 elite NFL quarterback? We'll round up the answers today and probably dive in more in another show to see how people assess Jalen at this stage. Obviously, what is it, 5 years, I believe, in 2 Super Bowl appearances and 1 title. Is he, in your opinion, an elite Tier 1 quarterback? All right, 215-592-9494. Let's go to Gino in Northeast Philadelphia. Gino, good morning. Gino. Not ready to go. Let's talk to Chris in Pottstown. Hi, Chris.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Doing great, Chris.
Drill them hard.
Correct.
Surgically remove that ball.
Or that artery, right?
Wow.
You're right, Chris. Just drill them, and that's the game, and that's the way the game should be played. It's not always played these days, but it's the way the game should be played.
I think everybody's worried that we're going to start getting bad calls or anything, like we're not already.
Well, yeah, I'm not worried about the umpire having weird calls on the basis of Phil drilling somebody. I think James has brought up a few times today, you could get yourself into a beanball war that players could get injured. Yeah, that could happen. Could. Probably won't. I've seen enough baseball to know more often than not it doesn't happen. I'm willing to take my chance.
Yeah.
And listen, a player could get suspended. A player could get suspended. I'm willing to take my chance on that also.
I would definitely agree with waiting until we have a lead.
Yeah, we're a big deficit.
Yeah,
Wow.
because this is just such an important series, for us.
Well, it is. I mean, honestly, they're all important because the Phillies, it looks like, are going to be in a battle, whether it's Phil's Mets division, Phil's Dodgers, home field advantage. There's all sorts of battles that are going to be going on here this year. I mean, this thing's going to go down to the wire one way or the other deep into September, I think. All right, Chris, give me an answer for what is a great big time. What's the best debate?
Well, there's Mr. Rogers on why we need public access TV, and that seems to be coming up again.
Yeah, that's right. That topic is absolutely coming back around. All right, so the public radio, public TV debate. All right, let's listen to Rob Thompson after the game, because honestly, nothing's more important than how is Bryce. Now, unfortunately, we don't have all the answers, but we got one big one last night, X-ray negative. Let's listen to Topper after the game on Bryce.
I guess the obvious question is how's Bryce and any long-term concern or short-term even about tomorrow and beyond?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to reevaluate in the morning, but the X-rays were negative, and he's certainly in a lot of pain. So, whenever one of your top hitters or your best hitter gets hit like that, there's always some concern. But he's a tough guy too.
Very tough guy, but it's going to be, I would imagine, hard to swing a bat with that kind of thing. We'll see. Let's listen to more of Topper because he elaborated additionally on Bryce's condition.
I mean, you're always concerned, the little crack in the bone or whatever. So the X-ray, thankfully, was negative. But, we'll just have to see tomorrow.
John, what's the most pain you were ever in a football game? And did you play the next play?
Good question.
Like, is the ACL tear the most pain, or were other things more painful?
No, stuff like that, you don't feel it because your body goes into shock.
Okay.
So I was trying to crawl off the field, and I got up because they told me that my knee, when I tore my ACL and PCL and LCL and MCL and both menisci, they said, "Wow, everything feels solid." When they do that thing where they test it,
man.
they said, because so much was torn, so much swelling occurred immediately. They were like, "Yeah, it feels pretty good. Feels solid."
Wow.
So I got up and I high-kneed
No.
to the sideline. Yeah. And then I tried to turn around to sit down, and it went clunk, clunk, and it felt like the bottom half of my leg fell off the top half.
Did you know how bad it was at that moment when that happened?
In that moment,
Yeah.
I knew I
God.
never felt anything like that.
Changed your life. I mean, you would have played another 2 to 4 years.
I was planning to play another 3 years.
Yeah. You wanted to get to 10, right?
Yep.
I remember when you got hurt. I was right across the street from the Cherry Street Tavern, great spot, 22nd Street in Philly. And I remember being in my friend's girlfriend's apartment. And the thing about that game was everything was great. You guys beat them by 1,000,000 points. The game was over in the first quarter. Everything was great except for that one moment. And you knew, I mean, I don't know what point we could tell you were out for the year, but it obviously didn't take long. And
Yeah, I knew. I mean, that was the first time I'd ever been in a locker room in a shower with crutches. Like, I actually had to have the crutches while showering. And I'd never had that experience before. It was just like, wow, this is uncharted, and this feels really serious.
Wow.
And of course, it was never able to run the way I did again.
So you know what I feel bad about now? So Jaws and I were hanging out down the shore this weekend, and we were in a conversation about Eagles players that had devastating injuries and either never played again or never played as well.
Never brought him up.
John's name didn't come up.
Jeez,
I knew where that was going.
It's horrible. So we went through Andy Harmon, Byron Evans, Ben Smith, Christy Jones,
Leonard Weaver.
Leonard Weaver's another one.
Leonard Weaver. We got
B&E always sticks. That's the one that always sticks out to me. Like, I remember that happening. I remember my dad, like his face. Like, I remember the whole thing.
because he had just turned down the contract.
I remember it
was
so
devastating.
Chris T came out to Oakland.
Yeah, but
John Gruden brought him out to Oakland because he was such a hard worker, and he would stick his face in there, and he would block you in the run game.
He just wasn't good again.
No.
He was really in
not quite
'96.
there.
I loved him.
I did too.
I really thought we found
Everyone.
someone.
You're
Bergen
his
Fryer and
teammate.
Christy
You love that
Jones
guy.
was a great combo, and then it just, All right, 215-592-9494. Well, look, your reaction to everything going on here today, primary thing being related to Bryce and retaliation. Also, something Terry Bradshaw. Yes, Terry Bradshaw said yesterday he very much does not want Aaron Rodgers to join his team, the Pittsburgh Steelers. What Bradshaw said, it's pretty funny. You'll hear it next on 94 WIP.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you could be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. So whether we want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could possibly need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly.
BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Mike Reese here, and I'm ready for summer. Are you? Kick off the season with Memorial Day specials all month at Elite Acura. Lease the 2025 Acura RDX for just $459 a month or the MDX for only $559 a month. Visit Elite Acura in Maple Shade or shop online at eliteacura.com. And as always, tell them Ike Reese sent you.
36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Not all will qualify. See dealer for full details. Offers in 6/2/25.
Breaking news coming in from Bet. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Look for Mirafast at Walmart today. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
What? All the budget has to be used now? And we can use all the media buy?
Javier's marketing firm just got its dream funding.
Okay, ideas. Bobbleheads? No. T-shirt cannon? I seriously need some help here.
He needs to find marketing managers who are worth every dollar.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsoring a job on Indeed gives it a visibility boost, so you can hire faster. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Others came and went. But Jack Dellis stayed in it, and he and the team at Dell Chevrolet had the stamina to keep going for another 50 years. From cassette players to CarPlay, crank windows to climate control, stick shift to adaptive cruise control. A lot may have changed, but one thing has remained the same. Jack Dell and the team at Dell Chevrolet continue to sell them for less. It's the 50th anniversary sales event at Dell Chevrolet. We're rolling back to 70s pricing all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Chevrolet Silverado for only $289 per month. Plus, at Dell Chevrolet, you can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day. Get to Dell Chevy located on Route 30 in Paoli. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Online at DellChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now for this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement.
That's right, free. This free book reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms that will help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And it's free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report summarizing the rates and benefits from financially strong insurers.
Call 800-715-9880.
That's right, annuity do's and don'ts for baby boomers and annuity rate report, both absolutely free for calling today.
Call 800-715-9880. That's 800-715-9880.
Sponsored by Annuity General. Producers have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer. Increased income is possible using strategies suited to your goals and may require buying multiple annuities and holding them full term.
This is Boomer Esiason with an OC Sports Minute. For the second straight year, Mother Nature wreaked havoc with Kyle Larson's grand plan to try to win both the Indy 500 and the Coca-Cola 600 on the same day. The double is just logistically too tough, said Larson, who crashed out twice. I think the window of time is too tight. He added, I just don't really think it's worth it. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Phillies Braves, weather, of course, permitting with rain expected all day, 6:45 p.m. Bryce Harper's availability a question after Spencer Strider plunked him in the first inning. Harper would leave. X-rays were said to be negative.
I'm not a complete sociopath, so I have some empathy. So, I do feel bad for him to see a person in pain that I caused. So, but, I've still got a job to do. And, I think try to realize that was one pitch. Certainly not indicative of how I was pitching or how I planned to pitch. And
a lot of chuckling for a guy with empathy. Ranger Suarez striking out 8 over 6 scoreless as the Phillies did shut out the Braves in the opener of their series 2-0. New Eagles offense coordinator Kevin Petula will speak before Eagles OTAs this afternoon. There will be media availability at the NovaCare Complex, so as Elliott likes to say, there will be tweets. New members win up to $10,000 free play. Learn more at theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Rain high 61. It is currently 54. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Well, in the days of my youth, I was told what it means to be a man. And what I was told was, plunk a player. Yes. I was told by Richie Ashburn when I would listen to Phillies broadcasts, they hit one of ours. Hit one of theirs. Hit him back. Hit him hard. All right, good morning to you. So, no, all jokes aside, let's play a little game here right now. This game is called, a lot of people are mad.
Should I hit the stager? Hold on.
Let's play a game called
When were you angriest at an opposing player for what you thought was like a cheap shot or something of that nature? All right, that's the game. So knowing that everyone's angry at Spencer Strider today, whether he meant to do it or not, obviously anger's in the air, and rightfully so. He plunked Bryce and, hurt Bryce. All right, and obviously different ages here, different eras of watching sports. Rhea, I know mine. I referenced it earlier, but I'll detail it more in a moment. Rhea, in all your years watching Philadelphia sports, when were you angriest at an opposing player for like this type of thing? Not for scoring a goal.
Not Joe Carter or something like that. Not Joe Carter. Right.
Like they did something that you thought was out of bounds and you were angry. When was it? Who was it?
Scott Stevens.
Yeah.
When he took out, I mean,
it
he
was,
that's my answer
legal,
too.
though.
I know, but he was headhunting. I mean, he was clearly head. I mean, I never forget. I was with two friends.
Yeah, it
we
was
were
sick.
watching the game.
It was sick.
And we're up here, and it was like someone chopped our legs out right from underneath us.
Yep.
It was awful.
Yep, and James, same.
That was my end. That was the first thing that popped. I'm sure if I thought long and hard, I
Okay.
could come up with something. That was the first thing that popped in my head.
Yep. All right, Devin, when were you angriest at an opposing player?
2022 Philadelphia Eagles were undefeated until the Commanders came to town, and Dallas Goedert had an obvious face mask. I don't even remember the player that did it, and it's the play that knocked him out for several weeks because of injury.
Okay.
And there was no flag.
Thing I remember about that game was when there was a flag when an Eagles player hit the Heineke. Is that his name, Heineke?
Taylor Heineke. Yeah.
Because the guy
Tyler.
The guy took
He took the knee.
Took a knee.
Yeah.
The guy took a knee.
It was infuriating.
I still think that's the move to make.
Yeah, you should do it all the time. If I'm a quarterback, they're coming at me. Knee.
If you're about to get sacked, just take a knee, and it's a 15-yard penalty because you get clobbered. That was not fair. Anyway, okay. John, angriest as a fan at a player. Anything come to mind?
Sure. I mean, watching football, the guys on the other team, I'm always angry. I want to.
Fair enough.
I will say that the Niners, that whole thing when they brushed like that was up there for me too. That,
it was Debo Samuel.
Debo, Nick Bosa, those guys kind of getting into it. That pissed me off a lot.
That's a good one.
Once upon a time when we had the edge rusher, who was the edge rusher who hit Carson coming off the edge?
Oh, Clowney.
Yeah, that was a big one too.
It felt like we
That one
focused
was-
our ire on him.
I
pretty
still
hard.
think it was clean.
Yeah,
Really?
well, maybe.
I
but
do.
it was borderline.
He had the really bad one on Wentz, and then didn't he have another one
On Nick Foles.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. But here's the thing about the Wentz thing, and John Runyon and I went through this ultra slow motion one time together, his video. Clowney hit Carson before Carson hit the ground. That is a fact.
You're telling me John Runyon, the head of investigations into dirty plays, agreed with himself that he got it right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Agreed with himself.
Just wanted to
I'm
check.
telling you, I know everyone thought
Yeah, I got that
otherwise.
one right.
I'm telling you guys, Clowney hit Carson before Carson hit the ground. So it was really close, but he
Now
got
who's soft,
John
Joe?
Runyon-
Now who's
Yeah.
soft?
Yeah, yeah.
Clowny lover.
The question
Yeah.
was whether Clowney
just
speared
joking.
him.
I'm just messing.
I know you are. The question was whether Clowney
John
speared
would
him.
certainly know
Yeah.
about spearing.
Yeah. And by the way, you know what the craziest thing about that play is? And no one talked about it at the time. No one talked about it. That was a freaking screen pass that got blown up by the opposing team because the running back couldn't get through the traffic. All Carson had to do was throw the ball on the ground. There's nothing. There's nothing. Everyone knows with a no, James.
I'm just saying, not hold on to the ball. Carson couldn't do it.
There's nothing. You can't have a wide receiver because offensive linemen are about to be downfield. It'll be illegal even if you pass it to someone else.
He was hero
There's
ball
there's
all the time.
nowhere to go, and it was just him being dumb.
How many times have you seen good quarterbacks throw the screen away? They just throw it at the feet of the back.
Right to the feet.
You
It's just a
live
dead
to
play.
play
Yeah.
another play.
Totally.
Go to the second down. It's fine. But holding it, trying so hard to do something beyond belief, that's what got him in trouble.
That's what got him. It's what got him injured.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
But I have to congratulate you on a vicious hit he took that knocked him out and gave him a concussion. You found a way to blame him.
Well-
That is impressive.
You know
Very
why?
impressive.
Carson Wentz is horrible.
All right. Let me give you mine. The one I was angriest about through the years. It was 1989, and Chris Chelios, real cheap shot on Bryce. I keep saying Bryce because I got Bryce Harper in my mind. On Brian Propp, hit him. I mean, it cracked his head open. It was disgusting. And I was so proud when Ron Hextall, Game 6, went after Chelios. So anyway, that would definitely be my number one. But there's others through the years. I mean, we'd have to think of them all. But I mean, there's baseball bean brawls that have happened. And anyway, let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Something Terry Bradshaw said about Aaron Rodgers yesterday. We'll get to that in a moment. Let's go to Gino in Northeast Philly. Hi, Gino.
Morning, guys. How you doing this morning?
Doing great, Gino.
Normally, when we have these, you guys have these little debates, and it's the crew against Joe. Normally, I'm against Joe, but I'm with Joe today.
Good man.
I got to tell you, when it happened, the first thing I did was I texted a buddy of mine, and I said, that piece of bleep Strider just beamed Harper in the elbow with a 95-mile-per-hour fastball. We should hit Acuna right in the back. That's exactly what I said.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing about it, back's a hard spot to get, but I get your point.
My point is, though, it shouldn't be any other player on the team either. It should be Acuna. Acuna should be the guy that gets hit. You hit our best player, we hit your best player.
I tend to agree with that. Yep.
And yeah. And as for Strider after the game, I mean, could you be any more disingenuous than that guy? I mean, come on.
That's what I thought.
Completely.
Yeah, listen. You
no,
may.
I don't agree at all.
Yeah.
I felt like he respected Bryce to some degree. I felt like he respects the game to some degree.
I think he said what he thought he had to say, John, but beneath it was a flippancy I didn't appreciate.
Wow,
Pleased
that's
with
incredible that you can read an ulterior motive into that, because I really did think he was just saying. I felt he was regretful. I felt he was somewhat, even like considerate of the fact that Bryce was the type of player that he would never want to hit. Like I believed him on that front.
No, I know you did.
And I think baseball matters to him a lot. I think Bryce is kind of cut from a similar cloth. I think they're sort of in cahoots like that. Baseball head guys probably, they share that commonality. I think there's that respect.
We see it different.
On and off the diamond. Yeah, I don't think he hit him
All
on
right, Gino,
purpose.
I'm going to get to this audio of what Strider said so everyone listening can hear. Give me a great answer for what is the best debate.
Well, it's a big debate, and it's coming up even more recently. I don't think it should be a debate, but Pete Rose being in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, that could win.
That's a great one.
That one could really win. That's a really, really big answer. All right, coming up in a minute, the various things Strider said after the game. We'll kind of cover the gamut of how he presented things. That's all up ahead in 1 minute.
You've heard me talk about my friends at PDQ POS and how their top-rated restaurant management system has helped thousands of companies in the restaurant, hospitality, bar, and casino businesses across the country. We've done our show from PDQ headquarters. We've seen their operation, the people, the technology. It's all so impressive. So if you're thinking of cutting your old point of sale, it's time to go all in and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS, the game changer in the world of POS solutions. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years for a reason. It's because they offer everything: mobile POS, self-service kiosks, enterprise reporting, contactless functionality, data and cybersecurity, and the best service and support in the industry. PDQ POS is the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, they'll build a custom solution for your business. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. Schedule your free demo and business consultation today at pdqpos.com. That's pdqpos.com.
All right, I hope you're having a great start to your Wednesday. If you have tickets for tonight's game, I mean, who knows if it gets played. Obviously, rain is in the air, on the ground, and more will be coming later today. With that said, it's going to be an intriguing matchup if it gets played. And it otherwise already would have been, because, it's the Phillies and the Braves. But you add on everything that happened last night, that even ratchets it up like tenfold. Let's go back to last night. Let's start with the moment when Bryce Harper got hit.
Here's the wind and the 0-1 pitch, and it plunked him. Ooh, man. And Harper gets hit somewhere on the arm, and he's in some real pain right now. Looks like the right forearm or elbow. And he's doubled over, down on his knees. His trainer and manager both checking in on Harper. And Bryce, who was hit twice over the weekend in Oakland, right on the back of the elbow.
Yeah.
He had not been hit by a pitch all season long, and now he's been hit 3 times in 3 days.
All right, obviously Bryce had to leave the game. He was in a lot of pain. We'll see if he can play in the Phillies next game. Just don't know. We know the X-ray was negative, which is obviously the best news so far. All right, so everything Strider said. Let's get to the heart of what he said. Obviously, reporters crowding around him after the game, like, what's up, what went on, and all those questions. Let's listen to some of his answers. The 4 big answers he gave. He started with this.
Certainly not trying to hit him. I thought in the moment, I just assumed he had a guard on, and was just pissed that I hit him, and then saw him in pain, and that was tough. So I'm definitely relieved that he's okay, and he's one of the best players, this century. So needs to be on the field. It's best for the game.
Okay, sounds nice. It's a good start. I'll say it's a good start. I don't expect him to say much otherwise, and from that standpoint, it's a good start. Doesn't mean he didn't try to drill him, doesn't mean he didn't try to pitch inside, which he's allowed to pitch inside. He's allowed to drill him, but I'm allowed to drill a player back. But okay, that's how he started. Let's listen as Strider continued.
Of course, I'm not a complete sociopath, so I have some empathy. So, I do feel bad for him to see a person in pain that I caused. So, but I've still got a job to do.
So, John, this part, he's turning you a little bit because you said earlier, mid-game, you were thinking Plunka Brave, and after the game, when you heard him, you thought maybe not.
I was surprised that the Phillies weren't going after Braves. I expected it.
But close game is probably what led to that. Possibly led to that. I'll say, possibly.
Well, I think it says something that they didn't try to plunk anybody.
It'd be interesting to know
they
if
have
it was
more knowledge than I do as to whether he truly deserved it or not.
Yeah.
And so, I think after the game, I was still sort of disturbed, like, what's going on? Why didn't they? And then when I heard Spencer Strider, it all came together, and it made me think, okay, the Phillies, they're keeping it real. They're probably going to get back at him, but it's not so imminent that they felt the need to get after him right away.
All right, so here is more of Strider and what he said.
Unfortunately, there's even the most accurate guys can let one go here and there, and so I know he knows that, and I hope he knows there's obviously nothing personal. It's not intentional, and glad that he's okay.
Okay. So again, nice stuff there. This next one's the one that cheeses me because I think he's too flippant. Here's what he said.
I love pitching here. I mean, where else do they chant your name and ask you how your family's doing? I mean, they seem very interested in my well-being, and I appreciate that. I feel like this is a home ballpark. Honestly, at this point, I've pitched here so many times, and I enjoy it.
So, James, I know you were saying earlier you're okay with what he said there because he's human and he's allowed to joke because he's human.
Yeah.
My point is,
and he knows that Bryce is okay at that point. The first clip he says, I'm really happy that he's okay. So he knows that Bryce is okay.
He's relatively okay, though, for what it's worth.
I know, but in the first cut we played there of him, he said, I'm happy he's okay.
He knows the
so
X-ray
in
is
his
negative.
mind, Bryce
Yes.
is okay.
In my mind,
so he's coming from that perspective.
No, I get it. I'll say this. In my mind, he's not okay. He's not maybe severely injured, but I wouldn't refer to him as okay.
Okay, might miss a couple games or whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
but the point is, in Spencer Strider's mind,
I agree.
He didn't hurt him.
He didn't injure him to the point that he's going to be out for an extended period of time.
And I think that's
he
an
doesn't
important.
have to miss games.
No, I get that.
Like if Strider didn't know, maybe he's a little less.
Say it again, John.
Why does everyone expect he'll miss games?
Well, it's
probably will. I mean, that hurts. I mean, I don't think he'll miss a lot.
Try swinging a baseball bat
fastball.
with that thing, man.
It might be swollen. He might not be able to extend his arm the right way and stuff like that.
95-mile-an-hour fastball is a pretty good reason.
What if he has to throw to second base?
Yeah, what if it's also his throwing arm.
Yeah, ground ball to the first baseman. You got to turn a 3-6-3 double play. Good luck. All right, so my thing with Strider on that one, and I get James's point, like he's human, he can joke, but in my opinion, he can't joke until he gets through all that last night. Like, I just think you go into that, you got to be stone-faced, you got to say all the right things, which he did for a while, and then no jokes. No Philadelphia jokes. They call me different names. No jokes. None. And that's what I don't respect about how he handled a postgame. Do you disagree, John?
Yeah. So he needs to say things.
No jokes
per your
per
your script.
Per human decency. It's not jokey.
Well, I thought he was pretty decent.
This is not.
I don't think it was a big joke. He was just saying they get on me
I
when
need
I'm here.
100%, no jokes.
100% impossible standard.
Not 90% no jokes. 100% no jokes.
No chuckles.
Right?
Well,
Rita, you
I
and
can't
Bryce-
believe I'm sitting here
okay.
defending Spencer Strider. This is not how I expected to spend my morning. But he's just saying he's not a sociopath. Like he's saying he didn't take pleasure in hurting someone.
No, he's saying that, but he's saying more. He's also saying they call me names around here. He's going into sarcasm
So I
mode.
think that answer. So there's like a viral interview. I think it's from last season or a few seasons ago of Spencer Strider saying he would prefer to play in like a silent ballpark than like Citizens Bank Park.
Okay, so he's some freakazoid.
People found it. Phillies fans found it. So I think he was saying that to try to like defend
It's almost
himself.
a reaction to that. Yeah.
Which I can't believe. Like I don't like Spencer Strider, for the record. I just
No
don't
one
think that
does.
he's like taking joy in
But
the fact
he's
that
not.
and I do think it was an accident.
It's crazy that he's not permitted to speak a certain way after.
Yeah.
you know,
I don't think he could have said anything,
hit
honestly.
Bryce in
and
the arm.
It's
I
a
think
lose-lose situation.
You got to keep it buttoned
Regardless,
up the
look,
whole
if
time.
I thought he hit him on purpose, I would be fine with plunking them back. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think he hit him on purpose.
Okay.
I would love, I would prefer that he hit him on purpose because I'd like to see that. I enjoy that. We talk about it.
Yeah.
I like to see that sort of animosity.
And I like
don't
that
think it was
too.
called
Yeah.
for last
Well,
night.
okay, so I got all sorts of standards on different issues here. I'll just say this. Even if he didn't hit him on purpose, I still plunk a Brave. That's me.
That's where we diverge.
Yeah, it is where we diverge. And I go for the ribs, and I try to get in between the fourth and fifth to
Gotta
break
get that artery, right?
to break the fourth and fifth.
Yeah.
Like I'm
Oh
not
my
shooting for
God.
one. To me, this is like bowling. I'm trying to split the pins, bang, both of them. Okay, let me just one more time. Bang! Split the ribs. Let's go, phones. Ken and
I
Cinnamon.
think only your ribs split like that. I don't know that that's a thing.
Ken, what's up, buddy?
Good morning, friends. How are you today?
Great.
Ken, are you a split the ribs kind of guy?
Oh, I am. Give me a bone saw. Are you kidding me? Rhea mentioned the Scott Stevens hit on Eric Lindros. I think in hindsight, it's really notable, and it was notable to me at the time what his teammates did after that. They did nothing.
Well, hold on a second, Ken. It was Game 7 to go to the Cup. This. I mean, to the point that's been discussed a lot today. You got to pick your spots at times. This was not a time to have three different, 5-minute penalties where you're in a misconduct and guys get thrown out. That was Game 7 to go to the Cup. So I don't think that applies.
Well, I mean,
And it was Eric's last game with the Flyers. I mean, that was it. Because obviously set out a season, never played for them again.
He obviously wasn't the most popular guy in that.
He was not.
So,
He was not.
for some really strange reasons. But listen, Joe, it's a rare day when I agree with you like 100%.
Welcome
But
to
I-
wisdom, 100%, Ken.
Yeah, well, you can take all the credit you want for yourself. It's not like you ever do that. But listen, a couple things here. First of all, like as recently as 6 years ago, if you were Spencer Strider, and I don't care if he hit him or not on purpose.
You'd have to bet?
You got to step in the batter's box.
Yep.
And now that National League pitchers don't have to worry about stepping in the batter's box. And remember when Bryce got hit by
Snell?
the Padres guy, broke his
Blake
wrist.
Snell.
Blake Snell, yeah, they were friends. So you could tell by Blake Snell's reaction, he absolutely did not want to hit his friend Bryce Harper. But Bryce Harper's reaction was screaming at him because there's an implicit kind of trust amongst professional baseball players that when you're a pitcher, you're responsible for where that pitch goes.
No, that is true.
And
That's right.
Because if you didn't have that in the game, nobody would ever step in the box with a bat to stand 60 feet 6 inches away from a guy throwing 100 miles an hour. So you just it's not so much about what happened 3 days ago. It's about what's going to happen the rest of the year. You've got 26 guys in that clubhouse who have to know that the pitchers have their backs. That you're not just going to be able to take free
I agree.
shots.
I totally agree.
And if you could take a
Ken's phone just zapped out. Ken, I agree with your points, and I think Wheeler will do it. But we'll see. I know game circumstances could dictate it. I just think Wheeler will find a way. That's my opinion. But, we don't know as we sit here. James, let me ask you, do you think there will be a warning by one of the umpires before the game? If you hit the opposing team, you're out.
I don't think it'll be before the game.
Good.
I think if Wheeler hits someone, I think there'll be warnings.
Well,
if it's not before the game,
I
don't you think that's almost
because there was no
encouraging them?
retaliation last night. I don't think they'll warn them before the game.
John, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I can't believe they wouldn't warn them before the game because I feel like if you don't warn them, you're almost complicit.
Well, this goes to a deeper issue in baseball, which is the degree to which baseball
allows the players to police their own game.
Right. Yeah. And it's been, it's been a big
diminishing.
Issue. Yeah.
They used to. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And there was no talk by the Phillies or by the manager after of anger. So, usually when you get that, you get people like, this, that, and the other, and they're saying kinds of stuff. The Phillies have been relatively quiet about it. So it's not like they have something to go on other than you and I saying they should probably, give them a little, rib music.
Rhea and I are from the 19th century.
We're dinosaurs.
And Richie and Devin and James are from the 21st century. Well, you know where we stand. 215-592-9494. All right, up ahead, two pieces of audio, one of which is Terry Bradshaw on Aaron Rodgers. Some good stuff. We'll get to that up ahead next. Phone calls on all of this. I mean, it's been the big topic to, basically punch back or not. You tell us on 94 WIP.
I've been leasing my cars from Lexus Cherry Hill for over a decade. I am an RX 350 fan, which comes into handy now. I got a teenager, I got friends, drove them all down the shore with a dog. Plenty of room in the RX 350, so it makes rides back and forth from the shore smooth sailing with my Lexus from Lexus at Cherry Hill. They are an elite of Lexus dealer for 2024. Lexus Cherry Hill, they are a seven-time certified J.D. Power dealer of excellence winner for the customer sales experience. You will see that. You will see the Lexus of Cherry Hill difference when you stop in. See my friend Tony Lobello and his team, part of his team, Oleg. I was talking with Oleg yesterday. They will help you guide you to the Lexus of your dreams. They've got over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles in stock. Another thing to love about Lexus Cherry Hill, they are veteran-owned and operated business. You deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. So go start your journey today at Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or online at lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family-owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies Braves. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And that one has tied the game. Max Kepler.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Brian Kelly is feeling the heat in Louisiana, and he needs a big year. Garrett Nussmeier is back, and he's got the talent to be one of the better quarterbacks in the country. LSU over 8.5 wins is one of my favorite bets for the college football season. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM
Life
app.
insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom. Stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
You've been called the president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat. No matter who you are, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Score up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be waived. Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
The wait is over. The CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale is here. From now until May 31st, enjoy instant savings on thousands of tires, including Falcon tires. The very best prices of the season during the CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale. At CJ's, we're driven to keep you and your car moving. Only at CJ's Tire. Save up to $80 off a set of tires, including Falcon tires. And at CJ's, days, we're more than just tires. We've got your car covered, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. Now through May 31st, save big on any service needed, including a $49.99 state inspection, and make sure your car is ready for summer. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including Falcon tires at CJTire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Instant savings during the CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and save. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Offers end May 31st and cannot be combined. State inspection not valid for national, commercial, or government accounts. Emission service required and sticker fee additional pass fail. See store for details.
What's for breakfast? You have to get to Helen's Sausage House with locations in Smyrna, Newark, Delaware. For over 40 years, Helen's has kept the region running with its delicious breakfast sandwiches, lunch, and catering. Make Helen's your next stop. Online, helensausage.com.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space, until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9, space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Ioniq 9 is available in extremely limited quantities at select dealers in select states only. EPA estimated range based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Weather could be an issue later today for the Phillies-Braves second game of their series. Expected first pitch, 6:45 p.m. After the Phils shut Atlanta 2-0, rain is expected throughout the day. If they play, will Bryce Harper be in the lineup? Spencer Strider flunked Harper on a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. X-ray said to be negative on NBC Sports Philly. Ruben Amaro Jr. thinks payback is and should be coming.
Someone will pay for that. I gotta believe. There's a lot of baseball to play against the Atlanta Braves, and I will tell you that somebody on that mound will do the job by retaliating. I'm not sure when. They have plenty of time to do it, but it certainly should happen because for me, even if it wasn't purposeful to hit him, I think that the retaliation sometimes is the right thing to do.
Rain today, high 61, currently 54. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. After you crack open your eyes, crack open a seltzer. This is the morning show with Joe DeGamera and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
2-0 pitch. Swung on, ripped towards right center field. It's deep on the run and unable to get it is Acuna. It's going to land at the base of the wall. Bohm's coming into third. The ball checked up at the wall. Bohm's being waved around third. There'll be no throw to the plate. And Max Kepler delivers an RBI double, and the Phillies take a 1-0 lead.
That's all they needed. But the Phillies did get one more run later in the game and ended up winning that game 2-0. Now, I'll tell you what I couldn't believe near the end of the game. Couldn't believe
that it was a walk-home situation for the second run. That was pretty cool.
That the Braves pitcher wouldn't just throw a fastball. I mean, he kept throwing all these.
You mean to JT?
To both of them, to JT and Rojas. He just kept throwing, what was it, sliders?
It looked like his fastball was working, too. I mean, guys were swinging through it.
He didn't throw a fastball, I think, until he was 3-0 on I think it was
weird.
to Rojas. It's like, dude.
He's like Kirkring. Just throw your fastball more, man. But not on our team.
Especially against Rojas. What are the chances Rojas is going to hit it?
Yeah, you're right.
All right.
Rojas hits now, man. Actually, you know what? I take that back. I take my statement, my disparaging Rojas statement, I take it back. I was trying to just be supportive of what you said, and I no longer feel that way because he's actually playing better.
I don't believe in him.
Well, I can't say I believe in him either, but I believe in him more than what I did a year ago at this time.
Here's my statement on the center field
spot. He's been
spot.
a better offensive weapon.
He's batting 253 all of a sudden now. I mean, he was batting 310 or whatever recently.
It's dropped off, but still, when he gets on, it is exciting to think about the possibilities with the speed that he can provide.
Yeah. My statement is, I hope they have a new center fielder for the playoffs. That's my statement. All right. Terry Bradshaw made a statement yesterday. So did Charles Barkley. Both got something off their chest you could tell they feel passionate about. Two Hall of Famers, different sports. Let's start with Bradshaw, who, of course, all-time Steeler great, one of like 30 million Hall of Famers from the 1970s with Pittsburgh, won 4 Super Bowls. To say he does not want Aaron Rodgers on the Steelers would be an understatement. Here's Bradshaw on a Pittsburgh radio station yesterday.
What do you think about possibly Aaron Rodgers being the quarterback? That's a joke. He shouldn't. That is just, to me, is a joke. What are you going to bring him in for 1 year? Are you kidding me? I mean,
that's not the Steelers' way, right?
No, man, that guy needs to stay in California and go somewhere and chew on bark and whisper to the gods out there.
100%. How great is that? Go chew on bark.
It's a joke, he said. That was aggressive. Good for him.
I admire Bradshaw for keeping it real. A lot of people at the national level are placid with how they present.
I was surprised when he said that.
Aaron Rodgers anymore, though. Aaron Rodgers has moved into this separate category where everyone despises the way he handles business.
I think that's right.
I don't know a single person.
He's got a target. No one supports Aaron Rodgers.
Single person that cares.
Oh,
Pat
good
True.
point. Good point.
That's it.
Yeah,
that's one person supports
The
Aaron
craziest
Rodgers.
thing is all the stories yesterday was he didn't report to OTAs, and I go, did I miss him signing with somebody? I was like, what did I miss? Yeah.
So bizarre. All right, so that's Bradshaw. Now let's get to Charles Barkley. You might remember 2 or 3 months ago, Barkley made a whole point saying like, ESPN screwing up, talking about the Lakers all the time. They're completely ignoring the Thunder, who are the best team in basketball. By the way, they very much look like the best team in basketball, and I would strongly put my money on them to win the title. I don't think Indiana's going to win it, but, we'll say. Obviously, you might not know Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He obviously isn't known as well around here as other players, but he's an outstanding player.
He's the MVP.
He's the MVP. But, I mean, rarely has there been an MVP.
No, Joe, I had the same thought.
Less Sixers fans have watched play.
I had the same thought.
Right.
I was like, I bet you a lot of people have not seen him play. I mean, right there with you.
Probably not since the 1970s, if I had to guess. Has there been an MVP that less Philadelphia fans have actually seen the guy play? All right. So he's a great player. He's one of, a handful at the top of the league, clearly. And Barkley made a point yesterday, circled back to the ESPN thing, because SGA, that's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and his team, the Thunder, have a shot to go to the finals tonight, and they probably will. And here's something Barkley said yesterday.
OKC is the best team in the NBA. I've been telling y'all that for 2 months. Hey, ESPN, I love you guys. Don't try to make Anthony Edwards the face of the NBA. The face of the NBA is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Joker, and Giannis. You can't give it to people. They have to take it. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is taking it.
I love that last line.
It is.
Right?
The crazy thing
Because that's
about
the way
it,
that generation was wired. That generation was
yeah.
wired. You got to get it done. You haven't gotten it done until you've gotten it done, and go take it, and
He's
then I'll
not
give you
wrong.
props.
As like 3 months ago, there were people on ESPN. I'm watching it going, I just don't believe in an OKC. And I'm going, you're going to feed me these other teams with these guys who are 40 years old? I mean, stop.
The only thing I'll say in ESPN's defense and people that doubted OKC, the Cleveland Cavaliers had a very similar season, and they got bounced really quick in the playoffs. So,
But I don't think they have a player like
they don't.
like SJ.
Yeah.
They do-
Yeah,
they
I mean,
do not.
So there's a slight difference.
There is a
And
difference.
the funny thing, Anthony Edwards, was he 22 or 23?
Yeah.
He's already been to 2 conference finals for what it's worth. So he is on his way too.
Oh, he's
I just don't think he's at SGA level yet. I agree with
I
Barkley.
agree.
But
And by the way, craziest thing for those that don't know about SGA, history related to, let's call it the Sixers now. He got traded for Paul George.
Sure did.
6 years ago.
Well, have you seen that?
Think
That's
about
been
that.
a big thing on like NBA Reddit. If it's Pacers Thunder, it's 2 teams that built their teams on the back of trading Paul George.
Correct.
away.
Correct.
It's not going to work
Love
out well
that.
for us.
Incredible.
Love that.
Correct.
Also, Pacers Thunder, that would be like the smallest market NBA Finals matchup, maybe. I don't know about ever, but in a
Maybe.
long time. Like
Ratings
no New
disaster.
York.
Oh, it's
no,
awful.
yeah, oh, terrible. No LA. Like that's I mean, I'll watch it, but
I also think it won't be a very close series. I think OKC
You think the Thunder will?
I think they would smoke them.
yeah.
I do.
I think they're gonna win.
That Chet Holmgren guy's pretty darn good too.
Yeah.
I mean, they bring in waves of dudes, man.
But has anyone ever looked more breakable than Chet Holmgren?
It's unbelievable. I
Sean,
feel like his
Sean
legs,
Bradley.
Yes.
Breakable.
Yeah, you're right.
Sean Bradley
his legs are
looked
gonna
more
snap when he's
breakable,
running down the
but he
court.
actually was breakable. Like Chet Holmgren is not. He actually gets out there and plays,
Yeah,
and he's good.
He's extremely skilled.
That's crazy.
Extremely
How
skilled.
can you coordinate appendages that are that far away from your body?
No, he's really good, man. All right, let's go to the phones. Time's yours, which should be something on the Bryce Harper thing coming up in a few minutes. Nick right now in Hillsborough. Nick, good morning.
Yeah, I can't believe what I'm hearing about this whole Bryce Harper situation. Let me paint you a picture. What if tonight in the 4th inning, Kyle Schwarber's up 1-2 count, and because of what happened over the last 3-4 days with our best player getting hit, if I'm a Braves pitcher, I'm saying, you know what? I can come high and tight inside because if one gets away from me, they're not going to do anything.
Correct.
So what if Schwarber gets hit tonight? Then are we allowed to retaliate, or are we still non-Neanderthals that have evolved in the game of baseball that don't do anything? Like, where's the line? Like, when does
it took 3 hours and 42 minutes for someone to truly preach what I'm trying to say. God bless you, sir.
It's unbelievable. Tomorrow morning, Ronald Acuna needs to wake up with a grapefruit-sized purple welt directly on his ass. Somebody throw at this guy tonight and sit him down. It's ridiculous because it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop.
Look, you and I are aligned, bud. 1,000,000%. I love your passion. All right, Nick, give me an answer for the best debate that's been out there.
Anybody say nature versus nurture?
No.
It's a great answer.
It's a good answer as well. So that's an interesting one. I mean,
that's on the bigger scale of the debates.
Yeah. I was thinking we might be going Pete Rose, nature, nurture, big one as well. Let's get Twitter poll questions of the day, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin Chevy, your Corvette headquarters. Have you dreamt about owning a Corvette? Well, now's the time. Visit ArminChevy.com. Together, let's drive. All right, first poll question. As we've been discussing all show, knowing that Spencer Strider hit Bryce, do you want to see the Phillies, not do you think they will, do you want to see the Phillies retaliate by hitting a Braves player, yes or no? John, how do people vote on this one?
85% say yes.
68% say yes. And James, just to be clear, you are saying yes under the right circumstances.
If I thought Spencer Strider hit us on purpose, I will.
Well, you don't know that.
No, I know. I don't think he did. My point is, if I'm the manager of the Phillies, my opinion in this situation is that he did not do it on purpose. I'm not retaliating.
And as a fan, you do not want them to hit a Brave.
I want to win games. First and foremost, as my primary objective is to win games. Like I said, if it's 8-2 and they plunk them, I'm not going to get upset about it.
Hold on. I need an answer. Do you want to see them hit a Brave or not?
I'd rather they win games, so I'll say no. But I don't want it to be their intent. Like, don't worry about hitting people. Worry about winning games. If it plays out, it plays out.
But if it's 8-0 and you got a shot, do you want them to take it?
I'm not gonna say I want them to
is it
take
Joe
it
Ross?
because I'm not gonna say I want them to get
If it's Joe
I'll
Ross,
be fine with it.
yeah.
I'm not gonna say I want it, but I'm not gonna say I'm like indifferent.
Joe Ross.
Okay, so you don't want them to hit a Brave.
I legitimately always forget about Joe Ross. I don't know why.
I want Joe Ross
forget
to go
until
hit
he comes
everybody.
out of the
Yeah,
bullpen
that's fine.
occasionally.
Joe
I would
Ross can go
like everybody
Joe
over
Ross.
the age of 40 to recognize that James Seltzer does not want the Phillies to hit a Brave.
I'm indifferent about it, is what I'm saying.
And I want everyone over the age of 60 to know that James Seltzer is officially, quote, indifferent about it.
That's good.
Okay.
Have you ever heard the saying?
Get the septuagenarians after me. Thank you.
Have you ever heard the saying? Sometimes the best response is no response.
No, never.
No.
I think that
Turn the
is
other
the
cheek.
approach
You're
the
in the
Phillies
wrong
are taking,
place.
and I'm okay with it.
You are in
Devin,
the
What would
wrong
Jesus say?
place.
Turn the other cheek.
Devin, what's softer than soft?
You.
Devin Kane.
Great answer.
Devin Kane. You kind of got me. You
Dick
got me
Hammer.
with the same punchline, but you get the point. All right, second poll question, John. We'll get into this more in another show. Is Jalen Hurts a Tier 1 elite NFL quarterback, yes or no?
I'm going to say 65% say yes.
73% say yes. Well, we'll tee that up another day. Pro Football Focus had him as a Tier 2.
Oh, what do you say, Joe?
I say he is not.
I'm shocked.
I say he is not.
Shocking.
But I do think Tier 2 is the appropriate tier. I look forward to seeing Jaden Daniels play more to see who's better.
I think it's offensive to lump Jalen Hurts and Jaden Daniels in the same category.
Oh, I don't.
After one season of Jaden Daniels playing.
I mean, I got to see the guy play more, but I think he's really, really good.
But we've seen this with C.J. Stroud after 2
I know.
years ago. Now,
Exactly.
Jaden Daniels was better, but we were all like, wow, C.J. Stroud. Then he took a step back.
Yeah.
These guys usually take a step back.
Jalen is so much more accomplished than him. At
No,
this,
well, that's a
this current
different
point.
that's a different topic.
Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, the way they've turned it over, why are they considered more elite?
I mean, yeah,
The way they
after
turn it
Mahomes,
over.
Jalen has two more Super Bowl appearances than anyone else in that
get
group.
We'll
over
do it
that.
another show, but the answer is because there's more around Jalen Hurts and these other quarterbacks. That is true, offensively and defensively. I mean, that's what people assess. All right, so we'll get into that more another show. With that said, let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us what you want to say. The time is yours.
Time's yours.
Well, I've been looking forward to Time's Yours all day. Frankly, since last night. You know, when Bryce gets hit by Strider, you know it's going to light up the Time's Yours line, which is brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go only from Xfinity Mobile. Let's hit it with Time's Yours.
Rob Thompson is a wimp. His most important player gets drilled in the elbow, agonizing on the ground, and he doesn't come out and scream for Strider to get kicked out. What a wimp.
I would also remind people for Time's Yours calls tomorrow at 215-238-4500. It was James Seltzer who said he is, quote, indifferent to the situation.
Yeah, call.
So give Seltzer the business tomorrow.
I will say, what is it, like 98% of calls have said plunk him? It's been pretty much every
It's
caller.
been,
Yeah.
for the most part, yeah.
You know, it's really amazing how such a delicate flower like Joe DeCamera wants to break a guy's ribs for what I consider to be an accidental hit. Come on, Joe. You're real brave, yet they call you the delicate flower. Time's yours.
Whoa.
Yeah,
To be
awfully
clear,
tough.
I don't want to break
When it's someone else doing
Acuna's
the
ribs.
throwing.
I want Wheeler to handle business. I'm the you go handle that kind of guy.
You absolutely have to retaliate. You got to whiz one by Acuna Jr.'s head. You have to retaliate.
Now, no head. I'm not advocating head. I would not advocate that and do not in this case. And with that, Time's Yours. We shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
All right, let's talk to Jay. He is calling from Bear, Delaware. Good morning, Jay.
How you doing, guys? Good morning. Good morning.
What's up, Jay?
First time caller, man. It's so cool to be on. But
Oh, that's awesome.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
listening to the show and calling us.
Of course, bro. Look, listen. If this was Jalen Hurts behind the offensive line and he get hit late, what's gonna happen? They gonna go crazy for their quarterback.
Yeah, guys like Mulata certainly would have gotten in someone's face for sure.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So how come the Phillies, your top guy goes down, and we just gonna sit there and just let it happen? We ain't chirping, we ain't doing nothing. So that's why for me it's like, yo, we gotta step it up. We gotta represent. Show that Philly toughness, show that grit that we're known for. So honestly,
I gotta tell you, Jay. I may even sign Jason Peters for this next game.
The bodyguard.
Jason Peters, bless his heart.
Joe Ross to the minor leagues for one game. Jason Peters, let's rock and roll.
There you go. Let's go take somebody's head off. No, let's take somebody's rib.
You think Jason Peters throws hard?
I think Jason Peters. I would have Jason Peters as the first baseman. So when a guy charges the mound, Jason Peters.
I felt that.
Could you imagine Jason Peters coming after you? The man. I mean, you're calling from Bear, Delaware, Jay. Jason Peters is like a bear.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't want to see him, man.
All right, Jay, give me an answer, pal. Give me a great debate. What do you got?
Did somebody say LeBron and Jordan?
No, been waiting for that one.
Great
Good answer, big answer. Rhea, if you get to have one Flyer post-1980, so not Dave Schultz, one Flyer since 1980 to fight the fight, who is it?
Oh, to fight the fight.
To fight the fight.
Oh, and you're taking Schultz from me.
Yeah, no Schultz.
Taka could be physical.
The correct answer.
Donald Brashear.
The correct.
I got Brashear.
The correct answer
I had
is
the Brashear jersey back
you guys
in
disappoint me.
2004.
Listen, I love Brashear. Loved, Berube. The correct answer is Dave Brown.
So Dave Brown's a good one.
The correct answer is Dave Brown. Now, Antosky had his moment. He even had the animal in the minor leagues. They never did bring him up. I always wanted to see the animal
you can't
fight.
count the animal. Oh, he was a nut.
It was always like, if you step out of line, we'll bring the animal up from the minor leagues. That was amazing. All right, we're turning to really fast. We're looking for the best debate. What is it? Mark, give me an answer for a great debate.
If Pluto is a dog, what's Goofy?
Wow. I thought it was going to be, is Pluto
planet?
A planet.
Yeah.
Barbara at Lafayette Hill. Barbara, we got to move fast. You can win Phillies tickets. Give me a big-time debate.
Don't have one.
All right. Barbara, give us a 15-second point on the Phillies.
Strider, his first opening statement was he thought he was wearing an elbow guard.
Yep.
That says he has intent.
I thought the same thing. Very astute observation by you, Barbara. I thought the same thing.
Wow.
Yep.
It's actually, I didn't realize that.
It may not be to hit him, but it could be to pitch inside. Barbara, I thought the same thing. Great point. All right, we got to come up with a winning answer for a great debate. Not looking for things so much in the mystery category, but things that people drill down on. So what stands out? Pete Rose Hall of Fame. Toilet paper, how to position it.
Jordan LeBron's huge.
Jordan LeBron's
Nature
big.
Nurture.
Yeah.
Nature nurture. I
Nurture's
love
big.
that one.
Does size matter?
Yeah. It's a debate. It's talked about.
Maybe cut that.
I feel like Joe yeah, good point. I think Joe brings that up a lot,
I do?
You like to do innuendos,
Innuendos. I mean,
seems very
fan
important.
of, making
Let's make some noise. Come on.
comments about a certain, fella.
Nick Foles, God bless him. All right, let's all just say which one. I'm going Pete Rose, John.
Boy, I don't know. Jordan LeBron was good, but there were other great ones.
Nature Nurture.
I'm going
Jordan
Nature
LeBron.
Nurture.
I want Nature Nurture.
Yeah, I'm Nature Nurture
Okay, it's
too.
2-1. Devin, what do you got?
I was going to go toilet paper.
Okay, 2-1-1. Rhea, what do you got?
The toilet paper one. That elicited the most response.
Okay, fine. Then it's 2-2.
Yeah.
And now I'll break the tie because now you guys are toilet paper versus Nature Nurture. To which I'll go Nature Nurture.
Shocking.
Congratulations, Nick.
Great
Congratulations.
answer.
Nick, you have won the tickets to see the Phils coming up in 2 weeks. Hey, everyone, have a wonderful rest of the day. Obviously, all eyeballs on the Phils game tonight if it gets played. We'll react tomorrow if it gets played. If not, talk about something else. Have a great rest of the day. You know what's up ahead. Joe and Hugh, they're up next.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with the new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You could combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get into the action. You'll get started with $200 of bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't miss this year's 50th anniversary sales event at Dell Chevrolet. You can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Hey, navigation, take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
No matter what car repair I need, there's only one name I trust. Well, really two. One is Meineke, and the other is Bob, the owner of my local Meineke. Bob has been taking care of my car for years. It's nice to take your car to someone you trust and someone who is part of the neighborhood. And being a single mom, sometimes money's a little tight. So Meineke makes it easy with flexible payment solutions where I can pay over time. Having a safe, reliable vehicle for my family is important, and that's why I trust Bob and why I trust Meineke. Meineke, doing car care right.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call Cordell & Cordell today, because your business is more than a job, it's your legacy.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Only at Colonial Hyundai. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com.
WIP hosts prepare for their shows in the Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost. Only from Xfinity Mobile.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa, the pros that know AC parts inside and out. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Kirk Gibson. The 68-year-old former outfielder, manager, and broadcaster is best known for his iconic 1988 walk-off World Series home run. A decade ago, he was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, and his foundation will soon open the Kirk Gibson Center for Parkinson's Wellness. Good luck, Kirk, and happy birthday. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Line in the 0-1 pitch. And it punked him. Oh, man. And Harper gets hit somewhere on the arm, and he's in some real pain right now. Looks like the right forearm or elbow. And he's doubled over, down on his knees. His trainer and manager both checking in on Harper. And Bryce, who was hit twice over the weekend in Oakland, right on the back of the elbow. Yeah. He had not been hit by a pitch all season long, and now he's been hit 3 times in 3 days. And Harper is done.
And there should be some retaliation, but I doubt there will be.
Well, there should be. Welcome on in. It is the Midday Show.
You got to love LA.
You do. Welcome on in. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop aboard. A nice win by the Phillies last night. Ranger was excellent. We got a lot to do today, including Elliott at 11. You'll hear from Kevin Patullo for the first time at 12:05, talking first time as Eagles offensive coordinator. OTAs are beginning. A lot to get into. We start, though, with a win that was almost ruined by Bryce Harper getting plunked in the elbow. Luckily, X-rays negative. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. You know what? I never understood this. Like, when we used to watch Scooby-Doo, why was Velma always considered the ugly friend? She wasn't ugly.
No, she was not.
Velma had body, like back in the day. I'm just saying.
I wasn't expecting this today in 2025, but I agree.
I just thought about that. Like, it's like when you were growing up, we never knew how,
Well,
we just
she was more like the plain Jane. Yeah. She was underappreciated.
Yeah, she was definitely underappreciated.
Okay, yeah, so we agree on that. We'll see if we agree on anything else today, because I got to tell you, after last night, the Phillies absolutely 100% need to retaliate today. That's it. I don't care about any other stuff. I don't care if Spencer Strider didn't do it on purpose or he said he didn't. I need to see a brave hit when these two teams resume this series. And I was at the game last night. I understand why the Phillies didn't do it last night. You heard LA there.
That was a tight game.
Tight game, right? Until the 8th inning, when they had the bases loaded walk, the Phillies did not have more than a 1-run lead the entire game. I understand why they're not going to put a free base runner on in a game that tight. But as this series moves along and gives the ball to Zach Wheeler, I need retaliation. In fact, I want Acuna to wear one the way we had Harper wear one last night. Hugh, the entire season flashed before my eyes last night. I know in 2022 they got by without Bryce Harper and they found a way to the playoffs and he came back. But boy, that looks scary. Elbow, fractures take a long time to heal, and all these bad things are going through my head as he falls to the ground last night. And the Phillies, you heard it there. Harper was hit twice over the weekend, 3 times in 4 games. They got to put an end to this and let everyone in the league know you don't hit our guy. If you hit our guy, we're hitting your guy. I need retaliation tonight. Hugh, what are you feeling as Bryce Harper got plunked by Strider?
Allow me to long talk just for a minute.
All right.
Because I'm still processing this, because when we were watching it, leave me alone, Kyle.
This is short talking. Hit him!
Because last night I'm watching it, right? And you know how for me it takes a while to kind of digest sometimes what's actually happening.
Mm-hmm.
I saw the elbow. I saw him grab his elbow and all the conversation that was being had about the hit and all this other stuff. We got in here, we talked about it this morning. And, it felt like it happened light years ago that he got hit. And then I got to thinking about who hit him, Spencer Strider.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to thinking about what Bryce has been doing these last couple of weeks. These last couple of games, I should say. I mean, he's been a lot better. He's been closer to the Bryce that we need him to be and everything. And then you add into that the fact that he's been getting plunked quite a bit. So teams are trying to slow him down. I'm long talking to say all this, man. Yeah, somebody needs to be dealt with, especially when it comes to Spencer Strider. Y'all know I was in Atlanta, and I was there for Spencer. Well, I was there for the beginning of Spencer Strider's meteoric rise as a pitcher for the Braves. He's different. He says little snide, slick-ass comments that, might rub people the wrong way. And I feel like last night that was one of them. When he came out, what did he say, Kyle? Somebody, I'm not a narcissist. I didn't do it on purpose, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, somebody need to be dealt with today.
Yeah, and I just think they need to send a message to the rest of baseball, to the Braves, that we're not doing this. No, we're not doing this. Enough is enough. Harper's not getting hit anymore, and if you keep hitting him, you're going to wear one. 215-592-9494. A lot has changed in baseball over the years. A lot. Some for the good, some for the not good. But there's something very old school about how baseball players police themselves. We don't need the umpires involved. We don't need the commissioner involved. Let tonight Zach Wheeler go out there and police this. Take care of it. Acuna wears one in the ribs, and we move on and play the rest of the series.
I will say this, though. LA's words, they kind of resonate with me. I guess
that it didn't happen? Like it wasn't going to happen?
Well, because LA's old school, and, I kind of trend more towards the elder statesman, here. And the way that he said it, basically he was saying, yeah, they should retaliate, but they soft. Like he basically was calling them kind of soft when he said that.
Well, I hope they heard it, and I hope they changed their ways tonight. 215-592-9494. Let's go through some of what happened last night. Phillies won the game 2-0. Excellent game pitched by Ranger Suarez. Got in trouble a couple times, but the bases loaded. But, boy, he was excellent to get out of it. He's pitched really well lately. But the story was what happened early in the game when Bryce Harper gets hit by Spencer Strider. I don't know if it was just me because I was at the game, so I wasn't as locked into the broadcast.
And it's a little harder when you're there.
Well, for me, it felt like forever until I got an update, and then I was with my kids, so I wasn't on my phone. I was just but I was waiting for someone to text me, and every inning and a half, I would look at my phone to see if there was an update. Eventually, I saw one, but it felt for me at the game like it took forever to get an update. I'm like, oh no. The longer I didn't get an update, I'm like, he broke his elbow. We're screwed here. Fortunately, he's fine. It's just a contusion. Let's hear Topper after the game about Harper's X-ray.
The obvious question is, how's Bryce, and any long-term concern or short-term, even about tomorrow and beyond?
I don't know. We'll have to reevaluate in the morning, but the X-rays were negative, and he's certainly in a lot of pain. So, whenever one of your top hitters or your best hitter gets hit like that, there's always some concern. But he's a tough guy too.
Well, he is. I mean, he's worn a lot over the years. I mean, he had the one that broke his thumb a couple years ago, but he had the one hit him in the face in St. Louis. He is a tough dude. He gets hit often, and usually he's in a lot of pain when he does. All right, so look, the good news is Harper's okay. It doesn't mean it's okay what happened. Let's hear Strider after the game on what happened there on that pitch.
Certainly not trying to hit him. I thought in the moment, I just assumed he had a guard on and, was just pissed that I hit him and then saw him in pain, and that was tough. So I'm definitely relieved that he's okay. And he's one of the best players, this century. So needs to be on the field. It's best for the game.
All right, Hugh, I don't know where you come down on the intent. First of all, I don't care what the intent was. I mean, if he intended to hit him, obviously we got to hit him back. Even if he didn't, and deep down, do I think he was trying to hit him? I don't. I don't believe Spencer Strider was trying to start the game by putting Bryce Harper on base and hit him on purpose. But I do think he was trying to go up and in. I do think he was trying to send a message, and I need to send a message back that if you miss, we can't play in this game, because then I'm going to have all my guys getting plunked, accidentally or not. So I don't think deep down that he woke up yesterday and said, I'm going to try to hurt Bryce Harper. But I do think he tried to go up and in. He missed. And now a Braves got to wear it. Hugh, your reaction to Strider and the way he reacted after the game?
Don't like his shirt. Didn't like the shirt that he had on. Number one.
Okay.
I just didn't like the way he said it. And now, to be fair to him, he didn't say it with I don't feel like he had any malice in his delivery or anything like that. I think there was some sincerity to it, but it's because it's him and the history. There's a lot when I'm petty like this, there's a lot that goes into me being petty like this. Because if I'm not mistaken, Joe, when we had beef when we were in Atlanta, wasn't he on the mound?
When we had
we went down
you
there
mean
like
when the
a couple
Braves fans
years.
had beef with me?
Yeah, when they were about to put hands on you.
Yeah, they was Strider pitching.
Strider was on the mound. So he about to catch an L, or somebody from the Braves about to catch an L because of that. Because I'm thinking back to that moment. And when dude tried to bring beef to your door and he was on the mound, so he's guilty by association.
Yeah, part of that might have been my fault.
Yeah, but you was talking trash.
Okay.
But still, in this situation, and me thinking about that, that's all I need to go out there and hit somebody.
Yeah, look, the intent is really it's secondary to me. He hit him, and I also I found it a little interesting when he said I thought he had a brace on or like a protective thing on his arm, almost as if I could throw up and in, he'll be fine. Well, he wasn't fine. You hit him and you nearly hurt him. I need the Phillies to retaliate.
And I don't like
here.
his mustache.
Well, yeah.
I don't like the mustache.
Are you anti all mustaches? Because we got a mustache behind the glass over there.
I don't like the mustache with the flavor saver. I don't like that.
Gotcha.
And I don't like his shirt.
I don't like Strider. Great pitcher, but I don't like him.
He's a hell of a pitcher.
You got to shave that mustache, Kyle. You can't be walking around looking like Strider.
I was so angry yesterday that I considered leaving the game. I was there too.
Yep.
And going home and putting a razor to this thing.
Because you're walking around looking like Spencer Strider.
Well,
He's public enemy number one this morning.
Right. And look, you know me. I'm not a high road guy. I don't want to hear any of the crap today about, just winning the game is the best retaliation and sweeping them and winning the series. Shut up, dude. I'm glad I got Hugh Douglas back. The guy who
I was a little nervous he wouldn't be here today.
Me too.
We were all nervous you were going to be plant-based.
But then I remembered that he wanted Embiid to go seek out the snitch.
That's right.
And put hands on him.
That's right.
So it does make sense that Hugh wants somebody on the Phillies.
This is not the time that we should be rallying behind me making bad decisions.
Well,
seriously, I'm just being honest.
Well, but when it aligns with my thinking, it absolutely is.
Yeah, logic only matters if I agree with it.
Yeah, like screw the Braves, screw their fans, screw Atlanta, screw Spencer Strider. Somebody on the Braves, whether it's tonight if they have a game, tomorrow if it's a doubleheader.
Yep.
No, it has to be tonight.
Well, if they don't play tonight, it
okay,
can't
fine.
be.
Yeah, it can't be tonight. Yeah.
But somebody needs to wear one of the freaking ribs.
Yeah.
It's got to be Ozuna, Acuna, take your pick, whoever. But we can't let that go. Like, I don't want the Phillies to be bullied like the Eagles were against the Niners and made to look like a punk. We have to go out there and retaliate. And I'm glad that Wheeler's the next one on the mound because I think there's a good chance that he might do it.
I agree.
He live in Atlanta, too.
He's old school. Zach Wheeler's old school, has been that way his whole career. And here's what I need tonight. I need the Phillies, and I'm glad, and it's great job. This is why Scott's the best. He added that context in the call last night. This is the third time in a few days Bryce Harper's been hit. We got to cut this off now. Like, obviously, pitchers around baseball thing, we just go up and in on Bryce Harper, and what's the big deal? Phillies aren't going to retaliate. No, they got to stop this now before someone here gets hurt. Because if every pitcher in baseball thinks the Phillies won't retaliate, they're all coming up.
That's the thing. That's the thing. It's one of those things where if you let, especially with the Braves going into the season, that was your direct competition in a lot of people's eyes. I know it was the Mets and what the Mets did last year, but the Braves were that team that were up and coming.
Mm-hmm.
And they've been surging the last couple of weeks. I think they're like 2 games out of being 500 or 3 now, isn't it?
I think 3, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, you need to send a message to them to let them know y'all about that action. I think that, I think back about when Snitker came to town and he was talking about how his family was harassed being in Philly. He made a big deal out of that. Yeah. So, I mean, it's Philadelphia. So, yeah, you need to be plunked. You need to be plunked expeditiously.
Expeditiously?
Expeditiously.
Okay. An expeditious plunking of the Braves. 215-592-9494. All right, let's hear from Ruben Amaro talking about how someone's got to pay for what happened.
Someone will pay for that. I got to believe there's a lot of baseball to play against the Atlanta Braves, and I will tell you that somebody on that mound will do the job by retaliating. I'm not sure when. They have plenty of time to do it, but it certainly should happen because for me, even if it wasn't purposeful to hit him, I think that retaliation sometimes is the right thing to do.
I agree with Ruben. I mean, deep down, do I think Spencer Strider tried to intentionally hit and hurt Bryce Harper? I don't, but he did. And this is now a pattern going on where teams think they could just throw up and in on Bryce. We got to protect our guy. Zach Wheeler's got to go out there and protect Bryce Harper. 215-592-9494. The one thing I disagree with Ruben on there is that the timing doesn't matter. It does to me. I want to see this sooner than later. I know they have a lot of games against each other. It doesn't hit the same for me if it happens in August. Like, I need, before the Braves leave town, ideally tonight, if they get this game in, ideally Wheeler being the one to deliver it, I need Acuna. No, Kyle said Ozuna or Acuna. I want Acuna to wear one. They hit our guy. I want to hit their guy. 215.
He just got back. You want him to think.
Well, I didn't say to hurt him.
No, I'm not saying.
In the upper ribs.
I'm just like,
He'll
he's
feel
probably
that for a couple days.
You know, as a hitter, knowing that Wheeler's on the mound and knowing what happened, you got to know that you're probably a likely candidate.
That's right.
To catch one. So is that something that is like, how does that work? I've never been a part of it. Is that something that, you go out there and you kind of negotiate?
Mm-mm.
Or you just kind of, you just kind of know it's about to happen?
It's understood. See, here's the thing, though, and that's why I think Wheeler's the right guy to do it. If you send the wrong pitcher out or the guy misses, then because I've seen it before, Hugh, where the pitcher will try to hit a guy, throw it behind him, and then the umpires say, hold on. And
wait a minute, stop it.
Stop. They warn both dugouts, and then the next hit by pitch, the pitcher's thrown out of the game. So then it becomes a whole big thing. So you get one shot, and if you miss, it's kind of over then. So I trust Wheeler to peg him where you want to peg him.
So you talking about out the gate, just try to just give him one.
Right into the arm and the ribs, and then we all move on and play the baseball game.
I can't imagine. I can't imagine how that feels.
It feels like crap, I'm sure. 215-592-9494. Let's go to the phone lines here. Do you need the Phillies to retaliate? Is it a must? It is for me. I mean, again, it's not just one hit by pitch. It's not just that it was Strider. I don't believe it was totally intentional. But what it was a sign that pitchers think they could just throw up and under the Phillies, and nothing's going to happen around here. And I want Wheeler tonight to send the message back, no. We're not doing that. Chris in Middletown is up. Hey, Chris.
Happy Hit a Brave Day, man.
That's what it is. Hit a Brave Wednesday. What's up, Chris?
Guys, Hugh, you're so right on this. Because you know what this is, Hugh?
What is this?
And Joe, this is a man being a man. Any man who calls in today that says that they shouldn't retaliate, they need to take the high road, you know what? Y'all need to man up because you're not a man. All right, this is again.
Those people are called grown-ups.
No, they're called babies. They're called soft.
Technically, they're grown-ups, but I digress.
They're betas. They're betas. That's what they are. All right, guys. Here's what should happen. I want Wheeler to hit. I'd love him to hit Orlando Arcia, but remember how he ran his mouth. But that's right. He got sent like DFA'd and then got traded.
I think he's a Rocky now, which shows how far his career has fallen.
Yeah. So that's a little bit. But here's what I want him to do. I want Zach to go up, and this is my own pettiness, because this player irritates me because he's that good. But I want him to hit Austin Riley. He is a Phillies killer, and here's my pettiness, Hugh. He's a Gold Glover that plays a ridiculous defensive level at third base, hits home runs, and all he does is remind me of what our third baseman is not. So you know what? I want him to drill him with 96 up and in. All right. But here's more importantly, after he hits him, I want an old school brawl. Empty the bullpens. I want everybody out there. I want JT to go up and slug and knock out Porn Stash Strider. I want to see this. More importantly than anything, I want to see Topper go out and cold clock Snicker and show him what some real Philly harassment really looks like. All right, guys, we need to send a message to the whole league. You mess with the bull, you're going to get the horns. We are the PHIGHTEN fighting Phillies.
Chris,
let's go, Phil.
Good phone call. Good phone call. I thought he was going to spell horns today, and then he started going. He obviously spelled fight there. My favorite part of Chris's calls now is not knowing which word he's going to chant. I mean,
that was kind of.
He went with fightins but I thought we were getting horns. 215-592-9494. Our Rich in Collegeville needs to talk to Douglas. So, Rich, you're up, buddy. What's up?
Hey, I want to talk to Hugh Douglas. You there, Hugh?
Yes, I am.
Hey, I got the most respect for you in the whole world. I watched you play football. You guys were awesome. Okay? I understand how it is. But this is baseball. You got to be the bigger man. You cannot go out and hit somebody on purpose.
Why not?
Come on, man. You got to be the bigger man here.
And what about this show? Like, wait a minute, Rich, I have to ask is this the first time you've heard this show? Have you been listening?
I listen to you all the time.
So you know how we roll on this show. We're pretty petty. We're pretty petty and childish. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying. And normally, under normal circumstances, if you were dealing with 3 adults, that would probably be the case.
But that's not the show.
But that's not, Rich, that's not the case. I mean, we've been acting childish since day one. So, I mean.
You're dealing with a professional baseball team. Professional guys.
No, I mean, I get what you're saying. And you know what, Rich? You know what sometimes the hardest thing to do is be a grown-up.
Yeah.
It is. And in this moment, when you talk about, because I look at it like this, because I weighed all of this, because to your point, Rich, initially, I was going to try to be an adult in this situation. I was going to try to do that.
And then he knew we would have yelled at him for 4 hours
but
for doing
I
that.
mean, like, it wouldn't have been the first time they yelled at me. But think about it like this, Rich. This is the 3rd time Bryce has been hit. Bryce has been on a tear. Do we agree with that?
Yeah.
In a time where Bryce was struggling a little bit, and we know we need Bryce in order to get to where we want to be, correct?
Yeah, and he was getting better. I understand.
He
that.
was. And so it's more about the principality of the situation, because he's been hit 3 times in the last 3 days or something like that, right, Joe?
Yeah.
Like the last 5 days.
Let the officials take care of it. You let the officials take care
But
of
they
it.
haven't taken care of it yet, right?
Well, you got to press them.
What you mean?
Well, what are they going to do, Rich? I mean, like, what are they going to do? They're going to warn the Braves for one hit by pitch?
Find somebody.
You're not going to find Spencer Strider's not going to get fined for a hit by pitch. That happens in baseball. I agree with you. It's more about the principle. Rich, what's the worst that happens? Like, I trust Zach Wheeler to throw the ball in an area where no one's going to get killed. I don't think he's going to miss and hit Acuna's head. So, like, if you
Okay, so you're saying Strider's just as good then, right?
Well, Strider didn't hit Bryce in the head. I'm not, Rich. I'll never stand up here or sit here and say headhunt. I mean, that's dangerous, and I think that's for 50 years ago. I'll never talk about hitting someone in the head. But why can't Zach Wheeler throw the ball in the middle of Acuna's back and make him wear it? Like, what's the worst that happens?
Because Strider wasn't trying to do that to Bryce.
Right, I understand that. But do you see what's going on here? There's obviously teams don't fear going inside on Phillies hitters right now. I need the opponent to fear it because they know they're going to get it back.
Okay, so then make them fear how they play. Let us win every freaking game. Let them fear us that way.
Well, we've been winning all month, and no one cares because they're just throwing the ball up and in our hitters.
I don't know. I just think it's wrong. You're going to take somebody and hit them on purpose.
All right. I mean, and look, I respect your opinion. I don't.
Yeah, we're childish.
I don't think it's wrong. I think it's sports.
I think that's what happens when you do what you've done. Now, Spencer Strider, you're right. He might not have meant to do that, but guess what?
He did
Since he did it, he has to suffer the consequences.
And he did mean to go up and in, right? The catcher wasn't set up outside. The intent was, I'm going up and in on him. I want to either back him off the plate or make him feel uncomfortable, and he missed, and that happens. And he's off of surgery, and he's not himself right now, so I'm not surprised his command isn't where it needs to be.
He just got back, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's not.
He's going to pay, though. Yeah. I mean, well, he's not going to pay, but somebody's going to pay.
Someone's going to pay, and I mean, we don't. Do we have to be soft about this? It's pro sports. If there's a hard foul on a great Sixer, I expect the Sixers to give a hard foul to the other star player. You know, it's the same, and we see this in hockey all the time. We see it in football. If someone takes a shot on Jalen, I expect the Eagles to take a shot back or to protect their quarterback. It's the same thing. 215-592-9494 are your phone calls here. Do you need the Phillies to retaliate? I do. I will be extremely disappointed if the next game goes by and not a single Brave is plunked. I need it. I want Wheeler to be the one to do it. To me, he's the one. It's got an old school to him. I think he'll be the one to do it. 215-592-9494. Your reaction to all this. We'll hear more from Strider, a flippant Strider in his postgame presser. Excited for this. Plus, Zach Wheeler, he does have a history with one Brave in particular. We'll recall who next. That's coming up. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us. And we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Navigation, take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Some people say Delco's a lot, and you know what? They're right. From cool outdoor festivals and wineries to award-winning gardens and miles of tracks and trails, Delco has something for everyone. And if you're looking for someplace to watch a game, have a beer, eat great food, and hang out with your friends, you won't have to look very far because Delco is loaded with great bars and restaurants. Check out all Delco has to offer at visitdelco.com. That's visitdelco.com. They say Delco's a lot, and they're right.
A full bathroom remodel isn't always needed. Hi, I'm Stephanie from Emmons. Sometimes small upgrades can make a big difference. Whether it's a new vanity, maybe modern fixtures, or a new layout, Emmons delivers stunning transformations all within your budget. Call us today at 856-556-3229. Visit our Cherry Hill showroom or check us out online at callemmons.com and let Emmons make your bathroom beautiful again. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Shop the Delaware Valley's largest selection of craft beers, specialty brews, and fine cigars at B&B Beverages. Conveniently located just off the 611 and 202 bypass in historic Doylestown. This summer, live every moment with Peroni 12-pack bottles, just $17.99. Or grab a 12-pack of Miller Lite 12-ounce cans for only $12.99. Perfect for the next Phillies game. And check B&B's website for their sampling events. B&BBeverages.com. Celebrate responsibly.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
Participating U.S. Wendy's. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-251-5642. 800-251-5642. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-251-5642.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Soraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Soraya, an Odyssey podcast available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm imagining Zach Wheeler walking out to this tonight as he takes him out. Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill, you guys with us. 215-592-9498. I did Braves hit the ground tonight after last night. Bryce Harper Ward in the elbow against Strider. We are lucky. I mean, we are really lucky that Bryce Harper doesn't have a fractured elbow. That pitch in that spot, and look, we know a couple years ago. 3 years ago now, in San Diego when Bryce broke his thumb, and it reminded me of that, the way he went down, the pain he was in, how long it took him to get up. I was thinking the worst last night. We lucked out, but that doesn't mean we let this go. 215-592-9494. Do you need the Phillies to retaliate tonight? I do. I think they need to. It's not a should they, will they. I think they need to retaliate. Where do you come down as the Braves hit Harper last night? Let's hear from Spencer Strider after the game. More on what he had to say about it not being on purpose. And just listen to Strider.
I'm not a complete sociopath, so I have some empathy. So, I do feel bad for him to see a person in pain that I caused. So, but, I've still got a job to do. And, I think try to realize that was one pitch, so certainly not indicative of how I was pitching or how I planned to pitch. And, unfortunately, there's even the most accurate guys can let one go here and there. And so I know he knows that. And I hope he knows there's obviously nothing personal. It's not intentional. And, glad that he's okay.
Do you think it was intentional?
Yeah, it would be on site. Listen, and I understand who was it called in and said, I got to be a grown-up in situations like this. Yeah. I try. Lord knows I try.
You do try. You. I think every day you wake up and say, I'm going to be a grown-up. And then sometimes we tell you you're being a baby.
Here's the thing that gets me. It's the chuckle. Like, don't be chuckling. Like, when you chuckle, that's irritating. And then you top it off. You started off by saying, what did he say? I'm not a psychopath or whatever.
Not a complete sociopath.
Sociopath.
Partial.
And then you chuckled.
Half a sociopath.
You chuckled about it. This ain't no chuckling situation, dog. I've been sitting over here grabbing my elbow. I couldn't imagine getting hit in the elbow the way that he got hit in the elbow and going straight back to the bullpen and waiting for that pain to go away. Like, that feels like almost instant retaliation. Now, I understand where everybody's coming from, and you got to be the man in the high ground, but we are in a situation where we're fighting for a playoff spot. And the one thing, what has been one of the things that people say about this Phillies team is they ain't got no seasoning. I've heard that before. And you could take seasoning to translate however you want that to translate. That, to me, means that they just go out there and they play. And sometimes there's nothing wrong with that, but every now and then you need to let people know that you're not about games all the time. Mm-hmm. And I think this is one of those moments. And I think especially when you talk about what has happened over the last couple of days, Bryce Harper's been on a little bit of a tear, and he's been retaliated against because of that. And for the most part, this team is a team that takes the high ground. But every now and then, you have to get your uniform dirty. You have to let people know that even though you are trying to be a grown-up, I will push your stuff in.
Push it right in.
Push your stuff.
Push your stuff right in. And you know what? And here's who it's on to push the stuff in, okay? I'll use your terms. It's on the pitchers. The batters can't retaliate for themselves. Like they need the pitchers to protect them. That's what the pitching staff has to do, protect the hitters that are getting plunked. And Bryce Harper's getting plunked left and right now. And I think we have the right guy on the mound in our next game, and that is Zach Wheeler. Wheeler has always struck me as very old school. We've had him on the show, just listen to him talk.
Yeah, he seems like he will push it.
Yeah, like he's not old, but he's older. But he also, to me, strikes me as an old soul, the way he thinks about the game and pitches the game. I think he's the right guy to do this. And let's not forget, Zach Wheeler has some history with Ronald Acuna. Remember this a few years ago? Let's listen to this. His beef with Acuna back in the day.
Pitched him away the first at bat, and then he just got to that one. So that might have been the cause of that. But same thing with Ozuna. I think we finished him with a bunch of high heaters in, and so that next at bat he was on that, and then I just hung the curveball to what's his name, Acuna.
He forgot his name.
What's his name? Ronald Acuna. There's no way he forgot his name. That was like an intentional what's his name.
Zach got that dog in him, too.
Yeah.
Like, I could see that happening tonight.
What's his name again?
And then he said Acuna.
Yeah. Only one of the most talented players in baseball. Forgot who he was.
Was the MVP that year?
I think he was, yeah. Let's go to Matt in West Stafford. What's up, Matt?
Yo, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Matt?
Man?
Listen, I was at the game as well, right? When he went down, my jaw dropped. Kept checking Twitter. Thank God he's okay. But listen, Zach Wheeler, I hope you're listening. 97 to that ACL knee to Ronald Acuna.
That's a lot.
I don't care. Right to that knee.
That sends a statement.
97, Matt from West
That
Stafford says. Matt, we got to hit him back. No question.
Listen, ready? It was one pitch. Strider said. Same thing with Wheeler. It was just one bad pitch. Didn't tell me the whole game. One pitch got away.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, Acuna needs to get drilled. I'm shocked they didn't even honestly throw up and in at anybody last night.
I know.
Which, kind of pissed me off. But listen, Acuna needs to get drilled. And all I keep thinking of is, I don't know if you guys seen this video, is when Kevin Millar got hit. I forget who hit him on the Yankees. And Pedro said, "Who do you want me to hit?" And then he hit Soriano to start the game, and then he hit Jeter.
He sent them both to the hospital, those two guys.
And he said in the video, he says, "I'll send both of them in the ambulance." Listen, that's what needs to happen to Acuna.
Matt, I don't need him in an ambulance, but I need him hit. I agree with you. I need him thrown at tonight. Matt, good phone call. Matt came in with some vinegar behind him.
That was a lot.
Boom.
I'm not mad at that.
Yeah.
Well, how can we be mad?
We're
kind of rallying the troops here.
I'm childish.
I mean, specifically targeting the knee might be a little bit much.
I don't need that in particular.
A lot.
I might go to the back or his ass or something like that.
The back or the ass, the little meatier parts of the body.
But I mean, I want him to be hurt,
the upper rib.
not injured.
The upper rib hurts for a while.
Yeah, it does. But the message would be sent.
Yes,
I think
we're not
injured
tolerating.
Is where we go.
Yes, no head, and I think the knee's probably a little much, but I'll take a rib or a back or whatever. Here's the thing, and I know there's probably some people out there that are like, well, what if Wheeler gets thrown out of the game? First of all, I don't believe after last night the umpires are going to warn everyone when the game starts, because there really nothing else happened besides what happened to Harper. So it was pretty tame last night. Now, tonight, if we start the game and Wheeler hits Acuna, they probably warn both sides then. That'd probably be
the smart thing to do.
The warning comes out from the umps. All right, no more. That's it. It's over now. Let's just move on. And then we all move on. And the message is sent, and we're done. Now, the one thing that could go wrong is if Wheeler tries and misses, and then we missed our shot, because then the warner's going to come out, and then we got to worry about people getting thrown out of games. I just need to send the message back. I need the message to be sent back that we're not doing this, and we're not allowing the Braves or the Mets or anybody in baseball to go up and into our guys, because that's what's going to happen. Even if it's not intentional, if we keep allowing pitchers to throw up and in on Harper and Schwarber and Turner, someone's going to break a hand. I mean, like it's over the next
principality of it.
Yeah, we're going to allow our guys to get hurt because we're just
nice guys
taking the high road. Enough of the high road. Go hit somebody. Tony in Bridesburg. What's up, Tony?
Yeah. I was at the game last night, watching the game, and I am shocked that the manager did not do nothing. Come out, yell, anything.
Well, what is that going to do, though?
Well, it was a tight game,
but,
too, right?
maybe it would have been a bench clearing brawl or something. I am shocked He didn't. He did the same thing in Oakland. He didn't do night stands there.
Yeah. Well,
The manager's supposed to be for his players.
So I agree with that last sentiment, Tony. I don't know if he had to come out last night, but here's what I'll say. I would like
came out and won. He should have went right up to Strider and start yelling
in
at
his
him.
face,
right in his face.
spitting his, yep, all that.
All that.
Throw his hat
everything
down.
might have
That's
broke loose.
He could shove him too. How about that?
Yeah, he can do what he wants to, but I got a
What
feeling
a Don Zimmer
Wheeler's going to come right
situation.
out tonight, and he's going to start off right away and hit somebody.
Well, I would like this. I would like Topper to talk to Wheeler about it. I mean, you got to make Wheeler's got to be comfortable with it. You're not going to make him do it if he's not. But I think Wheeler would be comfortable doing it for the team.
I mean, your manager's supposed to be for your players.
Of course.
He didn't do nothing at all.
So you're mad at Topper?
Well, Harper, they all should be mad at the manager, really. He should have been out there screaming and yelling, and then maybe something would have went down. Both benches might have cleared or something.
We haven't had a good bench clearing ball in a long time. Tony, good phone call.
I think it's coming tonight.
Well, if we hit Acuna, it just might. Tony, good phone call.
I like Tony.
Well, that was a kind of a tight game to be making those rash decisions late in the game, though, right?
Yeah, what do you think about Topper getting involved? Going right up to Strider, screaming at him?
But my thing is this. Today is the better day because, at that point, you was only up by 1 run, correct?
Well, until the 8th inning, it was 1-0. Yeah.
So it was
0-0. Then 1-0.
So you're locked in. The Braves are breathing down your neck. They're trying to get some momentum going, and Bryce gets hit. I think that they handled it the right way last night because that game could have went either way.
Yeah. So if the Phillies had got a bigger lead, I do wonder if last night would have been the night. But we didn't get that lead. It was tight the whole time. Yeah. Tonight feels like the right night to just settle the score. Everyone,
because last night wasn't the time for it because now you're putting. I mean, I know I hate to say, I'm gonna say this, but you're putting your pettiness in front of the game, and you should that should you could be petty.
Oh.
But you gotta keep focused too, because you want to win that game.
But I could trade a win for a Brave now.
I was just gonna say that.
Yeah.
I would have taken the L to being a Brave.
What would
just
you
like that? Huh?
What would you rather tonight? A win or a Brave beaned? I'll take a beaned Brave.
I want to beat a Brave.
I'll take the W.
You put a win over beating a Brave tonight?
If that
come on.
See, this is where I try to be the adult in this situation.
Yeah, you can't. Come on.
If
put that
those are my choices tonight.
Yes.
I'm taking the W.
Wow.
I'm trying to bury the Braves because I don't want them to get a win.
Yeah, see, I knew deep down you still were plant-based.
No,
sometimes
I'm not.
The old you comes out, but the new you's still there.
I'm trying to make better decisions. That's it.
I'm trying to hit a Brave, okay? I'm trying to settle a score.
As opposed to winning?
If I have to choose between beating a Brave or winning the game tonight, I will bean the Brave.
I want to win.
Yeah,
I'll beat them tomorrow.
This is where I'm with you. This is where I just feel like we start to lose the people who are voting when I put this poll up.
That's okay. I just want to gauge the audience. That's all right. I want to see how many people are like plant-based chew and how many people are out for blood tonight. All right, Mindy in Nazareth. What's up, Mindy?
Love you guys. I love the Phillies, but I'm not so sure if Strider did it on purpose. I don't like Strider, but please don't ask Zach to do it. Maybe the bullpen at some other time. I don't think they would bean Harper in front of the home crowd. I mean, I'm surprised the bench wasn't cleared if it was that obvious that it was on purpose. But our pitchers hit people too. I was more concerned with all the last away games. It looked like Kyle Schwarber was being targeted several times. I'm glad Harper wasn't hurt, but please don't ask Zach Wheeler to do it because he's my favorite player and I don't want to see him thrown out of the game. And I just don't think it's the right time to do retaliation. Somewhere else down the road, I'd like to see Acuna hit myself. But that's the evil part of me.
So if not now, when? Why not? Like, why not Wheeler? Don't see Minnie. He's my favorite too, but I trust him. Like he has great command. If he tries to put the ball in Acuna's back, I think he'll hit him, and we'll all move on. Some of the other guys, I don't know, they might miss behind him, and then we miss our shot.
Yeah, but it would be too obvious that Wheeler did it on purpose, and I just don't want him thrown out of the game for doing something on purpose.
So that's fair.
Like that.
Yeah, and I do think there's a chance that happens, and Mindy appreciates the phone call, but I don't think, unless Wheeler hits someone in the head to start the game, which I don't think he would do that. I don't think he's getting thrown out of the game for hit by pitch. Like that only happens after warnings are issued, and like unless it's so overtly obvious, which I don't think Wheeler would do that. I think he would be able to just set up.
I mean, he's good enough pitcher that
exactly.
he can hide trying to hit somebody.
Yes.
It's not going to be that obvious.
Yeah, I don't think now again if he throws behind Acuna and misses him, and then the umpires say, "All right, enough warnings, no more," then he can't do it because then he gets thrown out of the game. I think they'd let the Phillies have a little flesh.
Well, they're going to
tonight.
see what happens.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, like in a situation like this, even though Spencer said what he said, Braves are probably looking to see what's going to happen tonight. I would be on high alert. I would definitely be on high alert.
So if the umps issued a warning and Wheeler did it, is that suspension territory?
It could be, yeah.
Because if it's
you-
just throwing you out of the game, I might still throw one, give him a nice old stare down.
See, now y'all just taking it.
Take the
too far.
ejection.
Y'all taking it.
See you in 5 days.
But see, this is where
score.
This is where we have to interject some grown-up isms in this.
No.
If we're talking about getting suspended and throwing people out the game, then that's a lot. Now, I'm pretty sure that Wheeler is a good enough pitcher that he can pitch around, that he can hit him and be like, "Hey, my bad," and just keep it moving. And everybody know what it is. But when you say "my bad," it's almost the same as saying "with all due respect." What can you do?
Yes.
It's kind of the same thing. "Oh, my bad, dog. I didn't mean to hit you." Knowing damn well I did.
Of course.
And let's just keep it moving.
So our last caller said Phillies pitchers hit batters too. They do. Everyone does. But the Phillies have only hit 17 batters the entire season. Now, part of this is they have a really good pitching staff, especially their starting rotation. They have good command. Like, they don't have guys that just came up from AAA. They don't know what they're doing. These guys are star pitchers, so they're good, right? But that's towards the bottom of baseball. I mean, most teams have hit more batters than the Phillies. We don't hit that many batters. I mean, we have great command with our rotation. We don't seem to do that very often. It's a great pitching staff, especially the starters. That's all great. But I need tonight a Brave to be hit, and it's not because I don't think Strider came into yesterday and said, "You know what I'm doing? I'm hitting Bryce Harper."
He didn't know, but he hit him.
He hit him, and I think he intentionally went up and in. And it's obviously become something where pitchers feel like they could go up and in on the Phillies.
You're soft. You're getting punked. Like, basically, they're punking you. That's what it is. And I understand that the young lady was talking about she don't want to see it happen, but you don't want to be out in these streets thinking that everybody, can take advantage of you either.
No.
That's not a great place to be in. And if somebody keeps doing, like, this is the unfortunate thing about all of this, is that the frequency in which it's happening. And you talk about the last couple of days, this is not like a one-off. And when you talk about what the the Phillies have hit pitchers or hitters, it's not a one-off. This is somewhat of a pattern.
Yep.
And even though, Spencer might have been sincere in his saying that he didn't mean it, then somebody got to be dealt with because you did it. And unfortunately for Acuna, it looks like it's going to be you.
Well, and I just want to cut this off now because we got lucky last night. Let's be honest. Like if Bryce Harper, if that ball hits a centimeter at a different spot, maybe he has a fractured elbow and he's out for the season. We got lucky. And the next time a Strider or pick your pitcher in baseball thinks they could come up and in on Harper or Schwarber or Turner, we're probably going to have a broken bone in someone's hand here or elbow, and then the season is in trouble. So I want to avoid that and make pitchers think like, if I hit them, they're going to get my guy. I can't do that. John in Delaware's up. Hey, John.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, John. What's up?
John?
Hey, I have a theory on this. I think Harper needs to take matters into his own hand. I don't know whether y'all remember a player named Jay Johnstone that played for the Phillies from the mid to late 70s.
I remember.
He had a theory. If you throw at me when I get back in the batter's box, that bat is slipping out of my hands. Harper needs to do it.
What do you mean? What is that? Sound like you swinging on somebody?
Well, yeah. I think he means like he swings and the bat accidentally goes flying. You're making me think, John. There was also remember the Mike Piazza, Roger Clemens thing with the bat. We're getting bats involved now.
Yep.
Hey, people with bats.
Harper has been thrown at too many times here lately.
Well, that's true.
Something needs to be done. If the pitchers ain't going to retaliate, he needs to do it himself.
Well, I don't want it to get there. I haven't heard the name Jay Johnstone in a long time. John, good phone call. Here's my issue with the bat thing.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight.
He wants
that's a big old whoopsie daisy.
Yeah,
he with bat in hand. He wants to go like bean Strider?
No, he means
like the bat accidentally slips out of the hand.
Swing the bat, but it slips right at the pitcher.
Swing right at. Yeah, that dog probably ain't gonna hunt.
Probably not going to hunt. Also, we're playing a dangerous game. Like, what if it slips and goes in the crowd? And what if it slips and hits the first base coach for no reason?
That's a lot. I think the bat's a lot more dangerous than a baseball.
And you can't really guide it, right? Like, you know, I trust Zach Wheeler to put the ball where he wants. I don't trust
That's a little different. He has a little bit more control.
Yeah.
There's a line here, I think. I did what that reminded me of. I saw a clip floating around a few years ago on social media, and it was an old one, so I don't remember the names of who it was. You might know who I'm talking about, though. But I do think it's before your time. This was a batter that got hit by a pitch. The next time he was at the plate, he strategically laid a bunt up the first baseline so that the pitcher had to go get it and then just blasted him.
Oh, I like that. I don't remember that one. I got to find that clip. I mean, some of my favorite ones, because people brought up the Don Zimmer thing, the Robin Ventura and Nolan Ryan, when he kind of puts him in a headlock, it just starts punching him. And then there's some great old school brawls.
That's a violence.
We don't have as many of those anymore, but I don't need that. I'm not asking for a brawl between these teams to get everyone suspended and hurt. You
just want the respect that you deserve.
Yes, I want to be very. See, Hugh, I think we're being adults about it. I want to be an adult, start the game tonight, and throw a baseball on purpose at Ronald Acuna. That to me is very adult.
I believe it too. That like. My adult language is don't put your hands on me. Mm-hmm. So when you do that, then we have a problem.
Now, here's the good thing. We have Zach Wheeler on the mound tonight and not, Hugh Douglas on the mound tonight, because we know when you threw out a first pitch, I heard from some people that divot is still in the ground down in Clearwater.
I keep hearing that, too. Yeah. I don't believe it.
Did you see Howie Roseman one-up you
last
night?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I was happy for Howie, but see, here's the thing.
Tell the truth.
Here's the difference.
He one-upped you.
But here's the difference between me and Howie. Howie cares about what people think about him for the most part. Yeah. Me, not so much. So I didn't really care that I get ridiculed on a daily basis about, my pitching.
Can I
Howie practiced that. Did you see his throw?
Yeah.
He practiced that in his backyard with his kids.
He did. He said that. Because his son plays baseball, so
yeah,
he practiced
that.
I hear you. I hear a little bit of coping in here. Just a tiny bit of coping that Howie threw a better first pitch.
No.
A little bit.
Listen, Joe, I am fine. I'm happy that Howie threw out that first pitch. Brandon Graham's first pitch was better than mine as well. Fletcher Cox.
But
you
those
can go down the list.
Those are other athletes.
Yeah,
so
but
you can
go down the list.
Howie's just a guy.
And Howie is a guy that is real in tune to how people see him and how he's perceived. And he revels in that.
Yeah.
Not so much.
You hear Hugh
some say you do with the YouTube people.
No, I like. See, it's different.
Wearing black shirts since YouTube started.
Who's rent free and who's
I still wear the black shirts, but for me and you people, it's a love-hate relationship because I live rent free in their heads.
Yeah.
We have this tay-to-tay going back and forth, and every now and then they will come with some gems that will make me chuckle a little bit. I give them props, but lately. They ain't been bringing the heat like they did initially.
Well, they're just more mad at you now, I think.
They're mad at me about what? For being honest?
I think they're disappointed in you.
They're mad at me for being honest. They're mad at me because I sit here and I tell the truth, and sometimes they don't want to hear that.
Well, if they want to hear the truth, just wait till we get to PFF's quarterback list and where Jalen Hurts ranks. All right, 215-592-9494 for your phone calls. Phillies, do you need them to retaliate tonight? I do. No questions asked. I need Acuna more than anyone. And if it's Riley or Olsen, I'm okay with that. But I want Acuna to wear one tonight the way Harper did last night. Where do you come down on the Phillies needing to bean a Brave in retaliation? Plus, we got to talk to our Eagles insider, Elliott Shore-Parks. He's going to be at OTAs. They start today.
OTAs in the rain.
Yeah, it's football season here. Elliott Shore-Parks joins us coming up. 215-592-94.9 for Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performances. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to watch the Birds buck Tampa. airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those in lead green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with Naira Bets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at NairaBets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
Heading to the ball game today? Ride Transit to the game. You'll have a stress-free ride, so you can just sit back and enjoy the game when you arrive. Visit SEPTA.org to plan your ride. Check DCTMA.org/Commute95 for I-95 construction updates.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Jack Fritz from WIP here. I've been a loyal customer of Scott Auto Group for years. My first car and my current car both came from them. You really need to check out the brand new Scott Key location in Limerick. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a car buying process that's easy, transparent, and genuinely enjoyable, Scott Key of Limerick focuses on you. They value your time and treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service feels like. It's always smooth sailing at Scott Key of Limerick and Springfield, and make sure to tell them Fred sent you.
Sweeter, bolder flavors are hitting the menu at Wawa. Get ready for a burst of tropical and tangy goodness with new pineapple and watermelon recipes, plus sour cherry popping bubbles. Whether you're in the mood for something fruity, fizzy, or fun, Wawa has your cravings covered. Enjoy these new varieties in smoothies, refreshers, and more. We're ready for you when you're ready for something new. Cravings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. Oh, no, wait, my phone! Come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
At Napa, we've spent the last 100 years building our business into an engine that powers yours. Whether you're big or small, national or local, Napa has the automotive solutions your business needs to stay moving. And it's all driven by a nationwide network of quality parts and exceptional service on one mission: to keep your business moving full speed ahead. That's why we are the pros that know.
Craftsman Days are here at Lowe's with big savings on the tools you need. Save $100 on the Craftsman V20 6-tool power tool combo kit, now at $199. No matter what the project is, Craftsman's high-quality, high-performance products empower you to build on. Stop by your nearest Lowe's store and check out the full line of Craftsman tools today. Valid through 6/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Knicks were never supposed to get this far, but now that they have, falling short stings. On the brink of elimination against Indiana, the questions are already swirling. Will the front office stay patient with Tom Thibodeau? Will they double down on chasing stars? What started as a feel-good run has turned into a gut check. After the season, anything less than the NBA Finals feels like a failure. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Water ice tastes better with Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We'll ask him about it. Sponsored by Cozy Jewelers. Over to the fifth seed. That's color, cut, clarity, carrot, and Cozy. Elliot, how we doing?
Doing good, although I wish Beyonce would have played that one. That was a banger right there. The concert was great, but it would have been nice if she played that one.
Was it a lot of cow women there? Because usually, from what I've seen in the concerts,
Cow women sounds great.
Well, because it's a lot of people
it.
dressed up like cow people, cowgirls.
Yeah, like cowboys.
Cowgirls is not because they're women.
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't trying to be, disrespectful.
I think that's. Yeah, I mean, cowboy is men.
Yeah, but
I think that's the appropriate term.
Cowgirl.
Yeah, but
I think you twisted yourself in a pretzel and you like.
Well, you want to give the women the props. They they get dressed up to go to the Beyonce concert, and then most of them grown women. So cow women.
Cow women has a very different connotation.
It does. It really does.
There was definitely a lot of cowboy hats on both men and women. Yeah, lots of cowboy boots, cowboy hats, cowboy outfits. I did not partake in that. Never cover up the hair, you know that. But it was good. It was an amazing show for sure.
I'm sure it was. All right, Elliot, we're happy you got to go to that and you got to recharge the batteries on Memorial Day weekend because now it's football season, Elliot. We got ourselves OTAs. All right, so. Let's start here. So Kevin Patullo is going to talk coming up around noon, and it's really the first. I know he's been around a long time, but really the first time we're hearing from him as
and his philosophy,
the Eagles' offensive coordinator. Elliot, what do you know about Patullo, and what are you interested in learning about Patullo as we get going here?
Yeah, I think it's a big press conference today. First impressions matter. We've not really heard. I don't believe Kevin Patullo's talked publicly at a podium since being hired by the team. He's talked at Super Bowls, but that's a little bit different than being in front of the camera, in front of all the reporters. And I think there should be skepticism about the hire. When you promote from within, I think you miss an opportunity for new ideas. And I think that's what he needs to talk about today. I think I want to hear him talk about how he's different than Kellen Moore. I want to hear him talk about things he feels he can do differently that maybe he wasn't allowed to do last year, because the Eagles can talk about, he has his own spin on things. Well, he was in the meeting rooms last year. So unless they were just telling him, no, we're not going to do what you want, I would hope all of his ideas were heard. So I do think it's an important press conference for giving kind of confidence to everybody that he can be the one to give this team the new twist they need.
And you know what? I would even go a step further, Elliot. I would say I would want to hear in the meeting, in this press conference that you're about to have, what are some of the things that Kellen Moore did that you probably didn't like?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Just to be forthcoming about, because you're not going to be in the meeting and be in lockstep with everything that everybody's saying. So I would be curious to know where he felt the offense was lacking and where he can improve that.
Yeah, so I would love to hear that answer. My guess is he will not dive into those details. I would guess it's a lot of, I'm not going to talk about Kellen Moore today, unfortunately, but I think it's a great question. In fact, if I could ask him one question, on True Serum or whatever, that might be the question, because that's really what next year is going to come down to. We can talk, and I'm sure we will talk about some of the position battles, some of the rosters and all that. But ultimately, we have seen in the past when this team promotes from within coming off a successful year, it has not worked out. So Kevin Patullo was talked about when he was hired, but I feel like he hasn't been discussed enough as like maybe one of the most important pieces in the team next year.
Elliot, before we get to who you're watching and some of the players are going to be on the field and some of those position battles, I'm curious where you come down on this, because there seems to be an overwhelming sense that the Eagles need to philosophically change their offense, throw the football more this year than last year. And I understand if Saquon's not as good, if the team's different and they need to throw, they need to throw. But without all those details, Elliot, I don't want them to change unless they have to. I look at it like this. You always use 2022 to now as kind of like this era of Eagles football.
Yeah.
And it's pretty clear to me, there's a line of demarcation. When they throw a certain amount of times and when they are more of a run-based team, they are better. When they were asked to throw a couple years ago, a lot, they were less efficient. They turned the football over more. Like, Jalen Hurts is really good. You can win the Super Bowl with him. But I feel like 2 out of the last 3 years, it's pretty clear. Less turnovers, less throws. Once he went over 500 attempts in a season, the offense was not as efficient or as good. I don't just want to throw the ball more just for the heck of it. Where do you come down on, do they keep it the same or evolve the offense?
So I definitely think they need some changes. And I don't think that means going to throw it 35 times a game and just abandoning the running game. I think it just means that teams are going to come prepared for them this year in a way they were not prepared for them last year. And that's where Kevin Patullo comes in. Is he going to have a counterpunch ready for whatever the league has prepared for the Eagles in 2025? Now, in terms of throwing it more, yeah, I think almost any team that throws it all the time is likely going to have a bad record. If you look at the quarterbacks, like the quarterbacks we consider the best in the game, most of them don't have great records when they throw it 35 or more times. That means you're trailing. It means, normally your defense is giving up points, so you have to throw. So yeah, I agree. Like, you don't want to go to that. I think where the Eagles could change is if you look at last year, and you look at the first quarter and first down. So like what they're planning to do in the beginning of a game and how they want to open up a drive. They were the most run-heavy team in both of those situations, and they were the least passing team in those situations. You don't ever want to be first in one thing and 32nd in another when it comes to balancing your offense. So I do think they're going to have to throw it more on early downs next year, but I don't think you're going to need to see them throw it 10, 15 more times a game. It's more just about where they throw it.
Elliot Shore-Parks with us. Eagles OTAs on the field begin today. All right, Elliot, give me a couple players here that you're interested in watching, whether it be position battles, guys coming off of injury. When you're out there on the field and you get a chance to watch, between now and camp with all the different OTAs, I know they have the one mandatory mini camp. Like, who are you looking at to see what we got here?
Yeah, I think the position I'm most looking forward to watching today is probably safety. Reed Blankenship will obviously be one of the safeties, but I don't know if there's a clear option there next to Reed Blankenship right now. Like, we can talk about the other position battles. I think at right guard, you'll probably see Tyler Steen with the first team offense today. I think you'll see Keely Ringo as a starting corner on the outside with the first team defense, and it will probably be Jeremiah Trotter Jr. next to Zach Bond. At safety, I don't know if there's a clear option. Like, you could make the argument for Sidney Brown being out there, but Tristan McCullum last year got all those reps over Sidney Brown. So you can make an argument for McCullum. Like, he was the guy last year when Chauncey went down. You can also make an argument for Makuba. He was a second-round pick. I think he's who they probably want to win the job this year. In an ideal world, he would be their starting safety week 1. And then you have Lewis Seen, who was drafted higher than all these guys, who played at a big-time college like none of those other guys did, and probably at one point had more potential in his body than these other guys. So I just think at safety, it could be anybody next to Reed Blankenship today. So I'm real excited to get down to practice and see who they have up first next to Blankenship.
You know what, Elliot, I'm kind of curious about, because you've been doing these for a while. The OTAs have changed since the time that I've played.
Yeah.
How have they evolved in the way that the players are being evaluated by what they do on the field? If you understand what I'm saying when I say that, how has it evolved so that they are being evaluated while they're in these practices?
So I think a couple things. First of all, I do think, and you could probably speak to this too, but when you play it, I don't know how truly voluntary these OTAs were. Like nowadays, you can kind of get away with not going. So I think coming to the OTAs is pretty much a large part of what they're looking for from these players. But I also think at this point of the offseason, it's about picking up the playbook. It's about showing you don't make mental mistakes, because going into training camp when the pads go on, they start truly doing 11-on-11s and like meaningful 7-on-7s. At that point, your physical skill needs to show. You need to make plays. You need to show you can make catches, speed, all those things. I think in these OTAs, it's about not making mental mistakes. And for what it's worth, in the past, Jalen has not been great in OTAs. Like if you want to look at his OTA stats compared to his training camp stats, his OTA stats, he has actually thrown quite a bit of interceptions in these limited passes, in these limited practices. But when training camp gets there, he's been way better. So I do think it's about the mental part of the game, working through things, learning the changes in the playbook, as opposed to training camp is more about showing you're ready to go.
Do you chart the OTA throws from Jalen too, or is that just exclusively a training camp thing?
Oh, no. I track the OTAs as well. I have my notebook and pad right here. I'm ready to go. Now I will say, for what it's worth, OTA stats are mostly just for to inform. The training camp stats, those are kept year over year, and they're compared to each other. This is just informative to get ready for training camp.
Yeah,
there will be.
Go ahead.
There will be stats today.
Good. Oh, well,
there will be stats today.
That's what I was hoping for. That's the answer I needed. All right, Elliot, here's a question that I've been wondering for a while, and maybe I'm just basing my thought off of last year. I remember this time last year, it was the first time with Fangio, and Zach Bond was the first guy up at inside linebacker, and it caught my attention because that was an open spot, and it was like we didn't even know what they were doing with Bond. Was he an outside guy inside? Was he like starter, special teams? And he was the starter. How much is this part of the offseason and now getting closer to the summer, is it instructive to what that's going to look like, or is it just, do you not take anything out of who's up first on the depth chart? It's not till training camp, because I do remember Bond last year was up first and it caught my attention. How much do you put into like how the depth chart looks today?
So I do think it matters. I do think who's up in with the first teams today is noteworthy, and I do think it matters. The only caveat I would give is this early into the offseason, take somebody like Andrew Makuba, or you could take like Adoree Jackson, Kenyon Green, guys that are new to the team. I've found that often if you're a returning player, you start ahead of those guys early on, simply because you know the playbook. They can run better plays with you out there because they can do more things. You're used to the way the team practices. So while it is noteworthy today who will be out there for sure, I don't think if Makuba will probably be running with the last team defense today. Adoree Jackson will probably be with the second team defense, and my guess is Kenyon Green will probably be with the second team offensive line, although it wouldn't completely shock me if he was with the third team. I think you got to give some of these new guys time to, what I was talking about, like adjust to the playbook, learn the mental side of this team. And then in training camp, that's when you'll really find out if they're going to be able to work their way up the depth chart and overtake some of these guys for starting jobs.
All right, last one for you, Elliot. I'm sure, did you see Howie Roseman's first pitch last night?
I did see it.
Okay, so just quick question for you, because I'm sure you've seen a couple of Hughes' first pitches. We had one in Clearwater this year. We had one last year at the Phillies game.
Yes.
Currently, right now, better athlete, Howie Roseman or Hugh Douglas?
So I don't know if throwing a first pitch is like truly an athletic thing. Like anyone can throw a baseball, right? So I think in terms of being an athlete, I think Hugh is a better athlete than Howie Roseman right now. Howie threw a better pitch, but throwing a first pitch is more like a hobby. There's no real skill involved with that.
Well,
right?
I mean, Zach Wheeler's an athlete.
I mean, he did practice.
Was it a hobby?
Well, right, but Zach Wheeler throws a baseball in a game. All Howie's doing and Hugh are essentially playing catch, right? And anybody can play catch. So I think when it comes to athleticism, I got to go with my guy Hugh.
All right. We got Elliot's vote. It's pretty close on the poll. Elliot, we appreciate
the Phillies got to retaliate.
Thank you. Well, you know what? I'm very happy you said that. I wasn't sure where you're going to come down on that.
Well, let me say this, and I'll as always, I'll tie it to the Eagles. In 2023, the 49ers walked right through the Eagles huddle.
Said the same thing this morning.
And
football guys.
And they punked them. Yeah, exactly. Like the 2024 Eagles wouldn't have let that happen. Let's see what the 2025 Phillies do about it, because I think tonight, like it's more important to send a message than to get a win, in my opinion.
Elliot, I agree again. The win is secondary. Hugh thinks the win is first.
Yeah, it's early in the season. One baseball win's not really anything. Tonight, the real win is showing the Braves that you're not afraid of them. That's the real win.
Yeah, it's making Acuna wear it in the ribs. I totally agree.
Exactly.
Elliot, enjoy OTAs, and I'm sure we'll check in again maybe later this week.
All right, sounds good. Talk to you
There he goes. Elliot Shore Parks. You know what? That was one of my favorite Elliott Shore Parks, conversations we've had in a long time. He wants the Braves to wear one tonight, and he agrees it's more important than the win. Yep.
Talking to my friends in Atlanta right now. They're texting me.
Oh, what do they got to say for themselves? I'm blaming them. They didn't do anything.
I mean, they're saying that it was an accident.
Oh, sure they are.
They're saying it was an accident. And I said we're talking about retaliating. And,
yeah. Are they offended?
Yeah.
Oh, they're offended.
Not surprised. That being a low IQ Philly talking point. I was like, well, hey man, we got to play to the audience.
Well, the difference is
not playing any audience.
No.
This is the bottom line. What needs to be
that's
happening.
What I'm saying.
The difference is we care.
Yes.
Yeah, this is what we're gonna do. I
For
told him, I
all
said,
some zany Atlanta fan who's like, "Oh, we got hit. He didn't mean it though." Shut up.
This is
losers.
This is gonna happen.
Fraud Sports City, Atlanta.
Yeah.
Total fraud.
I'm surprised.
Frauds.
I mean, I've been down there. They're a little bit more laid back than we are here.
Yeah, that's why they don't win anything.
Yeah, we care.
They won the World Series.
Yeah, they won a World Series. They've been in the playoffs for 30 years. They won 2 World Series. Basketball team stinks. The football team stinks.
I'm with you guys.
Are you a Benedict Arnold?
I'm with you guys. I told him, I was like, hey man, we gotta do what we gotta do.
Well, what is them winning the World Series?
I'm just saying they had a terrible parade, but it was they won. They did win.
That was the team. I'm not talking about their fans who were losers.
It went through the city.
But there's a reason why, in general, the 3 sports teams don't really win much because they're not held accountable.
Different.
Not held accountable down there.
I will say this. You know I love Atlanta, but
don't say that today.
No, when they but this was the weirdest thing ever. When they won the World Series, they came through downtown, right? It was almost like as a formality.
Like they had to. Let's just zoom through there. Get out.
That entourage went through the city so fast, and then they jumped on the highway and went out to Cobb County.
Their fans were like, wait, there's a parade today for what?
We won something?
And I forgot, they wouldn't let, the guys were getting off the bus to try to, interact with the fans. I forgot who it was. They wouldn't let him back on the bus. They didn't know who he was.
A player?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
it was a lot.
Not a good sports town. It's obvious. 215-592-9494. That is how you hop board. All right, we got ourselves quite a few polls up here. Do the Phillies need to retaliate against the Braves? It's an absolutely for me. Yes, at 70%. We got 30% voting no.
Those are the grown-ups.
Grown-ups?
Yes.
No, those people are soft.
Well,
that's the bottom
they're
line.
grown-ups, and they're the ones that are probably having a conversation with their children saying that, violence is not the answer.
So I was with my kids at the game last night, and they were asking me if the Phillies were going to throw back at them.
And what did you say?
Well, I said, we'll see, because I didn't think it was going to happen last night. But then I got asked, how come the pitcher doesn't get the hit because he's the one that did it? And I had to explain, well, they changed it a few years ago. You used to be like that. Like 4 years ago, the pitcher would have to hit. Yeah. And then my daughter said...
that would be the most... He would not want to do that.
Yeah, my daughter said, he's the one that should get hit. He's the one that hit
She's
Bryce. Right. I agree. I said, I know, but those are the rules. Well, she said wanted to change the rules, and I was like, that's harder than just, we can't do that. But here's what we can do. We could hit a Brave tonight, 215-592-9494. Also, we got a barn burner in this poll. Better athlete right now, Howie Roseman or Hugh Douglas. It's basically 50-50 on this.
50-50.
50-50.
Yeah, because, see, this is the difference between me and Howie.
Coping.
No, Howie practiced.
You practiced your first one. Oh, you did.
Yeah, and I did better.
You throw against that wall.
And I did better my first one. The second one, I just was like,
Yeah, you did bad on that one.
Excuse me. It was like a divot. No, it's just that I knew. See, this is what you do when you're a former athlete. And I tried to tell Ike this one time, but Ike still gets mad because every now and then when we do something athletic, Ike still wants to be 22-year-old Ike.
Yeah.
And I have to remind Ike, dog, we've aged since then.
Age is just it's a
mentality until you actually go out there and try to do the stuff that you did in your 20s, like go back to back. You can't, you know what I mean? Certain things you just can't do.
Throwing a pitch is not that hard.
There's just certain things you can't do, man.
That's why there's a divot still in that ground in Clearwater. All right, let's go to Will in the Northeast. What's up, Will?
Will.
Dream team, how y'all doing today, baby?
What's up,
Will? What's going on?
Listen, man, I'm like twisted right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm always on deck for it's whatever, because that's how we are in Philly.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the thing. I want y'all to think about this. Sometimes people trying to play mind games on us, right?
Okay.
We're winning right now, and that was a mind game. They thought because they did that, they probably could have pulled that win off. If we would have fed into whatever they did, right? But we didn't, and we won, right? So okay, we gonna let them slide tonight because we got another game. Now the third game, that's what we do. Now we give them the business. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times we want to win, man. Just like you were saying, Hugh, I'd rather the win than the get back. You feel me? Because we're going to have many times to get back at these guys. But we want to stay focused. They trying to take us off our game, man. And that's a strategy.
Move you off your square.
There
It
you go.
is.
It's a strategy
Sometimes
that
it
they're trying
works,
to
too.
use. I'm keeping it real. You gotta stop looking at
Hate being a grown-up,
let's
dog.
get this get back and let's start thinking, okay, we winning right now. We the best team in the league right now. That's how we want to stay. These guys, they don't have nothing to lose right now. So they feel good taking us off our square.
Well, that's exactly what they tried to. They tried to get in the Phillies' heads last night, and unfortunately, Bryce Ward. Will, we appreciate the phone call, but this whole idea that the win is more important tonight than even in the score, it is not.
It is.
No, we got a whole season to go.
Listen,
we got to cut this off now.
This is my mantra that my cousin used to tell me this all the time. Okay. To anger you is to conquer you. Mm-hmm. So you don't want to be conquered, but
I've already conquered. Now I want to conquer back.
But in a
I want to hit him back.
See, this is where it becomes difficult being an adult, because I sat here and we talked about this whole Bryce Harper thing, and I understand that Spencer Strider might not have done it on purpose. It's just unfortunate for him that the timing warrants that he has to be the one that's going to take one for the team.
Sorry?
Well,
Acuna.
is going to have to take one for the team.
It could be Riley.
Well, it could be. It's going to be Acuna. Sure. It got to be Acuna.
Because
right out the gate, it got to
Yeah.
be. You got to get touched.
Your
up,
guy
bro.
for our guy.
Yeah. And I'm looking at him and I'm like, dog, you already know what's about to happen, because that's a part of the game. And I think LA. But here's the thing: LA said it best, in my humble opinion, because he said a whole lot and didn't say a whole lot. He said it should be a retaliation, but they're not going to do it. You know why he said that? Because they're soft. He knows that they're.
Well, they could change that though.
I won't say that. They're not soft. They are adults. They're going to act like adults. They're going to take the high ground.
And that's wrong.
I think so.
I think it's wrong. I mean, I think they have to send him. This isn't just about last night. It's about pitchers.
The last couple of days.
Yes, pitchers feel like they could throw up and in on our best hitters, and there's no repercussion for their guys. And we need to change that, because I can see where this is going. I don't know if it's tonight or tomorrow or a month from now. Someone's going to say, you know what? They're not going to throw back at our guys. I'm going to go up and in on Trey. I'm going up and in on Bryce. I'm going up and in on Schwarber. And we'll lose one of these guys.
Yeah, somebody going to have to catch an L.
For 2 months, and then it's going to ruin the whole season. So what we need to do is cut that off now. Make sure every opponent, not just the Braves. This isn't just a Braves thing. The Braves just happen to be the team in here that's got to get beat up tonight.
Being a Brave.
Yeah,
that's the mantra.
Being a Brave.
Being a Brave.
It does help that it's the Braves.
It does, yeah. It makes. I want to enjoy it more.
Yeah.
Than it's Acuna.
Also, disappointingly, Will, I thought this was an obvious spot.
I know.
For the Rocky music. Once he started talking about just getting the win and stuff.
Don't be mad at Will, because
No,
we all,
stop.
as men, we all wrestle with being grown-ups, man.
This isn't about being a grown-up.
This is exactly what this is.
You know, sometimes being a grown man is punching the dude that sucker punches you.
Yeah. But no, because especially if you have you have to set a better example, man. This is where it gets. This is being a grown-up is a slippery slope.
Okay?
Baseball has policed itself for 100 years, and now we're worried about the kids.
This is where we do worry about the kids.
I'm not worried about the kids.
Seeing.
Guess what? My daughter's 8. Her instinct was, are they going to hit the Braves?
And you talked through that, Joe. I was proud of you. I was wondering what you were going to say. You talked through it, and you didn't
have as much vinegar in
That's
my
what
voice.
I'm saying. You didn't, because you know how important it is.
What? The kids are in school
What
now.
happened to punching the bully in the nose?
In school
See,
now.
that's the moment that I'm talking about. As an adult, as a parent, when you know in your heart what you want to say, but it's a teaching moment.
You got to clean it up.
That's the part that sucks
they're in
right
school
there.
now, so I could say hit Acuna between the numbers.
But you got to be consistent.
Nah.
And what if you know, because some of these kids listen to the radio station, which they shouldn't be, but we appreciate the ones that do.
In school?
They're supposed to be. And they say, well, I heard your dad say he was going to plunk Acuna. Then what do you say?
I'm not going to plunk Acuna.
Well, when you talk about it, yeah.
Because if I plunked Acuna, he'd laugh.
I'm the only one here that's not a dad.
Yeah.
Is this a bygone era of the punch the bully in the nose type thing?
It's not quite as strong as it used to be. Yeah.
No,
There's
it's not.
But in Major
go
League
tell the
Baseball,
teacher.
that still exists for me, Kyle.
Tell the teacher.
Yeah.
Oh.
The guy that drove Jim Miller to the ground says, "Go tell the teacher."
Man, listen.
You didn't go tell Dick Geron. You took Jim Miller and you buried him.
When it comes to my son and these conversations are being had, I'm not allowed to speak.
Wow. Snitch Douglas has returned.
Hey, Kyle, I sit there and his mother handles these conversations. I'm not allowed to speak.
I can't believe Snitch Douglas is back.
Snitch
And
Douglas.
Plant-Based Chew all on the same day. All right, 215-592.
I'm trying to do better.
He's pretty much done a 180.
I know. I knew this guy would return.
We went so far that we talked you out of it.
I can't believe you haven't blocked your Atlanta friend's phone number this morning. The fact that you're communicating with those people.
I think he's been infiltrated.
Oh, they are in your head.
No, I told Abe, I said, dude, this is gonna happen. I said, this is definitely gonna happen. And he was like, well, that's just childish. Okay, Abe,
pipe
fine.
down, buddy. All right, 215-592-9494. Being a Brave. I want retaliation tonight, tomorrow, whenever. And I want it tonight. All right, more phone calls coming up. Plus, in case you need another reminder on why we don't like Strider and the Braves, we'll play more from him next. Maybe you'll change your mind if you're not thinking about retaliating. Where do you come down? 215-592-9494. We will carry for you coming up. 12 o'clock hour. Kevin Patullo. Elliott called it a big press conference. Patullo's first time just becoming the offensive coordinator of the Eagles. That's all coming up. It is the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies Braves. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And that one has tied the game. Max Kepler.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, tennis fans, the stage is set for French Open action. Conquer the court with an odds boost token from BetMGM. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your odds boost token. Then place a bet on any French Open matchup and activate your token. Just make sure to bet up to the maximum stakes specified on the token. If your boosted bet hits, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is your betting home for the French Open. Claim your French Open odds boost token and activate the token before placing your bet. At BetMGM, we're adding more excitement to every serve and every rally. Join the action in Paris and go for the ace today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are withdrawable cash. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Make it, ring girl, make it. Hey, Prime members, Grubhub and Amazon have just the thing to help you save. You can get $0 delivery fees on eligible Grubhub orders. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to start saving. Terms and additional fees apply.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony is team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For JD Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Hey, Navigation, take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Cool with rain at times through the rest of today. High around 60.
Weather brought to you by Tropical Smoothie.
Wear your flip-flops in cafe and score a free 12-ounce Sunrise Sunset smoothie for National Flip-Flop Day, Wednesday, May 28th from 2 to 7 p.m. at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WI.
We know you.
Dave has a lot to
You
say.
can be compromised.
Nah.
Do
he doesn't have
we
any
forget
burden.
what happened when you went on radio in Carolina trying to just talk about the Eagles and Panthers?
Tomato cans.
You
That was right. I was right about that.
You were
You
wrong.
mentioned the fact that the teams that the Eagles have played throughout
That's
this
right.
8-game win streak have been tomato cans.
I mean, it's semantics, but I was right.
No, you were wrong, but you were
Did
influenced.
Carolina, didn't they come up here and play a pretty good game?
Yes.
Man, I was right.
But the bottom line is you were praising the Panthers on a Carolina radio station.
I was right.
Yeah. I think by the end of the show, Hugh's going to be on the Braves side. I mean, that's where this is headed.
Oh, definitely not. I gave up my Braves shirts when I got here. I'm not a Braves fan anymore.
It seems like they got like a Trojan horse.
I know. They sent it in,
Yeah.
and you don't even realize it.
No, it's not me. It's not me at all. Not at all.
All right. Well, you know what?
I was the one that championed the cause to hit Acuna.
You might have
That
to.
was an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, it is. But I'm saying I am straddling the fence between being a grown up and doing petty stuff.
Straddling the fence. Hit a Brave.
It's hard to be grown up every now and then.
I think you might need to denounce the Atlanta Braves again by the end of the show.
Yeah.
I ain't thinking about them Braves. Forget them.
I hate Atlanta. Everything.
I want an official denouncement.
I don't like the Braves. I like Atlanta though. The Braves not.
Today's not the day to say it.
The Braves and their
But
fans.
I hate the Braves.
And their fans.
I don't care too much for the fans.
I hate
the
their
Braves
fans.
I hate the Braves fans.
There you
Is
go.
that better? I like Atlanta though.
about the fans.
I like Atlanta though. I like Atlanta.
Maybe just hold that back today. All right, 215-592-9494. All right, can we let's hear more from Strider, who's obviously the enemy of the state today after he took out Bryce Harper last night. This is Strider talking about, I think this was a couple years ago, right? Him talking about fans and just the idea of him and his thought on fans at the park. Here's Spencer Strider.
Do you have any hot sports takes?
Absolutely, there should be no fans. 2020 season, no fans. Get rid of the fans. It's too loud.
Too loud?
It's too loud. Everybody be quiet. We don't need the cheering. We know you're watching. I don't need the fans. You stay outside the stadium. Back it up. Let's do like a no lower bowl thing.
No lower
You know,
bowl, okay.
just kind of. Yeah, upper deck's great. Upper deck's great. Outfield, phenomenal. We don't need you around the dugouts. Just try and be quiet.
This guy's a piece of work. I mean, he's a great pitcher, but as much as I can't stand him, I think he's pretty fun for the rivalry. I don't like him. As good as he is, and as much as I appreciate his talent, I don't like him. And he took out Harper last night. Drove me crazy. All right, how about this? Was he also poking us last night, talking about how much he loves pitching here in particular? Let's hear Strider last night talking about liking pitching here in Philadelphia.
I love pitching here. Where else do they chant your name and ask you how your family's doing? They seem very interested in my well-being, and I appreciate that. I feel like this is a home ballpark. Honestly, at this point, I've pitched here so many times, and I enjoy it. It's nice to see the stadium full and people excited for baseball anywhere you go.
I mean, I don't need the comedy show last night.
That's the flip of that. That's why. That's what makes it hard being a grown up.
Yeah.
When you try to take the high road, and then you hear, like, you're not only seeing with that ugly ass shirt that he has on, but you see the mustache and you see the flavor saver that he has at the bottom.
He's hateable.
And he's grinning and smiling, and you're like, yeah, he got a punchable face.
Yeah, he does. And
but
look,
that's not how grown-ups handle business.
Well,
you just,
But you could handle it in a baseball way by throwing it at another person 95 miles an hour. That's the grown-up way to handle things here.
Yeah. Somebody's going to catch hell because of what you did. You're not going to be in the game tonight, but somebody's going to catch it.
What? Yep, they are, and it might be Ronald Acuna. And I think we're in agreement, right? The win is not as important tonight as beating Acuna.
No, we got to get the win.
Dude, forget the win.
Can we
I would like a
lot of baseball.
We got to win last night.
I hear you, but the Braves are surging, and it would be nice.
Surging.
25-28. What about the Braves?
Well, they started off like 0-6 or something.
Yeah. Good for them. They're back to 3 games under 500.
Almost at 500.
Were you scared of the Braves?
No,
dude.
I'm not saying I'm scared of the Braves. I'm just saying we need to get
the World Series.
We need to get
years
these.
ago.
We need to get
almost
these.
500.
We need to get these dubs.
We won all month.
We need to get these George W's.
Now, what I need is retaliation.
I'm all for plunking,
revenge,
but not within. And I want the win too. But I need this George W.
Yeah, so last night they prioritized the win. It was a close game. It was mostly a one-run game. I wasn't surprised, nor was I super disappointed they didn't do it last night. I will be super disappointed if they don't plunk a Brave tonight. 215-592-9494. All right, let's talk to Mike, who's up on WIP. Hey, Mike.
Mike, what's going on, guys?
Hey, Mike.
I'm with you. The Strider thing, the interview is what got me. He's talking about how he loves pitching in Philly. How come I see on Twitter before the game he's having security to remove fans for chanting his name?
Oh, so he's a big baby and a hypocrite?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the interview is what really set me over the top. I don't think it was intentional. I think he's coming up and in because they're not afraid. But the interview was that was too much for me. He needs it. They need it tonight.
Well, they do. And Mike, look, he's annoying. That whole thing is annoying. And I need to make sure the Phillies send a message to the rest of baseball. You can't just be plunking Bryce Harper and get away with it.
Exactly. And it's the Braves, too. It's not, the A's, it's like, it's the A's.
Right.
It's the Braves. Strider's on the mound. He hasn't had success in Philly. We don't like him. He doesn't like us.
Well, that's for sure. I mean, yeah, he could slick talk all he wants after the game. He didn't like it here. I mean, when he first got to the big leagues, Hoskins hit the home run off him. Yeah, I mean, he hates it here. I mean, I would hate it too if I was him. It's not a good place for him. Mike, we appreciate the phone call, and I think Mike brings a good point. It's one thing if the A's hit Bryce Harper. You're like, all right, we're playing in Sacramento. Their pitchers stink. Like, it went to a different level, Hugh, last night.
That's what I'm saying. It was because it's him.
Yep.
His smugness.
Totally.
And the stuff that they're guilty for stuff they've said in the past, in my opinion.
Even if Harper bounced back up quickly last night, it wasn't really painful. I still would have won a Brave hit today.
Yeah, it's the Braves.
Yeah, and it's the principle of it. We got to cut this off now and make sure the rest of baseball, the next opponent, the one after that knows you can't. If you go up and in on the Phillies, they'll come back.
You're gonna
up
have
and
a whole problem.
Yeah, it's an eye for an eye. I mean, that's the way it used to be, and we got to bring that back tonight. Terrence in Springfield, what's up, Terrence?
Yo, Kyle, what's up, man?
Terrence, what's up?
Hey, man, before I get started, man, I just want to say, Kyle, there's 3 things for certain in life: death, taxes, and you're about to get your wish. The Knicks token.
Well, you know what? We're all very happy. It's finally. Well, it's not done yet, but let's get one more Indiana win, and we can be done with this Knicks thing.
Yeah, man, but let me get on this.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like, man, this is the year. This is the year of being petty. This is the year of pettiness. We need to beam somebody on the Braves' ass tonight. Like, this thing is like, this is beef. Like, you have beef on the street. This is baseball beef.
Mm-hmm.
You don't like them. You don't like us. This has been going on for years. And I say it's petty because it's been petty since from we can remember from the Phillies putting up congratulations to the Braves for winning the division in our ballpark.
Oh, that was
petty.
awful. I hated that.
And Joe, we went on to beat them in the playoffs. So this thing is petty. And I feel like tonight I want to see WWE. I want to see a Royal Rumble. I want to see Schwarber clotheslining somebody's ass. I want to see somebody get, like you said, Joe, eye for eye, tooth for a tooth, beam for a beam, arm for an arm, rib for a rib. I want to see somebody get hit tonight because we got to send a message like the Braves, like right now they're a little brother in the division. We're the big brother in the division. So they want to come in and they want to pick at us. And like you said, Joe, Sam Crawford getting hurt or he's out for a amount of time. We got to hit those guys back. We got to send Acuna out for the time. Or we got to get the guy, Arcia, with the big mouth. You get the guy with the biggest mouth, and you hit his ass. That's what you got to do tonight. The Phillies got to show these guys what we're made of. We ain't no punks. We ain't no chumps. We ain't no punks, man. We ain't no punks. I'm going to see somebody get the Hulk Hogan smacked out of their ass tonight.
Well, it's time. It's time. I like that. Schwarber clotheslining people. Terrence Goodfunkel. Now, RC is gone. He's no longer Brave. They DFA'd him. He went to the Rockies. So we can't hit him.
We can next time we play the Rockies, might as well just being RC.
Just because
you're a punk from a couple years ago. I agree. I like that. He went straight WWE style. He wants clotheslines. He wants Hulk Hogan stuff. Listen, if it devolves to that, I doubt that. I mean,
they won't get to that point.
Baseball really.
We got to realize who we're dealing with.
It rarely goes to that point anymore. I do miss a good brawl. We haven't had one in a long time.
This team ain't about that action.
Most teams aren't.
Mm-mm.
It's just not a baseball thing anymore.
Yeah, I don't need Topper getting Don Zimmer.
Is that the one with he ran out on the mound and got
Pedro.
dragged?
Yeah, Pedro. Laid him like a...
Like, what you doing, old man? Sit down. Yeah,
that
get
was
old man.
Wild. They don't make him like Pedro. Yeah, Pedro went out. Remember, and in that brawl, he was pointing to the head. Like, I'm going to hit you. I'm going to bean you guys in the head. Like, that's old school we don't get anymore. Rob Zadelko. What's up, Rob?
Joe Hugh, good morning.
What's up, Rob?
Listen, I got a special good morning to you, Joe. Good morning, Atlanta. Our secret Atlanta fan, Joe. Hugh does.
Oh, they're really coming after Hugh now.
Hey, man.
Good morning, Atlanta.
I'm not a fan of the Braves, but I'm a fan of Atlanta.
Yeah, you shouldn't say that today.
I'm just saying.
I know, but
sometimes you just leave that. Like, you can think it. Just leave that part out today.
Have you been to Atlanta?
I don't do that.
Especially
yes,
now?
I have.
I've been there.
Sundress season. What y'all talking about?
There's sundresses everywhere. Hugh.
Not relevant.
They hit a
Not
little different
relevant.
down south. They hit a little different.
I want that stricken from the record. Irrelevant.
Dump it. Dump it.
Fine.
I got a brother lives an hour south of Atlanta called Delani. I don't know if you heard Delani. It's in Georgia, but yeah, I've been there. Yeah, I have a brother that lives there, but
on the speakerphone, isn't he?
I think so.
My point
Rob,
is,
you on speakerphone?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard that switch.
Quick switch.
Listen, I'm not. It's just Kyle always reaching for my phone. There's nothing I can do.
But you were on speaker. I mean, when you turned it off and said I'm not.
All right, Derek. Let's go.
Listen, here's my point. You've heard the saying, kill two birds with one stone.
Kill two
right?
birds with one stone.
Okay, we could send a message through Atlanta, which we despise, the Braves, and to the rest. It's also a message to the rest of the league.
Mm-hmm.
Like enough. Like he got hit 3 times? They said in 3 days, Francie.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
So they brought it to a boiling point. They could have been anybody, but it just thankfully it was Atlanta that brought it to a boiling point.
Yeah, you about to catch the stray. Yeah.
Not only catch the stray, but we can do it through Atlanta, who we despise. So it's like killing two birds with one stone, and send a message to the rest of baseball that
I totally agree.
Enough is enough. So I mean, could it be better? First pitch, first batter, Acuna. Hit him in his knee, Joe. I mean, right in his knee. He's got the Terminator padding on his leg. He ain't gonna feel nothing anyway. Hit him in his knee, his rib cage, wherever. I don't care at this point. It's not going to lose the game. We're going to lose the game because he's on first base.
No, right. Like that's exactly. Like the only way this costs us a win is if they throw Wheeler out of the game, which is very unlikely if it's the first batter. And then I don't anticipate any sort of warnings before the game because nothing really happened last night after the Harper thing.
No, it's the first batter in the first inning. I mean, come on. We could set the tone and still win the game.
That's right.
So, I mean, I'm not worried about it. Send a message to him, the Braves, and everybody else in baseball. It's just enough is enough. Because you know what's going to happen, Joe. I'm afraid the next time he gets plunked, it's on that wrist, on that hand.
I know.
He's out for a couple months, and then we're really screwed.
Well, speaking of that, last night I'm sitting there because I was waiting for the update, and Rob produced a phone call, and I'm Googling fractured elbow healing time, and I saw 3 to 6 months, and I'm panicking. I'm like, oh, 6 months? This thing's over. Season's over in 6 months. We're going to have him back. So they got lucky last night that Bryce Harper just has a bruise and x-rays were negative. We got to finish this, and I want to finish it tonight. I need a brain. I need a bean, a brave bean. I'm mixing up my words because I'm frustrated here that we didn't do it last night. We got to do it tonight. 215-592-9494. All right, before we go back to the phones, you know what's kind of ironic about this?
What's the irony?
Do you know today is an anniversary? Irony.
And the ambiguity.
Yeah, irony.
9 years ago tonight. 9 years ago tonight at Citi Field in New York, our old pal Chase Utley caused the Mets to get so far in their heads over an incident that happened in the previous year's playoffs that it caused one of my favorite meltdowns. Have you ever seen this? Have you ever seen the video of Terry Collins on the field?
No, I have not.
Okay, so
you gonna send it to me?
We're going to play a clip of what we can because this might be the most vulgar thing ever that's mic'd up in baseball history. 9 years ago tonight, Citi Field, Dodgers with Chase Utley at the Mets, Utley at the plate, and Noah Syndergaard tried to beat him, threw it behind him, and then the umpire said, warnings for both sides, no more. Basically, they took the Mets' chance to hit him away, and they just, well, listen. They lost their minds.
Take him. Terry. Get a handle. Come on, let's go. Come on. Talk to me. Talk to me. Then you talk to me about it. Okay.
You got to give us a shot.
You know what?
You got to give us a shot.
Okay, listen to me. Let me hear what I'm saying, okay? You get your shot. You had your shot right there. In the situation.
Well, why
you
not?
know the situation, Terry.
Why don't we get a shot, Tommy?
Because that makes it worse. Terry, that makes it worse.
Why not? But MLB did nothing to that guy. Nothing.
Okay, I control that, Terry. I can't control that. You know as well as I do. You know where I stand on the whole situation. But you're
better than that, Tommy. You know that.
Terry, listen, I'm telling you, our ass is in the jackpot now. Okay? I'm just telling you. You know what? That's you got it. Okay, get it. You got everything out.
I want that kind of emotion out of Topper tonight.
Wait a minute. Rewind. Who was that?
So the guy that's cursing up a storm there is the manager of the Mets at the time, Terry Collins. So the previous postseason, the Mets and Dodgers had played, and Utley slid into second base, and he broke the leg of the Mets shortstop. So that was the first time they had played since then.
So he was still holding on to that.
Still holding on, and they tried to throw it at Utley. He missed. He threw it behind him, and then the umpire said, no more.
That's enough of that.
That's enough of that. And then they're mad.
So the manager was mad because he
they
was
didn't get their shot. They didn't hit him. They wanted to do it again.
It sounded like he wanted to do more than hit him,
Yeah,
though.
I think they wanted to kill him. Yeah,
that was real powerful.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was like, wait a minute. And they caught that all on video?
It was awesome. I want half of that from Topper tonight. Could you imagine Topper mic'd up screaming like that?
Is that manager still in the major leagues?
He's not managing any longer.
That's a lot.
Yeah, but it was awesome.
No, it was awesome, but it was like the emotional meltdown over something that happened to you. Now I understand.
Well, you broke the guy's leg.
Yeah, he broke his leg, but that's still a lot to hold on to for a year.
Yeah, well, I think it was actually more than that. Terrorized the Mets for decades, so I think that was all pent up stuff. David in Westchester's up. What's up, David?
Hey, Joe. Hey, sleeper agent Hugh.
The people are seeing right through it.
Hey, Hugh.
Yes.
Just real quick, did you refer to me as low IQ and you were playing to your audience when you were talking to your friends in Atlanta?
You know what?
Is that what I heard?
I said that, but it wasn't meant that way. That's the way Abe presented it.
Yeah, and
I
that's
was like,
why
we're playing to our. I said we're playing to our audience because that's what we do here.
And that's why we're going to bean Abe when we see him.
Abe,
Abe
don't want that.
Really, you don't really believe that, do you? Because
That
that
we
would
have
kill me.
that we are a different breed here in Philadelphia. Yeah,
in a good way.
In a good way. I mean, listen, We all have dysfunctional family members. Yes, I do, and we're dysfunctional as a family.
Some would say WIP is the dysfunctional family member of Philadelphia.
But Dave, where's the line? Where are we not? Where else do you go to get this level of fandom in America?
Nowhere. Yeah,
So
it doesn't
I
happen.
mean, so it just all depends on how you look at it. Are we dysfunctional? Hell's yes.
Yes, but are we out for blood tonight? Yeah, absolutely.
we are very dysfunctional. That's what makes us so great.
As the old adage goes, sticks in baseball may break my bones, but names will never hurt me.
Never.
So you have to retaliate. You have to play old school baseball. You hit our best player, then your best player gets hit, and that's just what they call those, the unwritten rules or
That's
whatever.
Right. Yep.
Okay, and you have to live by that. And Acuna needs to be drilled tonight. That's the bottom line. There's no question. I mean, I would have done it last night, but I'm probably more spontaneous than, I'm not as level-headed as everybody else. I mean, I would have drilled him the first time he got up to bat. But,
I can hear that.
I hear that. And then, I was like, when Schwarber got up, I was like, hey, Schwarber, throw that bat at freaking Strider. I can't stand that guy. And, but you have to retaliate. You can't just, be plant-based Phillies. You got to have some, I guess the best word, some aggression there.
Yeah,
you got to be a little more aggressive.
We have enough plant-based people in this city, led by Hugh Douglas. We don't need more. We don't need 26 of them in the Phillies dugout. David, I couldn't agree more. And they have to send the message, because otherwise, a good phone call. This message gets around the league. The Phillies are soft. The Phillies can be pushed around. The Phillies won't retaliate back. That's the worst thing. Because if I'm an opposing pitcher and I know you won't hit my guys, I'm just going up and in on your guys. And if I hit him, I'm sorry. If I break Trey Turner's finger, I'm sorry. Like, that's how other pitchers are going to start to think if the Phillies don't show tonight, hey, we got our guys back. And I think they have the right guy on the mound with Zach Wheeler, because he strikes me as old school, and he strikes me as the kind of pitcher that will send the message tonight. And I want to start it with Acuna. He's their leadoff guy. He's back. He's healthy. Put one in his ribs, and let's all move on. 215-592-9494. I need the Phillies to retaliate tonight for what Strider did last night. I'm not even sure if Hugh's with me anymore. He started there. Are you still with me?
Yes, I'm with you.
And it's more important than winning the game.
No, you got to win the game. I got to win the game. No. I got to win the game.
It's May.
I hear you. Come on. I hear you, and I understand where you're coming from. We got to win the game. We got to put priorities. See, this is where it devolves into super pettiness.
No.
I'm okay with that. I'm
No.
okay with hitting them. But we got to win the game, though.
This is just priorities. Priority one is cracked rib. Priority two is a win.
Okay.
You don't have to win the game.
Okay.
It's not
a must-win tonight. Tonight's not a must-win.
When was the last time we faced them? What was the record? Was it we went? It was 2-1.
They beat us.
They beat us. That was the last time, right?
In Atlanta. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we got last
That's
night.
awesome.
So we need to win this series.
I mean, it's
Well, we
be
can
nice,
still win
but-
the series. We just don't need to win the game.
Yeah.
We need to win this one tonight to help us secure the
Well,
win
hold
of the
on.
series.
So hold on. First
Okay,
of all,
they play tonight.
there is a reality that we retaliate and still win the game.
Absolutely.
Right.
Okay, but that needs to be the priority, though. We need to be all on the same page about that.
Sorry,
though.
so let me ask you this. So before the game starts, if the umpires for some reason say, "Look, I'm warning both sides before the game, no nonsense," you would say it's off then? Because that would mean Wheeler would be thrown out of the game immediately if he hit somebody.
Well, it all depends
I'm still hitting him.
Seriously, Joe?
Yes. Yes. Well, why?
No. He gave me the warning, right, and said if you hit him,
you're out.
You're out. No, I'm not hitting.
I still hit him.
No, I'm not hitting. Not hitting.
Sometimes you got to lose the battle to win the war, guys.
There's a workaround here.
What's the workaround?
An opener?
Yeah. Who do you think's the worst reliever on the team?
Well, I used to be Romano. Now he might be the best, which is
So
saying
basically,
something.
you're going to put somebody else on the mound just to do this. Is that what you're saying?
Acuna leads off. You put some stiff out there.
Boy, Topper would get a huge fine for that. That'd be pretty awesome.
What
That'd be pretty awesome. Like, that would be so intentional.
Wheeler
Comes
warming up.
right out after you. Wheeler's in the bullpen, ready to go. I kind of like it. 215-592-9494. Are your phone calls coming up? And we're going to hear from Kevin Patullo. Elliot dubbed this a big press conference. Kevin,
It is.
I agree. It's the first time we really hear from him, as the Eagles offensive coordinator. Patullo's first press conference as Eagles offensive coordinator. That'll be in the 12 o'clock hour, along with your phone calls. Is it time to be an Acuna or a Brave tonight? Yeah, I need to bean a Brave. Where do you come down? It's the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's that time of year again where I stop talking about bacon and start sharing my grilling wisdom, people. It's officially grilling season. So you can elevate your grilling game with Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins. They're flavorful and they're so easy to cook. Hatfield's marinated pork tenderloins are a game changer, especially when I learn how to say that word tenderloins a little bit more. It's going to get better as we go through this thing. Tuscan herb. They got Tuscan herb there, Kyle. They got honey garlic teriyaki, which is pretty good. I've had that one. Then they got lemon garlic. There are so many different flavors to choose from. So head to simplyhatfield.com for retail locations near you and put some Hatfield pork on your fork.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Until Virtua, I felt like my doctor wasn't listening to me.
From minimally invasive surgery to cancer and more, Virtua Health offers a full range of services focused on the complex needs of women.
This is how every woman should be treated.
Here, you'll find the personalized care that makes all the difference.
We caught Tina's cancer early, before it spread.
If she hadn't listened, my story would be so different.
Virtua Health, here for women, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/hereforgood.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Did you know that not all oil changes are the same? Putting the wrong oil in your car can cause a serious problem. That's why it's important to take your vehicle to experts who know what oil is best for your vehicle. The experts at Meineke. And right now, Meineke is offering a full synthetic oil change for only $59.95, plus a free tire rotation. And while your locally owned and operated Meineke dealer is rotating your tires, he'll check to make sure your brakes are safe. Because even if they aren't making noise, they can be worn. Meineke, doing car care right.
Breaking news, and this one is almost. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Losing your family's home movies and photos would be devastating. That's why Legacy Box exists, to preserve your family's recorded moments digitally, ensuring they're safe forever. Think of the time and money your family invested to capture family vacations, birthdays, even your wedding. Recording a lifetime of memories was a commitment. Camcorders cost thousands, and cameras required film and development. Legacy Box is the final step to preserve your family's past. Thankfully, it doesn't require another big investment. Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box to convert their analog media to digital. You owe it to your family to safeguard your memories. Become your family's hero and save them before it's too late. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering an exclusive discount when you go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? Shams Charania isn't one for hyperbole, but even he's calling this the wildest NBA offseason in recent memory. Think LeBron's decision. This could be bigger? Luka Doncic, Jimmy Butler, and De'Aaron Fox already stirred the pot at the trade deadline. Now Giannis and Durant might actually be on the move. But here's the twist. Depth is winning in the NBA. Look at OKC. Look at Indiana. Super teams are out. Built teams, they're thriving. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Where every moment of Phillies baseball happens.
And that is... We got a plunk of Brave. Being a Brave tonight. 215-592-9494. This segment is sponsored by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, you hear a squealer grinding. Take your car to a locally owned and operated Meineke. Find a location near you at Meineke.com. All right, coming up, we'll get to all your phone calls here, and we're going to have Kevin Patullo speaking for the first time as Eagles offensive coordinator, the new coordinator taking over for Kellen Moore. Hugh, what do you want to hear? What are you interested in hearing from Patullo today? Because although we know him, right, his name, he's been here.
He's been introduced to us,
but we don't really know him.
Well, they kind of rolled him out as the season progressed last year by Patullo did this and he called this and that.
It's almost like they were greasing the skids.
Yeah, so they made us somewhat familiar with him. I would want to know what's your philosophy with this offense. How are you going to evolve this offense to be better than it was last year?
Yeah,
I know that's a real general question, but I think that you got to have some ideas because you sat there in this meeting the whole time watching Coach Moore do whatever it is he did, and either you approved of some of it or you said in your mind, hey, I would have probably did this a little different. Now, you don't have to go into to great detail, but you could talk to me about how you're going to get A.J. Brown more involved in offense, how that since you made Dallas Goedert take a pay cut.
Well, he didn't. But
well, I mean, I'm just,
I know.
Be like, how are you going to incorporate him into this? What do you see? Who was the other running back we got? Was it Dillon?
A.J. Dillon.
How is he going to just general questions. Like, he's here, so how are you going to integrate him into this offense?
I'm interested in hearing from him two things. One, I don't know how you even asked this question, but what does he feel that can Saquon do it again? I am fascinated to see how much they ask of Saquon, and then we'll see early in the season how much he has, right? A lot of times in NFL history, you go back and look at running backs that had the kind of season Saquon did with that kind of usage, and the next year they've lost a step. Mm-hmm. Are the Eagles expecting the greatness of Saquon we just saw again? I mean, I think they probably will expect it, and they may adjust if he's not there. That's one thing. And then two, I'm just curious how much he thinks they need to change. Because there could be a school of thought to you, why change it? It worked. We won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, you got an older running back that you got a lot of that out of that you didn't necessarily know that you could get.
Right.
I mean, that's the biggest. And to Saquon's credit, he stayed healthy.
Totally.
For the most part. So, yeah. So, I mean, there's a lot of questions that need to be answered. that he probably can't answer in this press conference.
Yeah, but I'm just curious to get a first kind of glimpse and understanding of who this guy is. Now, look, Kellen Moore, I know a lot of people didn't love him throughout the season. I thought he did a good job last year. I mean, he
adapted well.
Yes, and they found what worked for them, and they obviously did enough to win the Super Bowl. And in their two biggest games, I think we almost forget Moore's involvement in the two biggest games. They lit it up. I mean, in the title game and the Super Bowl, it was the best the offense was all year. They lit it up in the biggest games to win a Super Bowl. So it's not a small thing that he's got to replace Kellen Moore, who's now the head coach of the Saints. It's not about Moore. He's not going to succeed with the Saints, but Moore did a good job here.
Yeah, he had some pieces to work with, definitely.
As Patullo does. I mean, are we going to be happy if this offense isn't top 5 this year? They weren't top 5 last year. It better be a top 5 offense. Okay. Otherwise, I think they're underachieved.
They're top 5 offense. What if they're not, and we're still in a really good spot to go back to the Super Bowl? I'm okay with that.
Well, but do you think the defense is going to be as good?
Well,
then we're not going to be as good of a spot.
I think the defense can be middling, and we can still be good. I think we're that good of a football team.
But if they're a middling defense and not a top 5 offense, that doesn't seem to me like a Super Bowl team. It's like what's great about the team?
Well, okay. Look at it like this: the Kansas City Chiefs weren't as dominant as they have been in the past. They were good. They made it to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they lost.
They got dragged. Yeah. They got dragged, but I'm saying they made it. I think this team is going to be good enough that we're going to get tested in the NFC. No question about that.
I would call the Chiefs defense better than middling, though. They were a good defense.
I'm just for the sake of this conversation. But that offense, there were times where they won by the skin of their teeth.
But I don't want to look like the last year's Chiefs offense. All right, let's get to Kevin Patullo. Here he is.
That's cool. All right, guys. Good to see everybody.
So how different will the offense be this year?
Well, I mean, as far as different, we go through the process at the end of each year of examining what we do well, what we need to improve upon, and then really any trends or anything we see that we can add to it. So I think really when you say different, I think it's going to be like, what do our players do best, like it's been? And then from there, we just expand upon it. Hey, we're really good at this. Let's bring this to the table and try this and see where we can take it. And I think really when you look at just our staff as a whole, we've added some new coaches, so they bring some other layers to it too, and then the knowledge of what they have from their background. So I think as we go forward, as we build this thing together as a staff, you'll see some new wrinkles here and there, but more so it's just kind of building on what our players do best.
What were your thoughts on the push surviving another season anyway?
I mean, it's great for us. We get to continue to use it and have our compliments off it and do different things. So it's fun. It's something we're passionate about. We're very detailed about. We put a lot of work in as a staff, and it's exciting to be able to continue to use it.
What are some things you think you can bring to the offense in your current role that you maybe weren't able to last year or the past years in other roles?
I think really it comes down to just my experience. I've been here with Nick since day one, knowing the guys and understanding them, their skill sets, what they can do, and kind of being in a different role to where I saw a big picture at all times. And now I can concentrate on certain things. And I've been in each room, every year kind of with the receivers and the quarterbacks and kind of spread my knowledge around. So now it's just a matter of getting to know the players at a different level, but they still trust me in that capacity, which the background that I kind of had with them.
You mentioned some of the new staff members.
Mm-hmm.
What has Leffler brought?
Scott's been great. I mean, he's got a wealth of knowledge, right? He's been a quarterback coach forever, coordinator forever, and a head coach. He ran a diverse system in college, which has been really cool. So when you have a guy in your staff that's got all this wealth of knowledge, it's great to lean on him and just kind of hear what he has to say. And it's good, right? You don't always want the same things from your coaches, just like I am. I want somebody different to bounce ideas off of and give me some kind of new information. He's been really, really good so far. Super detailed guy, very energetic and works hard. And he's passionate about football, so he's been great.
What was the interview process like for you?
I mean, really, when it comes down to the interview, it's you're interviewing every day, right? So for the last 4 years, I'm essentially interviewing with Nick, the staff, the players, and then once we start the interview, it's all about football, how you're going to use personnel, what you're going to do, and how you're going to put the team in the best spot.
Because you've been with Nick obviously so long, you two are kind of linked in many people's eyes. But how do you think you differ from him in terms of philosophy or offensive understanding?
It's interesting. When we go back to the Colts when him and I are together, I think there's a lot of fundamental things that we see the same way, but I do think our brains work differently. So it's a good back and forth conversational piece that we have constantly. And there's a lot of things, like I said, that he believes in that I believe in as well. And we're going to do those things. But I do think we challenge each other to grow. And he's awesome about just finding new ideas and testing the waters and saying, what if we did this? What if we tried that? And he challenges you as a coach to really continue to grow your game. So we can be, linked together, but I do think as far as like the testing each other and, he loves to always say, right, where iron sharpens iron and all these other things about just when you're working together with people trying to create greatness, right? You can't be great without the greatness of others. He's a big part of that, right? He pushes us as coaches to get better, and that's kind of what's unique about it.
What's your philosophy or approach as a play caller?
My approach, right, is put the players in the best position they can to be successful, and then that's what it comes down to. You want to make sure they're confident in everything that they can do, and you want to be confident as a coach that you put them in that position so that they can go out there and do their best.
You mentioned knowing the guys before. What kind of luxury is it as an OC to come in with 10 of 11 starters and not even the talent, that continuity?
I think it's huge, right? Because everybody knows each other. And, when it comes down to it, when they're out there playing, they're problem solving. Ultimately, you don't always know what you're going to get as an offense. So those guys can walk out there in the field and be confident in what they're supposed to do. But no matter what happens, they feel like they can problem solve and do the best together. And that's really what it comes down to, right? We've had a lot of coaches say the same, and then we've had, a lot of players say the same. That's huge as far as guys knowing what we want to do, when we want to do it. And then if something does pop up, we can all adjust together, which is what we have to do as a staff and players.
Jalen specifically, you obviously have worked with him for a while. Now that the relationship has to change, how do you feel like you guys and that relationship will help you in this current role?
Yeah, I mean, I've been here with him since day one, and it's been great. He works extremely hard. We all know that, and he's super detailed in what he does. And the biggest thing with him is he always wants to get better, and that's what's awesome. And so he's willing to listen to anybody about anything. So if he feels like it's going to get him better, he's willing to take it and try it. And then the best part of it is the dialogue after, right? So we had one practice yesterday. He's willing to try anything, and then we can have dialogue after and kind of go from there. So he's a great player for a reason. His work ethic speaks for itself.
What are your guiding principles as an offensive mind?
As far as
what's your guiding principles as a coach, the things that you prioritize, the things that are important to you that helps set the course for your coaching?
I mean, really, when it comes down to it, kind of said it before, it's put the players in the best position to be successful, and that's what it's going to come down to, right? We're going to be detailed, just like Nick says. We're going to be detailed in our fundamentals and everything we do. We'll be detailed in the scheme, and then put the players in the best position to be successful.
Being around Kellen Moore last year, kind of like broaden your horizons as far as being ready to be an offensive coordinator?
Anytime you can get around somebody that's different, kind of outside your circle or new, right, it can expand your knowledge, right? It just kind of tests you, and it brings something different to the table and a new piece of information that you may not have had. And him and I worked very closely last year together on, putting the offense together. And it was fun. I learned a lot from him, and I think the same from back and forth, right? We had a lot of conversations back and forth, what he had done in the past, whether it was Dallas or the Chargers, and what we had done here, and trying to bridge that as a staff was unique. That doesn't happen a ton, and it was really, really successful, obviously. But benefiting from his knowledge and being able to ask questions to him and the back and forth conversations, and during games, it was the same kind of thing, the back and forth. We had a very unique relationship. We didn't know each other prior to, and it went quickly to where we trusted each other, and I could lean on him and he could lean on me. So, working with him last year was a huge benefit.
You do have a lot of starters coming back. You did have a lot of success this year. What goes into anticipating the adjustments defenses will make this year?
Yeah, I think just like every year, right? You go in saying, okay, this is the core fundamental, what teams want to do, and then you just have your kind of checklist of things that you got to go down. They could do this, they could do this, they could do that. And then you have to have your core plays that that you trust. Like we talked about, all the 11 guys are back essentially. So, they know how to problem solve out on the field. And as coaches, we have to be ready to adjust.
Who was the greatest influence on you in your fundamental years of coaching?
Obviously, Nick's been huge on me here currently. But prior to that, my biggest influence was Chan Gailey. I was with Chan, a couple different places. Started in Kansas City when I was with Herm Edwards. I was a young coach then. He had just come from Georgia Tech at that point, and just going through that with him was very unique. In 2008, we lost a couple quarterbacks. We ended up having Tyler Thigpen come in, and I'll never forget. We get into a staff room, and the walls are all white. There's nothing out there. He goes, "All right, we got to figure out a new offense for this week," and he was willing to do anything and try anything to be successful. We ended up developing this no huddle system. We were in the pistol, and in 2008, nobody knew what the pistol was in the NFL. And we were successful for the most part. We knew in a lot of games, but we moved the ball with a bunch of guys that we didn't know really if we could do that with. And so, him being able to show, look, we do what we have to do to win. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to look a certain way was huge. And then, I went to Buffalo with him, and it looked way different. And we had Ryan Fitzpatrick there, and we were in four wides, throwing all over the place. And I got with him again in New York. And so just being around him, he's probably been my greatest influence on my past. And then obviously Nick currently, but he just taught me a lot. And the biggest thing was, put your players in position, allow them to be successful, and develop dialogue, communication with them, and things will take off. But no, he's definitely been a big influence on me.
Who were some of the play since you've come into this new role?
Really, some of it's still similar, right? The biggest thing, obviously, is I'm the one voice in the offensive room. I still had a big voice prior to, but it's really not a ton different. A lot of the staff is together, and we have a great staff, right? We have the best O-line coach in the NFL. We have the best tight end coach, the best receiver coach, best running back coach, and then we added a couple new coaches. And I worked with Parks Frazier at the Colts, and he's expanded his game. So it's really not that much different, and like I said, those guys are so good at what they do. It's great for me, and as a whole staff, we really, really do well together.
Getting back to the play calling part of it, who are some of the play callers you've been around that maybe shape what we'll see from you as a play caller?
Obviously, Kellen was really good at what he did last year and just developing. And what's interesting is that, he had to kind of adjust on the fly, right, which was really cool to see. Shane had his very unique style, which was interesting too. And how he thought. And then obviously the biggest one for me, kind of talked about before, was just Chan Gailey and just how to do things and trust the players and set things up and go through the process of it. And then Frank Reich, obviously, in the Colts was awesome too. I've been very fortunate to be around some really, really, really good coaches.
As far as change, what about day-to-day with Nick, your associate head coach role?
Mm-hmm.
He had said in the past that to clean it up, maybe when he was being too harsh on people, you were the guy who kind of pulled him back. Does that change at all?
No, I don't think that'll ever change. We work hand in hand. That's what we know. That's what we do. I don't think that'll change.
Kevin Dallas Goddard was a big storyline
Yep.
offseason. Are you sleeping any better knowing he's coming back?
Yes.
How vital?
Yes, no, Dallas is awesome. You could feel his presence out there yesterday and just doing our 7-on-7 stuff. We're so glad to have him back. He brings a very unique, different style of play to the offense, and he's another weapon to add.
Kevin, you mentioned Parks Frazier. How have you seen him grow as a coach, and what really stands out to you about him?
So really, from the time we were with him at the Colts until now, his offensive knowledge has grown, right? Being in Miami last year, he learned all this new stuff, and then being at Carolina kind of on his own, doing his own thing and coaching up Bryce there, he's really expanded his game. He had to jump into an awkward situation as a coordinator, play caller that one year at Indy. That was another thing. And so he's really developed as a coach, and then just the new styles he has and the ways to communicate, but he still kind of knows the same language and the way we were able to talk prior to, which is really beneficial. He can just jump right in there and go.
It's not that different for you. I imagine this is a job you've been preparing for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So when you were writing in your notes about what you were going to do when you were an offensive coordinator, what were some of the things that you wanted to remind yourself that were important to you?
I think the biggest thing is just be me. I'm not going to change who I am. I'm going to be who I am, and then just rely on all the coaches that we have, because that was something that Chan always taught me too. All the coaches you have around you are there for a reason. So don't just all of a sudden think you're going to do it yourself, right? And lean on those guys and lean on what they're experts at, and really that'll give you the best chance to be successful.
What are you seeing from Saquon, now that he's back after such a heavy workload this past season and everything, just how he's looking so far?
Yeah, he's been great. He looks like the same guy. It's unbelievable how he's able to do that and continue to go day in and day out. And he looked in regular season mode yesterday running routes, so it was pretty cool.
Is the burger's going to stay pretty much the same?
Yeah, I don't think we'll change too much, right? We've kind of had the Eagles offense is what we've kind of been running essentially the last 4 years, and we'll kind of keep it in that and that grouping of words, just because the continuity of everybody, it'll be a lot easier, and then we can make adjustments or add stuff within things because that kind of baseline language is already built.
As a follow-up to Bo's question, this job in the past decade has propelled OCs to head coaching jobs, but the ones who've replaced those guys haven't had as much success, naturally because he replaces a successful coach. How do you navigate that? How do you deal with taking over a team and an offense that had this much success?
To be honest, you're just kind of doing your job. If you look at something like that big picture, I guess it could be overwhelming, but I just this is what I do. This is what I wanted to do. I've been wanting to do it, and I have an opportunity to do it. And like I said, I've got a great staff around me, great players, great organization, everything. So it'll be fun.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
All right, there he is, Kevin Patullo, the first press conference as Eagles offensive coordinator. All right, a couple things hit me. Number one, he did say at the end, Saquon looks like the same guy he was last year, which, we'll see when they hit the field and for real. But, that's obviously great to hear that, his body and looks and feels the way he did a year ago. That's a big thing. I also thought it was noteworthy that the way he referenced the change last year, he was talking about Kellen Moore and the adjustment they made, and he said they needed, the adjustment they needed to make, which was an interesting way to frame the flip of the offense last year, right? Because they threw it a lot, and then they switched to running it a lot, and it wasn't like the way he made it sound like it was a necessity they do that, not just something they thought maybe would help.
Yeah.
They needed to, and he gave more credit for pulling that off.
And I like the fact that they identified it, and they were able to adjust and have success with it. He sounded like he was really forthcoming as far as what he wants to do in this offense. Talked about Dallas Goedert a little bit. I mentioned that early on. I'm pretty excited about what he said because I think he went in there and he said the right thing. I think he said everything that most Eagle fans want to hear. That's, working with Jalen. Jalen's working hard. Evolution of the offense. Because I think that's the biggest thing. We know that we can't – there are going to be some similarities as far as the offense is concerned to what it was last year, but it can't be the same offense when you have those two high-priced receivers on the squad and they're not getting fed that much. So it has to evolve.
Can I point out one little gripe? I have one thing that I didn't love. Well, and I understand he's going through his Rolodex of his career, right? How we got to
Chan Gailey.
A lot of Chan Gailey talk.
Yeah, I was like, I mean, it's not like, but
a lot of Chan Gailey.
There's a lot that you could probably pull from Chan. Not so much his win-loss record.
Sure.
But just the way that he moved, the way that he, all of that, his way of thinking and things of that nature.
We're all influenced by someone.
Listen,
I know that, but Chan Gailey.
I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, damn, he's saying his name a lot.
Yeah,
it's not like he wasn't like he was saying Bill Walsh,
right?
Or somebody like that.
Advice for next time, Kevin: just lie. Just say Bill Walsh or Andy Reid. Give me someone that can coach some offense.
I like how he basically pulled from his history and the people that he's worked with, because to me it's about adaptability.
I know, I understand. He brought up when they had an injury and they had to change the offense. It's a wonderful story, but
he was like Chan Gailey's name, saying it a little bit too much.
I just was like, every Chan Gailey offense I watched for the last 10 years of his career couldn't score any points. Like that's Was it Quincy Carter? Wasn't it his quarterback at one time? Yes, in Dallas. So Chan was there when the Cowboys fell apart in the late '90s and Aikman was done, and all those guys that had a quarterback. And I get it. I mean, he coached with them. He respects them. A little less Chan Gailey next time. All right, 215-592-9494. Your phone calls. You can react to the Kevin Patullo press conference. We got a lot to get to coming up here. Your phone calls. I need retaliation. I need retaliation for what happened last night. Strider hitting Harper. I need to beat a Brave tonight. I want to hit Acuna, and I want Wheeler to be the one to do it. All right. Also, we didn't spend much time really talking about what I think was the other big story from last night's game. A guy that we've all assumed doesn't have much of a future here in Philadelphia, but the present is really good right now. We'll discuss Ranger Suarez. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hit the links and grab a drink with Weapon X.
Yeah, baby!
Join Brian Dawkins and Birds Legends for the Hawaiian-themed Islands Field Party. Then listen as Sports Radio 94 WIP broadcasts live from the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation Celebrity Golf Tournament. Monday, June 2nd. Get your Brian Dawkins Island Field Party tickets now at 94WIP.com.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Roto-Rooter. Plumbing problem? No match for a little DIY duct tape. Shoot, hold on. Nope. There we go. No match for a little... dang it, wait. Duct tape and a wrench. Leaks are no match for duct tape and a wrench. And a bucket and a towel, more duct tape, a hammer, this random tool I found in the basement, another bucket, more tape, a little more tape. Perfect. On second thought, maybe leave plumbing to the pros at Roto-Rooter.
And away go troubles down the drain.
Hey, Navigation, take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom. Stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with xFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Testing.
We're live from Chick-fil-A.
This is Grant.
And this is Laura.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that sweet bun.
And that chicken filet was perfectly crispy and soft at the same time.
And that Smokehouse Barbecue sauce, it's a lot of fun. And the brown sugar bacon definitely had a little bit more pizzazz. Also, the Mac, one of the all-time greats. Man, I'm getting hungry.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and a Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
The power of Dell AI with Intel Inside is transforming the world of pro sports. Teams can see curveballs coming with predictive analytics. Coaches can use AI insights to help players improve their shots in real time. And fans can get more out of every winning moment with AI-enhanced replays. See how Dell Technologies with Intel Inside can power your wins at Dell.com/win.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The stretch, and the lefty's 2-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, climbed the ladder with a fastball, and Olsen comes up empty with the bases loaded. Huge strikeout for Suarez, number 7 on the night, and Ranger keeps the Braves off the board.
Heck of a night for Ranger Suarez. Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. I feel like Ranger kind of got lost in the shuffle. We're all upset about what happened to Bryce Harper, obviously, and I want retaliation tonight on the Brave. But Hugh, Ranger Suarez last night was good again. So he had his first start back, he was not good, right? He got hit around. Yeah. His last few starts, I did that. It's okay. His last few, it's just like Ranger, right? The first one not great, but you'll rebound.
Yeah, you rebound.
Since then, he's been excellent. I mean, he looks like the pitcher that he was for early in last year.
Looks like a guy pitching for a contract.
Well, he does. And you know what got me thinking? It's a very bizarre situation because I feel like most people just assume, and I'm one of them, that he's not going to be here long term, right? They have all these young pitchers. They have some guys they've already re-signed. They traded for Luzardo. There doesn't seem to be a long-term spot for him, yet he's just doing really well right now. It's like, I don't know what the future of Ranger Suarez in Philadelphia is. It's kind of weird when a pitcher is this good for this long. It's been years he's been a good pitcher, and we all just assume, yeah, they're going to let him walk away.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you talk about let it play out.
Yeah.
This is one that looks like they're going to let it play out, especially when you talk about Nola, him being here. He's already been signed. Painter potentially in the rotation.
Of course, yeah.
So it's one of those things where Rangers basically doing himself a favor.
And the team at the same time.
Yeah, he's helping. It's a win-win. This is one of those things when you talk about, screw the team, do what's best for the team. He's doing what's best for the team right now. He's pitching well, and he's putting himself in position to go somewhere else if the Phillies decide not to resign.
But at that same time, if he keeps pitching like this, do you want him to walk away? I know they have all these other options, but this just doesn't usually happen. Like, if he's older, okay, that's different. He's older. Or if the Phillies don't have enough money or they're a mid-market team that can't afford him, that's different. Teams don't usually let 29-year-old homegrown pitchers that are pitching well just leave, and it feels like we are just resigned to the fact that, well, like you said, they have Wheeler signed, they have Nola signed, they have Painter coming, they have Abel coming, they have Luzardo under contract.
It's not a bad problem to have.
No.
Especially when you talk about potentially what you're going to need towards the end of the season.
Well, totally. I mean,
you know what I mean? You got we're talking about 7 arms, potentially 7 arms that you have that you can use. And the fact that, who was the guy pop for the PD? Alvarado. Yeah. So one of those guys out of necessity. I think, here's the thing with Ranger right now is that I think that if he keeps on this timeline of pitching well right now, that during the playoffs, when we make it to the playoffs, that it wouldn't be a thing for him to go in the bullpen.
All right. I agree with you on that. But we're going to have a situation. I keep waiting for this moment, and it's going to happen. There's going to be a moment before the playoffs where they have more starters than spots.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm curious how you think this is going to play out. When Aaron Nola returns, and we found out yesterday he's still feeling some soreness, so this isn't like an immediate thing. Maybe it's, 3 weeks from now. Maybe it's the All-Star break. But at some point, Nola's going to be back, right? It's not like he broke his ankle. It just sprained it. He's going to come back. Nola, Wheeler, Suarez, Sanchez, Painter. I mean, that's 5 right.
That's 5.
That's 5 right there. And who am I missing? Oh, Luzardo. That's 6. So either they're going to a 6-man rotation this summer or someone's going to the bullpen. What's happening?
I would say, just off the top, Luzardo's probably going to go in the bullpen.
Really?
I would just say just strictly off of that, just the way you presented it to me, because I don't think Ranger that early in the season is going to go. I really don't.
But why I wouldn't move Luzardo? He's their second best starter.
No, I hear you, but that's what I'm saying. Right off of what you just said, you just paid Nola a lot of money. He's not going. I would say that would probably be the easiest move. Probably the one that sounds a little crazy, but right now, the way Rangers pitching and he's pitching better, he's not. And the money situation, he's not going to.
That's a hell to the no for me. Sorry.
I know.
No,
I can't
hear
move
you.
Luzardo. He's my game 2 starter.
No, I hear what you're saying. But if the way that you presented it to me today, if you had to do it today, it has to be him.
Well, no.
You're doing a lot of tap dancing to avoid.
What are you talking about?
In the room is that range.
Suarez.
I'm not avoiding. I'm hitting it head on. That's not going to happen.
But if we've already established he's probably not going to be here, why do I care about his future?
Because he's pitching well. Then you want him to pitch.
But Luzardo's pitching better.
I would say this.
Luzardo's been their second best
Your solution
starter.
is to hurt the starting rotation.
No, this is what I'm saying. If the timeline that I gave you initially when I put Ranger in the bullpen works, but the timeline that you're talking about does not work.
Because no one wants to. I did the same thing with Jolly last week. No one wants to acknowledge my timeline. I agree with you. In the playoffs, it's easy.
I acknowledge your timeline every day.
You did. But Jolly didn't. In the playoffs, all rules are off, right?
We're all inclusive on this show, Joe.
In the playoffs, because it's easy to say
on Friday.
Not you. It's easy to.
What I do on Friday?
Well,
I forgot.
Come on.
I forgot.
You said something you should have apologized for.
What you talking about? You talking about Andrew?
Yes.
He'll be all right.
Well, I guess.
Andrew needs to apologize to me. If you listen to Andrew, you need to apologize to me.
Why would one of our salespeople here apologize to you?
Because
he never came on the air and said something derogatory about you.
He made a promise to me last year and he didn't keep it.
Oh, gee. So this is revenge.
Yeah, it wasn't revenge, but when we talk about apologize, I'm going to deflect.
That was huge retaliation.
I know. Took a year for that. My point is, in the bullpen, in the playoffs, sure, someone's going to go to the bullpen.
Yes.
But I'll just say it this way. By the All-Star break, I think it's very realistic. Nola's ready. And Painter's ready.
Mm-hmm.
We have 6 starters. So we either got to go to a 6-man rotation or someone's going to the bullpen.
Guess what?
And every time I bring this up, no one gives me a straight answer.
I did give you a straight answer.
Luzardo?
Yes.
That's not a straight answer. It's ridiculous.
No, that's like
I didn't know it was going to trigger.
You are so in bed with Boris that you're putting our second best starter in the bullpen.
I understand how these things work.
No,
and it's funny that as much baseball as you two guys have watched, y'all don't get that.
No.
Y'all want to strong arm and beat up people
I've tried to give
and lose games in spite of being petty and all this other stuff.
Well, that's because we were losing the battle to win the war. Okay. I have given out 2 reasonable ideas.
I am the voice of reason.
Reasonable idea 1 is Ranger. Reasonable idea 2 is Painter. I bring both up. Everyone yells at me. No one has a real idea.
But that's not reasonable. Because
neither is moving Luzardo to the bullpen.
Okay.
But just got to be honest.
As of today, what is the solution?
6-man.
Rangers pitching well.
How about a 6-man rotation?
Okay, we can do that.
Well,
we can do that.
Is everyone on board? Because you're worried about feelings. Major League buddies over here.
Well,
we know Zach Wheeler doesn't like that.
Well, you got to talk to Zach.
I'm not talking to anybody.
No. Hold on. See, you're one step removed from putting Zach freaking Wheeler in the bullpen by putting Luzardo in there.
Definitely not putting
It can't happen.
Zach is the guy that we know if he's listening. Zach, I understand you don't like to go on more days rest. He likes his rest the way he likes it.
Yeah.
But if I'm talking about this 6-man rotation, the first conversation that I'm having is with Zach to find out if he's okay with this.
Well, I think we know based on history, and they've even sort of offhand said it. I think recently when talking about Nola coming back, they keep moving Wheeler so that he's on regular rest. This is a thing. I don't think that's really even worth asking him again.
Okay, so we'll figure that one out.
But that is the most logical thing. It keeps Painter from running out of innings. It protects Luzardo, who recently had issues with his back. I think a 6-man rotation makes sense.
But the best version of this rotation is with Wheeler at his absolute
I get it.
best.
I get it.
So
someone's got to get uncomfortable here.
I am.
I'm
with you, and it's freaking Ranger.
When we say be uncomfortable, are we talking about? We're not talking about putting a young cat in the bullpen. We're not talking about painting the bullpen.
I mean, I still want to do that.
I know you do.
Yeah.
Ranger's not going to the bullpen because of the monetary. Not right now. Not right now.
This is a game of musical chairs, and we don't have enough chairs here for all these guys.
Yeah, you won't put Nolan there because he already got paid, and you won't put Ranger in there because he wants to get paid.
But put Luzardo.
Okay. Since this triggered you so much,
it is triggering. But the Luzardo thing is crazy.
Because he's the odd man. To me, he's the odd man out.
He's their second best arm.
He is absolutely not the odd man out.
Right
Ranger
now,
is the odd man out.
Ranger's not the odd man out, Kyle, because Ranger's the guy that's trying to get paid.
No, he's the most versatile.
Okay,
so
he's
that makes him the odd man out.
Okay, he's the most versatile at the end of the year. But right now, he's trying to build up his resume so that he can get paid at the end of the year. Because just like we talked about, he might not be here.
It's the most exhausting thing.
I just can't believe you walk in here with a Boris Corp hat on every
It's
day.
unbelievable.
See, I make great points. You just don't want to listen to what I'm saying because you're just being stubborn. Both of you guys.
You're being stubborn.
Luzardo in the bullpen.
You're being so stubborn that you're willing to put our second best pitcher in the bullpen so that Ranger can get a payday in the offseason.
The way you presented the problem to me, that's the easiest fix.
It's absolutely not the easiest fix.
It is the
No, it's
easiest
not.
fix.
No, that's cutting off your nose to spite your face.
Ranger's not going to the bullpen knowing that there's money out there to be made, and he's pitching well.
Well, he might.
He's not. Okay, at the end of the season, yes. If we're going to a 5-man rotation, say, hey, Ranger, I need you to go in the bullpen. That increases his value to another team if he decides to do that. But right now, that's not the case.
Well, here's the reality. Multiple of these guys got to go to the bullpen in the postseason. You only need three or four starters in the playoffs.
This is true.
So they're all better get ready for that.
This is true.
This is true. Let's take a deep breath here because I'm losing my mind. 215-592-9494. This segment sponsored by McGurk's Pub and Grill, which, by the way,
cannot wait.
We're going to be there tomorrow. So we're going to be at the Fort Washington location tomorrow.
That's the far one.
Well, it depends on where you are.
Well, they're all listen, McGurk, I'm not complaining because they're all nice.
You know, they have a new one closer to me. They just built a brand new one. That's not where we're going tomorrow.
Is that the one we went where they had the outside bar and the TVs?
We
and
haven't
stuff?
been to the brand new one yet.
Oh, we haven't been, but the one we've been to this one.
We've been to Fort Washington.
Okay,
yes.
yeah, they're really, really nice. Really
we
nice.
can't wait. So we'll be in Fort Washington tomorrow. Come on by, say hi, have some lunch. We will be there between 10 and 2 doing our show tomorrow. McGurk's in Fort Washington. All right, Twitter question here, which we had a bunch of Twitter questions. I'm excited to see where these people come down. Sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet. You learn about and schedule your evaluation, PIDentalCenter.com. Okay. Well, we had a bunch about the Phillies and the Braves and the retaliation. I'm really curious where people came down on who is the better athlete right now, Howie Roseman or Hugh Douglas. Last time I looked on that, I believe it was about a 50-50 split.
Yeah, Howie probably was winning.
Well, he did throw a good first pitch last night.
He did. He threw a pitch. He worked on it, and he did a good job.
You worked on yours last year, too. Twitter question sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet. You learn about and schedule your evaluation, PIDentalCenter.com. Would you trade a win over the Braves for retaliation tonight? 62% are plant-based and said no.
Yeah,
that's sad.
Those are grown-ups.
No, that's your fault.
It's tough being a grown-up.
51% said Howie Roseman is currently a better athlete than Hugh Douglas. That's
a close one.
That's rough. And 69% believe the Phillies need to retaliate tonight. Let's go to the phone lines here. Chris,
can I just real quick?
Yes,
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I want to read you the National League Cy Young odds.
Can I guess them? I haven't looked in a few days.
Sure, just the rankings. You don't have to give me the number.
Okay. I'm going to guess Skeens.
Yes.
Favorite.
Yep.
Is Wheeler 2?
No.
Yamamoto?
Yes.
So Skeens.
Ben Wheeler.
Yamamoto, Wheeler. I'm trying to figure out where Luzardo is. Luzardo is probably top 5 or 6. I'm going to go Logan Webb. Hunter Green?
Yes.
Luzardo?
Yes.
Top 6. Bullpen?
Yeah.
Says Douglas.
You asked me in a vacuum. I stand by what I said.
This is
Top
a joke,
6!
quite frankly.
Yelling at me don't make it any different.
No, I'm just trying to get my emotions out.
Hurting my feelings and yelling at me don't make it no different.
Then what is WIP for? Chris and Ben Salem. What's up, Chris?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's going on, Chris?
Hey, number one, with Ranger and Nola, like, I'm putting Nola in the bullpen. Like, money be damned. Like, I'm not having him go out there at 91, 92 and get shelled when Ranger's throwing shutouts.
So, Chris, I think on merit, he's obviously their worst starting pitcher. Like, I understand what you're saying. My only concern with that is, like, what does he give you in the bullpen? You know what I mean? Like, is he just a long? Are we just stashing him there as a long man? We might have to.
I think that's what he's at in his career, at this point. Unless he, drinks a magic potion and he starts throwing 95, 97 again, which,
magic
it would
potion.
also reaffirm
That's cold.
His commitment to the team would be reaffirmed.
He needs the Jose Alvarado magic potion.
That's cold.
That's right. That's right. Because it ain't happening. The older he gets, the slower he's going to throw.
I don't know, dog. Hey, Alvarado did it.
And he got busted for it.
I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I mean, hey, do what you got to do to get ready to go.
That's it. It's for the good of the team. That's it. The other thing is, I need more commitment out of Rob Thompson. I need him in a security shirt tonight, the yellow security shirt with the fake glasses and the mustache and the fedora outside the Braves locker room with a steel chair going after Acuna's knee.
Wow.
So, Chris, I love that. Made me also think about. Do you remember the Bobby Valentine thing when he had the fake mustache and the glasses when he was in the dugout? Do you remember that, Hugh? Bobby Valentine was the manager of the Mets just like 25 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And he got thrown out of a game, and he snuck back into the dugout in the T-shirt and like the disguise glasses and the fake nose and the mustache and sat there and tried to manage the game. Chris, you need Acuna bean tonight or a Brave bean?
Yeah, I mean, Joe, you're dead on with it. Like, it's not so much Strider hitting him and like it's the Braves' fault. But it's 3 games in a row where Bryce has been hit, and there needs to be a message sent to the rest of the league that you can't be that comfortable coming up and in where there's not going to be any repercussions. It's just part of the game. It is what it is. And the guys just need to go police it and take care of their star.
They do, and they got to protect him, and they got to protect the others. Chris, good phone call. They got to protect Schwarber and Trey and all the guys that could be the next one to get beamed.
Yeah, see, it's the principality about it at this point. That's a terrible disguise too.
What?
It was just like
about the Bobby Valentine thing.
Yeah.
He got. I think, if my memory serves, he got away with it for like maybe a half an inning or an inning, and then the umpire caught
that's
him.
what I'm saying. I'm like, how could you not see who that was?
Yeah, well, I think he was hiding a little bit in the corner of the dugout. All right, go ahead.
But what I was about to say is, it's one of those things where I understand that normally in situations like this, you don't want to retaliate because it wasn't on purpose, but it's happened too frequently in the last couple of days for you to let it slide. And again, one of the things that people say about the Braves, and they said about the Braves, is that when it comes time to let them drop, sometimes they don't do that. They need some seasoning, and this would be a great moment to go out there and put hands on somebody.
Well, it shows we got your back, and we're not doing this. You're not going up and hitting our guys.
This is a different time. Like I also look at it like this, and this is why I'm more concerned about getting a win, because this was the team that at the beginning of the season was picked to win the division. This was a team that people thought that was going to resurge and come back and, make a lot of noise. I'm trying to put them to sleep.
I know you want to win. You want to dominate them and finish. I could trade a win tonight to get Acuna plunked.
No, I mean I hear you, but I'm trying to balance this grown up thing with a little bit of trying to be mature about the situation.
It doesn't work.
I mean, I know it doesn't. It's tough, but you got to try to balance it out as much as possible.
Yeah, but today's not a day for grown-ups. Today's the day to throw a baseball at someone on purpose. Skip in Claymont. What's up, Skip?
Hi, you. How do you do? Hello.
Hey.
Hey, Skip.
I'm sorry. I'm just a little bit nervous because I'm talking to a 3-time Pro Bowler, 1995 Defensive Rookie of the Year, Eagles Hall of Famer, and my boyhood hero, Hugh Douglas, alias Horse Cartwright.
Wait a minute, that's a lot.
I did call him the Big Bear. How are you?
Hey, Skip, what's up, man? What are you thinking?
Hugh.
Yes.
Hugh, it's me, Skip. I met you at the Family Dollar next to the Food Lion on Philly Pike in Claymont. How are you doing?
Man, that's a lot. Hello.
Yeah, you're a saver too. I know you like to say you like a nice savings like me.
Yeah, I like to save money. I don't like
Some
spending
people
money.
call you cheap. I call you frugal.
I like to be frugal. That's a lot,
so
though.
anyway.
That's a lot, Skip. You got a lot of information.
Well, it's good.
I'm a first time, long time creeping you, first time calling you. Just kidding. And I agree with Joe. I'd throw a ball at him. I'd throw a couple of balls at him, right in his head.
Well, Skip, it's good to have you on. So what do you have for Hugh? You're calling in to talk to Hugh. Boy, it's pretty cool. Your favorite player, and you got to meet him once. That's pretty awesome.
Well, I have respect, admiration, appreciation, adoration, and affection, if he'll have me. Just kidding.
Wait a minute.
I love the guy for such a long time. I can't believe I'm talking to him on the phone. It's crazy.
Well, that's pretty cool. I'm glad you're going to talk to Hugh. This is good, Hugh. This is good.
So, You look good, you. You look like you've been working out. I didn't even know it was shredding season. Like you say.
It's the laugh for me. The laugh kind of got me.
By the way, I heard that I know you have had some problems with your truck. I don't know if it's a space issue or not. I have a garage if you want to use it.
Oh no, I'm good. I have a garage. I'm good. I'm good.
I know you pull into your place every afternoon about 2:45 after the show, and we're actually in the same development. I'm in 207. It's me, Skip.
I'm sorry, Skip, but I don't really too much speak to my neighbors because I'm not that friendly.
I know that's part of the problem I wanted to get into and talk to you about just a little bit with the Homeowners Association, but I guess you only know me by face. I wave to you all the time. One time I spelled out the EAGLES with my arms and hand signals. I'm very flexible.
I didn't recognize that. It sounded like he was doing a lot of waving.
I see you in the morning too.
Oh, Skip, you watch Hugh leave the house in the morning every day? You're really keeping an eye on this guy. That's pretty neighborly. Yeah.
I keep an eye on him, and then I drive off too. Oftentimes I find myself driving behind you on I-95 when you're on your way into the station, and I just drive to watch at the same time. There's always a reason to drive from Claymont to Philadelphia.
That's a lot, Skip. That is a lot.
I know you had some problems with your battery. If you can use me if you want, I'll recharge your battery anytime you'd like.
This is getting a little bit weird.
A little creepy, Skip. I'm flattered with the offer, but I don't think we're compatible. I feel like that's not.
I'm in 207, and I heard you're saying that you walk around your unit naked, and some of the other homeowners were upset. But I say, you be you do you, and then I'll do you. Hoo-hoo! You're the king of the castle, you. You make the rules in your home. I'm just a spectator.
Wait. Did you say spectator?
I like to look. Well, I'm just a big fan. By the way, I'm a little worried about you not getting enough sleep.
What? Why are you worried about that?
Well, I looked in your window. I was looking in your window the other night, and it was after 11 o'clock, and you were still up. I thought maybe you had stayed up to watch the basketball, but you were playing video games.
All right, Skip. I think we get the point. Skip, we thank you for calling, Skip. Thank you.
Of course. It's an honor. Remember, Hugh, you can park your big truck in my garage anytime you like.
All right, that's enough, Skip. That's enough. What do you do? Maybe you say hi to the neighbors, because otherwise you got this going on.
I don't speak to my neighbors.
Well,
I mean, I will wave. I wave.
Now
and
we all spoke to your neighbors.
I'll see the kids. When I see the kids, I wave to the kids. But the grown-ups.
What's going on in that neighborhood?
You might have to move after that.
Put some blinds up.
I plan on it.
Do you have blinds or curtains?
You know what? I started to get one of those. What was it called? A partition?
Yeah, something.
I didn't get it. yet.
You just got open windows?
Yeah, in the back, it's open.
Yeah.
And every now and then,
Skip's looking in.
Well, I mean, that's a lot for him to do that, but I know for a fact my neighbors probably saw me.
I don't know if I'm more worried about you or Skip.
Well, I'm very worried about Skip.
Skip's he's a lot.
Yeah, I would invest in the home security system if I were you.
Yeah, I got one.
Okay. Well, obviously it's not working because you don't know Skip's looking through the window, buddy. You got to watch out for that. All right, 215-592-9494. All right, we'll get back to all your phone calls here. Everyone gets a chance to react as the Phillies get set to play the Braves tonight. This is very simple, very, very simple. Last night, Bryce Harper took one in the elbow. He's lucky, we're lucky that it wasn't worse than it was. It's a bruise, x-rays negative, no break. It could have been worse. It could have been the kind of injury that knocks a player out for months at a time and would have absolutely changed this Phillies season. And it's time for the Phillies to just get order here. Harper's getting hit left and right. Teams are coming after the Phillies, and they have to make sure it doesn't happen anymore. I need a brave bean tonight. Where do you come down? Also, we have to get to, it's our first chance to react to an NFL tier list that came out recently. We'll give our reaction to it. Quarterback list. It's a big day, guys. It's the first quarterback list.
Are we about to get triggered? We about
20,
trigger
25.
warning. Trigger warning.
I don't know. Why is it we're getting triggered? It's just a good old quarterback list.
Triggers are always civil.
That doesn't ever get anyone upset. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. every day just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guarantee for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, tax, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook, as always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe that they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Well, get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, well, that's when things get really interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, well, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer and make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA and official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sweeter, bolder flavors are hitting the menu at Wawa. Get ready for a burst of tropical and tangy goodness with new pineapple and watermelon recipes, plus sour cherry popping bubbles. Whether you're in the mood for something fruity, fizzy, or fun, Wawa has your cravings covered. Enjoy these new varieties in smoothies, refreshers, and more. We're ready for you when you're ready for something new. Cravings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology. See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Oh, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Wait, are these rubber scores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? for a fresh way to Frosty? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC, used with permission.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The powers that be in the SEC are meeting in Destin, Florida this week, and all the talk is about changing the college football playoff system. Some coaches want to expand the playoff from 12 teams to 16 teams. The SEC feels that it should have gotten more teams in last year. Alabama, in particular, is not happy. When that happens, something usually moves. No matter how much the sport changes, the true power seems to lie in the SEC. So don't be surprised if they get what they want, as college football tries to figure out some of its toughest issues. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Stream the screams. Catch Phillies baseball with the Odyssey app on 94 WIP.
I'm not hitting with your best shot.
That's right.
You're going back in the archive.
97 in the room, Sue. Let's go. Welcome back. Good day show. You're Douglas. Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. All right, tomorrow, McGurk's Fort Washington. We'll be there from 10 to 2 doing our show. Come on out and be with us. Hopefully we get a game in tonight with the weather.
No, I probably won't have it.
Well, I'm hoping. And
It
hopefully
rain.
we're reacting to
rain.
Wheeler.
Mm-hmm.
You worried about the rain?
Well, it's raining.
Rain,
I mean, baseball is better when it's not raining.
I agree with that. Yes.
You know what I mean?
That we can agree on. All right, let's go back to the phone calls, and then we'll give you our first thoughts on the first quarterback ranking of 2025 that's out. It's a beautiful day. Ken in Cinnamon. What's up, Ken?
Ken.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey, Ken.
I think you're a better athlete than Howie Roseman.
Well, thank you, Ken. You're probably the only. Me and you are probably the only two.
Elliot voted your way.
Oh
too.
yeah, Elliot too. Thank you.
So before I get to the main topic, just on the thing that Elliot said earlier about this being a big press conference. We do this all the time in Philadelphia. There's no such thing as a big press conference. First impressions. If we had gone with the first impression of the only two head coaches that have won a Super Bowl in this city, neither one of them would have made it past the introductory press conference.
That is true. They would have been fired on the spot.
No, hold on. There are big press conferences, though.
Well, okay, like when they retained Sirianni a couple years ago, that felt like a big press conference. Yeah.
Also, like the first time you wanted to hear Jalen speak after somewhat sounding like he took a shot at his coach.
Yeah.
There are anticipated
Yes.
press conferences. Yeah, that's for sure.
You don't get anything of value out of a press conference. Nobody's going to say anything that really gives you any insight. So
It's also kind of very wrong.
It's just for the press to feel valuable about what they do. So, listen, Bryce Harper, when the pitch clock came in, Bryce Harper made a comment about taking our game back. I think it's time to take our game back tonight. You absolutely, positively have to hit Ronald Acuna. I mean, once upon a time, Spencer Strider, all these National League pitchers would have had to worry about stepping into the batter's box themselves. They don't have to worry about that anymore, which is absolutely part of the problem, is that, hey, I don't have to worry about wearing one myself. So, and in terms of, giving away a game, Rob Thompson's been the manager here for 3 years. How many games has Rob Thompson been willing to give away to make sure that he didn't interrupt a day off by not pinch hitting a guy, because a day off means the whole day off? And
well, they had the one last August. I forget who the opponent was. Maybe the Nats, but there was the game it was a Sunday last August where I think it was JT and Bryce got the day. And it was that game, close game in the ninth inning, and he refused to pinch it either.
He's done it more than once.
Yeah.
So if you're going to be willing to give away one of 162 for something like that, then you absolutely positively have to be willing to jeopardize the outcome of a game in May to make sure that you're sending a message to the rest of the league that, you know what, you don't just get to do this to our best player. I mean, because if you can do this to Bryce Harper without any repercussions, you can do it to anybody in the lineup without repercussions. And, it's so if you lose the game, and oh, by the way, if you hurt Ronald Acuna, and I'm not saying that I'm hoping that, he wears the first pitch 98-mile-an-hour fastball on his clavicle that, snaps it like a twig. I'm not saying I hope
that sounds like that hurt.
But if that happens, then you've just given yourself a better chance to win the game tonight because Ronald Acuna is their best player and he's not in the lineup. So there is a world where those things can all happen at the same time and you don't give away the game. But, at one point in baseball, I mean, I'm older than all you guys. The pitcher wouldn't even have to be told to do this. Like when the game was played the correct way, when MIT math majors weren't making baseball decisions, the pitcher just absolutely knew I've got the ball in my hand. When they come up, somebody's gonna wear one because I've got my guys' backs. And you've got 26 guys in that clubhouse who have to know that you have their backs and that they're just not going to be, free targets all year long because we're going to take the high road, because we're going to be gentlemen, and we don't want to worry about maybe giving away one of 162 games. So Acuna absolutely positively has to wear one. I think he's got to wear the first pitch of the game.
I agree. Let's start off on the right foot, Ken. Good phone call. And I think we have the right pitcher out there. Wheeler strikes me.
Savvy vet.
Old school. Now he's not that he's like old. I mean, he is an older pitcher, but like he just, when you hear him talk, when we've had him on the show, strikes me as an old school baseball pitcher that understands sometimes you got to do this. Sometimes you got to just make the guy wear it. And again, Ken was talking about what could happen here. I don't.
Man, that sounds like that's painful.
Yeah, it would be. I'm not looking to hurt Acuna, but I want to put it in a spot where it hurts. And I keep talking about right on upper ribs, right under that shoulder, boom, and he'll feel that for days. By the way, you know what I was just thinking about?
What's that?
Imagine it's like so we've used Acuna as like the he's the pinata, right? We're just choosing
pinata,
him.
Yeah.
He's their best player. They hit ours, all that. But we must have said on this show today, they got to hit Acuna between us and the callers 100 times. And I'm thinking about it. Could you imagine being
only Acuna?
Could you imagine being Acuna in an Uber in Philadelphia going to get lunch today? And they like the driver's got WIP on, right? And he's like, "What are they talking about?" Like,
or somebody tell him, "Hey, dog, they out to get you."
You're right.
On the radio station.
He didn't do anything last night.
Yeah.
He just happens to be their Harper. So we got
snapping his clavicle like a twig.
Yeah, and then he said it with such a matter of fact tone.
Yeah.
Hey, man, if his clavicle gets cracked, no big deal.
What are you gonna do?
That just sounds painful.
Well, it does. Do you think Harper's elbow?
Oh no,
was in
I'm
pain?
not. I could imagine like some of these pitches that they get hit with 100 miles, 90 miles an hour. I can't imagine how pinpointed that pain is, especially getting hit on the elbow. But man, I think I had to fight somebody hit me and break my well, he couldn't fight that day.
You're kind of down and out for that day.
that day
You're out.
Got to let him fight another day.
Yep. All right. Before we go back to the phones, Hugh, we did tell everyone that we would give our first reaction here, and it's probably going to be a layered reaction because anytime you see a quarterback list, you get the first thought and then you get more layers to your thought. Hugh, the first quarterback ranking of 2025 has emerged. Are you ready for it? All right?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to read to you what the ranking is, and then I just want your first reaction. Whatever you got, whatever take comes to your mind, I want to hear. So this comes from Pro Football Focus, and they're ranking the quarterbacks as we enter the 2025 season. And they put them in tiers, all right? So we start with tier number 1, the elite quarterbacks in the NFL. And here's how they rank the 4 that they put in the elite category. Number 1, Patrick Mahomes. Number 2, Joe Burrow. Number 3, Lamar Jackson. Number 4, Josh Allen. 4 elite quarterbacks. Those are the 4. It goes Mahomes, Burrow, Lamar, and Allen as 1, 2, 3, 4. Now,
Mahomes,
Burrow, Lamar, Allen.
Okay.
Those are the top 4 quarterbacks according to Pro Football Focus. Now, tier number 2, they deem high-end starters. So not elite, but high-end starters is what they rank them. And here is that tier. Number 5 overall, and the top of tier number 2 is Jalen Hurts. Number 6 overall, right behind Hurts, Jaden Daniels. Number 7, Matthew Stafford. Number 8, Justin Herbert. That's tier number 2. Okay, we could keep going. Jared Goff starts off the next tier, but I just want your reaction to start us off. 1 through 8, Mahomes, Burrow, Lamar, Allen. Then the line, there's a line they drew, right? Mm-hmm. Jalen Hurts not in that first tier, not elite. He starts off second tier, number 5 overall, high-end starter. Hugh Douglas, your reaction to Pro Football Focus. Mahomes, Burrow, Lamar, Allen, line, Hurts. How do you react?
Y'all know how I feel about this list. Jalen should be higher because of his accomplishments from the year before. And I feel like Jalen should at least be number 2 on this list. At least number 2. Because, see, I understand how this list was made because you formulated this list by quarterback's ability, his throwing ability, his ability to make decisions, and all this other stuff.
Can I give you what they said, how they did it? I mean, I know.
You can.
Okay, I'm just letting you know. So
I got you.
We can all think whatever we want to think. They said they ranked it based on a combination of recent performance and career trajectory. So they're also projecting forward.
Okay, so if that's the case, then I feel like he should be number 2. Because when you look at the career trajectory, he's already accomplished something that the other 3 haven't. He went to 2.
The other 3 behind Mahomes, you're saying. The 3 above him behind Mahomes.
Yeah. He went to 2. He won 1. Now, this is where, because this is kind of the same for me as it was a couple years ago for when we were talking about who was the quarterback out there that just got paid in San Fran? Brock Purdy. And I remember Kyle pulled his hair out because I said at that moment, Brock Purdy was the number 2 quarterback in the NFL. But it was the truth. Mm-hmm. Because out of all those quarterbacks that everybody had ranked higher than him, he went further than any of them. And the only reason why I am not going to put Jalen Hurts at number 1 is because Patrick Mahomes has done it for a long time. He's done it that's the only reason why. But if it wasn't him, then Jalen would be number 1 on this list.
All right, a couple things. One,
I'm speechless.
I think it's...
Take your time. Take a deep breath.
All right.
Take a deep breath.
I'm going to say something that I don't usually say.
What you going to say?
I have zero issue with the list. It's perfectly fine. In fact, I think it is... Now, you could quibble with maybe you want to move Allen to 2 and Burrow, like whatever, the top 4, whatever where you want to put them. I don't really care. But I think it's right. And I actually think it's complimentary to Hurts, considering... Did most people think he was a top 5 quarterback most of last year?
Nope.
No. And then I think he gets the fair bump to what he did in the playoffs, right? He won a ring.
I agree.
We got to respect that. And I think you kind of look at the positives more than the negatives of his season and look how he finished it. Top 5, second tier below the top 4. I think it's perfectly fair. I don't think he's as good as those 4. And I'd put him right below. I think it's fair.
And you know what's funny, Joe? Because as we argue this, you're right to a certain extent. I give you that. Because when you talk about individual skill sets and what each individual quarterback brings to their respective teams, Jalen is respectfully at number 5. But when I look at those other 3 guys that you have in front of him, there's only one of those cats that's been to the Super Bowl.
Well, 2.
Well, I'm talking about the 3 that he got in front of him, right?
Well, 2.
Josh Allen.
Right, and Lamar have not been.
Burrow's been. Burrow been. And Lamar.
Yeah,
and Patrick. But like I said, out of the 3 that you have in front of him, only one of them been to the Super Bowl.
No, 2 have been.
No. Out of the 3, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Out of the 3 other than Mahomes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Mahomes is on a different plane.
Yeah, we agree.
Just he sets to the side in this conversation
so really
that I'm having.
It's Burrow, Allen, Lamar versus Jalen.
Jalen has accomplished more than all 3 of those guys.
So I don't disagree.
Mm-hmm.
But isn't that the Eagles have accomplished with Jalen?
See, this is where we can disagree. We can agree to disagree and have a grown-up conversation because I look at it like this. Mahomes is only as good as the receivers that he's had around him. Now, he has shown throughout the years that he doesn't need a number one receiver. We have yet to see that with Jalen. But the other guys, they've tried to put talent around them for the last couple years outside of Joe Burrow, because Joe Burrow has talent.
Right.
But they put talent around them for the last couple years. Hasn't really worked out like that for them.
Now, look, Jalen Hurts beat Mahomes head-to-head in the Super Bowl.
Mhm.
He outplayed him. He beat him. That is part of the story now, and it's incredible that it happened. Isn't part of the reason why Allen and Lamar and Burrow haven't won more is they got to go through Mahomes. They're in the same conference as him.
And that's a fair assessment. But hey, you play who you play.
I know.
And on the stage, on the biggest stage, when it mattered the most,
he beat him.
Jalen did something that those other three couldn't do.
The Eagles beat the Chiefs.
The Eagles.
I'm sorry. I'm
see,
so
this is
annoyed
where-
with the logic that whoever's in the Super Bowl is number 2.
But see,
I have seen dog crap quarterbacks go to a Super Bowl. Even dog crap quarterbacks win a Super Bowl. I'm not saying Jalen's a dog crap quarterback, but we have to stop with the if you win the Super Bowl, you're number 1 or you're number 2.
How many dog crap quarterbacks have you seen, Kyle, have the performance that Jalen had in the Super Bowl?
What do you mean the performance hit the Super Bowl? What did he throw it 20 times? I'm sorry.
He was money.
The defense won that Super Bowl.
All right.
He was money.
So let me say this.
my goodness.
I think he played really well. I think he
played better than Mahomes.
He did more
No
than
question.
just the 20 pass because he ran for 70 yards. I thought he was excellent in the Super Bowl.
I agree.
But I have watched Joe Flacco dominate a Super Bowl. I've watched Eli Manning play well in a Super Bowl. I was too young, but I remember Mark Rippon playing well.
Yeah.
Sometimes non-elite quarterbacks have big
I
games.
mean, it
all the
happens,
time.
but they still get the respect that they deserve in that moment.
But okay, but I also think there's
Just
a
like Brock
difference
Purdy
between...
gets that respect in the moment, even though he was
from
number
you.
2.
No, forget it. He's appropriately ranked now. I think where he is a,
He got
a
paid,
starter
too.
who's
One of the highest paid quarterbacks.
see.
Can I
I'm just saying.
Can I give an example?
Unbelievable.
So I think it's fair. I think Jalen Hurts is below those 4 quarterbacks.
I agree.
I think it's perfectly fair.
Can I also put out there, because I know people get offended when you say he's not elite. I don't care if he's elite. I am very happy Hurts is the quarterback of the Eagles. I'm very happy with it. And it's very clear. It's apparent you can win at a high level and win it at an extended clip. He's been, he's 4 seasons worth of winning records, and he won the Super Bowl. Lovely. Awesome. That part is great. Nobody needs to debate that anymore. But he doesn't have to be the best or among the best. It's okay, everybody. It's okay.
Let me throw this in, because I've compared Jalen now to young Russell Wilson. When Russell Wilson won the Super Bowl, I just went back and looked at that particular season, the statistics and all that. He wasn't better than Peyton Manning. He wasn't better than Drew Brees. He wasn't better than Tom Brady at that time. He wasn't as good as those quarterbacks. But he was the Super Bowl champion, and he was a winner, and he did beat Peyton Manning, and they blew him out head-to-head. I don't know. I think I saw the list go up, and I knew people would get upset here. And I said, it's pretty fair.
Well, it all depends on and I hear where you're coming from, Kyle. It all depends on what side that you come down on. Because I think a lot of times, when you said that this is based on past performances, to me, that kind of throws a list out the window. Because you're basing it on their skill set and their body of work over the years of their career, correct?
Where they said recent performance. I don't know if they go back 5 years, 3. I don't know what it means.
And if you're building, and I'm going to be honest with you, if you're building a team and you're looking for a quarterback, these other 3 guys you're probably going to take before you take Jalen because of their skills. That's a fact.
I think they're better quarterbacks.
But Jalen has those intangibles, those unquantifiable intangibles that put him in a different realm. That's why when you have this conversation about Jalen, I think everything is fair to say about him because it all applies, but there's that one thing that we can't quantify, and that's that it factor. Jalen has that.
How much, though, and I think he has it. I'm with you. But how much of it is because he's an Eagle? He gets to play for the best organization. Joe Burrow plays for a joke. I mean, that team is a joke.
I feel you, and that's a conversation that they're probably going to be having for years. It's kind of like the Jordan LeBron thing.
Well, like I'm sure at some point there was a Dan Marino, Joe Montana argument, and someone said Dan Marino wins nothing, and someone said so he plays for the Dolphins, and Joe Montana's got Bill Walsh.
But see, I'm not readily gonna penalize Jalen for going to a good organization.
No, I don't think it's penalized. It's just like
I know you're not.
contextualizing.
I know you're not. But when you hear people talk, this is where this gets a little muddy for people, because you look at like Josh Allen and his skill set and how good he is as a quarterback. He's a throwback. When you talk about his skill set and what he's able to do and what he's been able to do with offenses in the last couple of years, he's a throwback quarterback, no question about it. But he can't win the big game for whatever reason. And you can sit
Mahomes.
You can sit here and say, well, the defense did this, that, and the third. For whatever reason, those blocks didn't line up, or that didn't line up for him like that.
There's a lot of early Peyton Manning things.
Yeah, Lamar the same thing.
Now, Lamar's played bad in some of those games, too.
Jalen, in his 5-year career, has been to 2 Super Bowls. For whatever, like we can sit and we go, for whatever reason, he's been to 2. That is something that you can't take away from him. You can say, oh, well, he had the best talent. But every team, every year is trying to put the best talent around people. Every team is trying to do that.
Like, can I
They don't. So now Jalen's being penalized because how he's
Well,
the GOAT?
no. Hold on.
penalized. I think
no
it's
one's
just-
being penalized. He's number 5 on this list.
You should be higher.
Oh my goodness! Like,
No, I mean, he should be.
I don't understand why people think it's disrespectful. Like, if I told you get to go into a season with the 5th best quarterback in the NFL, I'd be doing backflips. That's great.
I think it's
We just don't have to pretend.
I look at it like this. Every year stands on his own merit. Last year, Jalen was the best quarterback in the NFL.
No.
Because Jalen won the Super Bowl. Because Jalen won the Super Bowl.
No.
Because Jalen won the Super Bowl.
Nick Foles
you're out
was
of
the
control.
best quarterback.
He
Eli
was
Manning was the best quarterback. Joe
He
Flacco
was the best quarterback last year.
No.
Who won the Super Bowl last year?
The Eagles.
The
Eagles won the Super Bowl.
This is where it gets.
It's
like,
not that simple.
Listen,
It's absolutely not that simple.
I understand that I have vision, and a lot of times
You
people
are
can't
blind
see
as a
my
bat,
vision. I understand that. I'm okay
You're
with
going
that.
too far.
That's why I'm trying to
You're going
carry.
too far.
I am trying to drag both of you guys with me.
There's not a team in the league that would take Jalen over all those guys.
You're right.
Maybe someone is like, I'd rather have than Lamar. Lamar's kind of a loser in January.
You might be
but
right.
There's not one team that would take all Jalen over everyone.
You might, and
then he can't be the best.
Listen, I understand this list when you're talking about those individual intangibles, but as a cohesive unit, I'm cooking now. I can feel it. I'm preaching over here.
You are cooking
as a cohesive unit.
I got a question for you. I have a question.
Jalen is that dude.
Stop. So if Jalen Carter doesn't sack Matthew Stafford and the Rams win the game.
If was the fifth.
But wait, what's the Jalen? But
if my auntie had one more chromosome, she'd be my uncle.
No, it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. Like Joe Burrow is good regardless of all this. It doesn't matter.
And what did Joe Burrow do last year?
He almost won the MVP on a 9-win team.
He had the worst defense in the league.
I mean, come on, man.
Almost. Like what that song Brandon used to sing, almost doesn't count.
Let me ask you a question. If Jalen Hurts played on the Bengals last year and Joe Burrow played on the Eagles, what are the outcomes for those teams?
If Jalen played on the Bengals,
Jalen was the Bengals.
You ain't gonna like mine.
If Jalen Hurts was the Bengals quarterback and Joe Burrow was the Eagles quarterback,
go ahead.
What do you got?
You're gonna bury your entire point if you go where I think you're gonna
go. Where do you think I'm gonna go?
Go ahead.
If Jalen would have been on the Cincinnati Bengals and played the way he did last year, they ain't had no running game, so it'd probably be tough.
Or the defense.
Probably be about the same. No, I think Jalen would have gave him a couple more wins. They'd have went to the playoff. They'd have been a playoff team. They'd have been a playoff.
Would the Eagles have won the Super Bowl with Joe Burrow? Yes.
Of course they would have. But we don't have Joe Burrow. We got Jalen Hurts.
No, I know, but this is a hypothetical.
We got Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, you're actually making me insane.
I know it bothers you.
No, because
it's the truth.
Because your logic's being.
It's not.
It's
on point.
It's
Jalen. Who's the best quarterback?
Really not.
Who won the Super Bowl last year?
The Eagles. I mean, that's the truth.
Who was the semantics?
No.
Who was the winning quarterback?
I'm tired.
Of the Super Bowl champion.
So Troy Aikman was better than Dan Marino?
At the time, he was.
Stop.
At the time, he was.
It's baloney. 215-592. All right, it is list season.
Worst logic I've
We
ever
are
heard.
back. It is list season. All right. Glad we We started getting this out of our system. Yeah, we got more on this. Don't you worry.
The quarterback thing is one of the absolute most triggering things or most triggering conversations you can have.
The crazy part is, I think PFF was kind to Hurts.
It was very realistic.
But it just all depends. Again, it all depends on how you look at it. I get that.
Yeah,
though.
I think they gave him a lot of bump for the Super Bowl and title game.
Totally did.
But if we went into the championship weekend and we asked people on the street who's the better quarterback right now, I think a lot of people would have said Jaden Daniels. Now, Hurts went on to beat Jaden Daniels and then won the Super Bowl, and he's ranked ahead of him entering the season. They're close 5-6, whatever. But I think Jalen got a bump because of the Super Bowl. I can't bump him into the top tier. I think it's fair what they did. 215-592-9494. All right, we'll check in with you people. We'll take your phone calls here.
You people.
And we got to check in on the Eagles OTAs. Some other storylines also from around the league, including a fake storyline. We're making up stories now with NFL OTAs. Or that's all coming up. 215-592-9494 for Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies Braves. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And that one has tied the game. Max Kepler.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with BetMGM Network. We're taking the Padres in the run line against the Marlins. Their starter, the Marlins, Sandy Alcantara on the mound. His season has been rough, and that's an understatement. Giving up 25 runs in his last 23 2/3 innings, and the Marlins have lost 7 straight with him on the mound. We expect the Padres to cruise this afternoon, which is why we're taking San Diego on the run line. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough, but with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across our multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get a free quote at ethos.com/win. That's ethos.com/win.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Hey, Navigation. Take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
John Ritchie here. Get your grill on this summer with Wild Fork Foods, your #1 spot to shop premium meats and seafood at unmatched prices. The Wild Fork Forkies will help you grill up restaurant quality seafood dishes at home. Shop from over 100 seafood options like halibut and mahi-mahi fillets and North Atlantic lobster tails. Visit one of their Greater Philadelphia retail locations today. Headed to the shore? Shop Wild Fork online for same-day delivery to your door at the shore. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
Change is always happening,
It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Mike Reese here, and I'm ready for summer. Are you? Kick off the season with Memorial Day specials all month at Elite Acura. Lease the 2025 Acura RDX for just $459 a month or the MDX for only $559 a month. Visit Elite Acura in Maple Shade or shop online at EliteAcura.com. And as always, tell them Ike Reese sent you.
36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Not all will qualify. See dealer for full details. Offers in 6/2/25.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying 4 day. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card over 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas. Current minivan driver Joe Giglio. On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Used to be one of my favorite songs growing up.
Well, you're a big Kung Fu guy. We all know that.
Yeah, it's not PC now, but yeah. I haven't watched a good Kung Fu movie in a while. They got them on Tubi.
Yeah?
Got a lot of them on Tubi.
Well, you know, if the Phillies are rained out tonight, you got your night off.
Oh, you know what? I saw.
Fu.
No, you know what? I saw Jeremiah Trotter's movie on Tubi a few weeks ago.
What's that?
It's called The North Star.
I never saw it.
You never saw Jeremiah Trotter?
No, I never saw it.
Dog. You need to watch it.
Is it good?
It's a period piece.
Okay.
It's a period piece.
You didn't say yes.
Well, I watched it because the Trot was in it.
You're right.
And it's a period piece.
All right. The North Star.
Did you look it up?
Yeah. I'll have to watch this. Can't wait. I'm in. Big Ben Jones, is that his guy?
That's who he was.
Big Ben Jones.
Yeah.
All right, don't forget, you guys got to go see Joe Conklin, the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Avenue and on the Boardwalk in Ocean City at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 11th and 12th. It's the story of Philly sports through music and comedy. Get tickets at joeconklin.com, joeconklin.com. Okay, before we get back to the phones here, we'll check in with you people in a little bit and some wild OTA story out there. A couple things. One, some players are not practicing. Kobe Dean still recovered from injury.
Yeah, he's been doing ballet.
Yes, trying to get himself ready to go.
Right.
I found this interesting, though. Zach Berman said that Jahad Campbell's not practicing. That's part we expected, right? He's coming off the injury. You know he hasn't signed his rookie contract yet?
Money ain't right.
But it's slotted. The rookie contracts are slotted now, right? You get picked 5th, 7th, 12th, 13th. It's like the money's the money.
Yeah, the money. Yeah.
I wonder if there's some language they're working through with injuries and guarantees at the end.
Trying to get some Trying to get some incentive.
Because, we know he's coming in banged up. So we'll keep our eye on that to see if he signs soon, and we'll see how quickly he gets in the field. When he was on last week with the morning show, he was pretty evasive on if he's going to be ready for camp. I keep feeling like it's pretty clear he's not going to be ready for camp, and hopefully we get him back early in the season. The other thing that we noticed, Hugh, your guy, Bryce Huff, not present, apparently.
What do you mean, my guy?
Well, who's not my guy?
You're the only one who could possibly.
There's only one guy that has Bryce Huff as their guy. That's you.
You know what?
You got a reaction to that?
What you doing? Like, does anybody know how to get in contact with Bryce and ask what's going on? I mean, I know it's like, and I saw some people say, "Oh, well, it's not. It's organized team activities. It's voluntary."
Mm-hmm. It is.
Well, that's true, but that's the same as like when you have your company has retreats and stuff, and they say it's voluntary. They kind of want you to go because it's a retreat for the company, so you still go.
It could only help you to be there.
Yeah. It can only help him, especially when you talk about the year that you had to be there. I don't care. I mean, unless it's a family emergency, and I don't know what that is. That's the only reason why you shouldn't be at training camp.
Yeah, you would think after the season he had last year, which was basically a lost year, he would try to ingratiate himself back in with Vic Fangio and the defense.
They gave you $50 million to chill. I wish somebody would give me $50 million to chill. I'll be there. I'll be pouring coffee. I'll be in that mud pouring coffee with my high-pitched, friendly voice on. Hey, would you like some more coffee, please? For $50 million?
I was close to giving you $50 last segment to chill.
Kyle, with my high-pitched voice on, talking about, hey, buddy, hey, Vic, is there anything else I could do for you, make you feel better? Like, yeah, $50 million?
You know what? Actually, I think Kyle came up with a good idea. Next time we reopen the quarterback debate, where Jalen is fifth and behind the top four guys, which is totally fair.
That's a trigger.
Kyle and I are going to put tens in a hat and see how many tens we got to throw in there until you stop with your nonsense that he's second best quarterback in the NFL.
No, but that's just how I feel. Like, that's how I feel.
And you're entitled to that. I'm just saying we'll see how many tens we could put in the bucket
before you stop. And it changes every year. Because Brock Purdy was up on the top. He was on the top 10 list a few years ago when Kyle was triggered.
You're top 10.
Yes. Yeah. And it changed.
Yeah, I mean, because as we see now, that with more evidence, it was an absurd ranking.
So
it was not.
Well, it absolutely was.
How much did Brock Purdy get paid? Who's the highest paid quarterback in the league right now?
Does not matter.
It's not him.
Does not matter.
It's Dak. The only person
who still got $265 million.
For the record, the only person right about Purdy was me. I mean, he's
ranked.
Where
did you say that was right?
Hold on. Hugh said he was second. Kyle said he was ass, and I said he's pretty good, and he's ranked 11th.
He got $265.
He's
significantly worse than he was made out to be. I think I might have gone over the top when I said he was ass.
Okay, that's why.
Significantly worse than people made him out to be.
He's pretty good. He's 11th on the list here that we're arguing about. He's pretty good.
He got paid.
He did get, well, everyone gets paid. They shouldn't.
Yeah, that quarterback.
Lawrence shouldn't have got paid, and Tua shouldn't have. But anyway.
Yeah, Tua shouldn't have got paid.
We might have to throw some money in the bucket and see when Hugh stops saying the nonsense. All right, 215-592.
I have a feeling I'm going to need everyone to stop tomorrow.
Nah, well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. You know what can make us feel better and maybe be in harmony together on tomorrow's show? If Wheeler plunks Acuna. Justin in Yonkers up. Hey, Justin.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, Justin. What are you thinking, buddy?
Yeah, first and foremost, I was very happy when I heard the X-ray came back negative because when he went down, I was like, all right, he's in pain. When he actually left the game, I said, for Bryce to just leave the game like that, I was very worried about, a broken elbow. So I'm happy he's all right. And, I'm going to be very upset if the Braves leave Philadelphia and they don't get plunked. And it should be Acuna. And I'll settle for Ozuna if they don't want to do Acuna, but it has to happen because it's happened a few times lately. And I don't know. I don't even care if he did it intentionally. I think he probably tried to throw an inside pitch, but he wasn't afraid to hit Harper. So if they don't hit him, it's going to look a little soft to me, to be honest.
I agree, and it would send the message to me, Justin. And just a good phone call. We appreciate you, man. It would send the message that the Phillies are okay. And, it's almost like they're not saying it, but they're saying it. Hey, you want to hit our guys? We're not going to do anything about it. You can't let that. This season's, we got a lot of season to go. There's a lot of games left. These guys, we talk about October because that's what matters to us. They got to take down at-bats. Like between Trey and Bryce and Schwarber, they're going to get to the plate, hundreds of more times. We can't let it be like, you want to throw inside? No repercussions on your guys. That's why tonight, and we've thrown out some names, they're star players. Mm-hmm. Acuna's the star. Riley, whatever, Ozuna, whoever. I still keep thinking about Ronald Acuna in an Uber in Philadelphia right now, hearing his name on WIP over and over. Put it in his ribs.
Yeah, why they want to plunk me?
He might not show up to the game tonight. He's like, damn.
No, he gonna be there.
What if Snicker sat him?
Oh, that'd be the softest.
Oh, that would be weak. That would be super
soft.
weak. That would be weak.
Imagine he said it. I heard them on WIP talking about hitting my guy.
Talking about hitting me. No,
that would be
weak.
Totally soft.
That would be super weak.
Kat in Warminster. What's up, Kat?
Hey.
Hey, Kat.
Hey.
How you guys doing?
How you doing?
Kat.
A couple things. Hugh, I am a little worried about your well-being.
What'd I do?
I think nothing. Skippy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Skip.
Your neighbor.
You know, maybe get blackout curtains.
I ain't worried about
even
Skip.
If he has, even if he has binoculars, you can't see in.
Yeah, I ain't worried about Skip, but I got you.
It was disconcerting.
It was a lot.
I mean, he's got to put up blinds or something.
I'm telling you, he knew way too much about you. Way too much.
Yeah,
but anyway, about the game tonight, I think Zach definitely has to hit, and I would go for Acuna, definitely. And I wouldn't do it the first pitch. I wouldn't even do it the first inning. Couple innings down, get them. Because we have been hit so many times. I mean, wasn't it Harper got hit in the shins the last series? And also Rojas and Bohm were dancing at the plate to get away from balls. It seems like that pitchers go after our guys more so than anybody else.
I agree, and we got to even that out. Just to send a message, Kat. Kat, good phone call, and I appreciate your concern for Hugh. I think a lot of us are feeling the same way. That was a weird call, Hugh.
Oh, man, don't worry about me because, listen.
Hey, you're going to be fine. I feel bad for you.
I'm not certain he's going to be fine.
Yeah.
Like,
I'll
that
be
was
fine.
a lot
I mean,
of...
Skip just needed to keep his distance. I mean, that's
Doesn't
his
sound
best
like
bet.
he's willing to do that.
Following you to work.
Yeah, I mean, he keeping a safe distance. I mean, you know.
All right, tonight, 11 o'clock. You see a pair of eyes in the window.
That's why.
What are you going to do about it?
Like, here's the thing. I don't know how he can do that unless, I don't know. But I ain't worried about Skip.
I feel like you're downplaying it just a
you
little bit.
really are. The audience is worried for you.
Yeah,
I would
don't
be
worry
very
about me.
concerned if I got that phone call.
Skip catch these hands. He gonna catch these hands. He comes.
He's trying to catch something,
He
man.
might invite that though.
Yeah,
Like,
I know.
He was weird about
You
stuff.
better be careful. That was different. All right. Speaking of weird and different, you know who's catching some strays?
Who's catching some strays?
Aaron Rodgers. Listen to this yesterday. OTAs are starting across the NFL. And I believe Aaron Rodgers is now getting criticized for not showing up to OTAs for a team he doesn't even play for. Listen to this.
Why? Why? This is the Pittsburgh Steelers. They have six Lombardies. They're coached by first ballot Hall of Fame Mike Tomlin.
They don't have a
never
quarterback.
had a losing
They don't have a
season.
quarterback.
And we're sitting around talking about Aaron Rodgers is not there on the first day of OTAs. Mandatory or not, where's your pride? Where's your dignity?
That's why I say I'm going to give him another day.
Where's your respect for the game? Where's your respect for this organization? Where's this organization's respect for the history that they have in this league? What are we talking about? He's never played there before. He doesn't know any of these teammates. He doesn't know the streets to get to the facility. He doesn't know the doctors. He doesn't know the rehab crew. He doesn't know anybody. He doesn't know anybody. He doesn't know where to get his smoothies. Nothing. Why would you not be there? Why am I supposed to take this seriously? It's not about him not being at non-mandatory OTAs for a team that he's been with for 22 years. Do what you want to do. You won 5 games last year. The year before that, you didn't play because you tore your Achilles. The year before that, you missed the playoffs. What are we talking about?
Well, I'm wondering that because, correct me if I'm wrong, Aaron Rodgers doesn't play for the Steelers.
He doesn't. And I was kind of like, I'm listening to her rant, right?
Yeah.
And you know how I feel about Joy.
We do. We all do.
But I was like, okay, that's a lot of energy for somebody that's not even signed.
He's not a Steeler.
He's not. So I mean, I would guess I would ask her, what do you want him to do?
Could somebody on that panel have thrown her a lifeline?
Like he hasn't signed yet.
I mean, they're like, I don't know.
See, and that's where
there's behind the scenes people to blame too. They planned that out. Yeah, that wasn't off the cuff.
You know what's funny though? I feel like she seems like she doesn't do anything without thinking it through.
Mm-hmm.
So she went on that rant for a reason. She knew he wasn't. She had to know. I refuse to believe that she did not understand or not know that he wasn't there. I think they just went on the rant because they just wanted to rant about it.
I think there's an assumption he's going to sign, so
Yeah,
you're almost
sure.
like you're skipping it when you know you're going to be there
I share
in a
that
week.
assumption, but like
he's not there.
That was too much passion for something. That
It was a lot. It
like-
was a lot to give that kind of energy to somebody who's not a part of the team.
There was a Seinfeld where Kramer worked in an office that he wasn't employed by, and then he got fired, and it was awkward because he was like, I don't even work here. Like, we're yelling at him for missing work. He doesn't work there.
I mean,
that's a lot.
He's such a wild card that even if he's hinting that he'll go to the Steelers, he could be a Viking in a week, and
Well,
then
he
she looks
could.
10 times taller.
Well, then, no, that will last forever. Speaking of ripping Rodgers, which is just fun, and everyone seems to pile on with that guy, Terry Bradshaw weighed in on the idea of the Steelers signing Aaron Rodgers.
What do you think about possibly Aaron Rodgers being the quarterback? That's a joke. He shouldn't. That is just, to me, is a joke. What are you going to bring him in for 1 year? Are you kidding me? I mean,
That's
that
not
guy
the
needs
Steelers' way, right?
No, man, that guy needs to stay in California and go,
Thank
go
you.
somewhere and chew on bark and whisper to the gods out there.
100%.
Yeah, you don't hear chew on bark as a thing to do.
Well, he was, I guess it was a reference to the ayahuasca and, his affinity for it.
Yep.
So I guess that's what he was talking about.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
I am perfectly good if we're done with Aaron Rodgers. Just like, do you want to watch him play football anymore? I'm cool. I've seen enough.
There's two things that I need to see. The hit pieces that they did. I didn't get a chance to see the Brett Favre one yet.
Oh, I haven't either.
Or the Aaron Rodgers one when he's talking bad about his family. You got to be a special kind of bad person to get on television in a documentary and just flame your whole family unit, like all of them.
You got to be rough. Yeah. Or your family ripping you. I mean, that's not
a lot.
easy
That's
to
a
climb.
lot.
Yeah, I'm good if we don't get Rodgers anymore. I've seen enough. Lou in Denver. What's up, Lou?
What's up, guys?
What's up?
Yeah, we got to beam this guy. We got to beam. But here's the thing: I wouldn't do it until tomorrow. Give them the back of their mind if they're going to get beamed, if they play tomorrow or tonight.
You think they're on high alert tonight, and then tomorrow's like a
warfare.
sneak attack?
Exactly. Because I want them on high alert tonight. What I'd really like to do, this is a rule change. They're not going to do this, but I'm kind of old school because the pitcher would get beamed sometimes.
Right.
Remember?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course.
So if you get beamed, the pitcher then has to bat for the DH the next time around. It's not going to happen, but I would love to see it because I would love to see Strider just get plunked.
I don't know if you thought of this, but the first thing I thought of when you said it, it would intentionally increase offense. Like if you're a star pitcher, right, and you have a DH like Kyle Schwarber, right, or Ohtani, you don't want that guy to lose an at bat for you. I would never pitch inside because just if you miss by accident, you cost your team Ohtani's at bat. So I'd have to pitch over the plate more, which means you probably get more runs.
But and here's the thing. Look, he was out for the game, so. Again, the crime warrants an appropriate response, right? So if you're driving too fast, you weren't meaning to hit anyone, but you hit someone, you're still going to get in trouble. Like, they have to police this somehow, and they have to come back. Again, I wouldn't do it today with Wheeler if they play. I would do it late in the game, the last game. I wouldn't wait until the next series, but I want them thinking about it those first couple of bats.
Well, that I do want them thinking about. Lou, we appreciate it. The only thing with that is a little slippery slope, right? Like if you don't do it tonight, and then what if you get down tomorrow, or it's
then
a
you don't have a
1-0
chance.
game?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it loses steam if you wait till
Tonight
August.
it has to be tonight.
It's got to be tonight.
Got to be tonight.
And it's got to be Acuna wearing one as he knows it's coming. I mean, he's listening to WIP in the Uber all afternoon. He knows this is coming. He wears it. We all move on.
Yeah, and you know we're childish, so yeah, that's gonna happen.
Yeah, Ronald, this is the big
This is how we roll.
Sorry, buddy. Yep. All right, can we get to you people? See what they're up to?
You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you need, you people?
This is an historic you people today.
Oh, boy.
Well, just for, I think, one big reason in particular. We have our first official lost YouTuber.
What do you mean?
Who says Spike is speaking the truth.
Oh, he's lost about. Oh, you talking
they're
about?
lost in time.
Okay.
Lost on the show.
Okay.
Lost in time.
So
But
which one of us is Spike? Me?
Great question. Great question.
No clue.
But apparently he was speaking the truth during our show today.
All right. Well, good job, Spike. Appreciate it.
Yep. Also, getting a lot of flack for the Strider thing, the mustache me.
Well, that's on you. You got to get rid of that mustache, man.
Someone said either shave the stash or add a beard to it.
Yeah, you're too stridery right now.
Yeah.
So you're guilty just because you got a beard?
Yeah. I've been called Kyle Strider.
Wow.
Strider Quinn.
You gotta love our fan base.
I do like
man.
Strider Quinn.
They get triggered easily.
Yep.
You got to wear that one.
I know. I look. I do. Just like Acuna has to wear one of the ribs tonight. We have a couple of these out of context. Joe is just jealous. I'm not sure of what.
Everything. Everyone. Just jealous guy.
Just to be jealous. Just jealous.
I'm
jealous.
I'm just jealous. I guess so.
Stop the nonsense, Hugh.
That one. Save that for any day.
That's timely.
That's once an hour. We all feel it.
Yep.
Maybe that was about Luzardo, putting him in the bullpen.
Yep.
No, I got a lot of pushback for that.
Oh, and you should have.
Yep. And a couple potential new versions of Hugh today. Sleeper cell Hugh.
Oh.
Sleeper cell.
With your
Because
friends.
I like Atlanta?
No, but that you said. And also, you admitted to still having friends in Atlanta, which you need to
I
do
do.
after what happened last night. You have to disown them. Eliminate their phone numbers. Tell them you're not speaking anymore. You're a Philly.
Can't do all that
I'm
now.
sorry.
Joe.
I'm sorry.
I got a lot of friends
Now
in
if it's
Atlanta.
family, that's different.
Well,
That's
I got a lot of friends
Yeah,
in Atlanta.
they're no longer. Old friends.
No saying no
Another
beaches.
good one. Soft shell Douglas.
Soft shell.
That fits.
Being a little bit of a softie today.
How? I'm trying to be a grown up.
Because it didn't take much for you to move off of plunking a Brave.
Well, because this is a grown up conversation that has to be
It's
had.
not.
It really isn't. This
It
is.
is.
We're
It
talking
kinda
about a
is.
kid's game.
And right, sometimes kids beat each other up, and then they're friends afterwards. It's fine. Like, why is it so big of a deal to throw a baseball 97 miles an hour at Acuna's ribs? This isn't a big deal.
Yep.
When you put it in that context, you're right. It's not. You see how that sounds? You can't even say that with a straight face.
I
They're
like this
grown
one.
ups. He'll be fine.
I like this one because it feels like this guy's just giving up. You know what? Atlanta can have you.
Oh. What did it? Was it the Luzardo thing? Was it Hurts,
I don't
the number
know.
2 quarterback in the league?
Listen, man, let me tell you. I don't. You people starting to grow on me a little bit. I kind of like them.
They're
a little
petty.
Bit. They're super petty.
Yeah.
It was the buddy stuff with the people in
I
Atlanta.
know. It really was. And then telling us about sundress season. There's sundresses here.
Nah. This is Lululemon territory.
That's
This
But
is
we can
fine.
talk about that any day.
Yes. And just because they may be good looking down there doesn't have nothing to do with this.
You're fraternizing with the enemy.
Yes.
Can't happen. It's got to stop.
You let your old producer tell you our topic wasn't good just because we're trying to
You
beat
think I
his
care
players.
about Abe? What Abe talking about? I ain't thinking about Abe. Abe
Is he
probably
the one
going
who
to
was
some
ripping you for
trivia.
cooking the bacon?
Yes.
Didn't you freak out about that?
Yes.
Yeah, come on. Like, relax.
Abe's a freaker outer. That's Abe's thing.
All right, last thing I got, and this is pretty cool. So one of our You People patrons says they're going to be sitting behind the Braves dugout today.
Ooh.
And they asked if they should put up a sign that says You People.
Absolutely. Yes.
Definitely be heard and be seen.
Yes.
So that way we could take pictures and say we see you.
Yes, please do that.
That would be awesome.
That
if
would
I see
be
that on TV,
yes.
I'll be very excited.
And if you do that, you'll get bumped up in the You People comment section moving forward here. So you get a little extra credit for that. That'd be awesome. All
That
right.
would definitely be awesome.
You People. All right, let's quickly grab Big V and Mount Laurel. Big V.
Yo, what's going on, Kyle? I don't know, brother. You might have to drop that mustache.
I know.
Drop you.
Strider Quinn over here. This is ridiculous.
But no, you're right. And I say 98, 99 mile an hour fastball straight to the ribs.
Boom.
We got to look. That's it. I mean, Kuna Matata, he got to go. That's it. Yeah, I'm being Hugh for a moment.
No, I got you. That is funny.
Keep it simple. Big V, you're right. And I don't say this very often. Big V is absolutely correct. Big V, we appreciate it. Let's grab Kashmir before we go. Kashmir, what's up, buddy?
What's going on? Yeah, real quick, we gotta beam Acuna or Riley. Someone's got to get beamed tonight. It's not just about paying them back, but it's about sending a message to the rest of the league. Hey, you can't come in our ballpark and punk us like that and throw out our best player. Can't happen. And I'm sorry, but it's like, even if we lose, I'm willing to sacrifice a W. I'm willing to sacrifice a win and a loss to send a message to the Braves and the rest of the league. It's got to be done. We got to.
You know what? See, that's perspective right there. Tonight is bigger than a win or a loss.
The sign, it's tomorrow, by the way, that they're going. So we'll be on lookout for it tomorrow.
Okay, so You People tomorrow sign behind the dugout at the game. Okay,
No, that's potentially with our faces.
So wow, that'd be even bigger.
That would be.
That's my favorite You person. Is it You person?
You person.
People patron. You peopler.
The person who watched on YouTube and comments, that person, you would be my favorite if you did that. All right, that's about it for us for today. It is time to go.
Oh,
yeah. Are you gonna be all right? You gonna purchase maybe some blinds or curtains?
I gotta get some of them partitions.
Be on lookout if someone's following you home from here.
I also,
if he get the wave and Skip, if you get the wave, I'm not probably gonna wave.
If it was me, I would probably delay the arrival at 2:45 by a few minutes, just to throw them off a little bit, because you got a lot to worry about with that.
All right, I ain't worried about that. As long as he keeps his distance, he good.
Well, obviously he's not. He's poking in the window. All right, you guys have a great rest of your day. We'll talk tomorrow. Tonight, Acuna's got to wear one on the ribs. Afternoon show next on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with the new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You could combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get into the action. You'll get started with $200 with bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The one and only Alexis Monroe is bringing the heat to Cheerleaders Philadelphia, June 6th and 7th. Known for her electrifying performances and irresistible charm, Alexis is taking the stage for 2 unforgettable nights you do not want to miss. Live, up close, and personal, and she'll leave you begging for more. Catch Alexis Monroe for 4 shows, 2 shows each night, only at Cheerleaders Philadelphia. Just minutes from the Philly Sports Complex. Cheerleaders Philadelphia is the place to be June 6th and 7th.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their Employee Pricing for All event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos. Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with NyraBets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at NyraBets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
There's nothing like a neighborhood pub. The familiar faces it's filled with and the community ties it has. That's McGurk's. Walls plastered with local athletes, school flags hanging around the building, and longtime friends beside you. Looking for a spot? Make it McGurk's.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/hereforgood.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC, used with permission.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get a free quote at ethos.com/win. That's ethos.com/win.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sportsman, sponsored by Napa, the pros that know AC parts inside and out. Maybe it was Tyrese Halliburton's dad. John Halliburton was allowed in the building last night for the first time since he was banned for talking trash in the first round. He had a very positive influence on his son, apparently, who had 32 points, 15 assists, and 0 turnovers in the Pacers' Game 4 win over the Knicks. Halliburton has been good all postseason. Last night, he was dominant. Like it or not, there's a great chance the elder Halliburton is going to be part of our lives heading into the NBA Finals. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We are back on a Wednesday, the WIP afternoon show. Almost got the day of the week wrong because we weren't here on Monday, but I got it right, so I'm feeling good. Ike, how you doing, brother?
Oh, I'm proud of you, big dog.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Brother Spike, doing good. It is a Wednesday. Never had a bad Wednesday in my life except for when Jadeveon Clowney hit my guy in the back of the freaking head and no one did anything. But that's okay. I'm over that. Jackie Baseball, we continue to roll on. But I got to tell you, today's show may get a little uncomfortable because, quite frankly, I don't like the perception that could be starting to build with us as a baseball club. And that's being soft. We need to do something about that today. Holla at your boy.
Well, retaliation's perfect because they no one protected Carson when he went down. And it's time to protect our guy, and I want to set the record straight.
Yes. Yeah, what?
I was going to clean the coffee up that spilled.
You were not going to clean it up.
Yes, I was.
Little messy boy. Only child mom will do it.
Yeah,
you're just waiting for your mom to come in and clean up the coffee.
Yep.
Let's be honest.
For sure.
It was drying and would have been fine.
See, now you went to it was dry.
Yeah, but still would have been a stain.
Anybody knows that dry coffee is not fine.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Well, it would have been wet anymore.
Oh. Unbelievable. Well, very believable, actually.
Yes.
Big show as always. Larry Anderson joins us at 3 o'clock as he does every Wednesday at 3. Elliot Shore-Parks will check in with us at 4 from Eagles OTAs, which he was able to watch today.
Yeah.
Find out who was there, who wasn't there.
Yeah. Jalen was 8 for 8.
Ah, let's go. You mean Super Bowl MVP, Jalen?
That's right.
He of the dagger?
That's right.
How could he be better? How do you say that Josh Allen's better?
Class.
How could you possibly say that Josh Allen's a better quarterback? That QB1.
And we do keep our name as the biggest Flyer show in Philadelphia, the only Flyer show with Flyers and 50 with Broads at 3:30. But we do have to start off with last night's game. And could everybody, put away the tough guy act for 10 seconds? I have been dealing now with, how many hours has this been? 16 hours of, we gotta hit him. We gotta hit somebody. And then what, guys? And then what? Can everyone grow up? You hit them. The Phils have a 1.5 game lead in the division. By the way, they have the best record in the National League. They are a game and a half away from having the 5th best record in the National League.
Perfect.
The game was 1-0. Win the game. What the Braves did is what an underdog does when they're trying to rile up the favorite, the big dog.
Yeah.
And you know what you do? You don't fall for what their trick is and put a guy on because they decided to put a guy on.
Just hit our star player and just let it go.
How about that? How about win the game? We won the game. Let's go win the game tonight.
Game last night.
Win the game.
Lucky Bryce Harper and those X-rays were negative.
We're all so tough.
We're lucky.
Let's throw a baseball at the other guy.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Yeah, we'll just keep throwing baseballs at him. Then we're going to get into a fight.
Hold on.
Win the games.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is just ridiculous.
No, because quite frankly, I'm offended by this.
Yeah,
I'm offended by this.
Okay, all right.
Considering this is how I sort of built this is me.
Well, but you play football.
Yeah, but okay, but hold on though. My point is this. It's about defending and protecting yours, which is our guy. And the guy's been hit 3 times in the last 4 games. That's first of all. I don't think there hasn't been any retaliation.
No, I don't think there has.
What is it, open season on hitting Bryce Harper? We just hit the guy until he's injured? All right, well, lucky he's not. I don't even know if he's going to play tonight, if there is a game tonight. I don't even know how long this is going to be. I'm just saying we're fortunate that the X-rays were negative. And quite frankly, with the Braves, I'm not going to sit here and say that I know that this was intentional from Strider. Here's what I will say. Guy has had control issues since he's come back. Throwing the ball inside against a guy like Bryce Harper when you've already had control issues in your first few starts back, it's reckless within itself. And then there's the fact that there is sort of a rivalry here with these two teams, a little back and forth with certain guys on the teams, although one guy isn't there anymore right now. He's been sitting down, I believe, or was he DFA?
Yeah, he's gone.
He's a Rocky.
Yeah, there you go. He's not even there anymore. Point I was making. My thing is there's a history there. I don't like the smugness of the Braves. And quite frankly, I don't like the fact that Bryce Harper's been hit as frequently as he's been hit over the last few games. And the fact that we didn't do it last night, I'm already irritated by that. And I'm telling you, Spike, I stayed off Twitter on purpose because I didn't want to get my emotions twisted up and going back and forth with people. Because quite frankly, winning that game last night, while it was nice that we won the game, that was sort of a consolation prize. Nobody cares about winning that game.
I care about winning
nobody
the game.
cares about winning that game. You set a precedent. You let these jokers know you don't be throwing inside against Bryce Harper, against Cal Schwarber, against Trey Turner, and then you injure guys. The guy's out of the lineup, and we didn't do anything. That's what's wrong with baseball now. Right? That's what's wrong with baseball now. You want this whole let us police ourselves, unwritten rules of the game, and this and that and the other. And I see other teams that don't have a problem with retaliating and protecting their players and sending that message. But with the Phillies, this has been going back for years. So I'm not going to act as if this is something new. I'm not blaming Rob Thompson for this. Sort of me is blaming baseball. Then a large part of me is blaming the Phillies organization. Because somebody needs to step in and say something. The whole idea that we don't retaliate and hit other teams' players has been going on for years. We've been doing this. We've been having this discussion. Every time one of our guys get hit, we don't do anything about it. This guy's been hit 3 times in 4 games. Come on, man. Come on. Last night, somebody should have did something. And today, listen, I'll take it. if the game happens and somebody gets hit, but something should have been done last night. Despite the game, it's May 27th.
We did do something.
Game May 27th doesn't matter to me in the win-loss column as much as protecting my star player.
We did do
I don't even
something.
care if we lost the game last night. I don't even care about that.
You know what? You would care.
I don't care. No, I wouldn't.
Here's what happens.
I would have more respect if they had retaliated and hit one of the Braves, particularly Acuna Jr. If you had hit him, I would have felt better even if they lost the game last night. You can't tell me we as a fan base wouldn't have felt some sense of pride that we stood up for Bryce Harper and retaliated versus winning that game last night. Nobody cares about winning that game last night.
And then we'd all be
I don't
crying
care
that
about
we lost the game because we didn't score any runs.
No, we wouldn't.
Here's what happens.
Because retaliating is more important than winning that game.
You put a guy here. Here's what you're doing. The Atlanta Braves are looking for a spark. That's what they're looking for. So what you do is you hit a guy and you put a guy on first, and then the next guy hits a home run, and you know what you do? You spark them. There you go. That is a team that is just. I do because for them to go on a winning streak, all it takes is the first game. I don't want them woken up. If they want to try to start a fight with the Phillies, let them try. You know how we got back at them? Ranger picked 6.
Are we the Fightins?
Ranger pitched 6 scoreless. Then then Kirkering pitched scoreless inning. Then Strahm pitched a scoreless inning. Then Romano went in there 1-2-3, and we win the game 2-0. And those guys are 3 games under 500, and they're 9.5 games behind us in the NL East. Let them try to get a spark. I just like this whole thing. Well, let's start a fight. Let's throw baseballs at them.
Yeah.
Let's win games. That's what I want out of this season.
I would have sacrificed winning the game last night.
Oh, I would not have.
I would have.
Jack, Mr. Baseball, Jackie Baseball, what are you thinking over there?
I only got one comment.
Yeah.
He does.
Someone's got to wear one tonight. I mean, this is the problem with the analytics and the dorks that have gotten in the game. All you worry about is win probability. What about team?
Yeah.
There's no I in team. There's no win probability in team. Team. And that's what this is about. This is about protecting Bryce. And I wonder if Bryce felt a certain way. I'm sure they're glad they won. By the way, they could have won and also drilled someone at the same time.
Well, but Ranger put guys on every inning. You want to make it more difficult on them. I don't want to make it more difficult.
You want to win last night's game? I agree. Last night's game's fine. It's a one-run game. We don't need to plunk someone. Someone's got to wear it tonight then. Someone's got to wear it tonight. Whether it's Acuna, I want Wheeler in the first inning to do it. I just think it's such a good rallying moment for this team. That matters. It does. It matters more than wins.
You know what? After you hit him, why don't you curse him and point at him? Then he'll really feel it.
Yeah.
That'll bring a team closer together. It does. It brings teams closer together.
All I hear about is that this team is tight, and we don't need to throw baseballs at the Braves for these guys to be tight.
Have some stones.
Win games.
Have some stones.
Win games.
They are winning games.
They're winning games.
Yeah, so I want to keep winning games.
Yeah, you can win a game with allowing a base runner. It's one base runner.
I don't want to wake up the Braves.
You're not going to wake up the Braves. They're dead, dormant, 9.5 games out.
Oh, somebody clip that. Play it back for me in the middle of September when they're 3 games out.
Why are you so happy?
All right. I'm not happy. Maybe I have money on them, but I'm not happy. 215-592-9494. Do you want the Phillies to hit a Brave? Tough guys. Oh.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Even why do I even throw the baseball? Just charge them at the plate. You lunatics.
Yeah, that's right. Hit somebody. Somebody needs to wear one in the ribs tonight.
Corey in Columbus, you're on WIP. What's up, Corey?
Yeah, hell yeah, Spike. I don't know. What's this soft stuff you got going on now? You care about wins. Man, I don't want to hear about that. No.
Now I care about wins. The whole point is wins, Corey.
Oh, now wins matter today. But, that's a different topic. But, you hit somebody in the rib. You know what I'm saying? Hit somebody tonight. I don't care who it is. Acuna, he coming back. Hit him. Bryce Harper, the leader of the team. I've been saying this. This team is too soft. We don't got no dogs out there. We don't got no Pat Bev, no Draymond Greens, no Sidney Browns on the Philadelphia Phillies. We need somebody like that. A Papelbon that will slap you in your
Papelbon would definitely hit you.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. We need somebody like that. I love it. Like, the Phillies is winning. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, you hit them. Like, hey, and don't get me wrong, Mr. Strider, Columbus, Ohio, born and raised. That's my boy. But, hey, man, Bryce Harper, my boy more. And if I was out there, I would have charged him down,
Exactly.
Do you think he hit him on purpose?
I don't think he hit him on purpose, but we know the Braves do not like Bryce Harper, right?
Yeah.
We know
do know that.
You talking about a guy who always send you home, right? A guy you don't want to see. When they see that guy, it's like when Josh Allen see Patrick Mahomes. He know that guy gonna send him home. He know that guy when he line up against that dude, he gonna send him home, and that's what it is. You know, the attaboy Harper when Arcia was here. You know what happened.
Yeah. And how did you get back at him? Hitting a home run, not throwing a baseball at him.
But this is the difference though. The Braves, the Braves is like beneath us now. So y'all trying to injure our guy. So y'all, and I've always said this: when y'all go low, I go to the basement. So y'all want to go low and hit my guy? Hey, okay, we got something for you tonight. We got something for you. I don't care who it is.
Yeah.
Hit him in the face.
Well, let's not go that far.
Yeah, stab him. Why don't we stab him? Let's stab him. Throw it. Get one of those ninja stars. Why even a baseball? Ninja star, back pocket, throw it at him. Watch him get out of the way of that.
You gotta let them know that we ain't soft, man. See,
Guys.
when people try you, that mean they soft. You know what I'm saying? They think you soft.
It means they're desperate. It means they're desperate.
Did you watch the game under a blanket last night?
I did, actually.
It
was chilly in my living room.
Real quick, to close out the call. 8 for 8.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah. Let's get the parade ready.
Who went 8 for 8? What happened?
He's talking about
Hurts. It was 8
Oh. What, in practice?
Yeah.
Hey, go Bills, baby. Go Bills.
All right.
There it is.
I didn't see that. Did Elliot put that out or something?
He did.
Oh, okay.
He did. Yeah.
Yeah. Come on. Training camp stats, Elliot.
I
You kidding me?
He told me don't pay attention to it.
Do you think
this isn't training camp?
Do you think the Phillies are soft?
Well,
I think the game's
kind
changed.
of.
I think the game's changed.
The Phillies specifically.
I don't think they're soft. I think
could they be tougher?
Yeah, they could be tougher. Yeah, they could be tougher. Yeah, come on,
I'm glad you admitted that. Yes.
But tell me, come on, man. First inning, whole crowd just
rise. Man, we would love that,
dude.
Man.
Walking in there, a little blood coming out of the mouth.
You know what I like better?
45,000.
You know what I like
Not
better?
From the players, talking to the
3
players.
up, 3 down, 3 strikeouts,
No,
strike
but
out the
dude,
side.
Imagine if Wheeler just drills the guy the first. It doesn't have to be. Just drill him in the ribs. It's fine.
Yeah, we don't need to do what Corey said.
Yeah, Corey's wants blood. I just imagine the crowd rising to his feet because everyone feels this kind of moment.
Oh, and then a double in the gap.
He's only going to be on first base.
The double in the gap. We can give him a run in the first inning.
Is the game over?
The crowd is going to go
nuts. This is the problem with dorks and nerds in sports. Like it's one run.
The crowd is going to go nuts.
It's going to be.
It was
electric.
1-0. By the way,
hold on. Do you remember
it
the
was
shift
a one-run
with
game?
Giroux? You remember when Giroux lit up Sidney Crosby?
That's
the
right.
shift.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
this
right.
is
To
part
start
of what
the
this
start
city.
the game. That's
the
right.
Dawkins hit on Crumpler.
That's right.
Like who could forget these great
and who
moments?
could forget all the championships that Doc and Giroux led us to after that?
Well, it's May. Yeah, hold
No
on.
offense.
Take a deep breath.
Yeah,
I mean, I know you're trying to make a point, but it's May 28th. Like, come on. You don't need to throw Doc and Giroux's entire career under the bus.
You started
No,
it.
when you get back to a corner, you turn into a nasty
Yeah, I do.
It's not fair.
I do.
It's one, if they score a run, whatever. It's Zach Wheeler.
It was 1-0 last night. I feel a lot better us winning that
it's
game.
AJ Smith-Shawver tonight. It's not Spencer Strider.
I've never heard of that guy.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, with me, it's simple. I wouldn't have cared if they lost last night. I would have had more respect for what they did and what they stood up for and sacrificed the game. I'm okay with that. Now, I'm not telling you, had they lost 5 out of the last 10 games, would I feel differently? Of course I would. The circumstances matter. So, yeah, the fact that they won 9 out of the last 10 games and have the best record in baseball in May, they can afford to lose a game. It's not like they're not going to lose a game the rest of the year.
What about
they're
this?
going to lose a game.
I don't want them to be punked anymore.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sick of this.
Do you know when they got punked against the New York Mets, not because somebody threw a baseball at them, but because they got shut down by the New York Mets. And all I've heard that about the Phillies so far this year is okay, they beat up on bad teams. So we're facing a good team last night. Let's go get the win. Let's prove that we are an actual good team instead of just a team that beats up on bad teams. Like, I could care less if Spencer Strider lost control of a ball and it hit. I don't want Bryce to get
for the
injured.
next 4 to 6 weeks?
I don't think he threw it at him.
No, but I'm saying, what if he was out for the next 4 to 6 weeks?
It would be terrible. And it would be no better if
and
we
we
lost
shouldn't
the
do
game.
anything about it. The guy gets hit 3 out of the last 4 games.
So Spencer Strider's control is going to be better if Ranger Suarez hits somebody?
It's the principle of it. It's the principle. It doesn't matter. I don't think he did it on purpose. I don't care.
Yeah,
I don't care.
Yeah, I don't even care that he didn't do it on purpose.
It's part of the game.
Yeah.
It's part of the game. Someone's got to wear it. I used to throw at people back in the day. I mean, it's part of the game.
You know what? I think more of them should chew tobacco too.
You want steroids
Yeah,
back, too?
come on. Steroids, tobacco. Come on, man. 215-592.
That's when they were men.
94-94. Yes, they were. Chris in Middletown, you're on WIP. What's up, Chris?
Good afternoon, man.
What's up, Chris?
What's up, Chris?
Well, there's only 2 men in this show.
I use that word loosely when we're talking about
I'm not the one staring at other guys in the urinal, big boy.
I was looking at them from behind.
Oh, were you?
Oh, right.
Yeah, it wasn't like I was looking over. I wasn't looking over.
Yeah.
I don't know how it's turned
Even
around
worse.
on me. Those guys are being the D's.
All right.
Jack, did you have the strap on?
That was to
all
lift
right,
something.
all
That was to
right,
lift
all
something.
Yeah.
All right, let's move
It
back
was a
to the
dresser.
Phillies.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's get back to porn stash pitcher and his smug little chuckle during that post-game press conference. That he deserves to take one either in the ribs or right between the shoulders.
Well, how are you going to hit Spencer Strider? You're going to throw it in the dugout?
Well,
Might as
you
well,
can't
tough
get
guys.
him- You can't get him, so
Throw
you
in the
go and hit-
dugout.
Yeah. Maybe
Well,
if he's
you know,
doing
maybe-
sprints before the game, you could just level him.
You let go of a bat. But here's the thing. I'd rather see them do it to Acuna.
Yes.
But here's the thing, guys. So you got to remember, of course, all the athletes on the show were all for this. The only guy that's against it is, somebody else.
Just because your
but-
T-shirt is too tight doesn't make you an
had a great
athlete,
point.
buddy.
It pulls the teams together.
You know,
It pulls
get
the
yourself
teams
an
together.
XL,
This is-
and then
this
we'll
is
talk
just
about
like-
who's an athlete. All right, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Settle on.
Yeah.
So this is just like when a manager goes out there and fights for a call. These things pull teams together. So that's what I'm all for. And Spike, you know what? You're a total fraud because you're talking about taking an L in May when you rooted for your team that would have scheduled losses. And I remember you getting upset that much about scheduled losses.
What are we
But us
talking about?
Getting retaliation with Mr. Glenn Rivers there, taking scheduled losses.
Oh yeah, I'm
Yes,
not.
Mike talked about that all the
And
time.
then-
Yeah.
He's
You
on
know
the
me.
air.
I was a
Tough
big Doc Rivers guy. I had a
you're
poster
talking
in my.
about being a tough guy, but yet you're yelling at people driving down the street and raising your arms at them. But get retaliation. So speaking of soft behavior, I got to square some things with this here show. First of all, Ike, what in the world is going on? Last week I hear you getting beat up by your cousin. You got to eat sand. Like, come on, man.
Female
Like, what's
cousin,
going on?
female cousin at that.
He's a little kid.
Spike,
Give him a break.
Spike, and you know what, Jack? Be careful. Spike spent last week cozying up with his boy, the Muppet Weasel. Muppet Weasel was flattering him during the debate, trying to sway him and all that stuff. And
the
Spike was
camera?
doing it. But yes, with the camera. Spike was doing it to the camera. But you know what? Remember, Spike's the one that let the camera off the hook during the trial. So I got my eye on you, Spike. All right?
You do
I
have that
smell-
on your
I
ledger,
smell-
though.
I judged it fair and square. And also, when was I cozying up to the camera? Like
You were during the debate. You were kissing his rear end, and he was kissing yours.
No, I was.
Go
Check
back
the
and listen
tape.
to the
Check
audio.
the tape.
It was
Might have been.
disgusting. And while we're
When I
on
was
it,
on the morning
other guy that needs to be addressed on this show is Mr. Fritz.
Okay.
Because
Finally.
the guy falls asleep watching the Phillies game because he says on social media he was too tired watching Jill chase his kids around all day and he fell asleep. I mean, lock in, guys. I'm seeing a lot of softness here. Order yourself, place an order, you'll get a discreet package in the mail, and let's go. Toughen up, harden up, lock in.
Promo code 94.
See ya.
First month free.
That's pretty good, Chris. I'm okay with that one.
Since when is Chris also an athlete? So I understand Ike's
I
athlete
think he played
stuff.
at one of the branch campuses of Penn State baseball.
Oh, Penn State Delco, maybe?
Yeah, like Penn State Brandywine.
Penn State
maybe.
Granite Mall.
State Delco.
Yeah. Well, that's what it used to be called that. And
Did it?
And then it was I used to call it Penn State Granite Run because it was right near the Granite Run
Yeah,
Mall.
it's Penn State Brandywine. now.
Yes. Yeah. And God bless. My wife went there, so I don't want to insult it too much. But
Nailed it. Yeah. No,
well,
I definitely didn't insult it at all.
no. Well, she was gonna go to main campus and then decide, look, I'll tell her whole story.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think Chris eventually got to main campus.
Yeah.
But I believe he played baseball on one of the branch campuses.
It's like, oh, I'm an athlete. Look how big I am. It's like, settle down, buddy.
Put the guns away.
Yeah, put the guns away. You're an XL. Like, just get the right T-shirt size.
Get the right size.
Yeah. Everybody can look huge if their T-shirt's too small.
Yeah.
I could do the same thing.
Wow.
Well, probably not. All
Man,
right.
what a day.
Yeah.
Doesn't it just make you so happy?
It does.
This is WIP.
By the way, don't tell LA about when we have Larry Anderson on at 3 coming up. Don't tell him my position on this.
Well,
Yeah,
I think he already had an idea.
All right.
Yeah,
Just don't tell him.
I'm pretty sure he knows.
The funniest part was Gilio. I mean, a little tough guy Gilio in there wants to drill someone.
Yeah, that's the side that you're on.
Gilio's,
I don't know if he had an
and the
IPA
camera.
before the show.
So know that you're the only host that isn't about drilling the guy. The camera wants to drill.
Well, and Seltzer. Seltzer's like,
The whole morning show tough guys, I guess. I'm sure Rhea wanted to hit somebody.
Oh, man, you kidding me?
You know our girl Rhea definitely wants somebody drilled.
Rhea probably wants somebody hit before anything even happened.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
She just wants to throw at Josh Harris.
Yep.
Yes.
All right. 215-592-9494. Larry Anderson joins us at 3. Do you think the Phillies...
Guarantee you he wants a bow tie.
Yes, I'm sure.
He said that within 30 seconds of Bryce getting hit, he said someone needs to be there needs to be retaliation.
Do you think the Phillies should retaliate? 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, I know about great defense and special teams. I want to tell you about a special team that will defend your home. Now, I'm talking about my friends at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons uses American-made roofing products that have a lifetime warranty. Now, this roof will last you. No, this will be the last roof that you'll ever buy. I was going to say this roof will last you a lifetime, but I guess that's pretty much the same thing. For over 35 years, Emmons has specialized in storm-resistant roofing systems designed to last. Call Emmons today at 855-4-EMMONS or check them out online at emmons.com for a free roof inspection. From top to bottom, inside and out, Emmons has you covered.
Going up.
Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available if at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
I'm Taylor Bishotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Pittsburgh Steelers are among several teams across the league holding voluntary OTAs this week as they and the rest of the NFL await clarity on Aaron Rodgers' status. Quarterback Mason Rudolph, who's participating in workouts, said he's unfazed by the constant buzz surrounding Rodgers' future, adding, "I've been used to that for a long time. Right now, I'm just focused on being the best I can be to help our team get better this spring." Meanwhile, the Browns are also on the practice field, including rookie defensive tackle Mason Graham, who just agreed to terms on a 4-year, nearly $41 million fully guaranteed rookie contract. And the Buffalo Bills are back to work without running back James Cook, who's seeking a new deal. Head coach Sean McDermott confirmed newly acquired pass rusher Joey Bosa is expected to miss time until training camp after suffering a calf injury last week. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. But not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. HIMS.com/JOY.
We've got trade wars, rising costs, global chaos, and a skyrocketing national debt. It's no wonder gold keeps hitting record highs. With everything going on in the world, thousands of hardworking Americans are looking to help diversify their savings with precious metals like gold and silver. And they're turning to the top-rated gold company, Goldco. Right now, Goldco is offering you a free 2025 gold and silver kit. Plus, you could get an unlimited instant match and bonus silver if you qualify. Find out how you can diversify your savings, tax and penalty-free today. Call 855-969-GOLD. That's 855-969-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
All speed, no limits. Grand Slam Track brings the Festival of Speed to Philadelphia. Saturday, May 31st and Sunday, June 1st. At Franklin Field at UPenn. Be there when the world's elite face off and take center stage. Kenny, Sydney, Gabby, and Jasmine. Don't miss your favorite runners going head-to-head in this ultimate track showdown. This is where scores are settled, legends are made. Philadelphia, the race is on. Single day and combo tickets on sale now at GrandSlamTrack.com.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Phillies baseball on the radio. It's just better. Sports Radio 94 WI.
It seems like we have a new Phillies insider who is a WIP employee.
Yeah.
Alex Cole is a Call. Okay, I haven't met him. Have I? He's a part-time producer. Have I met him before?
So he's actually at Tavolo's.
Okay, so I saw him there.
Yeah,
I saw him there. So Alex Cole, who is a part-time producer here at WIP, Ike, broke the Alvarado PED story first on Twitter. He was the guy who had it first. Alex Cole.
Yeah.
Alex Cole also yesterday. Said, hearing the Phillies have had discussions about Orioles pitcher Felix Bautista, Cardinals pitcher Ryan Helsley, and minimal talks regarding Orioles first baseman Ryan O'Hearn, although not very likely. It seems like our very own Alex Cole, who I guess I met one time, is a real Phillies insider with a real source, and I don't know where this came from. Like this, we might have to have this guy on weekly for trade deadline.
Okay.
Jack, how is this guy? How is this Alex Call guy? How is he getting scoops, especially ahead of you?
I'm not a scoop guy.
Not a scoop guy.
No.
All right.
There you go.
No, but good.
It does seem like he's got sources here.
Yeah.
I mean, he had the Alvarado thing, and now he's got this thing.
Yeah, we'll see.
What do you think about what do you think is?
Well, I don't know what you mean. Like, there's been no trade yet.
Well, no, there hasn't. But, I mean, given he had the Alvarado thing, do you think...
Are you not buying this guy as an insider?
I think he's an insider.
We'll see.
That's what I'm saying. When he says we'll see, I don't know if you're buying
I hope. Listen, I hope so. It'd be great.
Well, I mean, all right.
I mean, it's great for his career.
Now, the Alvarado thing, in fairness, was...
Well, I don't know. Like, what do you want me to... Like,
well, you don't sound that enthusiastic about it.
Well, no.
Yeah.
What?
I think he's a great kid. I don't know what you... We'll see.
Is there something here I don't know about?
There's nothing here. I don't know what everyone's all worked up about. I was going to clean the coffee up. But like, we'll see.
Well, because the Alvarado thing was bouncing around a little bit before it came out. I will say that.
Sure.
You know, there were a couple people who mentioned things before it happened.
Uh-huh.
But he's following it up with Phillies have had discussions about these players.
Yeah.
So do you think Alex Call is a legitimate insider?
We'll see.
Okay.
Wow.
I don't know.
Wow.
I think it's been great for him. He's getting a lot of buzz out of it. I don't know yet.
Wow.
If he gets one of those names, of course. I'll be rooting for it.
Okay.
If they get Felix Bautista, that's my guy. That's my number one guy. I want them to get the trade deadline. It's Felix Bautista.
Are you feeling a little bit of a vibe from
dude,
here?
Hold on, listen.
Okay.
I've been around you enough to know something ain't right here, and I don't know what the hell is not right here. I don't even know what's his name. Alex Coffey.
Alex Call.
Alex Call, whatever.
So he's on Twitter. Alex COLL_.
All right.
So it's Call COLL. That's why I said.
Is
Call.
he a Phillies? Is that what he's doing? He's doing the. Oh, we got one insider here. Well, you don't want to be considered an insider, but you're our Phillies.
I'm a leader.
Yeah.
You're our Phillies guy, though.
Yeah, influencer.
But this guy's got scoops. You've got
Yes.
standing ovations or whatever. Like this guy's got,
Yeah.
So a shared sort of space.
If you want to make it that, sure.
I mean, Scoops is getting in there too now. She's in there too.
No, it's good. No, it's great. Well, I don't know what you want me to say.
It just sounds like you're bothered
All right,
that the
man.
kid has a scoop.
Listen, what is it?
Yeah.
What's the book called again?
Ringthebellbook.com.
Read the bell book. No scoops in
No,
there.
I didn't write it anymore. Alex called it. I'm just kidding. I love Alex. Very nice kid, but we'll see.
Well, it doesn't sound like you love him.
Have I met this kid before?
I think so.
Okay.
Jack said he was at Tavola when we did that, the broadcast at
so I may
Springfield
know if I
Country
see
Club.
him.
You would
Yeah.
know him
Okay.
if you see him.
Okay.
But mostly works weekends and overnights.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
I've just said maybe we should have him in every once in a while.
Okay, yeah.
You wow.
Yeah.
The High Hopes Alex
My guy-
Call report.
I know my guy
Yeah.
is not
Yeah.
feeling something, man.
Yeah.
He is not feeling this right now.
We'll see.
All right, move on.
All right. The Twitter question is brought to you by that went exactly how I was hoping.
Oh
by the
my
way.
God.
By the way, Jack had no idea that was coming. Just for you listening at home. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. All right, Ike. Let's see if you can guess on this one. Will you be upset if the Phillies don't retaliate tonight against the Braves?
Hell
Yes
yeah.
or no?
Yes.
What do you think the poll question says?
I am afraid that there's a sort of slice of the pie of you out there that it is, get the win,
Get the win.
retaliate.
Get the win.
Yeah.
Be the
Yeah.
big dog.
Yeah. I am afraid there are enough of you out there, but not enough to be the majority. So I'm going 67% say yes, retaliate.
52.2
Wow.
say retaliate.
That's
I was
it.
actually surprised too.
Wow.
And I'm sure we will not hear from one of those people calling in today.
Not even close.
But here's the way.
You mean one that says don't?
That's it. Yeah.
Yo, gotcha.
Here's my tip. If you agree with me, just come on and do dumb guy voice. Go, bull. Oh, you get him. That works. 215-592-9494. Should the Phillies retaliate? Herb in the Northeast. You're on WIP. What's up, Herb?
All right, so I don't like them hits. I don't like them throwing at Harper. I know all about that.
Yep, you do.
It's part of the game and all this and that. This guy's been a little wild or so, they say. But the umpire behind the plate, that's the real sissy, okay?
Whoa.
That guy,
Umpire
they got
crime.
information. They got pregame information, okay? That, okay, Harper's been getting thrown at, okay?
What are you
Now,
talking
in that
about?
in
What's
that
the umpire supposed to
situation,
do? If the guy lost control of a
listen,
pitch, you listen.
listen to me, Spike.
Yeah.
The umpire could give him a warning right there, and a warning, okay? And he gets a warning. If he throws again, he's out of the game, okay? He didn't do that. That's why I call the umpire assistant.
All right, we're going to stop that.
I hope
Yeah.
he's sitting there listening to me in his hotel room at the Ritz-Carlton or the Westin or the Marriott, whatever.
Well, in all
Okay?
fairness, I didn't see that umpire skip 3 innings to go to the bathroom.
Look, that has nothing. I'm not. That
Ooh,
don't want
boy.
to talk about that. Next time you talk about that, I'm gonna come after you. Okay?
Well,
You
I don't know if
understand?
I could outrun a lot of people, but I think you're on the list.
That umpire don't have diabetes and other conditions like I do.
Okay.
Okay?
My bad.
I was out there yesterday for 6 innings. I didn't go to the bathroom one time. So it depends on the intake, okay? The intake of water, the intake of food or whatever, okay? That's what happens, okay? When it's cold out, I don't like to really umpire when it's cold out.
Wow.
35 or 40 degrees. I mean, that's when I have problems, okay?
Okay.
So these guys are major league, okay?
Mhm.
He's a sissy.
No.
Just
All
like-
right.
just like
Herb,
I'm gonna say
we can't.
to
We can't.
you,
But
listen,
you can't use that word anymore.
Yeah, okay. Don't aggravate me, Spike.
No, I'm just saying I'm going to have to
Hey,
dump you if.
Let me talk to Ike Reese.
I'm here. I'm here.
All
Herb.
right.
I'm here for
Now,
you.
You
I'm
just
here.
got on and talked about why they throwing at Harper. So that's what I'm saying. Why are they throwing at Harper? They've been throwing to him for years now. Okay, There's something's got to be done. It's either the commissioner or the man that's in charge of the umpires. Okay, and that's it.
Yep.
And you got to warn somebody, and that's it. When they warn them, guarantee you, the catcher's not going to, put the inside target anymore.
So let me ask you this, Herb.
He's not going to throw at him anymore.
Herb, let me ask you this. So you as an umpire, would you warn both teams before the game to not do this? Or would you
Not
allow
before
the
game.
players?
You don't do it before the game. You do it if something happens, okay?
So you wait until something happens, even though you were a part of the crew the night before. You're anticipating this, but you're not going to warn them because you're going to let the players sort of police themselves, and then you'll warn them.
Right. Then I'm going to warn them. But the thing is, they've known that Harper's been getting hit lately in the past week or so. So they could, if they want, they could say something when they hand the lineups. You understand? When the two managers or the assistant coach comes out, whoever it is, or if it's a player that comes out and hands the lineup, okay, you tell him, okay? You tell him.
Okay.
I'm letting you guys know now that, okay, if anybody goes after anybody, there's going to be warnings, okay, today. You understand? And that's it.
Okay.
Once they hear the name, then once they know warning is coming, they ain't throwing at nobody. Let me tell you, especially in the big leagues. I know them guys. I know what goes on with these guys, okay?
Okay. Okay.
And I know Bob Davidson. I know all the umpires that are now retired, okay? And they told me stuff, why they throw guys out and why managers get tossed, okay? So, Bob Davidson has the most amount of ejections of all time.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Well, happy
But
birthday,
anyway,
Herb.
Was your birthday,
yeah,
Herb?
My birthday was set, yes. And matter of fact, I try to get on, but I just can't. When I'm doing a wedding job and all this and that.
What are you,
I
about
just
48,
can't hold on
49?
I can't hold on.
How old are you, Herb?
Mike, I need you to get me one of them little, those footballs. The ones that the white in the eye, and put on there happy 70th
You want me to get you a
birthday,
football with a
Herb,
panel, with a white panel on there that says "Happy 70th birthday"
the
to
ones
Herb?
they give out.
Yeah.
Do you want Trotter to sign it?
Anybody, any.
Oh yeah.
What
about Spike?
Yeah, want me to sign it?
No, I don't want you to sign it.
All right.
I knew that.
Because you get me aggravated.
Well, I don't want you to put your bathroom hands on
You
it.
aggravate me today. Now,
All right. Well,
Don't talk about what I do on the ball field, okay?
Okay, all right.
What happens you know
we
what?
got
That
past
guy was out there. I don't want to tell you what I told him when he was out there in Denver last week.
Ooh, boy.
Okay, they went out for a bachelor party in Denver.
Who did?
Anyway,
Who went out to the bachelor party in Denver?
that umpire, the one that told
Oh, the umpire
that
to lied to
Spike.
Spike.
Yeah.
Told him that you left early.
Yeah.
Well, his name was Dominic.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's his phone number?
All right, Herb.
All right, Herb.
All right, brother.
Wow. Quite a call from her. Wow.
I
he
always
was-
said Herb off, man.
Yeah, he was not happy with me,
No,
especially
he does not like the story of him leaving for 3 innings in the middle of a game
to go to the bathroom. Yeah, 3 innings is a long time, dude. I don't even care if they're like one
know.
pitch outs.
I know.
You know?
I also like the way he says diabetes.
Yes.
Like the whole commercial.
Diabetes.
Yeah. Is
Yeah.
that Wilford Brimley?
It was, I believe. Yes. All right. You know who would throw at the guy? John Ashdale, the Cars-R.
Really?
I'm trying to recover from that Herb call.
Yeah,
and
it's
I
hard.
just-
It's hard.
Colonial Hyundai, they would have thrown it. They would have thrown it at the guy. They'd have thrown it at the guy. Now until May 31st, when you go to Colonial Hyundai, not only are you going to experience the best team in the business, the team at Colonial, the best. And not only are you going to walk into their brand new showroom, beautiful showroom, the best. You're going to have until May 31st a choice between 2 of the best incentives you could possibly have at Colonial. Everybody loves these. One, you have a choice, 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. And they've got a bunch of brand new Hyundais, a very special selection of brand new Palisades, Ioniqs, Tucsons, whatever you need. 20% off. Or get $6,500 for your trade no matter what condition it's in. Guaranteed, no doubt about it, no questions asked. This lasts until May 31st. And to help you make the car even more affordable, they're going to give you the best financing in the business, as low as 0%. And every new Hyundai, no matter which incentive you pick, everybody's getting this. 3 years of complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain with Hyundai Assurance. Online, 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. See dealer for full details. Mouse is not working. There we go. Shy and Cherry Hill, you're on WIP. What's up, Shy?
What's going on? Spike, I knew you were the type of guy to not want to throw at any of the Braves. You come off like that guy.
But dude, what is
really
it?
Does.
Here, okay. This is my question to you. You hit a guy, right? And then what?
Yeah.
Then what? What have we accomplished?
Spike, have you ever played on a sports
Yes,
team?
I have. But this is baseball. It's not, football, you can hit somebody hard legally. You can hit somebody hard legally. Like baseball, you're actually doing yourself a disservice and giving the other team a chance to win. And almost everybody I've talked to doesn't even think Strider hit him on purpose. So, like, are we punishing Spencer Strider for having bad control? Like, what are we doing?
It's a rivalry game, and we know there were some ill intentions behind that. The guy's a scumbag.
All right.
You know that.
So you're willing to lose the game to throw at one of the Braves?
Game.
It's
Yes.
about protecting your teammates.
It's one
Spike.
game, and at the end of the year, this division could be decided by one game, and we could look back at it. Absolutely could.
Well, it could, but then we would look back at any one game and pick that
Well,
game
I would
out.
pick this one.
Sure, you would.
It's going to be decided by one game, and you know that too.
Well, how do you
Well,
know
it could
that?
be, yeah. Could be.
Mets are a game and a half behind us. What's that?
But obviously, the division doesn't matter. We won the division last year and lost in the divisional round.
It guarantees you a spot in the playoffs.
I mean, maybe. Yeah, I guess.
Let's
it
not play
does. And that's what
hypotheticals.
you're
Let's
gonna
play
look back.
the scenario.
The real scenario is they won the game yesterday. I'm happy. And the real
What
scenario
about drilling
is
someone tonight?
here's the thing. I do not want to give the Braves anything to rally around. I want them to die quietly in the background. And the best way to do that is to beat them, put them at 10.5 games behind the Phillies tonight with a win. That's all I want. I want the Braves dead and forgotten about. And you giving them some juice by acknowledging them and by, lowering yourselves to them and raising them to your level, that could do that. I don't want any part of that. When you're the big dog, you don't pay attention to the little dog.
I'm not really shocked at your stance on this because you also hate Limp Bizkit. So
No, I don't.
I don't know. Yeah, you do.
Yeah, you do.
I hate
Yes,
Limp
you do.
Bizkit.
Yes, you do.
I've probably
That's
seen
the word on the street.
Oh, you're being a weirdo now. I
You
love
was
Limp
on the
Bizkit.
train late. I know.
You were late to Limp Bizkit, even though Shy's 21, I think, and Limp Bizkit was.
I'm 19.
Yeah, late to Limp Bizkit. What are you talking
I
about?
don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's awesome, shot.
Yeah.
All right.
I didn't know he was 19. We lost all sort of credit there, man.
Yeah.
Like, what about this, Spike? Like, what about this? Let's
Yeah.
say one of these days Hugh comes in, right?
Yeah.
Just tackles Ike out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And Ike has to miss a couple shows.
Yep.
You're not going to go in there and you're going to fight Giglio to stick up for Ike?
I mean, what did Giglio have anything to do with it?
That's not the point.
Yeah.
It's the unwritten
So
rules
you're
of radio.
imagining a scenario in which I have to physically stick up for Ike Reese. We are imagining this kind of scenario.
Because I know Ike would stick up for you if Giglio tried to tackle you and somehow hurt you.
Giglio would not hurt me by trying to tackle. I'm
That
not
would
worried.
be
about
a,
What if Hugh hurt you by tackling you?
That would be.
Well, we'd have a real problem because Hugh is much, much bigger than me. And
I would have to go
at Hugh.
take on Hugh.
Yeah.
I guess in that scenario,
And I would do that.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I think Hugh would hurt
I
you.
would risk my friendship with Hugh, my lifetime friendship with Hugh.
For
the
a
show.
lifetime. It was 1998.
Well, that's 28 years, man. That's a lifetime for me.
Yeah,
man.
that's a long time.
That's like, listen, don't try to. It's bad enough I'm already taking up for Spike against you. Don't you minimize the friendship.
Would never. I mean, Hugh would hurt Spike by just poking him in the shoulder.
By the way, Hugh, I'm joking. I would not do that.
Yeah, well, and Hugh wouldn't hurt me.
Well, he may. Oh, I should have used Jack as a.
Yes, much more likely to hurt Jack.
No, we're in a good spot.
Really?
No.
That can always change.
Yeah, it's still more likely he hurts you than me.
But I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. You guys went to a movie together once.
We did.
Oh, that's right.
And you
yeah,
shared
no,
popcorn.
You're right. Yeah, no, you should have been the example.
Yeah.
I'll kill Kyle Quinn. You kidding me?
By the way, we were looking at on-demand movies the other night, me and my wife, and she's like, "Oh, Captain America, whatever it was." And I was like, "Nah, that movie sucks." And she was like, "Why did you go see that again?" I was like, "It was with you. It was funny." That's why. 215-592-9494.
Station bonding.
Yes, it was bonding. Ben in Millville. You're on WIP. What's up, Ben?
Hi, Brett. How are you?
Oh,
wow.
Oh, wow.
Oh, you caught me.
Yeah, no, it's baseball. Throw at him.
Oh,
I don't
it's
care who it is.
baseball.
Austin
Oh.
Riley, he crushes us. Throw at him. It's the old school sport.
Oh,
Throw
yeah.
at him, throw at him, throw at him. First inning, first pitch, third pitch, 10th pitch.
Do we think it's
Whoever it
1986? Is that what we think? Do we think it's 2025?
Yeah, and you can still win even if you hit a guy, Spike.
Did you watch the game last night, or did you just hear about it? Be honest.
Listen to it on the radio.
Did you really?
Yes.
All right.
Odyssey app.
Okay. I don't know if I even believe you.
I listen to 94.1 for 8 hours,
All
10
right.
hours a day. Yeah.
Yeah, Spike, what do you guys say about that?
I don't know what to tell you. I like you say it's old school, blah blah. That's not how the game's played anymore. It just isn't.
You could. I know it's not how it played anymore, but you could still do it and you could still win the game. Even if, like, you act like we hit Acuna and, like, we're automatically going to implode.
No,
And
but
we're
here's
not
the
better
point.
team.
The reason I asked if you watched the game, you would know that Ranger had guys on base. It wasn't like the cleanest Ranger game in history.
Times, yeah.
Yeah.
I know, it wasn't
So
the
you want to
cleanest
make
game
it you want to make it harder to win the game. Just admit it's okay that you want to make it harder to win the game.
Yes.
Okay.
It'll be harder to win the game, but we could still win the game. You act like it's over automatically when we hit a guy.
No, it's
Or
I'm
if
not
it's
saying that.
prioritized,
I'm
we hit a
saying
guy.
I'm saying you could spark their team by playing into that.
You could, and we're the fighting Phils. We're not a dog with our tail between our legs.
That's right.
That's right.
Fightings.
Yeah. We won the game.
Barking.
They're 9.5 games behind you. Don't give them any reason to rally behind anything. Like I think your strategy's wrong.
Series, so you lose one, we still win the series.
All right, so you hit him. You hit a guy. Do you think that makes it any less likely that the Braves would throw at Bryce Harper again? Because I don't.
Yep.
I don't think it would make
If
it.
we hit Acuna, you don't think so?
No.
Oh, yeah, I think so.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Okay.
Our number one
Because
pitcher.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. Those Atlanta batters know they're in danger of being hit now. So I would happen to think. Now listen, I've never been in the clubhouse, only in Philly spring training. Fantasy camp.
Yep.
But I would have to imagine as a fielder or a hitter, I would make sure that pitcher knows. Listen, we love you. You can't be going up there hitting the opposing batters because that puts us in jeopardy of being hit as well.
Now, this is private information,
Okay.
so I apologize if I'm revealing something I shouldn't.
Uh-oh.
But you, Ike Reese,
Yeah.
did admit you were very scared of getting hit by baseballs when you were younger.
That is a fact.
Okay, so you may be a little more scared than the regular baseball players are.
Oh, hell, no doubt about that.
Okay, all right,
Yeah,
all right. I just want to be.
no doubt about
it would definitely have an effect on you.
Yeah,
for sure.
I quit playing baseball at like 12 because of that.
Yeah, well, I was terrified.
Yes.
I was terrified. It was one of the reasons I didn't get any hits one season in Little League. I was terrified.
Yeah.
The only reason I played is because it was a catcher. Nobody wanted to catch.
Yeah, nobody wanted to catch, yeah.
All right, Ben. Congratulations. You're a tough guy.
Thanks.
All right. All right, Ben. They're starting with the Brett stuff.
Yeah, I know.
That's
yeah. It's going to be that kind of day.
Yeah, well, it's
I
always
thought we
that.
got past that.
It's always never past.
Never past.
Always that kind of day. 215-592-9494. Are you a big tough guy? Do you think the Phillies should retaliate, or are you a smart guy who wants to win games like me?
Are you going to use this voice with LA in 8 minutes?
Oh, no. I'm going to make pretend I'm right there with him.
You know what, LA, you got a point, actually.
Yep.
Yeah, they should throw right at their
They
neck.
really do. I'll bring up the Ninja Star thing to him as well.
Yep.
215.
That was funny.
Yeah.
That was funny, yes.
215-592-9494. Larry Anderson joins us next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Guaranteed for 3 years because at Verizon, they got you. Make sure you visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome in times of congestion. Unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Join fans of Philly as we charge into LA for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
The wait is over. The CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale is here. From now until May 31st, enjoy instant savings on thousands of tires. We've got your car covered, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. Now through May 31st, save big on any service needed, including a $49.99 state inspection, and make sure your car is ready for summer. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including Falcon tires at cjtire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy, and your ride smoother than ever. Instant savings during the CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and save. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Offers end May 31st and cannot be combined. State inspection not valid for national, commercial, or government accounts. Emission service required and sticker fee additional pass sale. See store for details.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come taste and enjoy some featured items from our latest seasonal menu. We make magic with shellfish. Try our cluster of Dungeness crab legs served Chicky style for the entire table to share or make it a meal. And our shrimp po' boy sandwich satisfies with our one-of-a-kind fried shrimp. Pair any of these with a cocktail like bourbon cherry lemonade or our Italian ice crush. Now that's flavor. Come taste and enjoy at Chickies and Pete's.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
The Peace Lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
Participating U.S. Wendy's. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Fisher Investments. 32 points, 12 rebounds, 15 assists, 0 turnovers for Tyrese Halliburton in Game 4 with the Knicks last night. Nobody has had that combo of stats in the postseason without a giveaway since the league began tracking turnovers in 1977. I don't know how you can have the ball so much in such a physical, important game and not make a mistake. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Night before now. So thanks for the win, LA.
Yeah.
Thank you for the win.
We're going to make this a daily show?
Right. Hey, I'm in if you are. Absolutely. Yeah. All right.
We won, everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good record. Somebody call the Phils, call WIP management. There has to be a way for us to work this out. So, big topic today. Bryce gets hit yesterday. Phils no retaliation. If I assume you would have liked to have seen some sort of retaliation from the Phillies. Is that correct?
Yeah, at some point, his head, but knock somebody down. Throw one in under their, under their armpit or something. Make them get out of the way. Make them move their feet. But I mean, when you don't even, nobody even gets uncomfortable. It's just, I don't know. But maybe it's all now. It's just a matter of opinion. It's old school, which they want to get rid of, versus old school means knowing baseball. That's all old school is. Old school is playing baseball the way it's meant to be played. Mm-hmm. And when people want to call it old school, it's just there's nothing analytical to say you can't do that or shouldn't do it or you should do it. Well, maybe analytics will probably say you shouldn't hit guys, but I don't know. I just don't agree with it. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Man, you're more than entitled to it.
At the risk of sounding like a coward, and trust me, LA, one full hour of listeners calling me a coward for this, I'm used to it. Let me devil's advocate just for a second here.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at the Braves team, 2-3 games under 500, had big expectations. They're maybe looking for like a spark, right? And the last thing I want to do with the Mets right on our tail and the Braves sort of underwater is give them any reason to rally behind anything. Is there a concern at all that you go back at them and then all of a sudden, like, maybe they win that game and then all of a sudden the Braves, I know it sounds like simplistic and it's more than this, but all of a sudden the Braves are feeling themselves a little bit and we've like woken them up. Like there's a part of me that was just like, beat them, let them stay under 500, 10 games behind us. Don't even worry about it. Does that enter your mind at all?
That's a valid point. It is. And I don't question it. And that's why I'm saying it doesn't have to be right away. But it's tough to do, especially in a 1-0 game where every base runner, could be the ball game. So in that situation, but there were times when it didn't matter the situation. You protected your player, and especially one of your better players, or if not your best player. You protect them, and that's just the way it was. I mean. And again, I'm not saying you got to hit somebody in the neck or throw at their head. But, you throw something inside and well off the plate, and if they don't want to move, they get hit. And if they want to move, okay. But at least you let them know, hey, we didn't appreciate that. And that's really, as much as anything, is saying, we're not going to allow you to keep doing that. And it's happened to a lot, not necessarily against the Braves, but other teams. Harper's been hit, 3 times now in the last week?
Yep.
Bohm was getting low-bridged earlier on. He wasn't really hitting that well at the time, but there was still pitches. And even if it's unintentional, it's like, you know what, well then put somebody out there that knows where the ball's going.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the pitches that Strider threw to Harper, they were all around the plate except that one. It wasn't even close. And that's what I said when it happened. I said, that wasn't even close. I mean, he's got better command than that. And to me, and it very well could have been a case of saying, and I've done this before myself on a mound, saying, okay, I want to throw a fastball in, but if I miss, I'm going to miss in. So, and when you get that in your head, all of a sudden, you end up pulling the ball a foot further in than you planned on. But you're saying, I'm not going to leave it out over the plate. I'm going to make sure it's in. And maybe there wasn't any intent there. But when you think that, then you open yourself up to a chance to hit a guy. But if you're okay with that, then that's what you have to do. That's the way you have to think. Because you don't want to make a mistake to him out over the plate. So that very well could be what happened. But that ball was so far in that he had no chance to get out of the way of that. And for that, I just say, make Ozuna move his feet. Low bridge him one time, make him go down. Mm-hmm. And if they don't want to do that, if they want to stand there and get hit, then they can wear it, and then it's done. But I don't know. I don't know what it's like down on the field anymore. I really think the game's lost me. It's passed me by.
No,
we don't agree there.
Game hasn't lost you. It hasn't passed you by. I don't care how many numbers and metrics and analytics they come up with. The game is the game, and you know the game very well. And to the point you just made about Strider throwing that ball inside, there's nothing there that eliminates the possibility that he was sending a message. So if he's sending a message and he winds up hitting Bryce Harper, to me, whether he intended to do it or not, it's just as he may as well have intended to do it, because he's certainly sending a message throwing a high and inside like that with a fastball. And like I said, maybe he didn't want to hit him, but he certainly wanted him to back off the plate some.
Yeah, there's I don't think there's any question about that, Ike. And we're not in his head, so we can't. I can't positively say he did it on purpose, and I don't know if he did. I really don't. But I know he, like you just said, he wanted that ball inside, and he was not going to leave it on a plate. And it's basically you're saying in your head, you're going, if I make a mistake and go too far and hit him, so what? So be it.
Yeah.
But does that mean he intended to hit him? No, but it meant that he doesn't care if he hits him, which kind of is close to the same thing.
Yeah, I would agree there.
Same thing.
Well, do you think? All right, so they don't do anything. Do you think Bryce Harper is sitting somewhere saying, "Throw at somebody"?
What the bleep is going on?
Yeah, what the hell is
here?
going on here?
Yeah.
Do you think, or do you think he is part of? Obviously, you're just guessing, but do you think that he is affected or thinks about the fact that they did not, or at least have not retaliated?
I would I mean, as good as Harper is, and as much as that hurt, I would think he would want somebody to back him up, to protect him there. I mean, I don't know. Crucky might have mentioned this on TV last night. With back in when I was playing in '93, Hollins was getting hit right and left, and he finally said, and it really was what led to our brawl in spring training, because Hollins had said to our pitchers, to the 5 starters, he said, "I got hit a ton last year. If I get hit again, I'm not, and nothing happens, I'm not going out to the mound. I'm going to come after one of you guys."
That sounds like something
about a
Hollins
gold
would
star?
say, by the way. Yeah.
Huh?
Sounds like something Hollins would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he was serious, and you, if you knew Davey back then, you had to take him serious, and you better take him serious. And because if it happens, you're really going to be sorry. Yeah. It's just not going to go well for you. And that it really led to the brawl. I believe it was Tommy Green that drilled what did he drill? I don't know, remember who it was, but it led to a brawl.
Yeah.
And it was like, that's it. I mean, you take care of your players. I would think Harper would be like, I think he would appreciate somebody saying, "Hey, I'm not going to let that happen to you. You're my guy. That's not going to happen."
Well, Hollins' nickname was Psycho, wasn't it? If I remember correctly. Wasn't Dave?
He had a couple.
Yeah. On to the Phils, who keep on winning, by the way, which is excellent. I know this sounds crazy, but like, at what point can we start to compare this staff to the 2011 staff? Because, it sounds nuts, but then you just go, "Oh, Halladay, Wheeler," and then the way Luzardo's pitching and the way Sanchez continues to pitch, and even with Nola not even part of it, it just seems their top 4 right now, with Ranger looking this way, are as good as I can remember a top 4 ever looking for the Phils.
I think they're right there. I mean, they're right there with the 2011 team with Halladay and Cliff Lee. I mean, that's Wheeler and Luzardo, righty lefty. I mean, it's very similar. And then you go down the line, it's like I mean, you go, they have Hamels at that time, Roy Oswalt.
Yep.
We got, as you said, Ranger and Sanchez and Nola, when Nola's on track, when he's himself. And I think he was really getting back to himself when his ankle thing happened. And that just, I think you can just toss out that game that he tried to pitch on it, because it's still not right. So, he was doing something different at that time when he got, blown out. But to his credit, kudos to him for trying to go out there and give him the innings. And, but I mean, you look at this rotation when he's healthy, and I mean, man, I don't know. I mean, you can certainly compare them, and I think everybody has a opinion of which one is better. I don't know if anybody could say which one is better definitively. I just don't. That's how good this rotation is. Outstanding right now, anyway.
And last thing, LA, talk about the rotation, but also Alvarado goes down, and Kerkering's been great. Romano seems to have found himself. Like, even the bullpen, Tanner Banks, I don't know, all year has looked, I don't expect much of him. He's not facing lefty. When he's facing lefties, he's pretty good. I don't know. The bullpen, it does not look like the same weakness that it looked like a month or 6 weeks ago. Yeah.
And I think part of it too is realizing, I think, in themselves, and not that they didn't do it before, but before it was like you had Alvarado. He was going to be your closer, or one of your closers, and it was kind of a safety net. So I think guys maybe got a little more relaxed, right. And then he goes down. All of a sudden, it's like, oh man, everybody moves up a step. They're moved up, closer to the back end of the bullpen, and it's like, man, I gotta bear down, and they've taken the bull by the horns and have done a terrific job. I mean, Strom's back, his velocity's back now, getting closer to where it was before. I think that's going to be a big difference. And so everybody's, like you said, Kerkering's doing a nice job. Everybody's just picking it up and saying, this is what we got to do. This is where we're at, and we're not going to, let Alvarado's situation hold us back any.
Yeah, and I can really see it with Romano now. I didn't see it at the beginning of the year, really, but he's been aside from the home run, was it in Colorado? I forget where it was, in Sacramento.
Yeah, the Kurtz home run.
Yeah, he's looked unhittable actually. Like Romano has looked pretty lights out. So
He has, and the mound. And I will say this, and not to make excuses. I don't like to make excuses for anybody, but I will make excuses for that mound out there. Was everybody had a problem with it? It seemed to, but. It's hard to say anything because then you look like, oh, I'm making excuses. It's like, if it's bad, it's bad. And to me, like I was talking yesterday in the office, like Romano looked like out in Sacramento like he was pitching on a trampoline. I mean, he was bouncing around forward, off to the side. It was all over the place. And when the mound, you're not comfortable on a mound, I can tell you, it makes a huge difference. And a lot of these guys just weren't comfortable on the mound. Fortunately, got through it, but and that was the one kind of tough game for Jordan. That he just, but I blame it on the mound because he's come back and pitched great last night, threw the ball great, and I think confidence for all the guys down in the pen is making a big difference.
all right, LA. Well, we're going to keep up these wins. We expect them now out of you. So
You're like Carlton 72, pal. It's win day.
Yeah.
Exactly, and if don't call me, next week if we didn't win.
They do lose.
Yeah, you're out, buddy. That happens, you're out. All right, LA. Thank you, man.
Appreciate it, brother.
You got it, guys. Have a good one.
All right. So yesterday was 100 days till the Eagles kick off against the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh.
And every day that we're on the air, we're going to have another question for you as we count down.
The game is officially canceled.
Oh, right. Yes.
Yeah.
Tonight's game is postponed. Split doubleheader tomorrow. First game 1:05, second game 6:45. So if you have
pretty big news.
Yeah, sorry.
There should be no retaliation
Well, you
tonight.
can retaliate tomorrow.
No, I know.
What's the difference?
Got two chances.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, got two
wear
chances
one.
tomorrow. Both games.
Tell you what.
Yeah.
Another tough work day for us.
How about this? Keep throwing baseballs at them until they're bleeding. I don't care how many guys you have to hit. So yeah.
Get a hatchet. Why not?
Yeah. Come on. Why stop with a baseball? So yeah, tonight's game is postponed. Split double. So if you have tickets for tonight, that game is 1:05 tomorrow, and tomorrow night 6:45 game stays as is. So every day for the Eagles, we are going to ask another question about the 2025 Eagles, and we call it this.
Everyday Eagles.
That's right. Everyday Eagles, which we don't normally do. So 99 days, Ike. We are 99 days from the kickoff of the 2025 season. The question today, and we'll learn a little bit more about this when we have Elliot on it for at least a little bit more, is starting cornerback on the opposite side of Quinyon Mitchell. And our options are, as I see them, we have Keely Ringo, who is the beat writer's favorite. A lot of physical tools, Keely Ringo. We have Adoree Jackson, who is a former Giant, who the Eagles signed in the offseason. We have Eli Ricks, and I suppose, though I think it's unlikely, we could have Cooper DeJean start on the opposite side of Quinyon Mitchell sometimes as well.
And Elliott said that Cooper DeJean was starting in base defense on the outside.
Huh? How about that? So do you look surprised?
I'm totally shocked.
Yeah, I'd be surprised too. How would you handicap this whole thing?
Well, let's just start off. I don't see Cooper playing outside. However, a few times they decided to play base defense. I guess maybe he could be out there as the outside corner. I just don't see that to be likely very often, as most teams don't even play base defense very often in games. That being said, don't worry, Cooper will be out there, and I think he'll be a main factor in the defense. But to your question, who's on that other side? If I'm being honest, I don't have anybody that I'm saying should be the starter right now.
Right.
So, in fear of not being definitive with my answer, I'm going to have to be non-definitive.
Well, how about this? Handicap it like if we say Ringo, Jackson, Ricks, right?
Yeah.
Give me a percent chance you think each guy is the starter. That way
I think it's pretty much the way you just listed them.
It's Ringo won.
I would think Ringo it's his job to lose.
Yeah, I think they probably want Ringo to win the job.
Yeah.
That would be my guess, is they want him to win it. But
there's something there, in my opinion. And this is his third year?
Yes.
This is a big year. Because, my old coach, the late, great Jim Johnson, he once told me, and he believed that by your third year, you're sort of defining who you are in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Right now is the third year pretty much shows what you're going to be and who you're going to be in the NFL. Now, there's always exceptions to the rule, but for the most part, players will usually have either shown you this is what they are or this is what they aren't. And so this is big for Keely and Sidney Brown, and we'll talk about him on another day when we talk about that position, is because it's now or never. Either you're going to prove yourself to be a starter or you're going to be a backup. All right, you're going to be a backup. I know this personally.
Yeah.
I was in that position. So I know this personally.
Well, I almost think it's a little bit like Tyler Steen. Right?
Right.
If this isn't the year
that's
for you.
That's another prime example,
right?
Yes.
If this isn't the year, and I actually think that year might have been last year for Tyler Steen, but if this isn't the year for you, then you're not going to make it here.
Well, you're not going to be a starter.
Right,
you're,
right.
You're a backup.
Right.
That's pretty much how they're going to view you. So I think Keely gets the first shot. I would imagine he'd have to be a liability out there for them to go to a Dory Jackson. Only reason I say that is because he's younger, and so you would want him to be the guy that's opposite Quinyon Mitchell. You go to Adoree if you feel like Keely can't be the starter.
Yeah.
Adoree's the veteran. He understands coverages. He understands down and distance. He understands situational football. He's their insurance policy if the young player doesn't live up to what they expect. So I think Keely gets the first shot, and if it's his job to lose, and then it's Adoree if Keely doesn't win it.
I think it's
Eli Ricks is the backup.
I think it's worth noting that Keely Ringo wasn't even the first backup last year. Isaiah Rodgers was.
Exactly.
And I think
it's much like Sidney.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think the question for me is, or the other part of this is, Vic Fangio doesn't seem to care about I'm not saying he's like some bandit or whatever, does whatever he wants, but the organizational priority of my gut would be, if you'd ask Howie, he'd say, give Keely every chance in the world. Whereas Vic Fangio is going to look and say, if Adoree Jackson gives him a better chance of having a better defense, I feel like Vic Fangio is just going to start Adoree Jackson.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like that.
And he should.
Yeah, and that's what I agree
we got
with.
high expectations.
Yep, absolutely.
And so Coach Fangio is going to put guys out there that he can rely on. The number one thing for a defensive coordinator, man, is can he trust you? Meaning that, do you know what the hell you're supposed to be doing out there? Now, it's one thing physically if you can't do it, but from a mental standpoint, you can't be out there making mental mistakes because you break down and you compromise the entire defense when you don't know what you're supposed to do out there. And that's where Adoree Jackson comes in at.
Right.
As sort of the veteran guy that you can put out there. And that's why Isaiah Rodgers got the shot of being out there, even though it was his first year in the defense.
Yep.
He's been in the league long enough that he understands coverages, down and distance, and all those sorts of things.
Well, and you just saw last year Fangio basically not playing Devin White and basically not playing Bryce Huff, even though the team had indicated they now look, obviously they believed a lot more in Bryce Huff. Devin White was a 1 year, $5 million deal, but it was still something.
$5 million.
Yeah, $5 million. It's not nothing.
Yes.
And same with Bryce Huff but we forget this sometimes. Bryce Huff was the most guaranteed money they handed out last offseason, more than Saquon Barkley.
Yep.
Yeah, so. You should
They
be
did not
interesting.
extend Bryce Huff this offseason.
They didn't give him $40 million?
They
They gave him $40 million guaranteed?
Bryce Huff, who was he at practice today?
Reportedly not there.
Reportedly not. We'll find out from Elliot who else wasn't
Better be
there.
some excused absences.
It better be. Maybe he had what did Jalen say?
Sconces. Oh no, that was Kerry Williams.
Sconces.
Yeah,
He was
look for
picking out
sconces.
sconces. What did Jalen say when they asked him why did he go to the White House?
Conflict.
Scheduling conflict.
Scheduling conflict, and that's not pertinent right now.
Yes.
And no follow-up question.
Yeah, and then AJ Brown. I had a personal commitment, not political.
Not political. That didn't do anybody in the White House.
Yep. All right. Coming up next.
Well, Bryce Huff doesn't get that.
No.
Yeah, he doesn't get scheduling
No.
conflicts.
I wonder if Bryce Huff, if he changed his number. I wonder if anyone knows how to get in touch with Bryce Huff.
I thought you meant his number.
No. It's the actual phone number, Coming up next, I'm actually concerned about this guy. A potentially broken man is coming up next. So we are the official flyer show in Philadelphia.
Always have been.
And we do Flyers in 50 with Broads, 3:30 every Wednesday, usually.
Broads ought to be excited.
Well, but last Friday,
yeah, but he got emasculated last Friday.
He got pantsed by Al Morgani.
Yeah.
So
shockingly,
the question is, does Broads have the normal Broads energy coming up next?
He's been broken.
Yeah.
Now I understand what you're saying.
A broken man. He's a broken man.
He was tweeting about out of bounds plays by Tom Thibodeau for Obi last night.
I saw that.
I mean,
who are you trying to fool?
Who are seriously?
You see me tweeting about like what happened in a hockey game?
He can't even spell basketball.
Yeah.
Let alone shoot basketball. I mean, what are you talking about?
He's watching the game going, yeah, why are these guys on skates?
Yeah, what a sick out of bounds play by
Can you dump it, Jason, basketball?
Wow.
All right. Flyers in 50 is next. This is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. You know, Broads is the kind of guy, when you call your friends to move, that's why you don't call your friends to help you move. Guys like Broads. You can't depend on Broads, right? You call your friends to move. Moving is one of the most stressful things you can do as a human. And you call your friends, rely on your friends. You love them, but are they good at moving? Are they going to show up on time? Are they going to not break your stuff? Are they going to finish everything in one day? Probably not. Call Meeting House Movers like I did. I just moved a month ago, and very stressful situation if you had heard the show during that time. Meeting House Movers took some stress off my plate. First of all, they show up right on time when they say they're going to be there. Not always the factor with your buddies, right? The other thing is they're going to take care of your stuff and make sure it gets from point A to point B untouched. Not untouched, but in one piece as it's supposed to be. They're going to get everything done in time. They're going to show up on time. They're going to take care of your stuff. They're going to take that stress off your plate. They're your friends for the day if your friends were good at moving. So next time you have to move, I want you to write this down. You might not have to move right now, but I want you to write it down for next time. Next time you have to move, don't call your friends. Call your friends for the day. Meeting House Movers. Go to meetinghousemovers.com. That is meetinghousemovers.com.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies Braves. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And that one has tied the game. Max Kepler.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realize fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Burst pipes, leaks, clogs, corrosions, or even a loud, mysterious noise? Don't wait for one of these plumbing problems to strike. Contact Horizon Services today. Horizon has the expertise to solve any plumbing problem because they've seen it all. Horizon has same-day service 24/7, so you won't wait around. And if it's a bigger job, say a water heater installation, Horizon Services has money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. Schedule now at horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers without auto-pay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without auto-pay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, tennis fans, the stage is set for French Open action. Conquer the court with an odds boost token from BetMGM. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your odds boost token. Then place a bet on any French Open matchup and activate your token. Just make sure to bet up to the maximum stake specified on the token. If your boosted bet hits, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is your betting home for the French Open. Claim your French Open odds boost token and activate the token before placing your bet. At BetMGM, we're adding more excitement to every serve and every rally. Join the action in Paris and go for the ace today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are withdrawable cash. cash. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with xFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hi, everybody. It's Brian Green from the Commercial Break Podcast. It's likely you've heard of the show if you're directly related to me or you follow our MySpace page. But I'm not here to talk to those three listeners. I'm here to appeal to people who haven't heard the show. Along with my co-host, Kristen Joy Hoadley, we're taking a deeper look at the topics that are affecting our youth today. Like, who are the people who are dating ghosts? Where did all these pickup artists come from? And why doesn't my preacher have a nicer private jet? We understand that these are the issues you really want to get to the bottom of. The Commercial Break is now available on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts.
Summers are for ignoring your wife at the barbecue and listening to the Phillies.
Hey!
On WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We are the official Flyers show in Philadelphia. We prove it every week with Flyers in 50. With our guy, Broads. You there, Broads?
I can't watch a basketball game on a Tuesday night and have fun without getting criticized? What the hell?
Oh, my God, look at him. He's all flyered up.
What? What'd I do? Isn't this the segment? Flyers in 50?
Whoa, look at that. I like that outfit there, brother. Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, bro,
it's a casual fit. It's a Wednesday. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Rainy day. There's no real sports on today.
Yeah.
So,
Well, that makes this even harder, actually. And, in my previous life, I was a program director, and I've had to give people bad news before. Unfortunately, I have some bad news for you in that given your performance last Friday against Al, you've been replaced.
Time for Philly's real hockey guy, Actual hockey analysis, minus the bad tattoos. It's a minute with Morganti.
Wow, a minute with Morganti.
Wow.
Oh, you guys are mean. I wish the Phillies pitching staff was as mean as you guys.
Well, we needed some real hockey analysis from the real hockey expert on the station.
This is horrible. I feel terrible. It's all your fault, Spike. All your fault.
Or is this pre-recorded?
No, he's there.
Oh, this is live.
Yeah.
What's up? Oh, listen, this is how much respect Al is. A respectful man, how much respect he has.
Well, yeah, respectful. He showed up at 3:30. I don't know how respectful you think he is.
Well, he recalled back in after our big argument to just talk about how great the segment was, which is just fantastic. And I'll be joining the Flyers pod tomorrow morning.
No, this is so desperate and sad.
No.
Why don't you give us some Flyers info,
Try
Al?
to get back in the good graces.
This is all your fault, Spike. You should have called that off earlier. The kid was bleeding from his ears. I did everything but field dress him and throw him in the truck, and you let it go on and on.
No, that's ridiculous. That's not true. I put up a fight. Maybe the nose was touching the earlobe by the end, but I had a couple jabs in there, Al.
You had too much respect. You're supposed to go right for the jugular. You've got a situation. You're Morgan Wallen. I'm Willie Nelson. You should be able to just bury me in that.
Yeah, but it's nonsense, because once I started getting personal with your friends, you have this organic flame that I just don't have in the fight.
Well, anyway, if you're looking at the Flyers now, I will tell you, bros, that I am following this Carter Hart trial. And
So am I. Yeah, this is
It is icky. It is icky, but I'm telling you, that's not with the judge. They've thrown out 2 juries. It's bizarre. And the more you get into it, the more you realize the Flyers may have a choice to make on whether they're interested in bringing him back if he's cleared of this, if he's cleared as a free agent. In the meantime, they got to do something this summer. There's a Russian player they could get. There's free agents. There's veterans goaltenders in case they don't go that way. Here's the deal with the Flyers. You can do 2 things at once. I know the other winner team didn't want to do it this way. You can play chess while you play checkers, and they have to play checkers in the regular season. They got to go out and get a top-notch or at least a viable veteran centerman to bring these guys along, especially Michkov. So there's no fooling around this summer. It starts with the draft or just before. Go out and make something happen so you can succeed this season and then have your plans from beyond.
Wow, look at that real hockey analysis. Let me ask you this, Al. And then hush, bros. Be quiet. I'm asking the smart guy here.
I'm on the bench over here waiting for my shift.
It looks and you're all in the equipment today.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, it makes me feel way worse though.
Yes.
Do you think? All right. So the question with Carter Hart would be, if for some reason he the trial does not go the way, he does not get convicted,
right,
but there is still that thing in the air. Do you think the Flyers would have the stomach, even if he didn't get convicted, to bring him back in? Because somebody will.
So I think Vegas certainly would, or Edmonton, where he's from. Depending on what they do with the cup here, I think it depends on what comes out in this trial, just how graphic it is here on what went on.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, Spike, if you go read the transcripts and see what happens now, to have 2 juries thrown out, and then to have a key piece of quote evidence thrown out from a player, if you're the Crown right now, it's what they call the case in Canada, the people that are bringing the case, the government. I don't think you've got much here on what went on. I'm not condoning anything, obviously, but they are making a pretty strong case, in my opinion, that these guys should not be convicted. That it was kind of a lot of consensual stuff went on.
Well, the thing that happened now, goalie's more important than a punter, but in the NFL with Matt Araiza, who was, by the way, mostly cleared of everything that he did, but it took a year for anybody to decide to sign him again. But, a young goalie, Carter Hart's still a young guy, right? I mean, he's 27, 28 years old.
Younger. And
really?
the fact that he's a product of, bringing him in, played here, it's just, to me, it's the all-time warning on what's gone on here with young athletes. You just can't get it. You're not going to get away with anything, and there's always video of everything. So I mean, it's a nasty story. But to your point, I think it's ownership and not management that would have to deal with this, and you're dealing with a big company. I think that would be the issue, Spike, on what you would do with corporate ownership that they have.
Now,
Can I throw something Al's way real quick?
What do you think,
Just 'cause-
Jack?
Al segment. Al segment.
It goes back to our big debate about, Rick Tocchet being able to bring in guys. How about Thatcher Demko? Can we get Vancouver's netminder, Thatcher Demko? Take a look at what's happening there, and then we get to snag our netminder.
Well, he's certainly being kept in play. I mean, he's injured. I mean, he's got an injury history. That would be something. But to me, if this kid's cleared, and I make it clear, if he's innocent of this, I think that would be the way to go. A young goaltender like that. And they certainly go out. I mean, goaltenders, God knows, they've got a young Russian guy that's presumably going to come over. But it's like with all coaches, you're only as good as your goaltending. And that's where the Flyers are going to have to land this year.
Wow. Well, this was honestly the most informative version of this segment we've ever had.
You're such a you-know-what. You're such a
And he's sitting there in the whole, like, Flyers. He's got the gloves on.
I got the gloves.
He looks like an idiot.
I was ready to go. I was so fired up, ready to bounce back.
And then you got pants.
Yeah.
Yeah, pants twice, 2 weeks in a row. I mean, this job is just disgusting. This job now.
Rhodes will be on our podcast tomorrow with Ashland's.
Okay.
There
All
you
right.
go.
And you can get that wherever you get your podcast. Also, the free
right,
Odyssey.
South Philly sauce.
South Philly sauce. There you go. Well, bro, it was a good run. Thanks, Al. Good to have you.
What the hell? First off, I filled in for your show on Monday. Didn't play any tricks. All right, no Daryl Morey sucks day, which was part of my plan, like Jalen Hurts Appreciation Day. So I did just the standard protocol. You know, I mean, I'm here for you. And somehow I get backhanded in the face like I'm Chris Rock.
Well, it was Lakin's idea. This was all Lakin's idea. I don't know.
You guys sent Broads out there alone. It's like a helicopter, no wings. Everybody else got wings. Broads goes out there alone.
Look, man, he is with the big boys now. You got to throw him in the deep end and hope he can swim. So.
Well, I can swim, damn it. I had to go back to the tape, by the way. It's when you're a fighter, when I watch UFC, in the moment, they get all, what? I didn't win! And then they go back to the tape and they realize, hey, there were some flaws.
No.
Yeah.
Don't go back in the tape. You got a
No,
family. Don't make him go through it.
No, I went to the tape. I saw what he did. You threw a couple of chirps. See, I went in maybe a suit and tie, very formal debate. You went in glass banger. You're calling me, a piece of crap. You're throwing chirps my way. So now I know for game 2, your ass is gone.
Pause.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Al. Thank you,
No worries,
bros.
guys.
All
Have a
right.
good one.
There it is.
Oh, man.
See you guys.
See you, bros.
Hi, bros.
Yeah. Flyers in 50 becomes a minute with Morgani. Oh, man. Poor bros. Poor
Well,
bro.
I didn't even know he was gonna get all dressed up either.
Oh, dude. Yeah,
Made it even better.
If you're just listening, not watching, Broads was wearing a Flyer sweater, had the gloves on, had a stick.
Man, he had everything but the skates and a hat.
Yeah,
and
we
a
didn't
helmet.
even see his feet. He
Right,
could have had the
coulda
skates on.
skates on, yeah.
It really made me sad to tell him as he was all dressed
Right.
up like I was firing a little kid or something.
Yeah, as soon as I saw him in the video, I'm like, oh god, yeah, this is not good, man. He was pumped up for this one today.
By the way, his face.
Yeah.
If you get the chance, you should go back and watch that on YouTube. His face when I was telling him you've been replaced was truly like real sad stuff.
Yep.
Real sad stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We always got to let bros know he's on thin ice here.
Yep.
Not to make it a hockey thing.
Oh, nice pun.
Yeah. But again, like some of these guys, like Buzz, Buzz showing a little bit of cockiness. He's got his feet off in the studio, or shoes off.
Yeah, he definitely needs to be reeled back in.
Yes.
Yes.
Or he's going to be ranked 3rd behind Morgenstein, maybe even 4th behind our new Phillies insider, Alex Call.
Alex
Maybe
Call,
he'll be 3rd, too.
By the way, 10-year anniversary yesterday for Buzz of the Six Flags disaster.
Oh, wow. And how did he celebrate? New pair of underwear?
Yeah, maybe he washed himself.
Yeah. 215-592-9494. Colonial Hyundai. They're always washed when you show up at Colonial Hyundai. Yeah, that brand new dealership, brand new showroom. John Ashdale, the cars are making sure everything fast, easy, better every time you go to Colonial Hyundai. And until May 31st, it's very, very special. It's normally special. Normally very special, I would say, when you go to Colonial. Now, that's very, very special. You have your choice between two great things. One, 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. And they've got a great stock right now. They've got Elantras, they've got Palisades, they've got Konas, they've got, the Ioniq 5, the Ioniq 6, 20% off any new Hyundai in stock, or you can get $6,500 for your trade, no matter what condition it's in. No matter what condition. Might have two wheels. Maybe the windows don't even come down anymore when you hit the buttons. Whatever it is, they're going to give you $6,500 for your trade. You have your choice between those two until May 31st. You're also going to get great financing at Colonial, help you out with price that way. So your financing is as low as 0%. And every new Hyundai from Colonial comes with Hyundai Assurance, America's best warranty, and you get 3 years of complimentary maintenance. Online 24/7, colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. See dealer for full details. Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Will you be upset if the Phillies don't retaliate against the Braves? 52.2% say yes. Torrin in Souderton, you're on WIP. What's up, Torrin?
I was about to leave you guys. All right, first and foremost, go Birds.
Go Birds.
Go Birds.
All right, I'll take you off speaker. I know it's I know it's a faux pas. Can I get some Ike juice, please?
Yep. They must have been drinking that Ike juice.
You better ramp this up, Torrin.
Oh, my God.
Anthony in Hatfield, you're on WIP. What's up, Ant?
Hi, I was calling to bring up the Harper getting hit again and how the Phillies don't retaliate. I firmly believe that every team has the right to retaliate if one of their players get hit. I don't understand why the Phillies haven't done it for years and years. I remember growing up and seeing Utley play, fighting the people, and Utley being voted as a dirty player. I remember baseball being like that. People just played hard. I think it's just because a lot of baseball players got soft.
You said you think they should be allowed. So you said the rules should permit a team to hit a player on a team when one of their players gets hit. That's
not necessarily a rule. I would say like team morale based.
Okay.
Like protecting your family kind of deal.
What if do you think Spencer Strider hit Bryce Harper on purpose?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh, you do?
Okay.
Yeah. Well, then fine. Yeah, I don't think he did. I don't think the prevailing opinion is that he did. And every time somebody says well, they should hit him, my response is always, okay, and then what? And then what? Like, then is it just over? Or like, what have we gained by putting a player on first base?
It's a very fine line. I do agree with what you're saying to walk on.
Yeah.
However, if we continue to allow it to happen, it's going to be, well, if they're soft, they're just going to allow it to happen. So why not just throw at them? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I honestly, not to cut you off, Anthony, I don't even think it's a fine line, quite frankly. I think you're the benefit because it's early enough in the season. You're in first place, so you're not in a position where you're trying to get into a playoff position or you're on a 4-game losing streak and you can't afford to give away a game because you're trying to get back on the winning track. The Phillies, because of their schedule, they've had a pretty good month. They have the best record in baseball. We know it's early, so the record doesn't matter as much to me as much as it does to show your player, to show your teammate that you have his back. And I think that is more valuable than a win in May. I just do. I think it's more valuable than a win in May. I think Bryce Harper will certainly feel a lot better. These baseball players know they're going to lose a game. This is not football. So it's not like they're going to lose another game this year. This means more to me right now than winning the game.
All right.
It means more. And Bryce has been hit 3 times in the last 4 games. Like, what are we doing?
Maybe he's too close to the plate. Well, let me ask you this.
That may be the case, but I'm just saying.
Well, let me ask you this. All right. You said, what if Bryce Harper had gotten hurt?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know I'm making a lot of assumptions here, but let's say Ranger throws at Acuna. Acuna gets hit. Acuna storms the mound. Ranger gets hurt.
Well, I tell you what, if Acuna storms the mound and JT's, what is he doing back there? Drinking coffee?
Yeah, no.
Well, he better get Acuna before he gets the Rangers.
Yeah, I just think you're opening the door for like.
We are the Fightins. You don't agree?
Yes, Mike.
Yeah, you don't agree that we're the Fightins? Like, what you talking? Yeah,
I guess.
What are we doing? We just the Fightins in name only?
I just feel like this.
Do we actually put some action behind this?
I feel like all this tough guy stuff is nonsense.
That's us.
It's not though.
No,
What do you mean it's not us?
What do you mean it's not us? It is us.
In this city?
Really?
Yes.
I think I truly believe that the Braves, if Strider did it on purpose, are trying to bait us into this sort of stuff.
You remember when Chris Baker hit Nick Foles?
Yes.
You remember what Jason Peters did?
Yes, I do.
The bodyguard.
Yes.
Yes. That's what we need more of.
It's football.
You remember when they threw it at Shane Victorino? Hiroki Kuroda?
And he was like, "Don't throw it out here, throw it in." And he's telling him, "Don't throw it at his head." He's telling me, "Okay."
Yes, I do.
That?
Yeah.
You remember out in San Francisco, they threw it at Victorino again, and Eli Whiteside was acting like a clown, and benches cleared, and it was a heated rivalry. Phil's Giants.
Yeah.
You know, that's camaraderie.
Yeah.
That shows you got your teammates back.
Yeah.
And again, if someone attacked you, we would defend you.
Yeah.
No one's attacking me.
You don't know that.
Well, it could
Better
happen,
keep your head
by
on a
the way.
swivel.
Yeah.
Unless it's Chuck.
Well, yeah. I mean, Chuck has specifically said that he will. Actually, Herb said he would today.
Yeah, but no one's.
I'm gonna tell you, if Herb attacks you, I got to at least let it go for a few minutes.
Yeah.
Just so I can see how this thing plays itself out.
I think Big V threatened me once.
I wouldn't let Chuck get a hold of you. I don't want to see how that plays out.
That would not go well.
Yeah, but Herb,
well, if
that might be an even matchup there.
For fun, yeah.
If Chuck came at me, I would just put my hand on his head like that. And
Just hold him back. You wouldn't be able to reach
yeah.
you. See, y'all didn't have a visual here. I had to explain what he was doing.
All right, Ant. I got you, brother. Thank you for the call. I appreciate you, man. It really doesn't happen in baseball very much anymore. Baseball and hockey. The amount of fighting in both of those sports has gone down considerably in the last 20
too?
Yeah, it's definitely not what it was.
They don't drop the gloves.
They fight sometimes, but I mean, when we were growing up, fighting in hockey was, I mean, there were specific fighters on every team, and
I'll never forget watching Outside the Lines report.
Yeah.
On fighting in hockey.
Oh yeah.
And the guys who were sort of the designated fighters, whether you were the goon or you were the guy that has to go fight.
Sure.
The amount of guys who basically lived in fear of having to do that, knowing that was their role. Now, you said you had some guys who embraced it and didn't mind because they knew they were going to pummel somebody. But then you have the guys that weren't necessarily great fighters but knew that's what they had to go do as their role. And they just talked about the depression and anxiety they would have
that
going
they were going to have
games,
to fight,
knowing that was their role.
Well, yeah, I mean the great ones were great. I mean, you want to spend all day on YouTube watching Domi and Probert videos of those guys blasting each other. Honestly, the thing I would be terrified of is you see one guy get cut by a blade or something.
Oh yeah, I'm out.
Yeah,
I'm out. Because then we go from playing hockey to I got to see you in the locker room.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Like this is going past hockey. Yeah, I'm gonna be outside waiting on you if I start bleeding.
Yeah, I miss
from
it.
Ice skate.
I miss it in hockey. It always felt silly to me in baseball. I think always the funniest thing to me in baseball was when somebody would storm the mound and the dugouts would empty. The guys coming from the bullpen are just so far away.
And they aren't sprinting.
No,
they're light jogging.
Yeah, it's like, oh, could this end before I get there?
I know.
Yeah.
I feel like the bullpen pitchers are always eye rolling on their way in.
Yeah, it's like, oh my God.
Here we go.
Yeah.
No. Like you watch it from afar.
Yeah.
No, don't do that.
Meanwhile, if I was a bullpen guy, I'd be like it's like being a starter stance to get out there on the field, man.
Oh, you'd be waiting.
Man.
Yeah.
No, Papelbon would have the tribal tattoo out ready to go.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you guys don't like Papelbon. I like Papelbon. I wish we had Papelbon here.
Philly's all-time leader in saves.
He is, and probably will end the all-time leader in saves unless something changes in baseball.
We can't let that happen.
Well, just so happens that the save has become a meaningless stat in baseball.
Yeah, but it's not that out. It's not like that far out of reach.
No,
it's not that far out of reach.
What you got, 300 or something like that?
3 seasons as a regular closer should get it done.
How many saves does he have? I'm surprised.
I think it's like 100.
So I'm surprised he has more than like Bedrosian was a closer for a while. I'm trying to think.
Obviously Lidge.
Yeah. But Lidge
so
was.
Papelbon only has 123.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's 123. Jose Mesa, the GOAT, had 112.
Okay.
Bedrosian had 103. Mitch Williams had 102. Lidge had a straight 100.
Okay.
And Tugger had 94.
Okay. And Lidge was basically 3 seasons.
Yeah.
It was really one season.
One season, yeah.
His ERA in 09 was like 7 something.
215-592-9494. All right, Eagles started OTAs yesterday, but today was the first day that the media got to watch OTAs. Elliot was there. He will join us next to tell us what he saw. 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Man, I've been a loyal customer of the Scott Auto Group for years. My first car, my current car, both came from the Scott Auto Group. I love my Scott family. And you need to check out the all-new Scott Kia location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. A stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a car buying process that's easy, transparent, and genuinely enjoyable. They value your time and treat you like an MVP. It's time to experience what 5-star service feels like. It's always smooth sailing of Scott Kia of Limerick and Springfield. And when you go, make sure you tell them Fritz sent you.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom. Stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Summer adventure awaits at Dick's House of Sport. Visit us all season to score the hottest outdoor essentials. Join our summer camps, climb the rock wall, host a birthday party, and more. Plus, test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage, while fine-tuning your equipment with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services. And while you're here, shop trending styles from top brands you love, like Chubbies, Kalia, New Balance, Birkenstock, and FP Movement. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, navigation. Take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The Starbucks Summer Berry Refresher is officially back. Bold notes of raspberry, blueberry, and blackberry shaken with ice and poured over raspberry-flavored pearls. Try it with lemonade or coconut milk. Available for a limited time. Your Summer Berry Refresher is ready at Starbucks.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Tyrese Halliburton is an absolute superstar. And anyone, see the people in Connecticut, arguing about it, don't know what they're talking about. It's not just last night's 32-point, 12 rebound, 15 assists, 4 steal, 0 turnover performance. It's the fact that he's been a catalyst for a Pacers team 2 years in a row that have made the conference finals and are now, because of his excellence and his leadership and his clutch play, on the verge of a finals appearance. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We are 99 days from kickoff. The first OTA visible to the media was today, and our guy, Go Birds podcast owner, Elliot Shore Parks, was there to see it. Elliot, how you feeling, brother?
What up? How you guys doing today? How you feeling?
Oh, man. We're doing great. We're doing great, Elliot. So they moved
You guys excited?
What type of hoodie you got on there?
Yeah, what is that? Oh, it's a
It's a hoodie. Yeah, it's a soccer thing. Don't worry.
soccer.
I should have known. If I don't understand what it is, it has to be a damn soccer.
Yeah,
thing.
exactly. Well, it's nice to see Spike repping Jalen Hurts' company. I know that as a big fan of his.
Oh, Jordan Brand? Oh, yeah. That's
exactly.
Jalen's company?
Yeah, exactly.
All right. All right. Oh, boy. We're starting off hot, aren't you? So before we get to practice, Kevin Patullo talked today, really for the first time. Some other players talked. What did you think of Patullo's first press conference?
Yeah, so I think if your concern is that Kevin Patullo is just an extension of Nick Sirianni and maybe isn't going to bring new, innovative ideas to the offense, I think this press conference probably didn't do anything to ease those concerns. But you could also hear from listening to him talk today, like you can tell him and Nick do have good chemistry. They have worked together for a really long time. He brought that up a lot. He said, Nick Sirianni is one of his biggest offensive influences as like an offensive mind and as a coach. He said at one point, his job isn't much different other than leading the offensive room now. So it's just a press conference. We saw with Nick Sirianni himself that the first press conference is not always a good indication of who a coach is going to be. And I don't think it was a bad press conference, but I also don't know if he did anything to alleviate the concern that he's just an extension of Nick Sirianni as opposed to someone that is going to have fresh ideas for an offense that might need it next year.
My guess would be the last thing he wants to do is have one of his quotes lead a headline in his first press conference.
100%.
The one thing that struck me about him, he did seem confident and calm the entire press conference. He wasn't searching for words. He looked like a pro up there to me. And I think if I'm Kevin Patullo, my goal for my first press conference is nobody has anything to say about anything. And I think that's probably what he accomplished.
And to your point, he was not going to get up there and say, well, Kellen Moore liked to do this and I'm going to do that. Or Nick does this. And he was never going to give those type of details out. So I agree with you. Having been around Kevin Patullo since he's been here, he is a confident, impressive guy. And the success speaks for itself of what he's had with Nick Sirianni. My biggest concern about this team, maybe overall, is are they going to be able to have a counterpunch ready when the league has spent all offseason preparing for him? And Kevin Patullo is a big part of that. He's the guy in that job. So that's not something we'll get an answer to for, 4, 5, 6 weeks into the season. And I just think today he sounded like a guy that's always worked with Nick and that believes a lot of what Nick believes.
Yeah, you know what? I'm interested and excited to see what this new coaching sort of combination brings. And you might as well throw Jalen into the combination as well, because I'm sure he'll have input on what he likes to run, what he prefers to run, what works best for him. You want to put a quarterback in a situation where he feels comfortable in doing things that he likes to do, because quite frankly, when he's out there on the field, he's the extension of the coach. And in fear of sounding like OG Wade, when he's talking about Jalen, this is one area where he is correct at, is that Jalen controls a lot of what happens with the offense on the field. Even the Saquon Barkley runs. When he checks to a run play or he gets them out of a certain play, that's Jalen sort of orchestrating. They may give him a check with me or they give him 2 plays where he can run this or run that, but a lot of it is him and what he sees out there. And this is why I wanted continuity, because while I believe Kellen Moore was an asset to some degree last year, I'm not so sure bringing in someone who hadn't been here, because at least with Brian Johnson had been here with Shane Steichen, with Nick Sirianni, with Kevin Patullo. They had all been here. And I'm not saying the offense is running great every week, but it almost seems to me that there may have been too much there for Jalen to sort of digest and dissect early in the season. And that was the Kellen Moore effect on the offense. Remember, everybody wanted motion, pre-snap, all this other stuff. And maybe that was just too much stuff to have in. I don't know. But bringing Patullo here, at least he's been here with Jalen for 4 years. So he should have a good idea of the good and the bad of what Jalen likes. And that's why I wanted the continuity. I'm excited about this, Elliot. Get excited. Get everyone else excited too, Elliot.
Well, the way you just talked about the play calling, I think is the correct way to talk about it. And I would say it's almost like the play call that comes in is a suggestion to Jalen. Here's what we would run. But once you see the defense and you then Jalen checks quite a bit. He audibles quite a bit. He runs what he wants to run. I think the concern for me with Kevin Patullo in the role he is it's going to be about not so much the play calling and the play design to an extent. They got to have answers to give Jalen out there on the field. I think in 2023, Jalen didn't always. Now, I think he held the most of the blame for the blitz thing, but it is also true that I don't know if they did the best job giving him simple answers against the blitz to get into if he needed to. And I think that's what that's where my concern is if they're presented with a new problem, but have the same minds working on it, are they going to have a fresh set of ideas to fix that problem? Because the play calling thing, Jalen audibles and checks so much, that's not really a concern. They have a ton of talent. They'll make plays. It's more when there is a problem out there on the field, are they going to be able to solve it? And that's the concern for me.
Anybody else today speak of note? Anybody say anything of interest that you heard talk today?
Yeah, so Dallas Goddard talked for the first time since his offseason. And credit to Dallas. I think he was very, very honest about what the situation was like for him. He said there were times where he would just sit there on the couch and just think about the fact that his time with the Eagles could be over. He talked about the possibility of being released, of being traded. Where there were times his agent would call and he was expecting a call back, essentially saying like it's over, right? But that didn't happen. He said he wanted to be back in Philadelphia. He said that the number he signed for, he thinks represents his desire to be back in Philadelphia. And I asked him, does he view this as a 1-year deal, or does he view this as he can still be an Eagle for life? And I think he kind of hedged on that question a little bit, but basically said, I have an agent and we'll see what happens next year. So I don't think it was the best or like most harmonious process when it happened, but being around Dallas now, and I think they're in a good place now for this season.
OTAs, the first practices that you could watch started today. So this was voluntary. Players didn't have to go. Was there anybody of note that was not there today?
Yeah, so Devontae wasn't there, Lane wasn't there, Landon Dickerson wasn't there. AJ Brown was there but didn't really practice, or at least didn't do team drills. Cam Jurgens was there but didn't practice. Nakobe Dean and Jahad Campbell were in the facility, but they left and went into the main building right before practice, so they weren't in the bubble for practice. The most noteworthy one might have been Bryce Huff. Like, Bryce Huff wasn't there. You wonder, June 1st coming up, maybe that's something where maybe something happens there in terms of a trade or a release. Now, I don't know if he's been there other days, and maybe just the day the media was there, he happened not to be there. But considering the season he had, like, he's probably not one of the people you would want to see missing OTAs.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah,
I would agree
imagine.
with that.
Yeah.
If he had another,
I don't even know if. Well, never mind.
Well, if he had another, what's the word I'm looking for? Another commitment. He should probably cancel that other commitment and go to OTAs.
I was gonna say it had to be pretty important.
Something. Who knows?
Personal, right? But yeah, he was not there.
It was actually, I think it was your video that I saw of Nakobe Dean just like walking in shorts and a jersey. I was actually happy to just see Nakobe Dean walking normally. The way they painted that injury, I actually didn't think I would just see Nakobe Dean walking around, into the facility as if he was going to practice at this point. So I took that as a positive sign for Nakobe, actually.
Yeah, he didn't have a brace on. He wasn't, using a crutch or anything like that. I will say, watching the linebackers today, before we get into some of the other positions, so it was Zach Bond and Jeremiah Trotter Jr. out there with the first team. But a name to keep an eye on, we talked about him a little bit, I think yesterday, Smile Mondon Jr. out of Georgia. He was like Zach Bond's shadow at practice today. Everything Bond was doing, Mondon was like right behind him, mimicking him. You almost wonder if the Eagles have told him, like, hey, follow Zach Bond around and do what he does, because he was there. And just athletically, like, today was a good chance to get just eyes on the rookies, who's big, who's small, that type of thing. And Smile Mondon Jr. definitely passed the eye test as a linebacker. Like, you can see the speed. He has good size, and people talk a lot about his football IQ. So he's a name to keep an eye on, because if Nakobe's not ready, they move Jahad around. You wonder if Smile could end up winning that job.
So let's go through the positions that we have questions about, and you tell us who the starter was. At the cornerback on the other side of Quinyon Mitchell, so CB2.
Yeah.
Who was at CB2?
So 2 notes on that. First, when they were in base defense, so only 2 corners on the field, it was Cooper and Quinyon. And so I think that's worth noting. Like, Cooper is going to play some outside corner this year. He talked after practice how he did it in college, but it is a challenge and you'll have to learn to do it. So it looks like Quinyon and Cooper will be out on the field for every snap this year. Now, when they went to nickel, that's where the competition begins. And to start practice, I was really surprised at this. It was Adoree Jackson out there in 7-on-7s with the first team defense.
Wow.
When they went to 11-on-11, that's when Keeley was out there with the first team defense. So my biggest takeaway from today is that is a legit competition. This isn't Keeley's job to lose.
Splitting the reps.
Yeah, they're splitting the reps. I thought that Keeley would take all the first team reps today. Obviously, I was wrong about that, but I was surprised they split the way they did. So we'll be out there next week and get to see him practice. We'll see what it looks like then. But it is clear that is a competition between those two.
And by the way, it should be.
I agree.
Yeah, listen, I like Keely Ringo. Keely Ringo's never been a starter in this league for 17 weeks, so I don't know what he can do out there. And quite frankly, anything Vic Fangio does is the correct thing to do.
That's the truth.
So I'm gonna just leave it at that. If he thinks competition is best, and it usually does bring the best out of players when you know something isn't just being given to you, that just because you have one good day of practice doesn't mean you can rest on your laurels. You got to go back out there and do it again. I love the fact that Coach Fangio is creating that type of environment to where these guys feel like, hey, I got a shot to be the starter too. And so, yeah, that should bring the best out of all these guys.
All right, how about safety?
Man, the safety position, I've covered a lot of training camp battles, a lot of like positions that are loaded. I don't know if I've ever seen a position like this where there is like 6 or 7 legit guys that have an argument to make the roster. So Reed Blankenship was not out there today, and they did more shifting around at safety than any other position. To start the day, it was Sidney Brown and Andrew Makuba. Makuba being out there was surprising considering he's a rookie getting first-team reps. They put Lewis Seen in there. They put Tristan McCullum in there. They put Andre Sam in there, who had one of the nicer pass breakups of the day. I know Christian Parker, the defensive back coach, really likes him. Maxon Hook out of Toledo got some reps out there. Like, they have some decision making to do at safety. And this isn't even mentioning the possibility that we've talked about with Justin Simmons. So that is a loaded position now.
Well, he won't be a possibility if these guys do what they're supposed to do.
Exactly.
Justin Simmons won't be here.
And I like a lot of them are going to have to fail. And to be clear, they could. Like, none of those names I just said are proven NFL players. So while it is a position that's loaded with decisions and bodies, it's not a position that's loaded with proven talent that you can count on. So it's possible that Tristan McCullum, Andre Sam, Sidney Brown, Makuba, like, it's very possible at the end of OTAs, they're like, yeah, these guys aren't ready. But it was just noteworthy how much shuffling they did there and how open that battle is. You figure they'll keep 4, maybe 5 safeties on the roster. And so there could be a good player or 2 players that get cut from this team at safety.
And how about right guard? Now, you said a lot of you said Landon Dickerson wasn't there. Cam Jurgens was not playing. But was it Steen or was it, what's the name of the new kid?
What is the new game? What is his name?
Kenyon Green.
Kenyon Green. So who was out there?
Yeah. So Tyler Steen was with the first team offensive line. And, you know, while a lot of people weren't there, like you said, it doesn't really impact his spot. Like, him and Kenyon Green were there. So he was with the first team offensive line today. I'll be interested to see when we're out there next week if he is back there again. But I think of all the battles we're talking about, you know, I could see a world where his job might be the most secure of all of them. Like safety, there's a lot of questions. Keeley and Adoree, I think, is legitimate competition. Linebacker, there's injury concerns. Tyler Steen, like, was going to be the starter last year until Makai took the job. He played well last year when he went in. And Kenyon has a lot to prove. So I don't think he's a lock to be the starter or anything like that. But I do feel like it's probably more his job to lose than these other battles we're talking about.
Yeah.
All right. We saved the most important one for last. What everybody wants to know, our quarterback, how did Kyle McCord look?
Only 1 for 1. Only 1 for 1.
There you go. Perfect. Kyle McCord, perfect.
He did have the highest completion percentage of all the quarterbacks.
There you go. There you go.
Step in the right direction.
My guy. How'd Jalen look?
No, he looked awesome. I mean, he was 20 of 21, no touchdowns, no interceptions. He looked a lot like he did in training camp last year. A lot of checkdowns. I don't think he.
Yeah. No deep passes.
Jack's on the call now. Here we
go.
go.
Yeah. No passes completed over 20 yards plus in the last 9 weeks of last year.
Yeah. But if he plays. If he plays the style of football he played today, he'll probably be Super Bowl MVP again. So
there you go.
I think it was a productive style of football. No, he didn't really do anything special out there today. No real passing attempts that were risky. No special throws. His best throw was probably to Goddard for about a 12-yard completion. Hit Goddard in stride. Goddard had 5 catches today with AJ and Devontae not there. So yeah, 20 of 21. Pretty good. I gave him a B+.
Now, this is sort of just a throwaway question, only because I saw his profile picture yesterday. I got to admit, it was almost like taking a blue chew. A.J. Dillon.
Oh, yeah.
A.J. Dillon.
Dude, let me tell you.
My goodness. My goodness.
He's a big fella.
I mean, the size of this dude.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And by the way, he seems by his social media, he seems very excited
like a
to
nice
be
guy, yeah.
seems to enjoy being
What
here.
did that dude look like out there?
So I will say AJ Dillon running into open field was probably the biggest moment of practice where it was like it caught my attention, right?
Yeah.
Other than that, there wasn't a ton of like crazy plays or anything like that.
Yeah.
AJ Dillon caught a screen pass and started to run, and my thought was he looks awful to try to tackle. Like it was like LeGarrette Blount, but,
Yes.
like faster. So I mean, for him, just the fact he's healthy, obviously, is a big part of it. He was the third running back today. Will Shipley, I think, had a better practice than AJ Dillon.
Sure.
But just physically, they have not had a running back like that. I mean, obviously Saquon, but just like LeGarrette Blount was my similarity watching him in the open field. His combination of speed and just size and all types of other words you could.
Yeah. So you got excited like I did. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, don't worry.
Hardest wood
caught my
I've
eye.
ever
It caught my
touched.
eye.
Now,
Caught my eye.
now, Elliot, I saw a lot of beat writers around the league today. Noticed an uptick in the amount of quarterback stats.
Yeah.
Oh no, really?
Yeah. Would you say that you are the most influential beat writer that this city has ever seen?
I mean, it's hard to argue. You consider there's been a lot of greats. I'm lucky.
Interesting.
To work in the city with a lot of greats. But,
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like every single beat writer across America is doing what I do. So I'd call that influential.
Yeah.
I would say.
Well,
I don't know if you passed up Rube yet, man.
More influential than
Rube's
Rube?
a
What do you
goat.
think?
Rube's a goat.
Yeah, Rube and
Yeah.
Frank,
No,
man.
Rube-
Yeah.
Yeah. Rube's great with stats. I
Yeah.
agree. Now, other people do stats, but like I'm just
Ooh,
kidding.
boy.
And it's intercepted by Ike Reese.
There it is.
But
Guys like to be
Here's
stroked.
what I would say, though. Here's what I would say. What this means is I challenge any beat reporter out there for another team to track their quarterback throwing a better franchise record than Jalen Hurts with consecutive completions without an interception. And we can now write this down as what it is, which is probably an NFL record for consecutive passes without an interception.
Wow.
So
Yeah.
we can get that to where it belongs.
Yeah, I saw your buddy Connor Hughes. So Connor Hughes covers the Jets and Giants, and I saw him have all the quarterback
He did
stats.
quarterback stats.
Now I know him and Elliot are buddies, and I'm like, wow, he just took the page.
Oh, yeah.
It was actually, I saw a tweet from Connor that said, wow, I really got to say, Jackson Dart has aura out there. And I was like, he's Elliot. He's just taking Elliot's entire playbook.
Well, what's so funny about that? I texted Connor last week and I was like, just so you know, Jackson Dart has franchise swag. So
you told him.
That's me once again influencing the other beat writers.
Wow.
He does. Hey, listen, we both said that on draft night. We saw his fit,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
He has franchise swag. He does.
He might be terrible. Who knows? But he certainly has franchise.
Yeah, but at least he's got swag.
Yeah.
At least he got swag.
Exactly right.
Well, Elliot is in his element right now.
He is.
And if there's ever a time to subscribe to the Go Birds podcast, it is now. You'll get updates every single day. You can subscribe in your free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. Great job out there, Elliot. Great job.
Thank you. Talk to you guys soon.
There he is,
Alrighty.
Elliot Shore Parks. Yeah, I think everybody's all the beat writers, not all of them, but like
That
a
is
lot of them are
crazy.
stealing his bit now. Imitation, the most sincere form of flattery.
No, listen,
Absolutely.
no doubt. No
You need
doubt about it.
clicks. Everyone needs clicks.
Well, here's the thing that he figured out before a lot of other people figured out is that we were going into an age where people want to know this stuff.
Right.
So we didn't
yes.
even know that we wanted to know this stuff. But what else are you going to cover in training camp?
Well, that is my.
Like, what else are you going to? The quarterback is always the most important guy to cover in training
And
camp.
it's like you can always say, well, it's only training camp. Well, who cares? Then
Yeah,
what's the
who
point?
cares?
Yeah.
Yes.
Also, we know. We know.
Yeah, we know it's
Yeah,
training camp.
that was my biggest problem. Now that Elliot's not on, I can rip the other reporters.
Right.
Well, that's my problem with all the big J journos being like, what does that mean? I was like, what does that mean? I don't know. I can't be there.
Right.
I can't watch.
Yep.
He's telling me what happens at the thing that I can't watch. And if that's what I thought your job was, you know?
Unless
so
you
making
have
fun
Tom
of that.
Brady or Patrick Mahomes as your quarterback, yeah, we want to know what the hell our quarterback is doing at every practice.
Yes, of course.
Yes, we want to know if he threw 3 interceptions that day.
Yes, come on. Now, does Elliot take it to another level? He does.
He does.
Does he make defending him hard? He does.
does.
He does. But we love him, and
Yes.
he's a trailblazer.
Dude, I didn't feel this way when he first started doing this. I mocked him too.
Yes, and then you're like, well,
yes, he's convinced me. So he's worked his magic.
Yep.
You know what I mean? He's worked his magic. Real quick.
Yeah.
I need A.J. Dillon to be healthy this year.
Oh, yeah.
I just need the combination of – that's a nice trio there.
Oh, it's thunder and lightning right there.
Oh, man. You throw a little bit of – well, no, we got a little bit of exciting white in there too, man.
Oh, wow.
Forget about my boy Will Smith.
So it's thunder, lightning, and snow.
Yep. Will Shipley.
Will Shipley.
Your boy.
Yep.
Yeah, Will Shipley, man. Come on, man.
All right. We will get back to the Bryce Harper getting hit issue. Are you a big, tough guy who wants to hit a Brave? Give the other team a base runner. Wow, you really proved your point. Or are you smart like me and understand that the goal is to get the other team out, not put them on base? 215-592-9494. We will also get you the new Eagles Insider of the Year power rankings coming up next. You know, we may have to alter what we have here based on Elliot's report.
Okay.
I don't know.
Does Elliot belong on the Time magazine? Most influential
people? I think he does.
I think so.
I think he does.
Right with Jalen.
I'd put Elliott over Jalen. I actually do believe that Elliott is more influential than Jalen.
How about a Twitter poll on that?
Yeah. 215-592-9494.
I'm sure Elliott would appreciate that.
I do. That puts him in a tough spot.
Of course it does.
Yeah. Yep. Elliott more influential than Jalen. All right. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
All right. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. I tell you who needs to heat up. And that's Anthony Edwards. My goodness, this guy cost me one more damn parlay. I mean, either you are or you aren't a superstar, bro. 16 points ain't gonna get it. All right. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. Now, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Now, if you don't already have FanDuel, don't worry. It's not too late for you to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today and make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Hit the links and grab a drink with Weapon X.
Yeah, baby!
Join Brian Dawkins and Birds Legends for the Hawaiian-themed Islands Field Party. Then listen as Sports Radio 94 WIP broadcast live from the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation Celebrity Golf Tournament. Monday, June 2nd. Get your Brian Dawkins Island Field Party tickets now at 94WIP.com.
OKC looks to take out the T-Wolves in 5. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Thunder are a minus 425 favorite to win the title. SGA, minus 380 favorite to win the Finals MVP. But they need to get there first. The Thunder are 7-1 at home in the playoffs with an average margin of victory of 28 points per game. I'm taking OKC minus 8.5. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Czar from Colonial Hyundai. This May, we're bringing back not one, but two of our most popular offers. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. To celebrate the grand reopening of our new showroom, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of vehicles, and for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. At Colonial Hyundai, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. So now through May 31st, don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. And every new Hyundai comes with 3 years complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2020.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Swing for the fences with the Fence Authority. With 4 stores throughout the region and one of the largest inventories of wood, vinyl, and aluminum fencing with the best workmanship warranties in the country. Your new fence is waiting at fenceauthority.com.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Phil's postponed tonight. There'll be a split day-night doubleheader tomorrow. So if you had tickets to tonight's game, your ticket is good for 1:05 tomorrow, and then tomorrow's normal 6:45 game goes on as scheduled.
What if I got to work tomorrow?
Well, then you're screwed, Ike. It says on the ticket that it could be postponed. And then it says, you're screwed after.
Yeah.
It is what it is, is what it is. It looks like rain will clear out late tonight, and they should be able to get both of them in there tomorrow. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers for the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget. Visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. This poll has been sitting at the same spot pretty much all day. Will you be upset if the Phillies don't retaliate against the Braves? It's basically 50-50. 51.7% say yes.
And they got 2 shots tomorrow.
Yes, they got 2 shots. They should hit him at both games.
Now, is this going to be the lead on WIP tomorrow, too?
Oh, that they got to hit him today?
Yeah.
Well, it's a good lead up to the first game.
It could be.
I think.
So take
I was
notes,
going to say,
Julia.
maybe the morning show does. Yeah, the morning and midday guys.
Now, let me ask you this. If they hit somebody tomorrow, does it lessen the impact because maybe they feel bullied into doing something? Like, does it feel like
when they
fan
had
service?
Like when they had the team meeting?
Yes, when we bullied them into a team meeting by bullying them.
Because it's fans.
Yeah.
And I hate to be the person who thinks I'm speaking for all the fans.
No, but you are.
I am.
You have the microphone. I'm certainly not.
We want the way that we feel validated as well.
Right.
So there's frustration from us as fans about our star player being hit and nothing being done about it. So if it's done tomorrow in the 1:00 game and we feel like we pushed it,
even better.
Oh, man, are you kidding me?
Yeah. Okay.
Feel even more vindicated.
That's fair. 215-592-9494.
We'll start suggesting lineups and everything after that.
Torrin and Souderton, you're on WIP.
Oh,
What's
my
up, Torrin?
gosh.
Oh, God.
Not bad.
Hi, guys.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Yeah, get over yourself. All right, so I got some takes. You ready?
Wait, hold on. This is a first time caller?
No, he's the guy that had Howie Roseman. He slept in Howie Roseman's clothes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you are. You sound like Howie.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. Say 100%, man.
100%, man.
Oh, he did make sure he didn't sound like
That sounds like Cowboy Jim.
Ew. You guys you're mean and gross, but
All right.
whatever.
Okay.
All right.
You have takes. Okay.
So, the Eagles are definitely going to win at least 3 more Super Bowls in the next 5 years.
At least 3.
3
I
more?
apologize. Three. They're going to win 3 within the next 5 years.
Okay.
That's
Do you mean they're going to get their 3rd Super Bowl?
No, they're going to win 3 more.
That's what I'm wondering if that's
not
what
I
he's
said,
saying.
Jack. Also, I hope you're
Interesting.
not buying your book now, man.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry. Yeah, it's okay. I hope your children eat water sandwiches.
Oh, they already are.
Sandwiches.
Wow.
They already are. No, like, honestly, I think the Eagles are going to continue with their success. The Flyers, who I am a big fan of and have been for 10 years plus, it's tricky, and I really enjoyed your new rendition of Flyers on 50.
You mean
Morgani?
Morgani in a minute? A minute of
Yeah,
Morgani?
you guys did a great job there.
Yep.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's really tricky there. I don't know.
Are you talking about
how
Carter
to-
Hart? Is he talking about that being really tricky, or what is really tricky? Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. He
Yeah,
could have done something
typical.
really horrible. If he did something really horrible, it's going to be hard to sign him.
I agree.
Yeah.
I do trust Danny Briere explicitly.
Good.
And the reason, there's multiple reasons.
Yeah.
But he makes really good shish kebabs. An insider of the year.
There is something so wrong with you.
I'm just a man. I'm a carpenter, I'm out here.
Yeah, no shot.
You are not a carpenter. There's
I
no
absolutely
chance.
am.
No, you're
What are you
not.
talking about?
No, you're not. Nope.
No?
No.
Well, they're not buying it.
What do you mean I'm not a carpenter?
There is no chance you're a carpenter. I know what. Look, I'm not a guy who works with my hands, and I can't do stuff around the house. And you are in that club, buddy. I can. We can spot each other from a mile away.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, you kind of look like me, but
Yeah.
No, sir.
Yeah.
I work with my hands, have been my whole life.
No, not buying
Mhm.
it. Yeah.
Okay.
Anything
All right,
else? Any other takes?
Yeah. So the Phillies, I don't trust them.
Okay.
No, I just don't. For multiple reasons. Like the salary cap is a struggle for fans.
There's no salary cap in baseball.
I know that. That's
Okay.
what I'm saying. It's a struggle.
Okay.
Charlie Manuel has split a lot of money into it, and we're
Who?
not. I don't know his name because I don't care.
Did you just
about,
say Charlie Manuel?
Yeah, it's not.
No,
the
John
owner.
Middleton. Are you doing a bit, or is this really the way you are?
No, this really is who I am. Hi.
I just think that other carpenters on the job would kill you if you
What?
were like
No.
this. Yeah.
Well, I don't do it in front of them. I'm doing
Okay.
it for you, though.
Okay. All right.
All right.
All right, Howie.
Oh no. No, I'm not Howie.
All right. Are we done with this
Do we
guy?
need him to call back more often?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So my last take is Danny Breer is
No.
gonna make the Flyers. No, hold on. Just give me 30 more seconds, please.
Go! Say it.
Oh, all right. Danny Breer is definitely gonna get the Flyers going. He has to, or else he's gonna lose his job. We've
That's
seen
a
it
great
over and
take.
over and over again.
All right.
Yeah.
It is.
Howie Roseman is
The best.
definitely getting the Eagles on the right track. I have nothing to say about basketball because I am not a basketball fan.
Do you have anything to say
Sorry
about
about
hockey,
that.
football, or baseball?
Yeah, baseball sucks.
All right.
Go Birds.
All right. There we go.
Yep.
That
guy, he creased me out.
Yeah. So this call
I
was.
do not remember his call.
So he called about a month
How?
ago.
I mean,
and, okay.
seriously.
So he gave this very long story with no punchline about his wife working at a consignment shop and he named Howie Roseman's wife.
I remember
And he
this.
said Howie Roseman's wife used to bring clothes there at the consignment shop and that he bought Howie's shirt and did he sleep
slept
in it?
in it.
He
Yeah,
slept in
yeah,
it.
I do
And he
remember
said, he
this
kept
now.
saying over and over how he's very clean.
He was very clean. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. That guy, should be on a watch list.
Because I went silent on the call.
Yes.
As a smart man would.
But
when Spike and I show up missing, that's the first guy you look
I
for.
can't hang up on a guy like that. I can't. I know
So bad
something's
you have to
coming.
keep it there,
Yeah,
yes.
well, he could say, even when he was doing the whole story about Howie Roseman and his wife in that second, I was like, this isn't something I should allow on the air, but I can't hang up on him. I can't. And he sounds just like Howie. He sounds like a
And
guy
Cowboy
who's,
Jim.
Yeah, he sounds like he's doing an impression of both those guys. All right, we will get to the Eagles Inside of the Year power rankings right after I talk to you about your home. I just moved and realized when I moved in, well, it was after we bought the house, but before we moved in, I was like, oh, these windows are old. This isn't going to work. And I'm going to need new windows. I knew who to call. I called Gaida. Go Gaida. That's what I did. Also, front entry door, needed one of those too. Wish I knew all this stuff before I bought it. Wish I looked more closely, but I didn't. And thanks to Gaida, they made this entire project a lot easier for me to do. So if you need to do it, which you probably do, you call Gaida today. You're going to get 20% off every window and 20% off every door. That's right. And what those new windows are going to do is they are going to send your energy bills down because it's going to keep the hot air out during the summer. It's going to keep the cold air out during the winter. Same with your insulated front entry door. The other thing that these things do is they make the value of your home go up. The new windows everybody's happy with if you happen to sell your home. And the front door, it's the first thing people see. You're getting 20% off all that stuff. You're also going to get to start that project with no money down, zero money out of pocket, and interest-free financing for up to 3 years. So call 877-GO-GATA because restrictions, there are some. Limited time, there is a limited time. They can give you all the information on that. And while you're on the call, you get your no obligation free in-home estimate or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com. The eagerly anticipated Eagles Insider of the Year Power Rankings.
Eagles Insider of the Year Power Rankings.
Well, this had to be changed from the rankings that were submitted earlier.
On the fly?
On the fly had to be changed.
Wow.
I sent a text to all the voters. I was like, re-vote, and we have a new list. So you might remember Elliott was number 5. on last week's list.
Okay.
And the newspaper reporter was number 1. We have seen changes in the list.
Okay.
And there are only 4 on the list because only 4 deserved it this week.
Exactly.
There's only 4 on the list.
Yeah,
Yes.
they didn't do anything this week.
Yeah, nobody did anything.
All right.
Sat on their hands.
Number 4, his first appearance, I don't know if ever, but in a while, Brandon Lee Gouton of Bleeding Green Nation.
BLG?
BLG, yeah, he is too tall for this list. He's like 6'8" or something. He's a monster.
Hey.
He's a big dude.
I'm in favor of tall guys.
Well, but he's
yeah, I
too
know.
tall.
Yeah.
Some would say a waste of height.
Yeah. Are you dunking on somebody? No. Are you playing right tackle? No. What are you doing being that tall?
You're just blogging all day?
But he did get.
Just blogging.
He was the first to report that Bryce Huff was not at the OTAs.
He had
today.
quick Twitter fingers.
Yeah, which he is known to have.
Oh, yeah.
Coming in at number 3, Jason Kelsey.
Wow.
What the hell did Kelsey do?
Gave us the inside scoop on the morning show of his presentation
Oh, yeah. with
for the Tush Push.
Was that last? Oh, that was last week.
It was.
Yes.
Okay.
It was.
And he got himself back on the Eagles' Mount Rushmore.
Yep.
By saving the tush push.
By saving the Tush Push.
Not my words. He was always on the Mount Rushmore.
Okay.
Everyone
I was
else's
gonna say,
words.
who do we?
Because for some reason we decided we need to run Jason Kelsey out of town.
Yeah, like, it's about a month here that was weird with Jason
So
and the fans.
weird.
I don't
So
know. I don't
weird.
get it, but okay.
The biggest jump of the power rankings from 5th to 2nd, Elliott Shore Parks.
Wow. For what?
Well, his reporting today on OTAs was outstanding.
Always
and
is.
as he pointed out, he has started a trend. He has made
Fair.
training camp stats something that other reporters do. By the way, Philadelphia reporters probably too embarrassed to do it because they know they're just ripping the guy off. But
They're stuck now.
Yes,
they're
stuck.
They're stuck.
Can't
what
do
can
it.
you do?
Can't do it.
Yeah.
Can't do it. But he can.
Yep.
And he will. And I thought his report today at 4 o'clock that we had from OTS was excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Elliott Shore Park's number 2. And coming in still at number 1, the newspaper reporter.
Now, did we keep Elliott at number 2 and not number 1 because for some reason he can't figure out that he's not talking into his microphone? He's talking into his MacBook microphone while he's standing there with a microphone looking like an idiot.
So I wasn't going to bring this up, but it is infuriating. When he's on Zoom,
He's not talking into that microphone?
he's talking into the mic, but the mic is not what we're hearing. We are hearing the regular computer mic. I can tell. I've been doing this, podcast 12 years.
Yeah.
Like all it is,
It's a prop.
It's very simple. When you go onto the screen, it says, "What is your mic?"
Yep.
And
I do know that.
when you go into Zoom,
Yep.
what's your mic?
Yep.
He's like, I can't figure it out. It's wrong every time. I hear his. Even when we did the show with him the day after the draft, it was not his mic the entire time. He's holding the mic close to his mouth. If he took the mic and threw it across the room, he would sound exactly the same.
Does he know this?
I've told him
tried
before.
It's easy. He's
Yeah.
not. We make fun of him for
Yes.
being 40, but he's not 60.
Yeah, he should be able to understand how to work the internet.
Oh, my God. Y'all just broke news to me.
I
I
know.
thought he was speaking into the mic.
Didn't mean to do that, but we had to bring it up.
I actually made a promise to myself after yesterday that I was going to be nice and supportive to Elliot today, which is why I didn't bring it up during the call. But Morgenstein, the next time he's on the internet like that and he's not talking, we don't get the mic, he's not allowed on. He's got to call. He's got to be on the phone. It drives me crazy. He's holding the mic like this. And it's complete. It might as well not be plugged in. Might as well be like a little kid that you give a controller for playing the video game that's not plugged in.
I swear I didn't know this.
Oh, yeah. It's incredible. Okay, Andrew, you're on WIP. What's up, okay?
What it do, fellas?
We're going from Torn to okay. Andrew.
Oh, yeah. We are in the, I was going to say,
Andrew?
What's up, Andrew?
Twilight Zone.
Yes,
Hey,
that's good.
I was trying to get in yesterday for the tier rankings, but I have a lot of Jalen stats, and compared to his other counterparts. But hear me out. You can agree to disagree. That's all right. But here is what I value in quarterbacks. I average the 17 game stats, and I put in the playoff stats. Jalen, compared to the other 4 quarterbacks, Mahomes is in a tier of his own, I think. That should be his own tier. He's dominated for the last 7 years he started.
So are you not going to give Mahomes his stats or yes?
Mahomes, he averages 5,200 yards and 40 touchdowns a season. So, like, it's far above. It's a couple hundred above any other quarterback averages. And
He hasn't done that the last
Say
3
average
years, by the way.
5,200 yards passing and 40 touchdowns a year. Are you nuts?
But the thing is, you guys don't realize is Jalen Hurts has been a starter for the past 4 years. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson have started for 6 years. Mahomes has started for 7. So I think we're having the wrong conversations of what can Jalen do in these next couple of years. Him and Joe Burrow are eerily similar. They've both made Super Bowl. Jalen's made 2. In the playoffs, Jalen far outnumbers accomplishments and big game ability touchdown-wise. And
You haven't said
turnover-wise.
any stats. You said you were coming with stats. You haven't said any of them.
Hold on. In the playoffs, Jalen Hurts has 0.78 turnovers per game, and he scores 2.2 times per game for the playoffs. Yes, you can say tush-push all you want, but 6 points is 6 points on the board, and it helps your team win. Lamar Jackson in the playoffs has a 37% winning percentage compared to Jalen Hurts is 66, Joe Burrow is 72, and Patrick Mahomes 81% winning percentage. So
Joe Burrow has a higher winning percentage in the playoffs than Jalen?
yes, he does.
Okay.
And he's played 7 games, and Jalen has played 9. So I'd like to see a lot of the stats regulated. But the
You'd like to
thing
see
is,
stats regulated?
like the same amount of games played. Let's see where they compare.
No. This is just the worst case anybody's ever made.
The thing is, what do you value as your best quarterback?
I don't know. What do you value?
Winning.
I value winning.
There it is.
I value
All right.
not turning the ball over, and I value scoring.
Okay. So you think it's completely the same thing, the tush-push touchdown and throwing a 23-yard touchdown pass. So let me ask you this. Okay. You love the dagger, right? The dagger. Do you think that touchdown pass should be measured? We're just talking about Jalen. Jalen's a tush-push touchdown from the half-yard line and Jalen throwing the touchdown pass to Devontae. Do you think those are like the same thing?
In this way, the quarterback puts 6 points on the board in both scenarios.
I know that. What I'm asking you is, do you think that those two things show the equal value of the player?
I do.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. If they put A.J. Dillon and he was getting the snaps on the tush push, do you think that makes him a good quarterback?
Is he going to be able to time the play? Is he going to be able to choose the right hole to go to? Is he
Yes.
Going to be able to not fumble the snap?
Everyone can, yes.
Yeah.
There's other quarterbacks in this league that haven't been able to do that, so I don't know.
Well, okay. All right. I guess. You win.
Oh!
But he doesn't win. What do you want me to say to him? I'm just like arguing with a second grader.
Also, one big
keep going.
thing, Adoree is going to win the cornerback spot. I think it's going to be a good competition. I also think Sidney Brown's going to end up starting, but I think it's going to be a Cooper DeJean type thing. Is Makuba's going to come in this season and learn the defense, then start at the end of the season.
Okay.
All righty.
All right. Good call. Okay. I thought he was going to have his stats were all over the place.
Well,
You know what's going to be sort of weird to see?
What's that?
Or interesting to see, not weird, I should say. What year is this for Reed? This is Reed's fourth year.
Reed Blankenship. Okay.
Yeah, Reed
yes.
Blankenship.
Yeah.
What's his contract status looking like?
I'm actually
They gave him an extension last year, right?
It was low money.
Yeah, I was going to say, what was that? Yeah.
It's interesting to me he doesn't have a more secure deal here.
And the point that I'm thinking and making is that he may play himself out of here.
Oh, by being worth more than they want to pay him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Safeties in place.
Yeah.
So that you don't have to pay everybody $10 million a year.
Yeah.
So Reed, if he has a great year this year, and he's a free agent at the end of the year, like they have decisions to make because now you're saying, am I going to pay Jalen Carter and Reed Blankenship? And I got to pay Quinyon Mitchell coming up in another year, and I got to pay Cooper DeJean coming up in another year.
Possibly Nolan Smith, too.
Yeah,
possibly Nolan Smith as well.
Like the market value for how old is Reed Blankenship? 27, 26?
He's going to be 26 this year.
Okay, so 26-year-old safety who's a 3-year starter now, who played on it. And by the way,
2 Super Bowls.
Yeah, by the way, the most solid, the most reliable player at that position has to be, if I'm his agent, I'm not taking some Eagles-friendly
And that's what he did
deal.
last year.
Yeah.
That's what he did last
If
year.
they're offering $4 million a year, my guy could get 3 3 years, $30 million on the open market. So he's got to think for himself at that point, you know.
Well, he was undrafted.
Yep.
He didn't come out and get a big signing bonus like everybody else. So I can't fault him if that's, you know what I mean? Like if he's gonna get a Milton Williams type of deal out there somewhere, like he's going to take that.
Well, especially given they're paying all the money on the defensive line with Jalen Carter coming up. They paid Zach Bond. They're going to have to pay 2 cornerbacks. They can't
Jordan Davis. What are you going to do with Jordan Davis?
You can't pay everyone.
Can't pay everybody.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
I was thinking about that when Elliott was talking about the safeties. I'm like, we got a lot of good young safeties back there.
It seems like you were zoned out during Andrew's stack.
Well, I was totally zoned out during that, yeah.
It's good there were no stats in there. He gave no
Pivoted
stats.
right to Reed Blankenship discourse.
He accidentally pointed out that Joe Burrow has a better winning percentage in the playoffs than Jalen.
Yeah, he didn't realize you said that.
Yeah.
He was like, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, you're dealing with a pro here. You're dealing with a pro. All right. Hey, Jack, what is coming up in the top 5 at 5?
You know, I was thinking about.
Oh, boy.
Oh, God.
Is this another urinal one?
No.
Okay. All right.
That was an all-timer, by
It
the
was.
way.
It was.
It kind of was,
Yeah. So I'm mailing in the rest of the week.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. But the throwing at batters conversation that's been going on all day at the station, it got me reminiscing. And I have the 5 things I want to bring back in sports, like throwing at hitters.
Oh, okay.
This seems like a potential for a good one.
Could be.
Yeah, potential.
Potential. Always potential, yes.
Potential.
Yeah, Reed does not have a contract after this year.
Yeah, so on Spot Track, it's
Holy
void.
cow.
It's void/UFA.
Yeah.
Because obviously the Eagles are insane with how they,
What is he
structure
getting paid
contracts.
this year?
Like $1 million. I think.
1.8.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's why I had to start the Exciting Mike's podcast.
Yeah, get through this year healthy, Reed. I want Reed Blankenship to get a
I do
nice
too.
contract.
I like Reed.
He was and he liked our bread and butter, liked OK Andrew's bread and butter thing.
And Justin in Tennessee's Tennessee sayings.
He does, yeah. He's a good dude. I want them to sign him, but I also want him to get a good contract. All right, top 5 at 5 is next. This is the WIP afternoon show. Like Spike and Fritz, it's going to be a nice weekend out there. Let's say you're not going to the shore. You're looking for something to do with your buddies, looking for something to do with your family, maybe your pets, whatever. Delco. They say Delco's a lot, and they are right. A lot of stuff. Delco's more than you thought. Look, you want to go out with your buddies, want to go get a beer, watch a game, Delco's got great bars. Want to get dinner before or after the game, maybe dinner with your wife, Delco's got great restaurants everywhere. And you want to do something with the family. Outdoor festivals, wineries, want to take your dogs for a walk, miles and miles of tracks and trails everywhere. Something for everyone, Delco. Find out all Delco has to offer at visitdelco.com. That is visitdelco.com. They say Delco's a lot, and they're right.
Where exactly do you think you're going? You're abandoning me, your beloved, exquisitely plush couch. Look, these feet are handcrafted mahogany. Put their Heinekens back. Do you really want to go to that concert? Wouldn't it be infinitely better to stay here with me? Look, I have a perfect imprint of your posterior. Please, don't go!
Don't listen to your couch. Head to a concert with some friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Others came and went. But Jack Della's stayed in it. And he and the team at Del Toyota have the stamina to keep going another 50 years. From cassette players to CarPlay, window cranks to climate control, stick shift to adaptive cruise control. A lot may have changed, but one thing has remained the same. Jack Dell and the team at Del Toyota continue to sell them for less. It's the 50th anniversary sales of that at Del Toyota. We're rolling back to 1970s pricing all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Toyota Camry LE for only $149 per month, only at Del Toyota. Plus at Del Toyota, you can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Del Toyota. Del Toyota is close. Only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. Online at deltoyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family-owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card over 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from... Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
Participating U.S. Wendy's. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Zach Gelb with Honesty Sports Minute. How can anyone call Tyrese Halliburton overrated when he had 32 points, 15 assists, 12 rebounds, and most importantly, 0 turnovers to take a 3-1 series lead in the Eastern Conference Finals? And Pascal Siakam, an NBA champion, is also a 3-time NBA All-Star and has averaged 20-plus points for 7 consecutive seasons, once again dominated last night, clearing the 30-point mark for the second time in this series. Both Halliburton and Siakam are long overdue for national praise, and today they should both take a bow. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. And Odyssey's
5 and 6:45 split doubleheader. So if you had tickets for tonight, they are good for tomorrow at 1:05.
Zach Wheeler starting game 1, Christopher Sanchez game 2.
There you go.
I thought it was the other way.
No, it's all earlier. It's Wheeler game 1, Chris Sanchez game 2.
Yeah, because there's going to be Wheeler tonight.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I thought I saw Devin.
Well, hold on. now I got.
Yes, I think Devin.
Why don't we call the Alex Call, our producer?
We might as well.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Let's see that.
Go to Devin's. Go to
I saw
DK's
Devin's Twitter.
Let's just call our Phillies producer.
I don't think
our Phillies insider.
Whatever. I don't think she's right, but whatever.
Okay.
But did she say it the other way?
She did.
I thought I saw it.
So they switched it around. She's right.
Oh, so you're wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. So Wheeler in the second game, Sanchez in the first game.
All right, it's all good.
Yeah.
I mean,
you've fallen off.
You are falling.
Haven't fallen off at all.
Yeah.
Haven't fallen off for a second,
Yeah.
actually. Thank you. I got a lot going on back here. Everyone take a deep breath. I would have cleaned up the coffee. Everyone knows that.
You still said I would have cleaned the coffee.
No, he was planning on letting it dry.
I know
As
it.
if dried coffee is not a mess anymore.
It was not wet anymore.
Will you
just go, man?
do the thing?
Each the 5.
Number 5.
At 5. With Jack Fritz.
All right. Now that we're all on the same page.
Yeah. Are we?
No. So this has been such a great WIP day.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been everyone calling in saying, I want someone's head.
Yeah, boo!
Yeah,
Hit the guy.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I didn't know we still had this. I didn't know we still had this backbone. Are we allowed to say we want to hit someone? They're not going to die on the
Yes.
field. I mean, what a turnaround. And it got me thinking, what are the other things that we need to bring back in sports, like it being okay to plunk someone, to give someone a bow tie, to have someone wear one in the ribs? Number 5 is starting pitchers in baseball. And we know that they're starting pitchers, but they're more 5-inning guys at this point. I'm talking
Yes.
Scoop Ball for the Tigers the other night. He threw a complete game. You would have thought it was a no-hitter. It was a perfect game. I guess not making the starting pitchers as important as they used to be, and not having those marquee matchups, like going to the ballpark and let's say it's Skeens Wheeler. I mean, that's part of an intrigue with the game. And I would even go back to say I want to bring the importance of the win back.
Yes, I agree with you.
To the starting pitcher. 300 wins feels like it's on its way out. I don't like that at all. We need to bring back starting pitching, and that's why the Phillies are so nice, because I think they do that. They're a throwback from a starting pitching standpoint.
The beginning of the end was when that guy got the Cy Young when he won 11 games. Who was it?
Jacob deGrom.
No.
Well, King Felix was the first one.
King Felix is
King
the guy
Felix
I was
was
thinking
the
of.
first one. You're right.
Yeah.
I remember being like, what?
Yeah.
I'm like, what?
I'm with you on that.
Hold on. I think DeGrom may have won it without 11 wins.
I think he might have been under 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now his ERA was 2.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. Yeah.
If you're a guy like me, you know the point is wins. That is the only stat I care about. I agree with you. I miss starting pitchers going. This is one thing, sort of like in the NBA where they've gotten too 3 heavy. I feel like they've optimized the pitching stuff too much. And I actually think there's not enough good pitchers to do what they're trying to do. I'd rather have my starting pitcher, think that the minimum is 6.
The one thing that I'll never understand how I grew up watching what looked like stick figures play baseball and be pitchers.
Oh, yeah.
And we're supposed to be in this generation of the better athlete, more conditioned athlete, yet they do less work than those guys did. I'll never understand that.
I know.
I'll never understand it. They did more work back then.
Yeah. I think the same thing about the NBA. I'm like, wait a minute. Why is it harder to play 82 games now when you have better flights, better sports science?
You're in much better traveling conditions. You're staying in 5-star hotels. What the hell?
Personal pride.
Well, is the problem with starting pitching is what they realize it's the 3rd time through the lineup thing, right? I mean, that's essentially what it is.
Freaking analytics, man.
Once again. By the way, DeGrom had a 1.7 ERA and it was 10-9. I mean, I get it. I mean, he did went back to back.
Oh, no, he deserved it. But that's when I realized that wins weren't important anymore in baseball.
Man, I was thinking about Halladay versus Lincecum back in the day, having that big starting pitcher matchup. That's something that has hurt baseball.
Now, Roy was the last of his kind, man.
Tomorrow's the anniversary, by the way, of the perfect game.
Oh, wow.
I know. Easy. I know. Perfect game.
Yes.
May 29th. Tomorrow. Not the anniversary.
Yes.
Yes.
We all
Thank
understand.
you. The 4th thing that we need to bring back in sports, and you guys mentioned this earlier, but hockey fights. I mean, come on.
I didn't know they were gone.
They're there, but they're not there like they used to.
Yeah, they've tried to get it out of the game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is a shame. That's part of the reason why people watch the game. I mean, kids would watch hockey just to see the fights.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Then go to school and beat the heck out of somebody.
Sure. But think about Donald Brashear.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, all these guys.
Oh, yeah.
That's hockey.
I think so.
That's the hockey. I mean, the 90s hockey is when I was actually really into hockey.
Oh, yeah.
Of watching it.
80s, 90s
and the
hockey.
Red Wings.
Yep.
in the 90s, man.
Well, that was a good
While I was
team.
in school, I mean.
Oh, so you rooted for them in '97 over the Flyers?
Didn't you know?
You're such an idiot.
Interesting. Says a lot.
I got drafted the next year.
Yeah. You brought winning to Philadelphia.
You got Fedorov and
Yes.
Kozlov
Man,
and Yzerman.
Yeah,
and,
Stevie Y.
Yeah, that's a good,
Scotty Bowman, man.
This is a good team.
Yeah.
Dynamite stuff.
Beat the Flyboys.
They did.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
They sure did. You big Red Wings guy.
I just meant the 94, 95 team.
I don't know. It was '97. They beat the Flyers.
97. Yeah,
Okay.
that was Lindros's only Cup Finals.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, was against but that Red Wings team was loaded
For sure.
It felt like they were playing a different sport.
The third thing that we need to bring back in sports, and like it's still there, kind of, but it's not how it used to be. We need to bring back passing in the NFL. Like, I'm sick of these guys with the 28 touchdown passes for Josh Allen last year. I mean, Patrick Mahomes had a 50 touchdown season. I remember Peyton Manning's first year at the Broncos.
Yeah.
50 plus touch. Well, we may never see 50 plus touchdown passes again because all these teams do the stupid double high safety thing, and all they do is try to take away the deep passing. And now we're getting back to running the football, which, like, okay, fine. You want to run the ball, okay. But there's, like, I want to see stats of gaudy passing numbers, 5,000 yards passing. But it's fun watching them throw the ball all over the field. We don't even see that anymore. I don't see throwing the ball all over the
30
field.
touchdowns is plenty.
Dude, 50, 45, that's quarterbacking.
That used to be magical.
Yes.
Baker threw 40 this year.
People forget that. Lamar had 41-4 this year.
Yeah.
Like, it's
I didn't even realize that till you said it.
It's pretty
I
ridiculous.
was like, he threw 41 touchdowns this year.
It is pretty funny he didn't win MVP this year. Yeah.
He's better than he was when he won the MVP.
Yeah, I think so.
But I miss passing in the NFL.
I think they'll find a way to get it back. The league doesn't want some running
Muck
league,
it up.
I don't think.
Dude, they're going to change to one safety. I'm telling you.
Well, no, here's the thing. Defenses have gotten a little bit better, right, as far as scheming to keep the touchdowns from happening, big plays. But also, let's be honest, the quarterback play, we got 10 quarterbacks maybe that.
Yeah.
How many guys can throw 40 touchdown passes in a year?
Not a lot.
Yeah,
I mean,
right?
only 4 of the top 5.
Yeah.
In the NFL can do it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, yeah, he doesn't throw 40.
He doesn't even throw 20.
Total 40.
Oh, right.
Total.
Right.
Total.
That's what we do.
And he wins.
He does.
He does win. He wins.
18 passing touchdowns last year. Anyway, the second.
Was he in the Pro Bowl?
He was not in the Pro Bowl.
Okay.
People
I'm
forget
glad
that.
the Pro Bowl has become so important again.
Well, that's the point.
Glorified. That is not. It's a flag football game.
And that's the point. They won 14 games. Anyway, the second thing that we need to bring back in sports is mid-range basketball. I mean, you talk about.
Now you're talking my game there, baby.
Like ISO ball, hoopers being hoopers. Like none of this James Harden, Jalen Brunson, SGA basketball. It's all boring. It's all the same. Give me someone that knows how to play the game in the mid-range.
Well,
Footwork.
Brunson takes a lot of mid-range
Yeah, but it's
shots.
not the same though. It's like off a pick and roll, stop and pop. I want to see back to the basket like Dirk Nowitzki. That's hoop.
They're going to need to change rules in the NBA for that to happen. That's what they're going to need to do. They're going to need new defense rules. Well, they've already let them. It's definitely a more physical brand of basketball than it was 2 years ago. They're going to have to do something with the 3-point line and
Basketball's it's going to be an interesting 10 years for the NBA.
Yeah.
It's only a couple guys that still value the mid-range game. That's why I love Kyrie's game. Kyrie is a mid-range player.
Yeah.
And when I say mid-range player, I'm talking about guys who like to get into that mid-range and work their game.
Yep.
Right? Like the guys that don't mind shooting from the elbow, going down in the post, that sort of stuff. And they have the footwork. You know, the Carmelo Anthonys, those type of guys. Kevin Durant was one of those types of guys as well.
It was honestly the frustrating thing about Harden because he could get to those spots. He just wouldn't take the shots.
Easily, yep.
Yeah, he was truly Morey's, like, he did exactly what Morey tried to optimize. You know, wouldn't take the shot unless it was a 3 or a layup or a free throw. Wouldn't take it.
Morey's hurt basketball.
I would say so, yeah.
Which
I
is
mean,
shocking.
Trying to optimize offense has made it less.
Him and LeBron, two most detrimental people to the NBA.
Pacers, pretty fun team to watch. I would say the Thunder, not so much, but Pacers have been a pretty fun team to watch, especially when they're beating those
Losers.
Disgusting losers. Yeah. Big fans.
The number one thing we need to bring back in sports, and this has been a sticking point for me for a while, is I want real sports hate back, and I want rivalries. The rivalries are not the same as they used to be.
Nope.
These guys are too friendly. They do their little podcasts in the offseason. They bring each other on as guests. They smile with each other after games. There's no real hatred. They all make too much money.
Yep.
Like the real, like sports are. We do this a lot, but it's so much worse than it used to be. Like even 2010,
I totally agree. Which is why, let's not get sidetracked, but it's why RG3 and Ryan Clark irritated me last week or whenever they started the Caitlin Clark stuff.
Okay.
Just let Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese
have their rivalry.
Yeah. I don't need all the extra stuff. I don't need your commentary. I don't need you adding this into it with your analysis. It's okay if two people who met in college for a national championship, one beat the other, right? The other one became the number one overall pick, signed a $20 million contract. I don't mind that rivalry being there. It's okay. Magic and Bird did not like each other.
Right. Yeah.
Magic didn't like the fact that, which one? I might have it backwards. Did Bird win it Rookie of the Year or Magic?
I think Magic won Rookie of the Year
and Bird
MVP.
Was mad.
Didn't Magic win Rookie of the Year and MVP?
Bird won the Rookie of the Year. Magic won the MVP of the finals.
Okay, all right.
But Magic was mad that Bird won Rookie of the Year.
Right.
Like, and their rivalry started in college, and it was okay. It's okay to have a nice, healthy dislike for one another, and it doesn't have to have all the other stuff involved with it.
Maybe the reason it exists in the WNBA is just not making that much money.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like pride still means
That's a
something.
great point, Spike. Yes, everybody isn't rich in the WNBA, so there is a little bit of jealousy there.
I think the problem in sports is both the money and they switch teams so much now that it doesn't. The Ryan Clark RG3 thing was so funny. It's like RG3 was like, Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark, and Ryan Clark was like, you have a white wife. Like, whoa.
Yeah, it's like, what?
Whoa.
Yeah. And Angel Reese hating Caitlin Clark. I don't think that was out of line or anything else.
No.
Now, maybe he could have said dislikes her or didn't have to use the word hate, but I think it's clear to all of us that Angel Reese is not a big fan of Caitlin Clark.
No, it seems pretty obvious.
and vice versa, by the way. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm okay with it. And if it draws more attention to their sport because there's a nice little rivalry there, I'm okay with that too.
Yeah,
we need more of that. LeBron messed up the damn NBA, wanting everybody to be friends.
Right.
Kobe hated everybody until he got old enough to where he couldn't play anymore, and then he just started befriending people.
Right.
But before then, he wanted to beat everybody.
Yes, that's the way Jordan was.
Yes.
Yeah. Even his teammates.
It's true.
This hour sponsored by Guida Door and Window. Get 20% off all windows and doors with no money down, up to 3 years to pay it off interest-free. Call Guida Door and Window today at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGUIDA.com. Big Aaron in West Philly. You're on WIP. What's up, Big A?
Yo, what's going on? Hey, fellas.
What's up, dude?
What's up, Big A?
Man, if they didn't clunk somebody yesterday, man, I mean, they should have got the revenge yesterday, man. He did it on purpose. Did you see the interview? He said he thought he had an arm guard on. Now, if you think he got an arm guard on, why are you throwing it at his hand?
Was he being sarcastic there?
Oh. No, listen, he said an arm guard. You got to listen to what Snyder said after the game.
I know what you're saying,
He said he thought he had it on. So why were you going to think he had it on and then he knew he ain't have it on. That's why he threw it.
Yeah.
He knew he ain't have it on. What you just looking up there, looking at his sleeves, his arms, you're looking at everything. You knew he had it on. He ain't have it on. So you plucked him. So you pluck back, man. You fight back. What a Spike, I could tell you wasn't no fighter, man. You wasn't no fighter.
I wasn't.
Well, he's admitted that.
I wasn't.
Yeah. So
Now-
everybody's not like you.
No, and everybo's not like you
hands
either.
sometimes, man. We
Everybody's
got
not like
both
you
hands.
either. You don't win a baseball game by winning a fight. You win by scoring more runs.
Oh, no kidding. We all know that.
Well, doesn't
So-
sound like you do.
So we all know that. So you just think because it's a fight and they throw back, they was going to lose the game.
No,
How did
it gives.
you come to that conclusion.
It was 1-0 at
I
this
don't
time.
care if it was 10-0.
Of course.
1-0. What's that mean? So what? So what? It was 1-0. Your best player got hit on purpose, and you just sitting there. You're not going to do nothing.
No.
It's not going to do nothing.
Nope. Going to win the game. And put the Braves 9.5 games behind you. 3 games under 500. Winning is the best win.
Here's another problem I got with you guys.
So I just saw the quote, Big Aaron. I saw the quote where I guess Strider did say he thought he had a guard on his elbow.
Yeah. He also said that he didn't want him to hurt. He said, what did he say? I'm not a sociopath?
Yes.
That's what he said.
He wasn't trying to hurt him.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to hurt him. All right.
And every time I see this boy for Indiana, man, this magical run he doing.
Oh, Halliburton?
I hate,
We think about how he could have had him, right?
Yeah, I hate Maury more and more.
Yep.
I hate him.
Could have had him.
They couldn't have had him.
You know what I mean? Yeah, we could have had
No,
They could
we
have had him,
couldn't.
Spike.
He didn't want to trade for him, Spike.
No, that's not. They
He didn't want to trade for him.
Okay.
He didn't want to trade for him.
Says
Stop
who?
it. Stop protecting him.
Says who?
It was all on it.
It wasn't. There was
on it.
Big A.
Howard told me.
There was one report from Keith Pompey, which was fed to him by Tobias Harris's father. If you go back, the report is that the Kings wanted Tobias Harris and Ben Simmons. There was never another report. In fact, Mark Stein said Tyrese Halliburton was never offered to the Sixers. So,
Didn't Halliburton say he thought he was coming to Philly?
He thought he was, but that was from the same source.
Oh, sort of thing.
It's like the same thing.
Why are you covering for Maury?
I'm not covering. You shut up. They obviously, by the way, they've traded everybody except for the guy they traded Halliburton for. It's obvious they wanted Sabonis. They got what they wanted. There was no opportunity. They now look if they had an opportunity to trade for Halliburton, they didn't. They screwed it up. But there's one report is from Keith Pompey, and Howard jumped all over the Keith Pompey report because 2 uninformed people are a lot smarter than 1 uninformed person.
He's an inside Sixers source.
Who?
He know a lot.
Keith?
Pompey.
Keith writes, God bless him, will write whatever an agent tells him to write. God bless him.
There's a lot of these guys.
Yeah. And in that point, it was Tobias Harris's dad. All right.
I'm gonna check all that out.
All right.
Fact check.
All right. Go fact check it, Big A. Big Joe in Philly, you're on WIP.
Big A to Big Joe.
Yeah, everybody's big today.
You boys, what's going on?
Yeah, Joe. Yeah.
You know how you get rivalries back in sports?
How's that?
You take a 98-mile-per-hour heater from Zach Wheeler and Drew Ronald Acuna in the ribs tomorrow. Dude.
Yeah,
Spike. What do you got to say about that?
And then Big Joe, what if the Braves throw it another Philly after that? Then what do we do?
Well, then that's called them not knowing how to manage like a proper, you take one bullet and then you fire another bullet situation.
But what happens then? What happens? So let's say they hit Schwarber. Then what?
Well, then there's no cause for the Phillies to do anything. The fact of the matter is Bryce got hit, and whether it was intentional or nothing, they got to bite the bullet on one. That's the day, that's how baseball should be played, and that's how you get the rivalries back, and you get some bench-clearing brawls and things like that. Let's get a little bit more edge back into the city, and because right now, I just can't believe that, Joe DeCamera, of all people, is saying that you got to drill Acuna, and then I got you saying that you don't want to. What are we doing?
Joe DeCamera can't run 20 yards without hurting himself. You're trusting DeCameras?
I'm just putting a point out there.
Look, man.
The camera's more of a Philly guy.
Well, DeCamera is more of a Philly guy than I am.
However, I do agree. You don't do it anyone who's saying that it had to happen last night in a 1-0 game doesn't know what they're talking about. You got to do it in a situation where
I disagree.
When you're up 3 or 4 runs.
Game doesn't matter.
We got to bring Carlos Hernandez in. 100 in the ribs.
Yeah, so it's so obvious. So it's so obvious that you're doing it.
No, you got to do Strom. Strom's got the crazy eyes and the crazy hair. And he's got.
I have focused in on his eyes and hair more since Jack pointed out that he talks to himself.
Strom and Romano are both lunatics.
That's a reliever.
Yeah, I agree with you. Kirkering looks like he has it together a little too much, honestly. Yeah.
Yeah, but come on, I got like you got to get that edge back. Like just like for just top five, get the rivalries back. Let's get some hatred back in the NL East. You know, like give me back that '90s activity where everyone wanted to like go after each other with like bats literally on the field. You know.
I can't take it, man.
No, I know. He's the best.
Yeah, I'm not feeling it. I don't.
Like, what is sports gonna be 20 years from now if we don't get sports back? You know what I mean?
Yeah, by throwing baseballs at people.
Yes.
Yes. Like a bunch of idiots.
I do think it's funny how like Fritz wants the rivalries back in sports, and he's like, "Oh, raha, like let's get all tough and everything."
Hold on.
And then now that the Eagles are bruising people with running the football, he's like, let's go back to passing.
Well,
That's a
we
good
get into
point.
it on basketball.
Yeah.
But come on, man. What would you rather have? A bruising, boring running game or bombs away down the field?
Well, if the running game is Saquon, what's wrong with that?
Nah, it's not as exciting.
What?
No, come on, man. 50 passing touchdowns versus a running back? You kidding me?
Oh, hold on. Okay, 50, but that's nobody. How many people do you think are throwing 50
But that's
touchdowns?
what I want.
My point is, how many passing seasons do you think were more exciting than Saquon's season last year?
Do you remember Peyton Manning 2013? Do you
I
remember
do.
Patrick Mahomes' 50
I
touchdowns a year?
do.
That's insane.
That's two.
Okay, well, Breeze had a couple in there as well. Rodgers, I want quarterbacks to be quarterbacks again.
You know, Big Joe, we have our own rivalry. You mentioned Jack brewing here at the station between Jack and part-time producer Alex Call.
There's no rivalry. I love Alex.
Who scooped Jack.
I don't do scoops.
Well, he scooped them twice.
And now he's tweeting again that they're interested in David Robertson.
There you go.
This guy's out of control right now.
Yep. He's our real insider.
He is,
Wish we had somebody like that on our show.
Yep. Yeah.
All right, Big Joe.
I hope you don't make it back on your little trip.
Wow. Jeez, man.
Well, you backed him into a corner.
Yeah.
You know, that's how he gets.
Yeah, I hope you die, is what I got
right
from
there,
Jack
that's what
there.
he just got.
Well, I said not make it back.
Yeah. Well, the High Hopes Jackie baseball report is
You can
next.
stay alive, just don't make it back.
Yeah.
Just don't come back.
High Hopes Jackie baseball report is next.
We're still doing that?
Yeah.
Oh, you want me to call Alex?
I do. I want some real scoops.
We should.
Yeah. High Hopes Alex Call report is next.
Yeah.
This is the WIP afternoon show with Ike Spike and Fritz. What is it?
You have a meeting house.
Well, see, the problem is that
it wasn't written up.
Not written up, and I don't have it. I don't know, but it's fine because I know and love Meeting House Movers because they saved me. They saved me from having a stressful move. They saved me from having to. You imagine if I called Jack to have him help me move? You imagine this guy helping anybody move?
Well, do you want me to describe?
No.
Again?
Don't say
Okay.
it again. Don't say it again.
That did help my brother-in-law move.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Heard it wasn't very good, though. When you got to move, it's stressful. I invite you to reach out to Meeting House Movers and have them do it for you. You can call your friends. You want to worry about your friends showing up on time. You want to worry about your friends being able to get that couch from your second floor all the way down and then into the new house around that other bend. You want people who know what they're doing. That's what Meeting House Movers is. They can take away that stress. You rent friends for the day. They show up on time, respectful, which is important. Take care of your stuff so it gets from point A to point B without any problems. Everything you could possibly want, they are doing. So next time, I want you to write it down because you might not need to move now, but next time you need to move, you're going to need to know who to call. That is Meeting House Movers. Go to meetinghousemovers.com. Once again, meetinghousemovers.com.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies Braves. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And that one has tied the game. Max Kepler.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Others came and went. But Jack Dell stayed in it, and he and the team at Dell Chevrolet have the stamina to keep going for another 50 years. From cassette players to CarPlay, crank windows to climate control, stick shift to adaptive cruise control. A lot may have changed, but one thing has remained the same. Jack Dell and the team at Dell Chevrolet continue to sell them for less. It's the 50th anniversary sales event at Dell Chevrolet. We're rolling back to 70s pricing all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Chevrolet Silverado for only $289 per month. Plus, at Dell Chevrolet, you can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day. Get to Dell Chevy located on Route 30 in Paoli. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Online at DellChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Lease 2025 Chevrolet Silverado for $289 per month for 36 months with 11,500 down. $0 security deposit. 10,000 miles per year. Does not include taxes.
Breaking news coming in from Bet3. Never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are from Colonial Hyundai. This May, we're bringing back not one, but two of our most popular offers. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. To celebrate the grand reopening of our new showroom, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of vehicles, and for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. At Colonial Hyundai, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. So now through May 31st, don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. And every new Hyundai comes with 3 years complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2025.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Baseball on the radio. It's just better.
It is Bedlam at the bank!
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What percentage of times that you are tagged on social media would you say that it is a video of somebody singing this song in a canyon or in a bar somewhere?
That is awesome.
Well, I like the one we got one last night from locals, just in a. Weeks in 21 after Genesis Cabrera hit him.
Yep.
And then he missed all that time in 22 after Blake Snell hit him. And I just don't remember the next day being like, we got to kill someone.
Yeah.
So that's why I just find it's been a great day. It's been a great day. But I think that there's enough, because I think people are now walking into the ballpark tomorrow expecting blood a little bit.
Yes.
And do you think it's game one, Sanchez, or game two, Wheeler?
I thought if Wheeler was going game one, Wheeler would just take care of it. It feels like a Wheeler job.
Okay.
Feels like a Wheeler job.
Ike, do you think it happens?
No.
You don't?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think so either.
But I want it to happen.
Do you think
You've made that
Wheeler would
clear,
just
sir.
do it on his own? Wheeler seems like a guy who would just do it on his own.
Like Hamels did.
Yeah. Yeah.
Remember when Hamels hit Bryce?
Yes.
Just because he was too cocky?
Yep.
That's baseball.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Spike's trying to get rid of that.
Oh, yeah. Look at me.
Yeah. That's what we need. Maybe they switched it with Sanchez going in the first game to let Sanchez hit him.
Yeah, but I don't think so. Like,
You're probably right.
If I'm Wheeler, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is my thing.
Yeah,
And-
nobody needs to tell me what to do.
exactly. And the only thing that would derail it is obviously if they talk to both teams saying, "Hey, don't throw anyone if you're getting kicked out." And then obviously
Right.
you don't want Wheeler to do that.
Well, the umps have been in this town too all day today.
Yeah, listen.
Well, and Herb called him.
Yes, I'm sure they've been listening.
Herb called him
Herb
soft.
called him up, yeah, and warned him. Yes.
Herb's never been madder at me than he was.
No,
Yeah,
he was legitimately mad.
Yeah, you threw that. You did the whole.
The bathroom thing.
Yeah.
Because that's questioning the integrity of his job, which has to be brought into question here.
He left his job to go to the bathroom for 3 innings.
3 innings, yeah.
I-
That's the 3 innings thing that gets him. Yes.
That's like when I tried to win the club championship growing up, and I left in the middle of the round. This is golf.
Yeah.
I left in the middle of the round for 2 holes because I really had to go to the bathroom, and I told them to just give me pars on the scorecard.
Wow.
And then I got disqualified.
Give you pars, really? And somebody did that?
That's what I did.
Oh, that's awesome.
Why don't we talk a little
That's
baseball,
awesome.
Jack?
It's time for the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. Here's Jackie Baseball.
So it is going to be interesting tomorrow because it's a doubleheader. They're obviously down pitchers in the bullpen. I mean, not down, like Kirkering, Strahm, and Romano should be available. But how they deploy those guys, because they're the only 3 that you really kind of trust.
Yep.
At this point, like, do they go all out in game 1?
Is Taiwan a starter again, or is he bullpen?
No, Taiwan's back in the rotation.
Oh, right,
Because
right.
Nola's
Yeah,
still,
yeah, 'cause
Nola's
Nola's
still
out.
hurt.
Right.
So, I mean, Joe Ross is like kind of in the long man role. I don't know. Like it's going to be in a finicky way. They're going to have to get through these 2 games tomorrow.
Well, they're also going to have to hope that Sanchez goes 7 and Wheeler goes 7.
Yeah. Or they just go all out in game 1 and trust that Wheeler can give them go deep in the ball game.
Yeah.
That's the thing that screws them about the doubleheader, is because they can't you're not going to pitch guys in both games.
Sure.
So
speaking of bullpen, I know he walked in the second run in the 8th.
The Hernandez guy?
That dude is filthy.
Yeah, I think he has like 16 strikeouts and 14 walks or something like that.
Yeah.
He walks a ton of guys, but
Yeah.
he's pretty nasty.
When he was the first, I think it was the first 2. Did we do that all with 2 outs, or was 1 out? I forget what it was. When Bohm got the hit, then Casty got the hit. Whatever it was.
Yeah, it was all with 2 outs.
Yeah, I was like, oh, we're never scoring a run against this guy. When he's on, that guy looks unhittable.
I feel like they've been doing a much better job with getting runners in with 2 outs recently.
Absolutely. They were terrible at it for the first month. Yeah.
Awful. They're playing damn good baseball. Speaking of the bullpen, Kirkering hasn't allowed a run since Alvarado went out, which is huge. Like they could not have survived bullpen wise if Kirkering was just going to be a guy out there. Ever since Devin Caney tweeted out it's time to have an honest conversation about Ryan Kirkering, he's been nails.
Yeah. Well, Strom stood up for him on Twitter.
Yeah. Oh man, that's called backing up your teammate.
The Kirkering thing passes the eye test too. The numbers pass the eye test. He's looked good.
Yes, and you can definitely blame the mound for Romano, like LA said, because he looked back to being Jordan Romano last night.
Yeah, he did.
So that's good. The one thing maybe this is like your Knicks thing, Spike, but I'm obsessed with the Juan Soto watch.
Oh yeah.
So 0 for 4 today with a walk. That's what he does. He walks.
He doesn't swing anymore.
He's down to 224 on the year. He has no home runs or doubles in the last 3 weeks.
Who is this?
Juan Soto. His OPS is now lower than his contract.
Oh, really? What's his OPS?
I think it's like 750 something. He made 765.
Trade him to the Yankees.
Just trade him to the Yankees.
He wants to be a Yankee. He doesn't want to be a Met. Do you want 15 years? Look, every year they keep him, and he doesn't perform. His value is going to go down. Trade him to the Yankees. Get some prospects. Eat $100 million of the dollars, so it gets into the Yankee thing, and then Stearns can go spend money wherever he wants. Just trade him to the Yankees.
By the way, I realized at 5:37 that you're wearing your Jeter hat today.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You just realized
No,
that?
I just realized that.
No.
You guys told me I could, so I did.
No wonder you're trying to get
blame
one.
on us.
Yeah, Soto
Well,
back on your team.
No, it's not my team.
Okay.
Look, this is one of I saw the little kid. So that the hat is the respect hat. The little kid in the GIF.
Yeah,
You know,
I know what you're saying.
I saw that hat and I was like, I need to find that hat somewhere. So I got the hat.
Yeah, I just noticed it.
Yep.
Andrew Painter watched tonight. 80 to 85 pitches up at Lehigh Valley. So or through the 6th inning. What?
It's just like on this pace, hopefully we'll get to see Andrew Painter by 2026. This is the slowest comeback from Tommy John surgery.
Oh, but when Embiid's ramping up, it's fine.
No.
He's gonna be fine. He's gonna be fine. And the last thing here, what I find it not interesting, because they at this time last year they had the best record in baseball, and at this time this year they still, by percentage wise, have the best record in baseball. Doesn't feel the same. But do you feel better about this year's team versus last year's team at the same time of the season?
No. I felt better last year.
But why?
Well, because we didn't have the failure.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the dark cloud hanging over this thing.
Yes.
You still
Well,
think?
I would
Why?
say. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying it has the impact on how you feel about where the team is at right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Last year, even though coming off the game 6 and 7 of Arizona, I get it. All the talk of winning the division and it is important and getting off to a great start, they went out and did those things. So that allowed me to feel more confident about the team. Whereas this year, I just got back in.
Right.
Last month, like at the beginning of this month, like I just got back in on this team. So I can't sit here and tell you I feel better about them now than I did last year. Although this team may be better than last year's team.
Maybe. So their run differential this time last year is like 88, and it's 44 currently.
Well, when you say best record in baseball, last year they were like 38 and 10 or something.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
No. So they have 2 more wins at this time last year than they do this year.
Okay, all right.
So now the bullpen way better last year.
Yeah.
But I also think the starting staff. I mean, I know Ranger was pitching out of his mind last year, but you look 1 through 5 with this rotation. I think the biggest thing that is different between this year and last year, I just buy this offense more than I bought him last year.
The one that
I
were
gave
ready
up
to,
on.
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
Yeah, I
just
wonder
out
if
of
Alex Call ever
curiosity.
gave up on the offense.
What's that?
I wonder if Alex Call ever gave up on the offense like I did.
I felt better last year, but I feel better than I feel like most people feel about this year's team.
I feel better than I expected to feel about this team this year.
Yeah.
I had more of a skeptical eye with this
I
team.
agree with that.
Yeah, they're in
I
a
agree with
groove,
that. Yeah.
this team.
I
feels
agree with
like.
that.
Business-like.
Yeah, business-like. Just like Guida's going to be when they replace your windows.
There it is.
Business-like. You know, it is something that you'll put off until you can't put it off anymore. That's replacing your windows and doors. I understand. But the truth is you're just hurting yourself. We're almost in the summer. Summer's going to get, it's 100 degrees outside. Your air conditioner is going to have to be pumped all the way up because your old drafty windows are going to let in all that hot air. Just finally do it. Call Guida. They're going to replace your windows, replace your doors, give you 20% off everything. Control those energy bills. Value of your house goes up. And you know what? It's going to be more comfortable. And the house is going to look better. Windows look like windows, but that front door, you replace that front door, maybe a sliding patio door, it all looks better. Value of your house goes up. It's great. Call Guida today. Get 20% off every window and door. Start your project with no money out of pocket and 3 years of interest-free financing. 877-GO-GUIDA. Restrictions apply. There's a deadline on this, so you call Guida. They'll give you all the info. You get your free, no obligation in-home estimate, or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com. Justin in Tennessee, you're on WIP. What's up, Justin?
What's happening, fellas? How y'all doing today?
What's up, feller?
Justin, what's up, brother?
I know everybody's probably mad because the game got rained out, but at least I get to call in. It's hard for me to call in on them 6:45 starts. I don't want to push my luck or nothing like that, but somebody better be wearing one tomorrow at some point in time. I'm talking hit him in the ham, hit him in the ribs. I don't care. Drill him in the ass. I don't care. Wear them out because this team's got to show some fight and some gumption at some point. Like everybody said, Harper's been hit 3 times in 4 games. They're pitching him inside for a reason because they don't fear any retaliation, in my opinion. You've got to have a little bit of fear of retaliation. It's like Ike said, if a guy's in there and a pitcher hits somebody and you know you ain't going to get hit back, you don't care. But, like, if somebody gets drilled, you know them batters are going to be like, hey, y'all don't have to hit no more, so one of us is going to have to wear it. So watch what you're doing. And that's just the way it is. Like, I seen a video last night. Terry Pendleton in, I think it was 93 or 94, Deion Sanders got hit by Tim Belcher. He was pitching for Cincinnati, and Deion was playing for the Braves. I'm not a Deion fan, and y'all know how I feel about the Braves. They did not retaliate. Marvin Freeman, the next guy up when the Braves went out, dude, Terry Pendleton walked off a field wet, madder than hell, man. I'm telling you what, he was pissed. That's the way it is. That's the way baseball is, and I agree with, like, Jack's top 5. You need more fights in hockey. Every now and then you need a benches clearing brawl. It might bring the team together a little bit more or something like that. But when your star player gets plunked right on the daggone elbow or like that big old, I don't know if it's right on the elbow or not, but daggone it looked like it hurt like a sumbitch. I'll tell you that right now. But I'm just saying you got to wear one, dude.
Well, let me ask you this, Justin. Did you ever watch that show, The Walking Dead?
Yeah, up until the big thing after Negan killed everybody.
Yeah, all right. So you remember Negan had that bat with all the spikes on it or whatever? So why are we
wrapped around?
Yeah, so why are we screwing around with just hitting them with a baseball? Why don't we have one of the Phillies go in there with a baseball bat with nails on it and just try to assault as many Atlanta Braves players as possible, and then that way they won't throw inside anymore.
With the nails on it.
Yeah, you talking about the Braves? Don't threaten me with a good time.
That psychotic laugh.
Yep.
Oh, and one more thing. I told Yoshi to bring this up yesterday when he called, but he had other things on his mind. Everybody talking about, like, Mahomes being on the downslide, like he's kind of fell off a little bit, and he's not playing as good as he used to. Well, he's got 2 new toys at home to play with, looks like.
Ooh, boy.
Wow. This guy. I didn't know we had horny Justin, too.
Yeah. I had horny Justin in there.
I told Yoshi to, but he couldn't get to it, and I figured, why the hell not? I figured I'd surprise everybody with a good life this season. But Young's had a heck of a show today, boys. But, yeah, somebody's got to wear one tomorrow. I don't care if Wheeler throws it. I don't care if it's some scrub reliever. Oh, and one more thing. MLB's got to get their stuff in gear. I've got the MLB network where I can watch every game, but guess what? I couldn't watch last night's game because I live in flipping Braves country. I have to have the stupid FanDuel app to even watch that game last night. They get enough of my money. I ain't buying another app.
Yeah, well,
that's true.
Yeah, those blackout rules are like it is what it is. I understand.
It's stupid.
Yeah.
It's ignorant. But anyway, y'all have had a heck of a show. I love you, boys. We'll holler at you later.
All right, Justin.
All right, Justin. Love you, buddy.
Speaking of this show, doesn't it feel like
what
Broads and Al was 2 shows ago?
Yes, this has been a long show. It's been a fun show, but it does feel like Broads and Al was 100 years ago.
It was 2 hours ago.
Yep. Ann and Glen Mills, you're on WIP. What's up, Ann?
Hey guys, I think I have a good way to bring this show to an end.
Okay.
You ever hear the saying, "Revenge is a dish best served cold"?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm taking you back to 2015. Dodgers Mets. Chase Utley slides into second base.
Yep.
Yep.
We all know what happened.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm taking you now. Fast forward to 2016. First game between the Dodgers and the Mets.
Mm-hmm.
Chase Utley comes up to base. Now, this is 6 months later, new season, new year. And by the way, the umps warned both benches. No funny business. Syndergaard launches a 93-mile-an-hour fastball to Chase Utley's head and immediately gets thrown out, which he should.
Chase didn't even move, by the way. I remember that,
Yeah.
Typical Chase. Yeah.
So everybody's talking on this show like they want it to happen now. Now. It's got to be now. But everybody knows why that pitch went right to his head.
Right. So you're saying it doesn't have to happen now. It could happen in August when they play him in Philly. It could happen next year.
Exactly. Yeah.
No. It can't happen next year. No, not next year.
Not next. Maybe later in the season when it's
tomorrow.
Next time the mustache guy. Next time he's on the mound.